This guy IDP sitting there grumbling to Ike campus beauty next to him, even though he IDP someone who just transmigrated here. Yet Lee's surrounding setting ID lie garbage, and furthermore, not a single dramatic plot point has appeared. Tabach began to feel suspicious about his own unique transmigration experience. Right then, a Gexit Tam panel towered directly in front of him, making him jump. Awakening Ritual ID Complete Beginner Common Beast Tamer Rotting 18 years old Constitution and Spirit are both 4 points. Lie Beast Tamerate Privilege ID to sign contracts quit creatures to turn them into pets, accompanied by an infinite evolution talent that helps pets exceed wide God Arding G. Attributes and abilities will partially feedback to key owner, leave higher Li LVE key, more massive Loki ratio. Note 1 ID that key world IDP in peril due to an invasion by myriad races. Note 2 ID that ranking levels include common, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, loke, kind and god could each Ni divided into 3 levels elementary, intermediate, and advanced. ID, this Mike Sexy Tem. While Tabach was engrossed in reading, Lam Yen Nian saw him dazed and waved her hand in front of him to ask, "What ate wrong, Kut Diu? Your face ID dripping Kut sweat, are you okay?" He turned all and lie he could see this panel. Thinking so, Tabach gently pushed his friend 8 hand away and replied that he was fi, making Wyke surrounding boys' faces turn red Kut jealousy at like sight of him touching their goddess. Among them, Li Gai Kuti Crew Cut showed Lai clearest reaction, spitefully thinking, sitting Kutki school beauty and still being demanding. Just wait, you'll see what I'm capable of. Just as he was about to throw a punch to intimidate him, a female teacher walked into Li classroom and stopped everything. Keep Lai noise down, everyone. Be quiet and listen to this get news. Key official homepage of Zhangzhou Martial University has just released an important announcement. Starting from your cohort, those who possess special abilities will be granted special exemptions from cultural exams to enter Wyke Martial University directly. Students who meet Li Regit Martial Artist Physical Standard will also see their cultural subject score requirements halved compared to before. Before leaving Li P classroom, Ms. Lei did not forget to give an extra reminder. Any student who has already awakened a special ability or possesses martial artist potential, please come to my office to register. How in TP rate 10? Could a special ability lie this? Getting into EP Martial University ID a sure thing. Tabach felt excited to himself. Having lived in this world for nearly 17 years, Tabach had vaguely deduced a few things. Looking at Li's sudden change from Li Martial University, it was clear that Li's situation in Zhangzhou was becoming extremely sensitive. Alright? Now that I have Lai Teek Seat Tem backing me up, I must find a way to protect my family in these chaotic times. If I want to get stronger, joining Ki Martial University ID Key fastest shortcut. Luckily, I have Leaky Beast Taming ability. I just need to find a pet to be eligible for Leak exam exemption, Leaky first priority ID to get into Li Martial University? Determined to pass Y Martial University entrance, Tabach headed straight to a store, intending to use his savings of a V 2,000 yuan from Li past dozen, plus years to buy a pet. I recall Li Pixie team promising to automatically suggest something suitable, so why ID keep still silent. He muttered while walking past rows of glass display cases, seeing a customer. Li P sales girl hurried NRVEE to greet him warmly and ask what he was looking for. I am a beast tamer. What kinds of beasts do you have here? Likey employee pointed her finger toward Li P other side. That BELEC cat ID moderately priced, it carries fam tem cat blood and can reach silver earning en Li 30, 6,000 yuan. With that 4-eared dog ID also very promising, it has Li 6-eared demon wolf bloodline and costs and Li 30, 3,000 yuan. As Leaky employee spoke more and more enthusiastically, Iki prices of Likey beasts were marked up to sky-high heights. By time she turned back to look. Tabach was nowhere to be found. He had slipped away some time ago. Disheartened, Tabach stepped all of Like's store and trudged back a numb alone. While unsure of what to do next as he reached ET door, ET seat 10 panel suddenly popped up Kuda notification. Suitable starter creature detected for taming. Eat IDP a baby turtle. Do wish to tame heat. Likey turtle my dad just started raising. What kind of joke ID this newbie gift pack? My god, I'd eat my first ever pet really this slow kind of turtle. It looks so tiny, what could it possibly achieve? Tabach stood frozen looking at a key turtle lying belly, up in key glass teeing, unable to hide his frustration. Well, let it just go quit that then. Anyway, I can't head to Vai-Key battlefield to capture exotic beasts yet, so I'll just raise eat foo now. It umn't be too late to get a better one later. Unexpectedly, this turtle carries powerful bloodline of he divine beast Shanwu. Quest ID that this species can evolve infinitely, even growing strong enough to face gods later on. Tabach was overjoyed, hugging Eat Quid a wide grin. Now this ID worth every penny. This Xuanwu bloodline must be incredibly rare, no more trading Eat. Right then, his younger sister Tiu Moi ran off from walk room yelling, "What are you planning to do? Quit my Tiu bat."
That it dad ate treasure, do know.
I am not doing anything. Tabach started to explain, But before he could, Tio Bat leaped from his hand like lightning, straight into his sister's snack bag and devoured everything, leaving two siblings stunned for a few seconds. How this little guy eating that? Since when do turtles eat this stuff? Didn't Dad just feed him breakfast? Eat seems to have a bigger appetite than usual, maybe Eat ate about to evolve. Thinking so, instead of stopping Eat, Tabak went to find more food for Eat. Half an hour later, their parents returned to find leaky living room looking like a disaster zone, as if hate had been ransacked by thieves. That was my last snack bag, Tiu Moi screamed, clutching Likey bag as she ran around the house while Tiu Bat chased her at breakneck speed. This Dik Tiu Bat. How can a turtle run this fast? Tubak scratched his head and smiled bitterly at his parents' bewildered faces. After some thought, he decided to keep YB truth a secret to avoid worrying his parents. After all, it was best if he handled Lipe burden of raising a bottomless pit like Tiu Bat himself. As for Tiu Bat, after turning house upside down and finishing his little mistress ate snacks, Eat lay down contentedly, wheezing quit its round, fun belly. Suddenly, a majestic urai and leaky shape of a divine beast emanated from Tiu Bat 8's small body, making Tabak wait in nervous anticipation. Maybe Eat ate because Eat ate too much. Could Xuanwu bloodline be about to erupt? But then, IP's spectral image of divine beast flickered and vanished. Likey legendary bloodline hadn't awakened yet. Instead, he demanded even more food, so next day. Tabach reluctantly returned to Leaky exotic beast store from Leaky other day to see if he could sell its blood. Upon hearing his inquiry, Leaky female clerkate eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "Do you actually have blood from an exotic beast?" Her voice was quite loud, catching attention of IP owner who was sitting nearby. He told IP employee to handle other tasks so he could personally welcome Tabak. "Hey young man, come sit and chat for a moment. I heard you have exotic beast blood. Let me see its quality." "Sure," Tabak said, taking a small vial from his pocket and handing Ado for inspection. Just one sniff and Leaky owner knew it was indeed high-grade exotic beast blood. He eagerly asked, "How much do you want for it?" He had worked so hard to get this bit of blood from Tiu Bat, it had to be worth at least 100 yuan. Tabak calculated silently and slowly raised one finger. Owner guessed, 1,000 yuan? Seeing Tabak stunned by key unexpectedly large amount, key owner thought he found too low and frowned while appraising him. Weak owner laughed awkwardly and said, "Just joking, faux quality this it has to be 10,000 yuan. "What?" Tabach exclaimed in Sisi. Still not satisfied, thinking that, leak owner gave his fei into offer, 15,000 yuan, "I can't go any higher than that." He had no idea Tiu Bat was that valuable. Tabak quickly turned away to hide his grin and replied, "Deal. If I didn't need money urgently, I would never sell heat to DU." Once wine transaction was completed, Leaky owner and Lai clerk personally saw him to he door, saying warmly, "Travel safely. If do have any more get items next time, be sure to come back." He really didn't expect exotic beast blood to be so lucrative. Making 15,000 yuan in one go meant Tiu Bat could eat to his heart-ate content now. While walking, Tabach received a call from Ms. Li, informing him that Li academic exam scores were on, reminding him to go to school this afternoon to register his preferences, warning him not to be late. Due to his dilapidated phone, he and Li caught snippets of her words. Just as Tabak turned into a narrow alley, a notification popped up warning him, 3 strangers are plotting harm against EP owner. They are currently 10 meters away. Be careful. Li leader ID an elementary martial artist, while Leak other 2 are ordinary people. Just as Tabach received likey alert, 3 figures suddenly blocked his path. Lucky big guy leading them looked familiar. It turned out he was one sitting next to key shop owner earlier. Clutching a club in his hand, he smirked sinisterly. From Li Key way key owner acted. "He'd ate clear do you've got something get on do you? Handed EV fast?" "Bad luck, Tabach thou. But if they're 8 and Lai 1 elementary martial artist, I still have a chance." Tabach pretended to recoil in fear and said, "Do you guys got it wrong? I and Lee went to that shop to sell things. I didn't buy anything at all."
"Look at your face! Hand and VB money quickly!"
"Alright, I'll get eat food to you." Tabach pretended to comply but actually seized Ikey moment to throw Tiu back straight into Tendo's face. Li P young Tendo frantically raised his stick to BLPCB blow. Li mid-air move caused Tiu back to bounce backward far away, but this inadvertently created an opening for Tabach to kick him straight in the crotch, causing him to collapse in agonizing pain. Immediately, Tabach took a chance to slip away from Li P scene quit Tiu back. Tiu slammed into a baseball bat and still came unharmed Tabach asked caringly. Tiu Bach let a few cries in response because his skin was itchy indeed. That armor was no joke, and Tabach felt secretly proud. Seeing this, 2 henchmen rushed forward in a rage. "Tiu Bat, hold on to my arm quickly." Eat immediately clung tightly to his arm. Quite a bit of adjustment. It looked no different from a powerful iron gauntlet. Tabak took walk opportunity to give those two guys a few friendly greeting punches. By now, Leapy Young Tendo had scrambled back up, his eyes full of resentment toward Tabach. But before he could even make a move, Tabak threw Tiu Bat straight into his face, causing him to experience a world of pain. Having dealt quit notorious lackeys, Tabak was about to slip away when Tiu Bat suddenly waddled back toward Ki Young Tendo. E.T. pulled all a medicine bottle and gulped it all down until not a single drop was left. Tabak snatched Ali medicine bottle to Chachan was horrified. This was expensive cute blood medicine. This bottle alone was worth tens of thousands. Ordinary martial artists have to use this gradually or via a whole month. How can Tiu possibly digest it all at once like this? Suddenly, Tiu Bat ate entire body emitted a stren green lie. At key same time, Tabak felt his own body transforming. This round of enhancement was truly intense. A moment later, Tiu Bat 8 breakthrough pre-ext was complete. Its body suddenly grew much larger, quit skyrocketing stats, and it even gained an innate XQ beast taming, little fly. Ardeng's ordinary intermediate be like he toward his bloodline not yet activated copper Ardeng officially unlocked a portion of Li bloodline helping stats soar constitution 38, agility 10 spirit 10. In XQ turtle shell retract into LP shell to increase defense by 300% but cannot move O attack in XQ. Turtle skin consumes stamina to BP defense by an extra 50 to 100%. Constitution 32 defense 38 and a much bulkier BU remembering theory lessons ordinary tier strength type mutated beast usually mime CO at around 30. If he date this formidable before activation, how dominant will it be later? Tiu Bat beamed quit joy upon hearing Likey praise. Tabach leaned down to Petit and said, "Alright, let 8 head to school. Academic subject grades are out. Today we will summarize exam preferences and other important announcements. Tomorrow teachers from Light Martial Arts University will come to school to chew IT candidates' abilities. Like every year there are still 2 slots for exam exemption." While Ms. Lee was rambling at Lee Key podium, Lam Yen Nian leaned in to ask Tabak if he had carefully considered choosing Lai Key Liberal Arts Institute or Martial Arts University. He replied firmly that he had to pass EK exam for Martial Arts University. Even though she worriedly reminded him about leaky dangers of He battlefield, he remained steadfast. But someone needs to venture onto Liao Key battlefield. Thinking about it that way, it isn't so bad. Going to Lee front lines ID to protect Eve people I cherish. Am I that important person? Lam Yen Nian was still daydreaming when Eek teacher approached her. Lam Yen Nian, which school do you intend to apply to? Tabak secretly guessed that since she likely hadn't awakened her abilities and never trained her physical strength, she would choose Gi Liberal Arts Institute. At this moment she looked quite hesitant. I haven't decided yet. I'll probably need a few more days to consider ET. By late that night, Lam Yen Nian had finally made EK choice of her life. She called Tabak, saying that she was also about to arrive at Martial Arts University and that she had prepared a shocking surprise gift for him. Don't joke lie that, are you really planning to apply to Lee Key Martial Arts University? Yacht I've decided. Furthermore, before Lam Yen Nian could finish her sentence she was interrupted by Tabach. Alright, I'm busy quit something important. In quit that, he hung up Lee phone abruptly. Actually, he had just finished cleaning up Lee mess caused by Tiu Bat. Now EP important thing was to teach Tiu Kai a lesson he never forget. Next Moneng, a teacher from Lai Key Martial Arts University arrived at Tu Bakchate School. Everyone, peakly give a warm welcome to Mr. Truong Kai, who will share a few words. He ID an alumnus of our school. Following Ms. Light introduction and a round of enthusiastic applause, Truong Kai stepped onto podium with a cold expression. A year ago, 126 people from this school were admitted to Martial Arts University, now in Lai 65 remain. 2 years ago 98 were admitted, but today in Lai 32 are left. 3 years ago, 86 people got in. But now unlike 11 are left. I'm not saying this to scare you, but to make you understand that entering Key Martial Arts University means shouldering the key responsibility of protecting thy country, not just showing a flashy title. Key Martial Arts University, idea steel forge fu he strong, do you want to become true gods of war? If so, Geet. I look forward to your performance in Li P exam. As soon as like ceremony ended, Tabak planned to slip away quickly, but Ms. Lai stopped him. After confirming his identity, Truong Kai announced that he had been directly admitted to Week's school. Go get ready for enrollment. Tabak, bewildered, pointed at himself and asked, I was specially selected. That ain't correct, Tabak. EP school but I deek already waiting for you at Lee Key Gate. After packing his luggage, Tabak and a group of other elite students boarded by Key Butt and headed straight for Martial Arts University. Lee P school sent a female instructor along to guide Key tour hand a training uniforms and take everyone to dormitory area. This ID Key male dormitory. Do you all can head to your rooms to rest and regain your strength. Change into white training gear due just received. Someone will announce entrance exam time later. Hearing this, group of boys headed back to their respective rooms. A while later, Tabak found his room. Before he could enter, he heard voices from inside. Resources are paramount for a martial artist. My father and Nengok's son just hunted 3 drops of top, grade C trend beast blood and even hired a master to refine them into premium body, cleansing medicine. 2 other boys stared at bottle in awe. Who ow ID this eye color of trend beast blood? So unusual? My family once bought blood kwai powder, but we've never seen this type. Tabak pushed Leaky door who by and walked and cooed a friendly smile. Hi everyone, I am Tabak, from room 303 as well. Lee boy holding Leaky medicine bottle replied happily, do Tabak. Our room ID fun now. My name ID Hinjia Kang. And these are Dao Jia Tuan and Pam Huang An. Svo. Dao Jia Tuan smiled and said, make yourself at Tabak come and see Oki rare beast blood Henjia Kang get father hunted. Henjia Kang proudly raised Iki bottle. He had to pull strings everywhere to find eat at Ngok's son. There are Enlai 3 drops in total. Ngok's son? 3 drops? Isn't that what I just sold? Tabak thought of himself, then pretended to ask, something this rare must be very expensive, right? Each eat alright. Each drop was in VE 30,000, spending less than 100,000 in total ID Lai chicken feed. Upon hearing this, Tabak's face turned pale. He cursed that old fox in his head. I sold eat fu 30,000, yet he inflated like price nearly 3 times.
That damn merchant.
Just then, there was shouting outside. Look, there ate a dreamily beautiful girl down there. She'll surely be Yuki School Beauty of a martial arts university this year. She has a perfect figure and endless long legs. Truly my goddess. Lee's entire group from room 303 rushed to window to look down. Hoo ow! Top-tier quality girls at Dinaki Martial Arts University are really something. She kept beautiful without effort. I wonder who she'd looking for. In Lee courtyard, Lee matron asked sternly, this Idiki male dormitory. Who are Dio looking for? Lam Yen Nian smiled. Oh, I'm looking for my friend, Tabak. YP matron immediately turned toward Lee Lee and shouted loudly,
Tabak.
Which one do ID named Tabak? Come down here right now, there ain't a beautiful girl waiting. Hearing that, young men in room 303 were wide-eyed quits SC. Without waiting for any more questions, Tabak bolted downstairs toward Lipe courtyard as fast as he could. After a few exchange of polite small talk, Lam Yen Nian shoved several cultivation medicine bottles into Tabak's hand and then turned and walked away. Don't give someone a key chance to refuse. Because of his closeness to Lam Y Nian, Tabak gained a whole group of dedicated male fan. His 3 roommates in room 303 had been waiting for Tabak ever since he arrived. Henjia Kang approached and suggested, hey brother 2, we are roommates. As long as you have a connection with that goddess, asking her to introduce some girlfriends to us wouldn't be too hard. Would eat. Ho about this. Today ID, first time we've met, let it go have dinner first and chat while we eat. After saying that, Henjia Kang left EP room Kut Dao Jia Tuan and Pam Huang An. These guys are quite funny. Alright, I should head off for some fresh air to clear my head first. Tabak rummaged through his backpack and took out Tiu Bat, then looked see medicine bottles Y Neen had given him. Oh, eat 8 blood, Q powder. Tiu Bat dear in luck again. Having said that, Tabak suddenly looked at Tiu Bat. Tiu Bat, do you know what to do after eating blood, Q powder, right? As Fumi. Henjia Kang had invited his 3 roommates to a luxury restaurant, which made Tabak feel a bit awkward. A fancy place lie, this must not be cheap. Isn't this a bit much? Brother 2, just eat and drink freely today, leave everything else to me. Coming to study at Martial Arts University and making friends, especially someone like Brother 2, I Henjia Kang feel very lucky. I propose a toast. Dao Jia Tuan and Pimong and agreed. We do 2 cheers. Everyone, peakly sit down. Since we'll be roommates from now on, let it not be so formal. Lam Y Nian and I were high school classmates, so eat shouldn't be a problem for her to introduce some friends to Diu. Let it discuss that later. Jia Kang, I have something I need your help quote right now. Brother 2, just say E.T. Henjia Kang replied generously. E.T. nothing major. I just have some rare Menon XT blood I've lied due to help me quat. Loopy other 2 looked at bottle of Menon XT fee blood that Tabak handed to Henjia Kang and were astonished. Jia Kang, Brother 2 ate Men XT fee blood ID at a higher LVE than anything you've had before. Although Henjia Kang was slightly annoyed, he had to admit, this Men XT blood IDP definitely at LV I've never seen. Brother 2, your MNN XTC blood IDE so rare that I am afraid I might misjudge eat. I'll call my father to come and appraise eat now. As soon as Leaky other N of Leaky line picked up, a voice shouted, Tiu Kang, all of money again. I sent Diu to Martial Arts University to work hard and become strong, not to waste your life away. Henjia Kang replied a bit helplessly, Dad, listen to me. I don't need money, I have something important. My classmate has 7 drops of rare men and XT blood to sell. Lee quality ID better than key 3 drops due bought last time. I can't estimate Lee price. Really? Better quality than last time and there are 7 drops. You're not mistaken. Dead eat definitely real. If you don't believe me, come see Fu yourself. Send me your address. I'll bring Grandmaster Cao right away. An hour later, after looking at Lee's 7 drops of MXT blood, Grandmaster Cao exclaimed excitedly,
Top grade! These are definitely top grade items.
They contain energy that I have never seen in my life. These are Li P purest blood drops from a rare low-art NG beast. If I work on these 7 blood essences, I can refine at least 1 batch of marrow, cleansing pills. Henjia Kaint father listened and felt somewhat skeptical. Grandmaster Cao, IDB this evaluation perhaps too high. Yi Tate definitely correct. Even using TAP, tier equipment faux measurement, IQ value of these essence drops would in lie be higher than my estimate. Oh my, I didn't expect your Men XT blood essence to be so amazing. Henjia Kang looked at Tubak with worshipful eyes. Grandmaster Cao approached Tubach and said, Young man, don't you know how much your Men XT blood essence ID key worth? Tubak smiled and replied, Uncle Han, Grandmaster Cao, my friend already told me that these rare demon beast essences are not faux sale faux money, and lie to be exchanged fu an equivalent amount of key medicine. Oh, I do that so. Since Du and Tiu Kang are classmates, as your senior, I naturally cannot let Du be shortchanged. I'll take all 7 drops of blood essence, and then I will arrange someone to bring Du 4 bottles of Q medicine. What do Du think? That works. Then Du Uncle Han. He didn't see top there. Henjia Kangate father added, in addition to Bak would Du lie to Gedi and family. In Leaky future, our Han family could provide your cultivation resources for free. Tabach politely declined, then Du fo invitation uncle, but currently I have no intention of joining a clan. Tabak, I suggest you think more about our Han family. While Henjia Kang father was trying to persuade him, a voice suddenly said, Tubak already said, he doesn't want to gin ni ki Han family, so no one can force him to gin any clan. Lam Wei Nian walked into EE room. Did Du all hear what I said clearly? Why Nian, why are Du here? Tabak asked in surprise. Henjia Kang was equally amazed. Isn't this goddess Wai Nian? Why did Lai goddess come here? I just happened to be doing some business and didn't expect to run into everyone. Where did this little girl come from? Henjia Kangate father was about to scold her when Grandmaster Cao whispered in his ear, Patriarch, this girl ID. Wait, she ID. Henjia Kangate father placed his hand on E's shoulders of both him and Tabak, saying Kuda laugh. It was a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Little friend Tabak and my son are classmates and get brothers. Ignoring him, Lam Wai Nian walked up to Tabak and suggested Kuda smile. Tabak, are you heading back to school yet? Let it go together. Alright, my business here ID done anyway. Quit that, Tabak followed Lam Wai Nian all. Before leaving he didn't forget to say goodbye to white people in Lucky room. Uncle Han goodbye Jia Kang see you back at EP dorm. Henjia Kang's father spoke up. Alright, take care, little friend Tabak. Henjia Kang quickly said, Goddess, wait a moment, I'm also heading back. He intended to follow, but his father held him back. Go back where? Dear coming Kutmi. After Tabach and Lam Wai Nian had gone far away, he patted Henjia Kang's shoulder and instructed, Tiu Kang, Bu a get relationship Kut Tabach. Maybe our Han family will grow stronger through Du. Also, Du must keep a safe distance from that girl named Lam Wai Nian, a very respectful distance. Do hear me? Henjia Kang asked skeptically, Dad, our brother to and goddess Wai Nian really that formidable? How come I can't see it? 2 days later, at Gi training ground of Lai Martial Arts University, Jiang Kai stood majestically on a Ki podium. As soon as he saw Ki students gathered in fun force, he spoke immediately, announcing that in Li Ki coming time, Li Ki recruits would have to undergo a unique training course, and Li Ki location was a name that evoked chills just by hearing ET, 10,000 races battlefield. Below, Li Pi group of students heard Li Pi news and hummed quid excitement, chatting busily lie a bustling market, going to Li 10,000 races battlefield for real.
That'd too dangerous.
Another person worried further, failing training ID a small matter but who wants to become an XT bait. Jing Kai on the high platform continued calmly, every 50 of Du will be assigned to a class. Kuda bronze LV teacher as Yuki head instructor, they will be Yuki ones directly guiding this special training session. Then, he concluded wittily, today, here I and Lai hope Du recruits, but none of Du lose your lives. Having said that, he leisurely departed. Li freshmen quickly scrambled to find their new teammates to get acquainted. Lin Yanren was as happy as a bird released from its cage, running to Xubai's side and asking Kuda squinty smile, Xubai, we're in Lai P same class again. Are you some kind of master arranger to have timed it so perfectly? Just then, Liao Yuxin strode to where Xubai class was gathering, her voice ringing off firmly, gather quickly, students of class 8. Liao Yuxin introduced herself as their special training instructor, and she would be E1 to prepare them Fu Ki upcoming Mi-san. Around them, Key male students looked at her quad eyes as bright as spotlights. Oh my god, who could focus when she ate this beautiful? And so hat too. Before those lightning lie gazes, Liao Yuxin was so accustomed that her expression didn't change. She calmly continued. Alright, here I deep your first task. Write a suicide note, she announced decisively. Do you have 1 day to complete eat at exactly 8 a.m. tomorrow? Everyone must be at Waikiki Teleportation Square to set a P for 10,000 races battlefield. Anyone who ID late, watch out. After speaking, she turned and walked away, leaving Y crowd of students staring at each other in bewilderment, their faces pale. Oh my god, really write a suicide note? IDT really that life-threatening? I haven't even had a G-fake Ren to carry on the key family line yet, one person complained, while another rushed AP. I have to go back and write ET now, there ain't so much I want to say to my parents. Lin Yanren curiously asked Subai, have you prepared anything yet? Subai shook his head, not yet, let it head back to Li dormitory first. Lin Yanren smiled brightly, that'll get see due tomorrow. Right behind Subai and Jaegang smirked, turning to Dao Jiejin and Plame Huang An. We're going to Lai battlefield tomorrow Monen, what should we prepare to make Jiki Ren? A moment later in Lighty dormitory room, Han Jaegang excitedly suggested, Brother Su, we're going to battle tomorrow, how about we brothers go our foe a little relaxation today? Will do come coot us? Subai smiled and declined, I have some private business to attend to, do guys go ahead and have fun. Han Jiagang understood and replied, alright, just call if do you need anything, Brother Xu, I'll bring 8 right back. Subai nodded slightly. Suddenly, Han Jiagang noticed little Ba busily eating from its bowl. He sat down, cooed interest, tapped on its tortoise shell, and laughed, saying, Brother Xu, your tortoise looks quite talented, doesn't eat. Its shell ID quite tough too. Subai chuckled, ah, this ID my pet, little Ba, a genuine food god. Han Jiagang replied, cooed interest, that eat pretty cun. Han Jiagang stood up, then were a Brother Xu. Dao Jiejin and Pame Huang and also waved, see you later, Brother Su. Subai nodded, alright, do guys have fun. Waiting until his group of friends was of sight, Subai pulled off 4 vials of blood key powder, teasing little Ba quit a laugh. Do you really are a glutton? And Li knowing how to eat. Today I'll let you eat your fill, but remember, once on Ike 10,000 races battlefield, do must sup properly. Little Bait eyes lit up at Li's sight of leaky supplement vials, and Eat raised its bowl, quad its 2 front legs as if demanding more. A few minutes later, Subai held 2 empty blood key powder vials in his hands, saying quit a laugh. Just eat slowly, no one ID competing coot do so why you key rush. Immediately, a Xeet Tem notification appeared, congratulations your pet baby tortoise has evolved into an advanced ordinary Ardengi exotic beast, IP master at Lao V is also increased, simultaneously gaining baby tortoise 8 new talent heavy strike. Pet information baby tortoise Ardengi advanced ordinary, constitution 6 for agility 20 spirit 20 talent 1 defensive shell withdraws EP entire body into leash shell, becoming an invulnerable fortress. This XQ increases defense by 300%, but remember, while in defensive stance, IP Tortoise cannot move or attack. Talent 20 reinforced defense. Consumes a certain amount of stamina to help increase defense by 50% to 100%, turning 8 into a mobile T-Ingi. Talent 30 heavy strike. Unleashing IP move consumes stamina to help increase attack power by 100% to 200%. Mikey more effort exerted at key more powerful Lee blow. Owners by 18 years old, occupation Beast Tamer, Renenji Advanced Common, Constitution 28 base 15 inherited from Beast 13, Agility 19 base 15 inherited from Beast 4 Spirit, 34's base 30 inherited from Beast 4, Pet Baby Tortoise Ardong Ordinary inheritance 20% of attributes, this ratio will increase as a pet levels of G, a Bronze Ardong inherits 30%. Talent 1T Infinite Potential. A portion of Elite Pit stats and talents will feed back power making E Master stronger, Talent 20 and Reinforced Defense. Consume stamina to increase defense by 50-100%. Talent 30 heavy strike. Consume stamina to increase attack power by 100-200%. Ike more consumed Ali stronger Li strike. After reading Li's stats, Subai cheered Kujoy. A is expected of blood key powder. Little Ba has leveled up again, and its 3 attribute stats have skyrocketed amazingly. Great job. Little Ba, wait until like 10,000 races battlefield, we'll turn things upside down together. Xubai asked further, looking eager, are you ready to cause a ruckus? Little Bai immediately stood upright on its hind legs, waving its claws incessantly quote its front legs, as a Jeek Ren affirmation to its master. P. Next Monin, Elite Teleportation Square was packed quote students, all present in fun force. They were divided into 3 large groups by staff, standing ready before 3 giant teleportation gates. A staff member approached respectfully reporting to Jiang Kai coach, Li students are in order and ready fill battlefield at any time. Pili give your instructions. Jiang Kai said decisively, teleportation array no 1 activate, prepare foe teleportation. Understood. After Wyke resounding reply, Li P staff hurried to make arrangements at key same time at class 8-8 position, and Jaegang looked up at the massive teleportation gate ahead and exclaimed in admiration, a huge teleportation gate Li this ID eat probably something do you yun en Li see at our martial arts university, huh? Lin Yanran anxiously placed her hand on Subai 8's shoulder and whispered a reminder, Subai, once on I 10,000 races battlefield, do must be very careful. Xubai smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, we will surely conquer this task smoothly. Get luck! Soon enough, it was Class 8 turn. As they were about to step into Li teleportation gate, Liao Yuxian reminded them, relax your whole bodies, prepare for teleportation. Understood. Li students of Class 8 replied in unison, then stepped in one by one. Li sensation was a brief moment of dizziness, and then immediately, they appeared in a completely trend place. Oh my god, this really key military base on E10,000 races battlefield. Another person exclaimed, really have arrived? I thought it was a joke, but looking at this scene, it really looks like a battlefield. So cruel, ha! Lai crowd was busily looking around, whispering and chatting like a bustling market, when they were suddenly startled by a loud shout that was deafening. Silence, Fumi! Li group jumped and startled, turning sharply to see a man with several scars across his face, looking fierce. Seeing him, Liao Yuxin immediately stood straight and spoke solemnly. Greetings, Deputy Camp Commander Hunting Blade. Peak Lai, forgive them. They are all new recruits who haven't experienced much of Likey world yet, so they are still curious. Deputy Camp Commander Hunting Blade said coldly, I am Lai, Deputy Commander of Military Base F-269. You can call me Deputy Camp Commander or Commanding Officer as you wish. Being here, I don't care if you are students or instructors. Once you have set foot in my territory, you must follow my orders. Clear. Love people of Class 8 immediately stood at attention and shouted in unison, clear. And Jaegang pouted slightly, mumbling a low-voiced complaint just to Deputy Commander. Why so fierce? Subai whispered, look at Lee's scars on his face. He definitely a veteran officer, plenty of experience. At that moment, Deputy Camp Commander Hunting Blade continued, do you seem lucky today? My Tim has just finished a battle. Your first task I do clearing like battlefield. While clearing, remember to eliminate remaining in E-cats as well. This I did great exercise for recruits like you who have just arrived at E-battlefield. By eliminating them, you will earn military merit points. Han Jiegang led OAD of realization, so military merit points can be exchanged for precious medicines. No wonder everyone keeps flocking here and risking their lives on E10,000 races battlefield. Seeing the P novices' fun of spirit, as if they had just won the lottery, Vice Camp Commander Leap Dao laughed heartily and told key kids they were too impatient, then ordered them to form up and follow his lead immediately, clearly understood. Lai whole group cheered in unison and then quickly ran after Weepy Young Beat. Tabak walked and mumbled calculations on how to earn many military merits to exchange photonics for his big brother Xiaoba. However, their joy was seat, lived as E8th grade recruits began to taste reality, seeing a horrific sight before them. Warriors quit severed arms and broken legs, lying all of the cold ground, crying all in agony. Young Dao Tuanhong trembled, asking if it was those cursed BPLC cats that caused this, while Hen Kang also stammered, questioning if those lowest LVT monsters in Lake Solar Sam could truly possess such unimaginably horrific destructive power. A few girls began to scream in fear for their lives upon seeing why weakest monsters being so formidable. Teacher Liu Wuhin frowned and ordered them to keep quiet, asking if they thought this was a picnic to be complaining, and reminding them that since they had embarked on Lei Qi path of martial arts, they must be mentally prepared to face death. Lam Yannin immediately recognized the danger of this field trip and reminded Tabach to stick Seek Al Yu to her to stay safe. He nodded in agreement before advising her to also be careful. As Tim reached camp gates, guards saluted and reported they had successfully dealt with 35 wild beasts attempting to break in. So Oki Vice Commander named Leap nodded and ordered the key gates to be flung hubiart so these greenhorns could witness the harshness of reality. Whites are opening lie gates immediately. As soon as gates opened, Ms. Liu reminded group to try their best to perform well since a high-ranking Balat was directly leading them. Key group shouted in response, but Lucky Vice Camp Commander Enlai sneered and asked if they had written their last will and testament to send yet, because from this moment on, they would be frequently embraced by Grim Reaper. Stepping all of Likey safe zone, grade 8 kids truly understood what hell on earth meant. Lee ear-splitting gunfire and wild beasts charging frantically to their deaths created a scene of chaos. Quite nothing but leaky deep red of blood mixed human and men XT tree corpses piled on top of each other. In midst of this cry-to-key situation, a scared soldier recognized his butt and hurriedly approached to inquire. YID Key Vice Battalion Commander, personally coming all key way here. But Leap Dao told him to see Tup being nosy and quickly call a squad to escort children. An scarred soldier obeyed immediately. Teacher Liu announced key plan that entire team would march to Sector F-269, a dense forest already cleared of enemies and relatively safe, where their task would be to scavenge valuable crystals from lucky remaining Get-Cat corpses. Vice Commander Leap Dao then shouted to ask if lucky kids were mentally ready, receiving a spirited response from Lee students. Key Vice Commander waved his hand, ordering them to set BP, and Lee Scarred Soldier also quickly mobilized a special forces group to escort them throughout Likey trip. Along Keyway, Scarred Soldier chuckled and told Key Teacher to rest assured because this battlefield cleanup was very lie, whereas letting these scholarly students fight would be lie hand. feeding meat to bee monsters. He wondered why General had to step in personally, but Bee Li Dao glared at him and scolded his air v curiosity, telling him to shut up and work. Li Soldier immediately fell silent, while Ms. Liu tactfully thanked Li Vice Commander Fu taking Li trouble Fu Key students. Mr. Leap waved E to P, saying Yeet was nothing since these children were ET future pillars of He Nation, so protecting them was natural. Meanwhile, at Leaky Heil V operation room in Leaky Capital, an employee rushed in to report an emergency to Y Chief of Staff. Intelligence indicated that a Men XT army was launching a massive assault on Lag defense lines, specifically quit-like appearance of V-20 gold tier bet get cats stealthily approaching X-Rai of key outposts along key southwest Bo Phi such as sectors D128 or D140. Lee had immediately ordered a clarification of leaky animals' movements and required Lee camps to tighten security immediately. He emphasized that EP students currently on their internship were a national asset, so no mistakes could be made that would harm them. Lee Key subordinate soldier stamped his foot as he took order quit determination. At Sector F-269, Iki Tim was busily cleaning up because longer they stayed, key more danger lurked. Under leaky guidance of their seniors, grade 8 kids were actively gathering spoils. Lam Yen Nian whispered to Tabak that every part of these gat cats was rare material faux medicine sword forging. Tabak nodded, saying no wonder people risked their lives. Fu quit such abundant treasure. His little cheetah at Halem was about to have a feast. Nearby, Dao Tuan cheered excitedly upon finding a precious gem and dreamed of changing his life. Tabak took each chance to change his bag and mumbled his plan to gather more gems to exchange faux energy tonics, helping his pet LV up sooner. Suddenly, a bright red notification panel appeared before his eyes, signaling a serious incident as YE main base was also besieged and could not send reinforcements. A troop of V-150 gut cats was charging forward with overwhelming murderous intent and lie 3 kilometers away to Wyke southwest, requiring Li Master to be extremely cautious as danger and Li Key chance of death were at extreme red alert levels. Tabak jumped up in Sespasi because this death warning was much more serious than previous ones. Seeing his friend look deathly pale, Yen Nian quickly inquired, but he had no time to explain and rushed straight to Teacher Liu, shouting that there was trouble, firmly stating that a large pack of wild beasts was charging from Laiki southwest to slaughter them all. Perched in a tree, Teacher Liu frowned as she heard this and focused her gaze in that direction, but saw no sign of any monsters or anything unusual. She jumped down and told Tabak sternly that this was a place of life and death, not a spot for jokes, and that spreading rumors to panic classmates would cause great consequences. Like student frantically insisted he was telling Ike truth and was certain IP monsters were coming. During Lipe confrontation, Commander Leapdow approached and said he had cleared Lipe entire 2-kilometer territory around here so there were no monsters. Tabak still insisted there were 100 of them 3 kilometers away. Yoki Bat gave a cold smile and asked if this kid 8 perception skills were trying to surpass a veteran 8. Miss Liu spoke up for him, saying perhaps because 8 was his first time in battle, why boy was under psychological pressure leading to hallucinations. Lam Yen Nian also defended her friend, saying that without verification, one shouldn't rush to judge, and that she had absolute trust in Tabak's senses. Looking at his friend gratefully, Tabak then beat his chest and confirmed Ely enemy was CDL Lu. He revealed he was a beast tamer quite extraordinary sensory abilities so everyone should believe him. Ms. Liu 8 eyes widened in surprise as she asked why such a special ability was not recorded in his school files. He explained that because he was admitted through direct recruitment, his personal info had not been fully updated. His classmates whispered in surprise about Tabak hiding his skills. Right then, a soldier came running back breathlessly shouting that get cats were swarming in. Everyone was stunned to realize Tabak was right, and Commander Leapdow immediately changed his attitude, calling everyone to gather for battle. Hurry up your feet, Odile, become prey now. Leech's commander ordered Wiki signal soldier to call foe help, but received a cold shower of news that their Ham base was also heavily besieged, so no one was free to come and assist. Ms. Liu turned pale and asked if there were really 100 of them, because without reinforcements, these children were done for. Commander Leapdow drew his sword, cooed an extremely tense expression and confirmed that like Kid 8 intuition was perfectly accurate, as Gi monsters were now rushing here at breakneck speed. Lee commander pointed at Li P young pair and told Lee scared soldier to assign men to protect these 2 young sprouts at all costs. Li P soldier accepted Leak order, but Tabach said he also had skills and didn't need an escort. As soon as words were spoken, Ki got cats appeared and began their greeting coot deadly lunges. They are just low-tier get cats, but there are many of them. Brothers counterattack strongly to protect Lee children now! Hearing Leaped Out roar, EP soldiers immediately drew their weapons and charged straight at pack of NEE cats to halt their advance. In key blink of an eye, someone was already injured, and a pale-faced student cried all in panic. These are fierce tigers. What kind of cats are this brutal? Seeing OP's situation turn unfavorable, Leapdow loudly ordered a defensive formation, shouting that as long as they held their ground against first wave, they would surely win. He strained his voice to ask if EP Martial Arts Academy students still remembered their oath from years ago. Just then, several NE cats slipped through E defensive line and lunged straight into E crowd. Using our chests as a fortress to protect Lee, Regina Nation, Leaky students shouted in unison as they swung their weapons to Jin-Ni battle. Right at that moment, from within Iki ranks, a male and a female student dashed forward, Ike young man wielding a sharp sword, while B-girl agilely unleashed her skills to send several wild cats to their geek Rai. She was Truongman Ni, a low-tier bronze. She smirked and told him to defend well while she sniped them all, while Leaky male student, Levine Kwong, also a low-tier bronze, sneered disdainfully, treating them like mere kittens. What IDP there to worry about? Let me send them all on their way right now. Seeing he duo, Lu Vu Hin cheered in excitement, so yeet a key marksman man ni and ki divinely strong Vin Kwong. Leak other students admired them in awe, thinking that their 80 pile man ni was indeed amazing, while Iki big guy Tuong Ta was also impressive. Brother to looks even better than him. Those two are truly top-tier experts, far superior to us. Suddenly an earth-shattering roar echoed and an extraordinarily giant emp cat appeared before everyone. 8 eyes. Someone trembled and guessed that this must surely be E-Cat Kinno, a gold-tier fierce beast. Zerg race Infi Cat Keen, mid-silver tier, Constitution 45, Agility 88, Spirit 43. Leaped out, turned pale, quit horror, urgently calling IP base foe backup as he hadn't expected to encounter a silver tier Cat Ken. Instantly, Levine Kwong lunged at Aki EMNXT8 flank and shouted, "So what if dear Aki Cat Kin? Take this blow from me," while Truong Manni also closed in, drawing her bow quit a smile, saying, "I'll back Dio up and disrupt its VXN." Lu Vu Hin watched this in panic and screamed,
Be careful! Retreat immediately!
that it a silver tier fierce beast. Do you can't mess Kudia? But it was too late. Both of them were swiped away by a Keyman XT8 claws in an instant. Seeing that Eat still refused to let them go, ET continued to Chixi, determined to finish the P2 who had just provoked Eat. Lu Vu Hin screamed, "We're doomed! Fall back quickly!" And Leap Dao urgently shouted, "There's no time! Machine gun squad, fire suppressive co-V now." Unfortunately, Leapy ammunition failed to deal any damage to E beast, which continued to roar and Chuxi toward E2 who had angered Eat. Truong Man Ni and Levine Kwong were now pale as ghosts, sitting on a P ground trembling and desperately crying all foe help. At Lee cried TCT nail-biting moment, an unidentified object flew in and struck Cat Kint head hard, sending Eat flying several meters away. What on earth ID this? Like astonished crowd simultaneously turned their gaze toward object that had just blown E fierce beast away. Lu Vu Hin gasped in surprise, "Eat looks like Sao Ba." Han Jia Kang recognized Tabak Pet at a glance and cheered. "Isn't that Sao Ba raised by brother too?" Tabak stepped forward, saying, "This entrance was a bit awkward. I am Beast Tamer Tabak, and Sao Ba Idiki my companion. Everyone focus on clearing AP smaller ones, and leave this Cat Kang to me." Lee students froze in SC wondering, how ID this turtle so strong? Cat Keen got blown away by a turtle. Lam Yen Nian smiled and whispered, "So that ID lie exotic beast Tabak subdued." Tabak ordered, "Sao Ba, let this stray cat taste your power." Sao Ba dashed forward like lightning, leaving the students slack-jawed wondering, how can a turtle run so fast? ID that even a turtle. Standing nearby, Leap Dao was also amazed by Tabak's hate strength, while Lu Vu Hein praised him, thinking he was indeed extraordinary. She turned and shouted, "Students, Tabak has suppressed Ike Cat Ken, let 8 Checky C together and wipe all leak remaining NC cats." Fired up by her words, IP students coordinated Queeky soldiers to hunt down leak cats.
Chick, I'll tear them apart one by one. Let me handle this bunch.
Meanwhile, at Sao Bait battlefront, Ike Cat Keen was pinning Sao Ba to one eye ground cooed its paws, raising its sharp claws to tear him apart. Sao Ba merely gave a sly smile and pulled his entire body into his hard shell, utilizing his domineering defensive talent to completely ignore all attacks. And so Lee Little Turtle remained nonchalant and unharmed, while But Fan Tem Cat clutched its painful paw and screamed miserably. Leaky Blade-wielding leader stared at mouthed in astonishment that a normal pet could actually withstand a beat Cat silver swipe. Its armor was truly absurdly thick. But then he realized he couldn't just stand there dazed. Taking advantage of this Ganwan opportunity, he shouted to his men to co-V him and leaped straight into Wee air, right above Leaky Phantom Cat 8 head. Aiming at vital spots on its flank and abdomen, he quietly seized Key opportunity to strike while Leaky Fan Am Cat was distracted and frustrated by Little Turtle and Key soldiers. Falling from above, he channeled all his strength to plunge a powerful sword strike into his opponent's 8 massive body. The cat shrieked in agony and whipped its tail, sending Whippy swordsman flying, causing him to curse in frustration from Lippy painful impact. Grumbling and cursing, he struggled to regain his balance and charged forward like an arrow toward his opponent, roaring, this time, "Eat either do oh me." At that moment, Leaky young man surnamed smirked and ordered his shelled disciple, who had just crawled back. Little turtle, unleash your ultimate Q. Obeying its Master 8 command, Lie Turtle immediately spun rapidly Lie atop. Right after that, before bewildered eyes of Lee crowd who had no idea what was happening, Eek young man suddenly transformed into a true star soccer player. He lifted his leg and delivered a thunderous kick straight into Xiao bait shell. Lie Little Turtle immediately shot forward Lie a bullet fresh or of a barrel. Precise strike hit and Tiem Cat vital spot, forcing IP charging warrior to break hard and cheer in excitement. Direct hit to its weak point.
Let it see how much longer do can last this time!
Result was devastating. Leaky Minex Tifi Cat and Lai had enough strength for one last resentful roar toward Ikisim Kai before collapsing onto Iki cold ground Lai a log. Lead Beast officially drew its last breath, sending Lai crowd jumping for joy because Lee Buppy Big Cat had been defeated, while Lake Commander sighed in relief and muttered, "We really Lee girl surnamed Lamb immediately rushed V to hug him and cheered in admiration. "Do are amazing, do even took down a gold
Tier Phantam Cat!
Glee young man surnamed to Enlai smiled gently in response. Yeah, he did all a week now. He surrounding crowd also quickly gathered around to praise him to weepy skies. Brother, do you really live up to your reputation? By Gui, where did you buy this god of war turtle? I want to get one as a pet too." Hearing his prized disciple mention, young man suddenly remembered and looked around frantically. When he spotted White Turtle stealthily prying a super, large yellow beast core from Lei Fen Tem Cat 8 carcass, he barked angrily, "Hey Turtle, what kind of stealing tricks are you up to now?
Get back here right now!"
Suddenly, someone looked up into Laiki Sakai and shrieked in horror. "Look, what like a hell Idiki that flying or Vik our heads!" Lee Tsipteen looked up, turned pale and shouted,
"This Idiki bad!
Danger IDT imminent." That Menix T-trait miserable shriek earlier was definitely a signal to call its allies. A nearby person anxiously hypothesized, could a more terrifying creature be heading this way? Meanwhile, at I Central Command Room, Lee White-bearded professor spoke up. He energy analysis from Lee Frontline shows that base F-269 ID surrounded by a pack of mysterious, super strong beasts. Right after that, Likey duty officer gasped and shouted, "What? Are you saying Likey daughter of Tycoon Lam ID also among ID interns this time?" Professor nodded in confirmation and urged Leaky authorities to act at lightning speed. Key officer quickly replied, "Understood. I will immediately dispatch a special forces team to escort DU to Leak Frontline." But like old man waved his hand and said, "No need. I am too anxious. I will fly there ahead of Dio. I and Lai hope that reinforcements will arrive at Lake Scene within 20 minutes. Hearing this, IP soldier nodded and promised to issue an emergency order immediately. After that, he pulled his phone and lamented, "This idea big deal. If that old tiger loses his temper, Lipi entire Jiang Chao region will be leveled." Back on Like Battlefield, a pair of bloodshot, murderous eyes suddenly opened in Lai Sas Kai, staring down at League ground, accompanied by a deep, contemptuous voice. "Ignorant humans, what an inferior race." Like friend next to him cried all in panic, "This ID absurd. How can this men XT speak human language?" Like Commander was also extremely worried.
"Impossible!
A beast that can speak human language must be at least gold, tier O higher, which shouldn't appear in this region. Everyone, quickly form a defensive line and move I wounded to Y key center." Just then, Leaky Eyes in East Kai disappeared and a massive BKEC shadow suddenly appeared next to Lee Phantam Cat 8 carcass, making everyone gasp. "Look, what ID that BLC thing." Lai Shadow continued, "Do you weak creatures, how dared you slaughter my compatriot?" Quit that, Eid opened its wide mouth and began to devour its companion 8 carcass. And Lai then did its true appearance reveal itself to everyone. Seeing its appearance clearly, Lai Commander trembled and could barely stand. Unbelievable. This kind of thing shouldn't be happening in such a low LVK area. Just then, a virtual notification panel popped up in front of Likey young man quit bright red to warning of extreme danger because a gold tier beast was right nearby, advising him to run for his life immediately. My danger index was at a highly alarming 5-star LVE. This was a mutated gold tier Shadow Phantom Cat Kuda stamina of 272, speed of 345, and spirit of 275. It possessed a Berserk XQ when heavily injured that doubled its strength and agility but reduced its defense by half. Ekasitim evaluated this as an extremely difficult battle and advised him to be exceptionally cautious. Wapy young man was startled and cried awe that this was another gold tier beast. His teammates nearby turned pale, quote fear and wept. "What? A gold tier butt? Even our teachers might not have met one. Help. I want to go home. Why haven't Daiwo reinforcements arrived yet?" Knowing they couldn't afford to drag this everyone would lose their lives here, Elite Commander shouted, ordering everyone to take ID Kiwi wounded and run first while he covered them. Quit that. He bravely charged forward to fight devilish BLC Cat. BLC Cat contemptuously scoffed, "Quit just do," and casually swung its claw, sending Commander flying far away. After that, indifferently swung its claw at him again. Seeing this, he threw Xiaoba hard toward him and shouted, telling the little turtle to quickly xe vice chaptini nen. Xiaoba quickly followed orders, using his turtle shell to beaky elpsi lakey fatal attack from cat kine. After Iki fierce strike, Lighty Shadow Cat Kin was surprised to find that ITP turtle shell was unusually hard and its claws stung slightly. However, that was all. Meanwhile, Xiaoba spat a mouthful of blood, and 3 deep cracks appeared on his shell as fresh blood gushed aw. He swordsman cried aw in concern, Xiaoba, are you okay? Xiao? Before he could finish his sentence, Subai suddenly spat a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed backward. Eek tem ward your pet idik in criedy C condition. Your tamer talent has been activated, shared origin, allowing I Master and BT Soul Beast to share energy and endure siege together. Seeing this, Lin Yanren quickly supported Zubai and asked in a worried voice, Zubai, are you hurt? Hearing this, Li Yuxing and Li Swordsman looked at VT in surprise. How was Zubai injured? Wakat Keen clearly hadn't attacked him. Could this be a Tamerate talent? Shared origin? Unbelievable. Let me take a look. Quit that, both of them approached Zubai to chase on him. Lin Yanren still held him, asking quit deep concern, Zubai, how are you? Zubai replied, I am fi. Li Yuxing examined Zubai and couldn't help but be amazed, thinking, there are no external wounds. Could Zubai have truly mastered Lake Legendary XQ shared origin? Bialuhi Wei. She drew her sword and turned to look at everyone. Zubai Idiki sharing Li Goldel Viki Shadow Cat Kinate attack quit his soul beast.
Let it ghost pet him!
Han Jajing drew his sword and shouted,
Right! We can't let him fight alone!
Everyone responded in unison, raising their weapons and charging towards Lai Shadow Cat Kin. Seeing this, Lai Shadow Cat Kin sneered, a bunch of insects. Then, it used Shadow Shucks, turning into a bee Lai Si Shadow that dashed through White crowd aiming straight folk Subai. Lu Yuxing cried inwardly, this ID bad! Lin Yanren screamed, Subai, look out, and then she rushed forward to embrace Subai, using her own body to shield him. However, just as everyone thought both of them would perish under Li's Shadow Cat Kinate claws, a sudden surge of immense power broke out, blocking its attack. Li Tem announced Xiaoba has evolved into a bee-like sea turtle, bronze initial XDG, activating bee-belly's tortoise lineage to maintain its Fantemfo Asate time. Acquired talent, Beakly Tortoise Attraction, Rockinegis Bronze Initial STG, activated 10% Beak Military Tortoise Lineage, all attributes enhanced counter Constitution 218, Defense 3 55. Spirit 60. Talent 1 EBLC Turtle Bastion, which gathers Bee-Lucky Tortoise power to form a defensive barrier, increasing defense by 300%. Talent 20 Turtle Spirit Possession, consumes a certain amount of stamina to co-V whole body and B-Lixi Tortoise energy, increasing attack power by 100% and defense power by 200%. B-Lixi Tortoise Gravity, activates Leaks Q Tortoise specific to Gate, who will then be pulled in by gravitational force. Lying in Lin Yanren arms, Subai looked at Xiao Bait small body covered by Eek large Beakliti Tortoise Phantom and smiled slightly, finally finished absorbing Li P Silver Cat Kinkate Crystal. Everyone around looked at Xiao Bait stayed in utter SC. Lu Yuxing spoke up, ID this. Has Subai Soul Beast evolved? Lui Swordsman speculated, this Ginen lie. Could it be an epic, tier Soul Beast? At this point, Subai was able to stand up on his own, thanks to Xiao Bait evolution, his wounds had healed. Lin Yanren asked Kut lingering concern, ID your injury okay? Subai replied, White, I am Fei now. Immediately afterward, Subai pointed at Li Shadow Cat Kin and shouted,
Xiaoba finish ye for me.
Obeing, Xiaobei immediately controlled Elkit C. Elkari Tortoise Fantium, knocking I Shadow Cat Kind far away. Everyone witnessing EP scene exclaimed in amazement, Xubite Soul Beast Idik Inali a bronze Stigi Beal Sea Turtle yet eated already this strong its bloodline Ard in must be very high. To think Xubite Bronze Initial Soul Beast could blow Key Shadow Cat Ken away
In a single strike!
As Fu Wapi Shadow Cat Kind, after being knocked away, Eat quickly regained its composure. Lifting its head, Eat roared in rage, damn it, I will give you to all! Hearing this, everyone shouted, be careful, everyone, Likey Cat Ken idea about to go berserk, retreat now, disperse, unrun! Li Shadow Cat Keen said, not a single one of you will escape, and immediately used Li Shadow Clone XQ. From its body, countless strands of BEC smoke split a P. They quickly transformed into clones and dashed in different directions to attack everyone at like decisive moment. Xiaoba used Li B Li C Tortoise Gravity XQ. Wu B L C Tortoise Phantom raised its head and let a long roar. From its mouth, a massive gravitational vortex suddenly appeared, pulling all of Li Shadow Cat Kinate clones inside. Xiaoba, no need to hold back, let it burst. Following Subate loud shout, like energy currents B Lighty C Tortoise Phantom had just sucked into its mouth quickly transformed into radiant Ginon and energy. They shot directly toward Leaky Shadow Cat Kind, creating a wave of energy that destroyed everything in its path, including Shadow Cat Kin itself. Somewhere a seat while later, while Leet Crowd was still busy cleaning up a key battlefield, Van Oyen appeared just in time. He leaped onto a nearby high branch and looked down at Leeka ruined scene below, silently wondering what they had ultimately endured in this fierce battle. While deep in Thao, Van Nguyen jumped down next to Lam Yen Nian and inquired, "Young lady, eat very fortunate that you are safe and sound." Lam Yen Nian replied with a smile, "Than du fu your concern, sir, I am fine." Lu Vo Hin curiously chimed in, "Mr. Van Nguyen, why did you arrive here so suddenly?" Leap Dao also approached, standing tall and placing his fist on his chest to report respectfully, "Mr. Van Nguyen, I am Vice Commander Leap Dao of Military Base 269. In a recent encounter, our unit stood side by side with instructors and students from Likai Martial Arts University to repel a fierce attack from spectral cats, slaying over 800 of them, including bronze, silver, and even a gold tier 1. We are currently counting casualties and treating Likai wounded." Van Nguyen exclaimed in surprise. Wait, a gold tier man NXT appeared. He stepped forward to look at light deep, long trench and light ground created by Xo bait attack and continued, "Was this gold tier beast really destroyed by Du? That ideek unbelievable." Leap Dao pointed towards Tabach and replied, "Mr. Van Nguyen, it was Tabach and his familiar who defeated ET." Startled, Van Nguyen turned to look at Tabach and asked, "Are Du Tabach? Did Du handle that cat kun single-handedly?" Tabach humbly replied, "No, I work Kut Vi Vice Commander in Likai Masters to defeat ET. Like credit does not belong to me alone." Van Nguyen seemed very pleased with Tabach's humble attitude. He walked Arvu, patted him on Likey's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Very good. After leaving Lei University, are you interested in further studies at Zhangzhou main branch? Although we profession of beast tamer ID in decline, I am willing to teach Du wholeheartedly." Tabach scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Well, then Du fu your kindness, but I haven't really thought about it yet." Leap Dao finally spoke up, "Mr. Van Nguyen, key battlefield has been cleared. Please give us your next instructions." Van Nguyen waved his hand, "All right, everyone withdraw to EE base." Leap Dao replied firmly, "Sir." Not long after, everyone safely returned to Likai base. Students were lining up in an orderly fashion for a head count in front of light teleportation gate to prepare for departure. Leap Dao called, "Go hem and focus on your training. Du are truly the strongest generation I've ever seen." These students shouted in unison, "Than Du, Vice Commander Leap Dao." Watching like crowd fly through Likai gate, Leap Dao remarked, "These kids are truly impressive, especially that boy Tabach. His future must be incredibly bright." Standing beside him, Lu Vu Hin nodded and smiled indeed. And Lai, a freshman yet already possessing such formidable power. His future ID unpredictable. "Teacher Lu, if fate allows, we will meet again. This time I owe to back my life. Do you flatter me, Vice Commander Leap Dao? Until we meet again." Quoth those words, she and Class 8 stepped into like teleportation gate. In Lakey blink of an eye, they appeared at Likai Zhangzhou Martial Arts University Plaza. Tabach breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, finally made it back. Lam Yen Nian, walking tiredly beside him, softly replied,
"Yeah."
Just then, a group of people carrying banners and fresh flowers rushed forward. All Lake faculty and students of Zhangzhou Martial Arts University were waiting to welcome them, their glorious heroes. Having said that, they quickly handed bouquets to Lee students. A female student smiled brightly as she gave flowers to a male student from Class 8 and said, "Welcome hero." Lai boy scratched his head, "What hero?" Tabach ID kid hero, we're just obscure side characters. Two injured students behind him also sighed, "That it right, just side characters. But surviving to return ID a blessing from above. If not Fu losing so many comrades. I've almost think what happened was just a nightmare." Elsewhere, Chuang Kai patted Tabach on Yi's shoulder, "I am fully aware of how Du performed on Yi battlefield. Du are Yi pride of Zhangzhou Martial Arts University. Your results in this exam will be Lai highest record in history." Tabach smiled wryly, "Leave Lai records aside. Right now, I just want to drag my body back to Likai dormitory to shower and catch up on sleep." Several students behind him burst a laughing upon hearing this.
Spot on. Me too.
That night, in Tabake dormitory, Li P group said in unison, "Does anyone else find D mattresses tonight unusually soft? I am tethered to this bed. Can we count this as a major achievement this time? Our names definitely have to be recorded for this merit. How many resources can your merit points buy?" Speaking of merit, our brother T even took down a gold tier beast. I bet he can exchange eat fu a whole basket of cultivation resources. By way, brother 2, what kind of turtle ID your Xaoba? I want to get one to keep at H&M too. Not fu any reason, just that looking at 8 makes me feel safe. About that. Oh. YP next Moning, Tabach 8 dormitory door was being knocked on repeatedly again.
Coming. Stop knocking.
"I don't know who ate making a fuss so early in Li Monen," he said while yawning widely. Henjia Kang rubbed his eyes and opened the key door, and lied to be surprised by 4 beautiful girls standing there, each holding breakfast.
Juniors.
"We are members of Likai Jiangzhou Martial Arts Student Union. Since Du are heroes who just returned from like battlefield, we brought breakfast to treat Du. These are specialties cooked by your seniors, so don't be picky. By Iki Wei, or I deek Tabach." As they spoke, YP girls thrust several food containers into Henjia Kang at hands. Henjia Kang took a key food and replied with a smile, "Seniors, You're too kind. We definitely won't let your efforts go to waste. He opened Lai Ki door wide to invite Lai Ki girls into Yi Ki room. As soon as they entered, Ki group of female students looked around and asked pressingly, Tabak. Who ID Tabak? Where ID Tabak? Can we take a fear to quiet him? Plain Huang An pointed to Tabak 8 bed and said, Brother to went fo a jog early this monen. Do know him. Seeing the EP empty bed, the girls expressed regret. Tabach isn't here. Why didn't you say so sooner? Yeah, everyone in this school knows Tabach now. Too bad he doesn't know our faces yet. Seeing Lai P group of girls preparing to leave, Dao Jia Tuan quickly asked Ku to smile, ID brother to that famous now. Of course he ID. Turn on a KTV and see for yourselves. Anyway, if Tabach isn't here, I'll take this food back. Quit that. EP4 girls took Dai food containers back and walked straight out. At the same time while Tabak was jogging, he happened to see a large screen in Leaky Campus Plaza broadcasting a breaking news report related to him. This ID an urgent report from Lag Long Nation military channel. Yesterday, multiple provinces suffered massive attacks by ferocious beast hordes on human military supply bases. Among the sweeping beast forces, gold-tier combat units appeared. Students at military academies in many provinces were nearly slaughtered, could unlie a few survivors. In this fierce battle, under Iki intense counter-offensive from faculty and students at Jianzhou Military Academy, they eliminated one gold-tier beast, one silver-tier, one bronze-tier, and countless ordinary ones. Among them, freshman Tabach resiliently held Pappy gold-tier beasts single-handedly. Kwetsi Pete from instructors and a bronze-tier military expert, he achieved by miracle of taking down a beast above his Arding. While IP entire front line faced failure, Jiangzhou Military Academy was one Enlai location to emerge victorious. Leak Long Nation Military has decided to grant Gi title of Combat Warrior to all faculty and students who fought at Jiangzhou Military Academy, along Kut Great Wall Silver Medal. In recognition of his outstanding success, student Tabak specifically was awarded a first-class medal and a Great Wall Gold Tier Silver Medal. As Y News ended, Lee campus immediately buzzed like a disturbed beehive. I Tabach really a freshman? Incredible, I don't even have a regular Great Wall Silver Medal, yet a newcomer took Taparad in G, Jiangzhou Martial Arts ID Key Best. Humanity will prevail. I really want to meet Tabak. Does anyone know him? I want to add him as a friend. Seeing Lai P crowd excessive enthusiasm, Tabak panicked and quickly covered his face, ducking into a corner. Just then, his phone vibrated. Seeing an MB from Ataman Lee's screen, he quickly answered. As soon as he put B phone to his ear, Tiu Moit Voy rang excitedly. Brother, you were on TV. Tabak smiled wryly. I saw. Tiu Moit continued shouting. Mom and Dad said do you have to come AM right away? Apparently they need your help quote something. Tabak asked back. Huh? Help quote what? It probably isn't that serious. Just then, from Leek other end of like line, Leek boisterous laughter of his parents echoed. Son, since you've achieved such great honor, all the neighbors want to meet Diu! Uncle Threet little sister just called saying she wants to introduce Diu to a potential GT fakey Ren. Tiu Moy chimed in. Brother Diu, better come HM. If Diu don't, our front door will probably be broken by people bothering us. Tabak sighed. Fi. Key exams are VE. I'll ask Fu 2 days he pack my things and visit. Tiu Moy cheered. Yeah. Dear famous now, Dad must be beaming quote pride even in his dreams. Tabak replied, all right, I'm hanging up now. By late afternoon, at Yuk apartment complex where Tabak State family lived, his parents were inside when they heard a neighbor calling from outside. Old two? Unbelievable.
Your family hero ID key back? Hurry out to greet him?
At that very moment, in Lee Key first floor lobby, Tabach gave a meaningful smirk. Were these people perhaps setting an ambush for him? Before his eyes was an entire battalion of neighbors surrounding him, their faces beaming quote joy as they welcomed him. Tabach ID back. Our hero has returned. Do you remember me? I used to hold you all like time when you were little. Tabach responded perfunctorily. Everyone ID so enthusiastic, it ate quite overwhelming. Just then, Tabak Shate family came downstairs, and his younger sister, Tia Moy, charged at him like an arrow upon seeing her brother. Dear brother.
Do you finally come am?
A little later, as his parents late Tabach upstairs, EP crowd still followed them like leeches. An auntie next door said hospitably, Tabach.
Come V to my house for dinner.
I just made a batch of mouth-watering seafood dumplings. Tabach forced a smile, then Diu, Auntie Chuang, but I'm allergic to seafood. Another uncle chimed in, old two, come to my house instead. Bring Iki Bor V Fo some braised soft shell turtle, let eight have a few drinks and enjoy ourselves. Arriving at Lee door, Tabach father chuckled and declined. Thank you everyone, but my wife has already prepared dinner. Let him rest a bit, and I'll have him visit everyone later. Tabach chimed in, Yacht, I will definitely visit you all in a little while. Auntie Chuang smiled coyly, remember that old too. Bring Leaky Boy VE soon, my daughter IDE studying at Leaky City University, let them get to know each other. Leaky man nearby curled his lip, your daughter isn't in Tabak 8 League. My girl has just graduated, or in Lai after Why crowd finally dispersed could Lai family get inside. Slamming Lai door shut to backside, if I'd known, I would have sneaked back at midnight. Tiu Moi shook her head tiredly. Chait useless. Auntie Chuang even installed a camera at her door. She ain't waiting for your return just to marry Pas P her daughter to Diu. Tabak State father spoke up. Let me sarka P my cooking skills today. His mother added, son, go upstairs and rest will handle Igi meal. Tiu Moi, come V here and help me. Tabak didn't stand on ceremony. He tossed his backpack to EP side and plopped down onto EP chair. Stretching his arms refreshingly, he muttered, finally I can take a breather. Suddenly, a XE10 panel appeared before his eyes, detected a tameable creature, a kitten. Do want to tame this little kitten as your pet? Just then, Tiu Moi walked on and saw her brother sitting dazed, so she asked, what ain't wrong? Tabach replied, hey, since when did our family have a cat? Tiu Moi walked toward white kitten knowing at key corner of key room and giggled, do you mean Tiu Bak? Eat Savi they're eating. Tabak raised an eyebrow, why not keep something more impressive? Tiu Moi sat down to stroke cat, don't look down on heat so cute. Since Du took Tiu Bat away, I brought this little girl at TM as soon as I saw her on Nipi Street. Tabak nodded and smiled. If Du find Eat cute, then Eat must be cute. Seeing how much his sister adored Tiu Bak, he was about to ignore 8 when Eek 6 Tam popped up a new notification. Tameable beast kitten Ardenenji common novice possesses bloodline of Eve sacred beast white tiger infinite potential capable of godhood XQ claws double speed and beach evolution method dietary Xeet Tem. Do you wish to claim this kitten? Tabak stared at leaky cat in SBC, thinking, could this stray cat really be of he white tiger lineage? Tiu Bak suddenly looked up at him intently. Tiu Mui exclaimed, he looks like it likes do. Tabak immediately changed his mind, putting on his friendliest smile. Hey little sister, I have something to discuss. Don't know I'm a professional beast trainer, right? Could do give Tiu Bak to me? Tiu Mui hugged D kitten tightly, getting defensive like a bristling porcupine. In your dreams. Du already took Tiu Bat away, there ain't no way I'm giving Tiu Bak to Dio. Tabak coaxed her. Everything I duck negotiable. Didn't Do want a high, in lap tipi. Tiu Mui clutched like cat and vanished. No way. Don't even think about 8. Tabak chased after her. How about a beautiful dress then?
Tiu Mui remained firm. No discussions. Move aside.
2 days later, Tabak headed to school carrying a backpack quit light white kitten head poking ow. Tiu Bat looked at Tiu Bach as if asserting dominance. This IDEB 8 territory. I'll protect Du from now on. Tiu Bach gave a sharp glare. You're taking up my space. Students around whispered when they saw Tabak. ID that Tabak. Yeah, ID there a cat in his bag, does he like cats that much? That ATK gold medalist Tabak. He looks pretty ordinary, so why do all those girls keep flocking to Y dormitory? Tabak said to himself, I should probably wear a mask next time to avoid eye trouble. Just then, Li School 8 speakers blared out an announcement. Tabak, P. Li come to P. Principal at office immediately. Repeating Tabak, P. Li visit Li Principal at office now. Tabak muttered curiously, I wonder what Li Principal wants quit me. A few minutes later in Li Ki Principal date office. This boy ID truly EP pride of Wajisha. Look at his performance at base F269. Li School will reward Du generously, just say what do you want. Tabak thought. Quesidakes this principal ID quite stingy, asking him phobis course Fotu Bat might be harder than reaching Lai Sikis Kai. Thinking this, Tabach replied, Than Diu to Lai P school, and Than Diu sir. Sir, I wouldn't dare make he school overspend, just 100 gold grade beast cores would be fi. Sure enough, upon hearing this MMB, Li Ki old principal jumped up, 100 gold grade cores. Do you want to bleed me dry? Oh, should I just let Du have Li principal 8 chair instead? Then 100 silver grade cores will do sir. There aren't even silver ones. Don't dream of 8, Tabak said regretfully. Fi, then I'll return that gold medal in exchange for 50 silver cores. How about that? I should blood foo this school. Li Principal began lecturing. My boy, key reason humans are at like type of Lai food chain IDEK than to masters who always protect a weak. That IDEK you're my sand, understand? Realizing this lecture was bad news, Tabak switched tactics. Principal cut key flowery language just 50 silver cores. Course. Li Ki military and Nipi school undabandon a talent Lai do. Alright, I'll decide. I'm giving Du 10 bronze, grade beast cores. Finally, after some painstaking bargaining, both parties settled on the 15 bronze grade beast cores. Oh, and I forgot besides Li reward their ID something else to announce. Key School has chosen Du as Li Ki freshman representative to participate in this year 8 inter-school tournament. After hearing that, Tabak felt frustrated. Auntie aha, this year 8 inter-school tournament sounds like a trap to keep me here. How can anyone stand eat when Li Principal plays favorites lay this? Do so's tren, As students of Jingzhou Martial Arts University, bringing glory to Lee School ID your duty. Besides, aren't you starving for resources? Rewards for this tournament are quite substantial. Tabak curled his lip and replied, 100 schools gathering, fun of heavyweights. Climbing to I-Key top isn't exactly a piece of cake, ID Key T? Lee Principal waved his hand. Dear so young, why are you showing such a lack of spirit so early on? Enough of that. Go back and get your things ready immediately. Everyone gather at type training room tomorrow Monen, none of you better be late. Lee P next Monin 100 school tournament organized by Key Military officially opened. Although like resources our school receives from Lee Key Ministry of Education can't compare to Giants Lay Imperial Oma D each city martial arts universities, I still expect everyone to achieve great things. Now let 8 take Ron call. First IDE Ho Than 2 a third-year male, intermediate LV bronze warrior, possessing Wood Exceed team abilities. Following him are Hung Thian Tuong, Bak Ngung Bang, and Phuong Kuka. While waiting for his turn, Tabak irritably whispered to Truong Man Ni, Chait so unfair. Our school ID newly established, so our cultivation resources are much scarcer than those prestigious ones. Truong Man Ni nodded in agreement. That ain't true. I heard our school ranking in previous years was quite dismal. Just then, Ron Call finished this year. Lee School had a total of 10 outstanding individuals in Key Squad. Those are Lee Key brightest names from each class. Now, I will announce an important decision. Tabak will take on a key role of Soptin to lead this year 8 Tim. As soon as he finished speaking, Bak Ngung Bang and Hung Thian Tuong glared at Tabak with sharp gazes. Tabak replied in confusion, Sir, am I really Cop Tinem? Isn't there some kind of mistake? This IDCAN instruction from Key School Board after careful consideration, Lee Principal emphasized Bak Ngung Bang immediately protester. Brother Than 2 ID far superior in both strength and experience. Why let a freshman take Lee lead? Hung Thian Tuong added, exactly. Tabak IDT and Lee a low LV bronze. How can he even compare to Brother Than 2? On what basis ID he being favored? Lee Principal grew angry. Have you been blind to EV news these past few days? Tabak single-handedly took down a gold-tier beast. If any of you think you're so get, step up and defeat a gold-tier beast yourself. I'll gladly hand a Vihi Opcoptonate seat immediately. Bak Ngung Bang sneered. Maybe he just got lucky. Hung Thian Tuong chimed in. I don't believe it either. I want to challenge you right now. Tabak. I want to compete with you too. Bak Ngung Bang challenged. Even Truong Man Ni glanced at Tabak with a meaningful smile. Seniors, I really don't covet this Chep-teen position at all, Tabak tried to explain though he was inwardly cursing. That old man was a cunning fox intentionally putting him in this confrontational position. Say no more, everyone go back and prepare. Eat 8 less than 20 days until Lee Key tournament. I hope Dio will all shine. Quote that Lee T Principal slipped away leaving Tabak to face AT music. Tabak also copied Lee old man 8 trick, making an excuse about being busy and quickly slipping away, making the others even more furious. How annoying. I don't believe for a second that this guy defeated a gold-tier beast. Just wait and see, I'll saw him what during YP match. Returning to Leaky Dorm, Tabak immediately took a bronze-tier men XT cores faux Saoba to feast on, hoping Yeet would break through soon. Seeing Saoba getting delicious food, Xiaobai immediately felt greedy. Come on Xiaobai, I'll give you your share later. Your LV key ID is still too low, just use YE blood vitality recovery medicine first. Hearing that, Xiaobai finally sat down and waited obediently. In he blink of an eye, Xiaoba had neatly finished PPB Min XTG cores. You're so expensive to feed. Just one bite costs several million, and you're asking for more. When will you finally evolve? These are Iki last few cores. If you don't break through now, all future resources will belong to Xiaobai. Saying this, Tabach poured all Iki remaining MNXT cores faux heat to eat. As soon as Eat finished swallowing Iki MNXT cores, Xiaobait body began to transform. Congratulations, host. Mysterious Turtle has reached the intermediate bronze LVEP. Pet has been successfully upgraded. Mysterious Turtle bloodline activated by 30%. All attributes and talents have increased significantly. Physique 85-68, Defense 862, Agility 95, Spirit 90, Talent 1 Team. Mysterious Turtle Barrier concentrates power to secret a protective circle, increasing defense by 500%. Turtle Spirit Possession sacrifices part of physical strength to wrap the entire body in energy, increasing attack by 200% and defense by 300%. Talent 30 Beak Elisi Tortoise Gravity drags targets into Leaky Mysterious Turtle 8 range along Kuda's slow Ifiki. Eat finally leveled up, although Lee's skills didn't increase in NMBG, T-stats improved significantly. Before Tabak could even celebrate, Xiaobai also began to transform. Congratulations, host! Lee Kitten has reached EP Advanced Common LV Awakening E Talent Ghostly Shadow Step. Possessing Li P White Tiger Bloodline, he has E potential to become a god. Physique 39, Defense 38, Agility 79, Spirit 25, Talent 1 T Sharp Claws consumes physical strength to increase speed and attack power by 100%. Talent 20 Bloodlust increases attack power by 100% to 500% based on 1-8 own injuries. Talent 30 Ghostly Shadow Step increases movement speed by up to 200% depending on blood consumption. Then to both pets leveling up, Tabach 8 power also shot up visibly. Awesome. Xiao Bai 8 agility increased dramatically. Xiao Bai and Xiao Bai are ready. Now we just need to wait for Wokaday to let loose at Aiki 100 school tournament. Wog next day at like school library to back marveled. I didn't expect Jiangzhou Martial Arts University library to be so massive. Log librarian smiled and said, of course, this library has been the soul of lay school since its inception. To think a freshman has already accumulated on 80 credits. P materials on beast training are in that A stall. Feel free to look up whatever do need. Tabak walked toward P bookshelf. E-librarian pointed out there were countless excellent materials there, but suddenly a various trend book completely caught his attention. Lakfam sounds quite familiar. Tabak muttered as he read the first few lines which mentioned things like Heaven and Earth Return, Indestructible Soul, Divine Weapon Gathering, Armed Holy Beasts, Herbal Root Systems, and even Origin Resonance. I have already mastered Origin Resonance, but what kind of powers are Indestructible Soul and Armed Holy Beasts exactly? Just then, Hothan Tu and his friends entered like library and were startled to see Tabak, leaky top freshman. Those guys disdainfully remarked that a beast tamer wouldn't amount to anything academically, and one friend urged, go, V there and mess with him a bit. So they intentionally ignored Tabach and walked past him, while he was completely unaware, deeply engrossed in studying Lakfam manual. He hadn't expected senior Lakfam to be so great, not only pioneering 3 major arcane techniques but also standing alone against invasion of 10,000 races. Unfortunately, he had sacrificed himself due to lack of CPET. I must study this book thoroughly. Right as he was focusing, Li Book suddenly emitted a glow and hovered up into weepy air. At that same moment, Tabach felt a 6-trend current of energy weaving into and blending his body. A while later, Tabak brought Light Book to counter to ask librarian Fo Eep checkout procedure. She looked at Likey Book and exclaimed in surprise, House Tren, this has no classification seat. It ain't not a library book. It seems to be outside every management sexy Tim. To which Tabach explained in confusion that he had taken Eat right from Lee's shelf. Librarian hurriedly picked up Lee Book to examine Eat meticulously. Strangely, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't obey any shoe pages. Impossible. I was reading Eat just a moment ago. Let me try, he said. Tabak took book and opened Eat easily. See mom, why can I obey T while you can't? Right, something must be wrong. Well just take Eat enum direct, return 8 whenever you're done. Can I borrow 8 fu as long as I lie? Tabak asked again. Exactly. He excitedly tucked book away and said goodbye to her. As soon as he left, Leek librarian immediately called Key principal, reporting that Leek book he had placed on Key's shelf had been taken by that student. Lee principal was speechless upon hearing the news. He really managed to be that book. I saw he quit my own eyes. It was Tabak, tap, ranked student. Very well. Lee principal hung up and looked towards Lakfamate direction. Key person he had waited for 100 years had finally appeared. If Lee Sr. and Lee Key Afterlife knew, he would surely be pleased. 2 weeks later, Leek Inter-School Tournament officially began, attracting not only students but also Wikimedia WUPI tournament was divided into 5 war zones east, southwest, north and central, each choosing its 2 strongest teams. 8 martial arts universities in Jiangzhou province gathered at Jiangzhou Martial Artist School to begin competition. League contestants from Irigan Eagle Martial Arts Academy and Fukshian Martial Arts Academy immediately exchanged sharp sarcasm upon meeting. P. Regian Eagle Martial Arts Academy dares to see its face here. Are you here to be our cannon fodder? We'll see who we cannon fodder IDU. Just wait and see, do pathetic Fukshian bunch. In Lucky waiting room, except Photobak, all look representatives of Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy were present. That guy ID our Chep-teen. Don't tell me he ain't planning to withdraw at Lee Key last minute. A male student had just finished speaking when Tabak casually walked in. How could I possibly flee at such a cry to seat a moment? We haven't seen each other for just a few days, so why has his presence grown so much? Liu Vu Hin thought to himself, yet he still smiled and said, Ain't got that doer here, Lee Key match ID about to start. Hurry and arrange our lineup. Tabak confidently replied, Don't worry, I have a plan already. Outside on League tournament grounds, distinguished guests, teachers and students peakily remained silent. A month ago, Key ferocious beasts launched a large-scale attack to contain our military strength on the front line, after which a small group bypassed leapy barriers to raid rear military bases in several provinces. Key attacked provinces suffered heavy losses, martial arts students were almost massacred, very few survivors remaining. Fellow citizens, we must certainly repay this blood feud in kind. Immediately shouts echoed everywhere, Revenge! You must have revenge! We must annihilate all the ferocious beasts of humanoid races! Humanity will surely prevail! Excellent! Such boiling determination? There ain't no need to fear we can't defeat Iki enemy, that Key also Key purpose of today 8 tournament. I hereby announce Key official opening of Jiangzhou Regional Tournament. This tournament utilizes a team combat format, a maximum of 5 members per round. Lake losing team must leave a key ring and Lake winner can continue challenging. Leaky Tim Quickie last person remaining on Leaky Field will be UP champion. Now we will proceed Quickie draw to determine key matchups. Before long, elite results were in. An opening matchup was Liujian Eagle Martial Arts Academy against Tandan Martial Arts Academy, while Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy would face Thanvan Martial Arts Academy. Eat bad luck to draw Thanvan Martial Arts Academy. Li Chirigin Eagle has finished fighting already, yet our roster isn't finalized. Liu Vuhun worriedly asked Tabak about Ligi lineup as the principal arrived. Tabak confidently announced he would go first and Li other four should figure things out themselves. Words that left everyone stunned. Don't we need to strategize based on Thanvan at lineup? Do you plan to go first? What if do lose? Hothanthu questioned, and another person added that doing so would make Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy look extremely bad. Everyone stay calm, I certainly won't let do down. Hua Eboyd LV had skyrocketed in just a few days, truly a rare genius. Thinking this, principal still leaned in and whispered, Kid, don't spit too much. Some face for your seniors, O'Dual alienate loopy group and have an easy life at school later. At that moment, an announcement from outside declared that Tandan Martial Arts Academy had Tandan IDE terrifyingly strong this year. They wiped Ray Jinan Eagle in a Fiti lot. Tabak, eat your turn to get on XTG. Liu Vu Hin urged. Everyone, keep your eyes wide and enjoy Ki. Tabak announced loudly before calmly stepping onto He Arena. A young man from Ki opposing Tim spoke up, I want to see just how much talent do you have to be so arrogant. As soon as audience saw Tabak appear, YP students from Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy broke into loud cheers. Lam Yannian and her teammates were no exception.
Keep it up, Tabak!
League goal was to bring HMLP Championship Folegi Tim, Oniki Arena. Dear Lipe freshman who just knocked a gold IVK opponent, right? Precisely, that would be me. Captain Li Langfong of Qingyan Martial Arts Academy strode forward aggressively and confidently declared, Today I'll let you taste what real power feels lay. While his opponent was posturing, Tabach remained as calm as ever, opening his bag to call Oksao Ba. Langfong watched curiously, Hey kid, ID this your pet. He smirked sarcastically, Do you plan on bringing a house pet into YB ring? Tabach casually pulled off some snacks and replied, I was in such a rush I didn't have time for breakfast. Lai audience was dumbfounded. Why bring a tiny turtle into a match like this? Someone added, Has Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy run all of people that they're letting someone like this compete? His teammates were also stunned, whispering among themselves, Look to Bach ID sitting on Nikki Ring snacking on peanuts and drinking Coke. He'd openly looking down on his opponent. And his opponent ID reportedly mid-XTG bronze LVE. I wonder if he'll be alright. Tabach leisurely enjoyed his Coke and then ordered Sao Ba. Do you've eaten so many beast cores? Don't make your master lose face. Zhao Ba began to activate its energy, making its opponent wary. This power, could this turtle really be his battle beast? Xiao Bait body began to swell visibly. Heat shifted into its B-Lycy tortoise form. Its massive body, several times larger than his opponent, terrified him so much that he gasped. This thing ID horrifying. The entire audience watching like gaped in SC. Incredible! What kind of turtle ID that big? Just its eyeball ID as large as a basketball. Look at that skin. It looks like rigid metallic armor. Oh man, look at those claws and limbs. No wonder Tabak took down a gold IVE. Who could withstand a strike from this turtle? Those who knew him couldn't believe their eyes either. Since when did Sao Ba get this huge? Meanwhile, Yen Ninate eyes sparkled with admiration. Tabak was indeed becoming increasingly formidable. Tabach urged again, Sao Ba, finish this quickly, foamy! Before Lang Fong could regain his composure, light giant claws were already right behind him. Xiao Ba delivered a blow that knocked his opponent down. He lay on Lei Key floor in utter SPC. Did he end that quickly? Tabach remained calmly in his corner, offering encouragement. Classmate, try to hold on a bit longer. I haven't even finished my Coke yet. This nonchalant attitude drove Lang Fong mad as he roared, Such arrogance! Lang Fong struggled to his feet, trying to reassure himself. Yeet was just a sneak attack, I have to stay highly focused. Despite his internal doubt, he barked toughly. What kind of trick are you playing? His whole body began to Yi in a layer of rigid stone. He looked at him defiantly. Let it see who ate harder. But before he could finish his sentence, he took key fun force of an attack. Xiaoba valiantly charged straight toward Luck opponent. To Ikium's sight astonishment, Xiaoba unceremoniously threw him right off arena bounds. Tabakche Tim hadn't even recovered from Kisp C of this swift finish. IDT'd really in V. Tabachun, that turtle IDK illegally strong. Even Li T principal nodded in approval. This young man IDK truly promising. Other spectators were in a frenzy. IDK Kingyan Chapteen an idiot. How could he not dodge such a massive slap? He got hit by something so slow. Hearing that, another person interjected. One look and I can tell dear no get at physics. Eat looks slow, but could a body that massive, eat ain't impossible to be fast, in E key usual sense. Key discussions continued, even amid XTG Bronze Elite user eyed helpless. This turtle ID'd a real challenge. Are you kidding? Anything that can slay a gold live Viki demonic beast ID'd no joke. This Sao Bai ID'd a completely different creature compared to before. On large screen Key MC announced loudly, Key first match goes to Tabak of Zhengzhou next, Truong Toyin of Qingyan Martial Arts Academy, P. Lai step forward. Truong Toyin was a mid-XTG Bronze LV user. She thought carefully, I must use my speed to gain Nulka upper hand. I absolutely cannot let that turtle get Sika low. Quite that said, she nimbly began moving around Sao Bait position. Likium crit Voirango excitedly, Truong Toyin Idiki utilizing her speed advantage to move outside a giant turtle 8 attack range. Light crowd roared in Sipati, that AE! Stick to that strategy! That other guy was a fool to get caught. Truong Toyin was calculating in her head, I just need to seize one opening to win this. Vruhain also nodded. Truong Toyin ID constantly moving and evading to find an opportunity. At this speed, that turtle will find it hard to land a hit. Than Tu also believed that Tabak was being too overconfident this time. Below Keyring, Tabak continued to leisurely eat peanuts, unconcerned by key match. Sao Ba remained highly alert, tracking Truong Toyin every move. She performed a mid-air somersault and said, your turtle ID decent. But as key words left her mouth, Truong Toyin had already darted quickly past Sao Bait Keen Tran. Her goal was set straight on Su Bai, deciding to Fei Li her hand and face the Beastmaster directly. Despite Leech opponent charging forward aggressively, he remained XT Lai. And now it was too late to turn back. Vu Hun anxiously shouted a warning. Things were looking bad, as Truong Toyin was poised to launch a finishing blow directly at Su Bai. Yan Ran held her breath in suspense. She shouted,
Look all! Truong Toyin has closed in! Subai, you are finished!
Despite Li's sharp sword tip pressed Siglo to his face, he nonchalantly finished his delicious sip of Coca-Cola. In that exact moment, Truong Toyin was swatted away like a toy by Sao Bait tail. Like audience was highly satisfied by Im counterattack. He divine turtle swung its tail, making Yan Ran gasp as her heart nearly skipped a beat. Huang praised,
What a precise strike, Saoba!
Subai teammates were stunned. Subai on again.
This speed ID terrifying?
Thanthu was also impressed.
He really ID too dominant?
Vuhin looked at him with pride. Our boy indeed does not disappoint. Standing on the arena floor, Subai spoke slowly, finally finished eating and drinking my fill. He even kindly reminded his opponent, Dear standing a bit too seek LU to me. Salba was a bit too heavy-handed. Classmate, hurry up and go get treated. Alright then, I must start being serious now. Subai challenged. Next, who else wants to come forward to their doom? League entire stands exploded. Crowd ate extremely excited cheers. Liek's next victim was also quickly sidelined by Subai in just an instant. Another opponent was knocked all. Subai continued to Fu next contender until no one else was brave enough to face him. Warg referee loudly announced, Zhangzhou Martial Arts Academy.
Subai Idigi winner!
He on amidst key astonishment of all Li Fen? My god, this Subai guy just chewed peanuts key entire match at Zhangzhou Academy, relying Enlai on a turtle to win 7 matches straight. Truly an unheard of occurrence. In all my years, I've never seen such an arrogant player. So awesome! Huang'an shouted, Subai ID best! And Jia Kang was deeply impressed. Subai, 1 against 5. Light cheers echoed throughout Leaky Arena.
Turtle 1 against 5! Subai 1 against 5!
Which left Subai speechless. It felt wrong, as if they were calling him a turtle. Vuhin patted his shoulder in approval. You did great, Subai. Key principal praised him. Subai has used his strength to subdue Chengshan Academy, a formidable opponent. This ID indeed a proud achievement, bringing glory to Zhangzhou Academy. To praise, Subai modestly replied, Flatter me. Ku principal reminded them, this Monet work ID finished, everyone go rest. We will continue round 2 afternoon. Key cafeteria ID key free faux athletes, so feel free to recharge. Lagi Hold Tim cheered happily. Free food. That sounds wonderful. In Fuchun Academy Lounge, Li principal was headache-inducingly planning, if we face Zhangzhou later they'll likely still send Subai forward. Other members worried. His pet ID almost unmatched in CKO combat. What do we do now? Key principal assigned tactics. If we encounter them, Maokai ID will be E1 to handle Subai. Other members agreed. Chepteen has poison attributes, no need Fumali combat. Alright, Maokai affirmed. At that time I will maintain distance and unleash poison, one way or another, that turtle will go down. At Shindian Academy, their principal was also boosting morale. Don't be discouraged, Subai ID strong but his weakness IDE clear, find an opening to break Turtle 8 defense. Defeating him IDE an Enlai way to win. Lifong volunteered. Key principal ID right, if we meet Subai this afternoon, I'll take him on. This Monen Truong Toyin made my right move, just not fast enough. Like principal nodded in satisfaction. Alright, Lifong do specialize in speed, wait Fook opportunity to ambush Subai. He nodded in response, understood. Lee afternoon match was about to begin. KMXE was livening up Lee atmosphere. This Monenate matches were truly dramatic. LIP students showed incredible spirit and courage. Now, round 2 will start immediately.
Letting proceed, quick Gaiki random draw.
Like audience speculated. I see this time, Lee Ki Jiangzhou Tim doesn't need anyone else. Xu Bai alone ID enough to sweep all P schools.
Eat great to have a teammate like that.
Others countered, don't boast too soon. Etate in like early rounds outside Lai province. Jiangzhou Academy will be crushed. A4 also sighed, historically we've always been suppressed. Now quit Xu Bai. E8 not even our turn to SQP anymore. Lee MXI announced, next are week results. Match 1 Jiangzhou vs Shindian, Match 2 Fuchun vs Anagia, Match 3 Longang vs Than Van Phi and Match Taeswang vs Truong Thu. In each opening match, Xu Bai of Jiangzhou will face Leifong of Sindian. Leifong sneered, just as expected, Etate still Xu Bai, luckily I've prepared a strategy to counter him. Xu Bai kept his habit of looking after his opponent. Classmate, don't be too tense, relax, just endure a bit. It'll be a V soon.
Wagi Amaxe shouted, key match begins.
Leifong covered his body in energy and growled,
Xu Bai, don't you be arrogant.
Leifong performed Thanfong steps, moving quit speed as fast as a blade. He dodged and ran around behind Sao Ba. Next, he pivoted to Lanki's side and launched a thunderous kick, aimed directly at Turtle Shell. But he could unlee Liment. Why can't I penetrate this bizarre defense? Zigzao bait tail swung again, but Leifong was fast enough to dodge Yeet. Why audience discussed? Yeet seems that turtle cannot keep up. Quit Leifong. Look, he looks like Etate being angered. Etate roaring all. What if Leifong ambushes Xu Bai? ID there a chance to win. Many agreed. I think there ain't a possibility. Does that turtle have no intelligence? Isn't this just bullying Xu Bai? Like girls cheered. Tate unfair?
But I lie 8.
Go Leifong. Down on Li P floor, Li Feng continued to provoke Sao Bai in a challenging tone. Come on, let Tatsu catches who. Than Thu saw through his tactics. It seemed he wanted to separate Sao Ba from Xu Bai. Seeing this, Vu Hin couldn't help but worry. What did Xu Bai doing? Why hasn't he made a move yet? Thian Tuong watched closely and realized that he seemed to be looking for something. He turned Ali guy was searching for a can of Coca-Cola. Found it at last? So I ate too much salty food today. Xu Bai said, calmly finishing Gai beacon of soda amidst Daig wild cheering for his opponent.
Go Li Feng, go Li Feng!
Li Feng stopped at a spot, calculating at this distance, no matter how slippery you are, eat will be useless. At that exact moment, Li Feng lunged toward him. Xu Bai, dear, far too conceited to look down on others. Li Feng will make you pay a heavy price. Xu Bai remained calm and shouted, Xiaoba. A wave of superpower energy surged forth. Li Feng was frozen mid-air, but his mouth kept rambling. What a key hell ID going on? Why can't I move my body? And Enlai then did he realize Xiaoba had unleashed an illusion to Fian and Tran him. Xu Bai coldly ordered, that ain't enough. Say top playing around and end this performance. Xiaoba opened its mouth wide toward Li Feng. He began to panic. What do you think you're doing? Xiaoba didn't wait long to strike back. Li Feng was blown into wide key air. His body slammed hard into Li's spectator wall, causing a huge hole to appear. Lipe crowd finally understood. I see now, Eat not that Li Feng ID weak, but that Xu Bai ID too freakish. If it were me, I'd have surrendered long ago. Seeing Li Feng's pathetic state, his teammates frantically asked principal, Bet, what should we do? He'd seriously injured. He sighed helplessly at Li's scene of devastation. There was no choice but to admit defeat. EMC announced loudly. Unfortunately, facing the Aki war god Xu Bai from Jiangzhou EP Tanmin Martial Arts Academy, Tim has decided to withdraw. Lock next opponent Fo Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy will be Fuxuan Martial Arts Academy. Li news stunned Li audience. Why surrender before even fighting? Someone spoke up, Xu Bai ID too powerful, withdrawing ID better than suffering total humiliation. Vu Hin breathed a sigh of relief. Great, Tanmin withdrew on their own. Xu Bai can sai his strength, Fo Fuquan. Thian Tuong replied. He doesn't need to sai strength. Than Thu remained cautious. Fexuan Ixoptine specializes in poison. It will definitely be a tough match. Imam Sai called I start of key fight, and Mao Kai quickly spoke up.
Wait, don't attack yet.
Xu Bai, I admit you are formidable. I know I am no match for you, so how about we make a deal? Xu Bai replied in an indifferent tone. What kind of deal? He began to gloss V. Student Xu Bai, you are truly strong. I probably have no chance of winning this match. However, I've lied to discuss beast, raising experiences you. Hearing this, Xu Bai was speechless. What kind of trick was this guy playing? Why keep insisting on discussing beast tamers? He immediately saw right through him. I see you're stalling Fo time. Fo a poison user, it takes a long time to prepare toxins. Xu Bai didn't bother to argue and ordered Sao Ba. Go ahead. Poison sprayed from his hands in all directions. He smirked, realizing he just now. Gulp poisonous mist IDK already rolling out. It ain't too late. Even if do have a divine LV soul beast, de'll hardly escape my toxic clouds. Lee poisonous gas gradually enveloped Subai. He crowed confidently, don't even dream of escaping. Thanthu looked worried. Cheat bad. Subai was too careless. Yet rumored Maokai has taken down many high LVE beasts quote poison in previous exams. Hearing this, Vuhim became even more flustered. What should we do now? Unlikey principal remained calm. Don't panic, likey winner has yet to be decided. Sao B struggled in Iki thick mist, while Maokai seized Diki opportunity to see Kialu in on Subai. In this poisonous fog, Du can't see anything, but I am not affected at all. He thought gleefully, let's see how much longer Du can endure. Subai, Du are too knave. Once Waiki venomous creature IDK released, Waiki match will end swiftly. Seeing his opponent Tate silhouette sitting cross-legged, he was still fun of complacency. Du planned to meditate to resist E-poison. But what Deer facing isn't just ordinary poisonous mist. He swung his arm and lunged D. But like powerful strike was blocked by a barrier. Subai casually replied, attempting a sneak attack inside E-poisonous mist. Unfortunately for D have met me. Maokai screamed in panic. How ID this possible? Deer just a beast tamer. How can D withstand an attack from my poison claws in this state? In Lee stands D principal answered Lee students' questions, explaining that this was origin resonance. Vuhan and Thantu cried in unison, origin resonance? He replied, he did a top-tier talent of a beast tamer. Subai has been able to transfer Iwal key soul beast at defense capabilities to his own body. Down on the key floor, Subai gestured uncomfortably, quit a wave of his hand. Finish eat. Your poisonous mist stinks. Xiaobait figure appeared. Maokai lamented to himself. He ate all VE, I am toast. He was then hurled aura of Iki arena bounds by Xiaobai. Huang and cheered excitedly, brother to Idik so domineering, knocking key poison user aura of mist of death. Yanian also looked on in admiration, thinking to herself, Tabak, I will catch up to Du soon. Don't even think about leaving me far behind. Immediately after that resounding victory, Lee entire stadium shouted to Bak 8 name in unison Vuong Bat 1 versus 5. Lee PMX had declared loudly, since contestant Mao Kai of Fuxuan Martial Arts Academy ID exhausted and cannot continue, Fuxuan has decided to withdraw. This year 8 provincial championship title belongs to Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy. Tabach gently patted Zhao Bat at head. ETK done, EP match ID TV. Lee principal joyfully praised him. Tabak do have brought glory to Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy, well done. Tabak immediately replied, then, principal, do plan to provide me quit some additional resources o medicinal supplies. Hearing that, he knew right away that this kid was trying to pull another trick. He was no amateur to fall into such a trap easily. Lee principal cleverly dodged E-subject. Jiangzhou has UNP provincial title and E-military will soon allocate military merit points to Dio. Just visit E logistics department to exchange them for necessary items. Thean naively asked, Ian Lee Tabak fought, will we get shared military merit points? E principal stammered in confusion. He quickly steered T conversation elsewhere. Anyway, in 3 days we will head to Luqingfu Li Warzone tournament. Does everyone have confidence? And Li Tabak shouted loudly, confidence? After hearing that, he ordered them to dismiss. Very well, everyone IDK exhausted. Go ACM and rest to exu your strength fo Waiki upcoming Warzone tournament.
Do your best!
Tabak still tried to follow him. Principal, what about Likey resource issue? Leaky principal ran in the P as fast as he could, not forgetting to call back. Especially Dew. Tabak, I look forward to your peak performance.
See you in 3 days.
Tabak muttered a curse. That old fox, whenever money or resources are mentioned, he runs like lightning. On next street, a news program was reporting, key provincial tournament of Lai Union of Academies has concluded. Key top 3 names are Imperial Capital Martial Arts, Medici Capital Martial Arts, and Great Wall Guard Martial Arts. Many young faces have created a stir. P brightest among them ID Tabak of Jiangzhou Martial Arts. He won all 3 matches, taking on 5 alone to secure Jiangzhou provincial title. When Li Quther strong, Leti Nation ID strong. Hopefully, young martial artists will learn from Tabak-shaped bravery to compete Fu 1 MBE 1 spot and bring glory to their schools. Groups of schoolgirls became infatuated. Quite good news.
Tabach ID on TV again.
I really want to get to know him. After Wike tournament closed, Tabak quietly sought an empty training room, finally finding a quiet spot to breathe. He released Saobak, who understood he was eager. In T future, there will definitely be chances for Diu to take Li TXT Gi. I worked hard to exchange military merit for 4 high-grade silver men XT cores, do have to use them wisely. Tabak handed Li Ki men NXT Chi cores to Xiao Bach and instructed, eat them little guy. As soon as 8 swallowed them, Xiao Bach 8 entire body suddenly erupted quite a terrifying surge of power. His team notified, upgraded from high common to initial bronze XTG. His kitten has evolved into a Sharpen Teen White Tiger. Holy Beast White Tiger bloodline activated, obtain talent, Sharpen Teen Steel Gale. Tabach 8 eyes widened in surprise. Just 1 core and 8 already leveled up. Key effects of like White Tiger bloodline were no joke, so he decided to let eat remaining 3. Eat rest 2, they're all faux do. Tabach kindly added, take your time to enjoy them, no one IDP going to take your share. Eating all of these might even raise your LVT further. However, despite waiting for a long time, Xiaobak showed no changes. Eat had eaten everything, but why was Eat so quiet? They were clearly high-grade silver men in XT cores. Living up to his weight, Xiaobak suddenly released a power Lia cyclone. Leaky radiating pressure made even Tabach dazed. He stammered, holy crap, what I deke this. Xiaobache form had transformed from a tiny kitten into a powerful, giant snow leopard. Tabach exclaimed, so Kun, even more domineering than Xiaobat. Xiaobache info screen updated, Sharp Teen White Tiger upgraded to Intermediate Bronze XT Gi. Pet type Frenzied Killer specializing in Combaradinge Intermediate Bronze. White Tiger Bloodline activation 30% all attributes surge. Talents enhanced Constitution 158, Defense 105, Agility 295, Spirit 60, first talent sharp. Consumes stamina to strike key opponent 100 times in an instant. Key first slash deals 150%. Basic attack powered each subsequent hit increases by 2% from leap previous. Talent 20 Sharp Mind Teen Spirit covers key body and Sharp Mind Teen energy causing a 200% tearing eye fake. Combined Quid 100 Claws E doubles Aimbush. Talent 3 Te Sharp Mind Teen Get Image consumes massive stamina to increase movement and attack speed by 300%. Combined Quid 100 Claws to complete 100 strikes in P blink of an eye. Tabach was satisfied 4 high-grade silver cores were not wasted. These stats were truly heaven-defying. He happily rubbed his pet 8 head, get job Saobach. Key upcoming Warzone tournament depends entirely on your performance. At like same time inside a luxurious villa in Leaky Imperial capital, a mysterious figure was watching his match. He assessed, this kid Tabach ID quite in T-rate 10. It seems he'd hiding many secrets. Go investigate him. Maybe his turtle ID even more aggressive than Lackfemet Spirit Beast from back then. Subordinate replied, understood. 3 days later at Leak Arena of Luo Martial Arts Academy, magnificent scene made everyone marvel. Indeed, this ID Luo Martial Arts Academy, even like Arena ID several times larger than our school 8. Why audience chanted in unison, Lu,
Low, crown.
Clive Principal also reminded his students, martial arts seems to want to intimidate us. Tabach curiously looked toward an empty section. Principal, why are there empty seats? He explained, I heard 9 schools are participating this time, and 1 school voluntarily withdrew. Tabach wondered again, if there are n-line 9 teams, when drawing randomly, at 1 school get a bye. He replied, exactly. It just depends on who ID lucky. Team that draws that slot moves straight to E-key next round. Tabach silently prayed, P-key lie don't let me get that draw. I want to fight more matches to earn merits to feed that greedy mouth. Than-tu also expressed her wish, Principal, Peek lie let me battle this time. Than added, that right, P-lie let us what we can do. Seeing their high spirits, he agreed immediately, alright, rest assured, everyone will have a chance to fly. Let Tabach go draw key lots first. Lay P Mixai had a P results in hand. Cheat finished. Now I will announce big matchups. First match, Low Martial Arts Academy versus Fukshan Martial Arts Academy. Fubi second slot Lipi School advancing directly into next round IDE Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy. This announcement left Tabach blank quit disappointment. Li Principal was visibly delighted. Subai was truly a lucky charm advancing straight to leak next round without any effort. Wu Xin also marveled, saying he was blessed and should try buying a lottery ticket, while she sighed at her bad luck of being assigned another buy, as she really wanted to spar P. As soon as Li Imsi announced Li first round match, Waiki Fachan Martial Arts Academy Tim broke all in a cold sweat. While Elo Martial Arts Academy Tim took an opportunity to launch a fierce attack, Li's situation looked dire. 2 hours passed, and Li Kiamai held up Li draw results again. Rounds 1 and 4 had ended, and now it was time to announce EK results for round 2. Upon hearing WOK results, she was stunned. Her school received another bye this round. Lay audience couldn't help but feel outraged. My god, there must be something fishy going on here? Wiki audience couldn't see top shouting. What kind of luck ID this? Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy does nothing but sit and watch Wii matches. How can they benefit lie this? I traveled all this way just to see Su Bai sitting on AE bench snacking on sunflower seeds and coke. Missing a once I'd eat one thing, but how can we stand 2 consecutive buys lie this? People began to whisper and gossip. Could it be that Luo Martial Arts Academy IDK afraid of a direct confrontation quit Su Bai, so they intentionally gave Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy a buy? That ain't right, playing lie this ID truly unfair. A talented player like Su Bai keeps being skipped, v. Do you guys have no respect for your opponents at all? Seeing audience ate buzzing gossip and apparent dissatisfaction, Ike organizing committee representative spoke up to reassure Could after careful review, we have found no signs of cheating or manipulation by Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy. Let EP tournament continue. Lead principal of Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy was overjoyed. Wonderful. We've advanced straight into E Regional TEP 3. Just one more victory and we'll be in a key national finals. Meanwhile, Su Bai scratched his head in confusion. Why another bye? Will they not let me onto EP field to fee lie? An an hour later, lighty atmosphere in Lee stands was hotter than ever. Quick cheers and shouts. Key decisive moment was drawing near as regional final was about to take place.
Tim Luo.
Luo KMC announced, key upcoming match will be a clash between Zhengzhou Martial Arts Academy and Lanji Martial Arts Academy. Lipi students of Zhengzhou Martial Arts Academy were equally excited.
Hey, finally our turn!
Veen Kwang volunteered. Principal Peak Lai, let me go first this time. Lee principal advised, students, calm down. Even though we've been lucky, we must not underestimate our opponents. He assigned roles, Ving Kwang, Ngok Bang, E2 of Du go off first. Next will be match between Than and Than Thu, while Xu Bai will go last, serving as core player. Everyone responded in unison. What, principal? We will surely bring glory to our school. In contrast to that morale, Xu Bai thought to himself, Thaddy then, there probably aren't be a chance for me left. Lee PMC shouted, key match begins. First up was Veen Kwang, quit bronze LV early Xtigi power facing a bronze middle Xtigi opponent. Ultimately, despite his best efforts, he accepted a regrettable defeat. Lee next person Ngok Bang immediately transformed as soon as she stepped onto Wii field, completely abandoning defense and playing recklessly, even forcing Wike opponent into a continuous retreat. Zhangzhou Martial Arts Academy Than Lipi schooled 8 beauty had truly extraordinary combat skills, could a move that simultaneously attacked and defended. She knocked her opponent all of Li Qi ring. Zhangzhou Martial Arts Academy Wushin clapped her hands and cheered. Won again. Li principal was equally surprised, suddenly realizing that Lipi strength of Li Qi other students had also improved drastically. Could it be due to influence of young Subai? Meanwhile Subai thought sadly, when will it be my turn to enter? Where did my contributions go? Li Qi Amexi announced. Next, Li representative of Zhengzhou Martial Arts Academy to take field ID Than 2. He went straight to point. Both of do come at me together. Don't waste time. Opponents were furious. Don't be so arrogant. Odile suffer a crushing defeat. KMC also agreed. According to Wike rules, one person can challenge multiple opponents at once. Key match ID about to begin. Subai was indignant. 1 on 2 fight. ID this kid really not gonna leave me even a single chance. Than 2 focused on controlling his spiritual power and said politely, my apologies. Behind Than 2, a giant ancient tree appeared, making everyone gasp in awe. It was a wood attribute ability. Li ancient tree emitted a tempest of power engulfing Li key opponents. They warned each other, watch all, there ain't something wrong with these leaves. Keep going. He can't maintain his spiritual power for long. Watching from above, Subai also had to admire him. To possess a wood attribute ability in CP reach such a 1,000-year-old maple tree, thanks to its spiritual power, ID truly formidable. Li principal also thought, Than Toot's strength has improved again. He truly lives up to uppy reputation of that family. Week attending audience was fun of admiration. Zhangzhou Martial Arts Academy ID truly a den of hidden dragons this year. Noxy horses keep appearing one after another. Someone compared, oh my god, ID senior Than 2 that's strong. I still feel Subai ID a bit stronger. After all, he ID a beast tamer who once reached gold art NG. Facing Wapi's sweeping storm of power, Than 2 opponents realized, this guy shows no signs of weakening at all. Than 2 remained calm as he controlled walk leaves to attack his opponents. He raised his hand again, and Li Qi's swirling vortex of leaves rushed toward Li Qi to gate. Swish! Both opponents were defeated. Wiki announcement rang. In this round, Zhangzhou Martial Arts Academy wins. Finally, congratulations to Zhangzhou Martial Arts Academy and Luo Martial Arts Academy. Both schools will proceed to key national finals. Like principal spared no praise for him, Than 2 do perform beyond everyone's expectations this time. Wonderful, Than 2 replied. Than 2 principal. He added, however, in this round, key one who deserves most credit ID key still. Fellow student Subai. Upon hearing this, he thought in surprise, what? I am Li Qi contributor. Are you mocking me for not being on a P field? He explained, F8 weren't folks Subai getting 2 consecutive buys, we wouldn't have so easily. Alright then, everyone ID tired, go rest early. In a week, we will enter Y national finals. This time, besides what merit point rewards students earn during Y competition, League School will also generously provide good abundant resources for your development. Lee group erupted in cheers upon hearing this.
Long Lily Key principal, that ain't great.
Subai, however, was calculating. Could no results from my actions this time. I must find a way to get some resources for those 2 gluttonous little ones. In Eklam family compound, Yanren was still diligently practicing. Uncle Van Oyen came VE to remind her Yanren take time to eat deer. She replied to him, Uncle Van Ewan, I'm not hungry, I want to practice for another hour. Van Ewan looked at her helplessly. This girl, ever since Gubai participated in 100 schools competition, she has spent every day glued to watching Subite matches and then training tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep. She doesn't understand Li principle of balancing work and relaxation at all. Really? Yen Nian suddenly remembered. That ain't right, Uncle Van Oyen. Li batch of medicine du gave me ID give almost gone. P Lai asked my father for a bit more. I want to increase my strength as quickly as possible. Her uncle couldn't lie, sigh and agree. Van Yuen trudged away, his mouth still muttering. Countless great families in Lipi imperial capital have offered marriage proposals, but your father rejected them all. I don't know what kind of spell Tabak has put Dew under to make Dew so infatuated. 7 days later in Medici City, Lai delegation from Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy had arrived. Everyone was in awe of Liki's School 8 massive architecture. This school gate must be made of solid gold, eat so shiny and dazzling, eat blinding, someone noted. Tabak also thought of himself, quit such a G-Ren structure, like construction cost must have eaten up several hundred million at least. Exorbitantly luxurious, Principal Chu added immediately, not just several hundred million, key material costs alone burn through 1.8 billion. Not en lie that, this gate ID also I joint result of 20 gold LVE experts and 5 platinum LVE experts working for an entire day. Look there from Liiki school slogan to this gate, Yeet all designed to convey Iki spirit that Enli strong are worthy of protecting EP nation. A representative from Liiki Medici city side came to greet them. Ali Jingzhou delegation. I am Chuang Min, Vice President of Ki Medici City Martial Arts Academy Student Union. Take a great honor to welcome you. Principal replied, alright Pete lead, Wei. Vien Kwang felt indignant at this reception. Medici City Martial Arts Academy certainly snobbish. Our principal personally led troops all way here, yet they Enli sent a Vice President of Iki Student Union to meet us. Manni agreed if Li people from Leipi Imperial Capital Martial Arts Academy came, they definitely would have sent someone more suitable instead of being so perfunctory. Meanwhile, Tabak's eyes were fixed on a Sektren Buyin. He asked curiously what EAT was, and Li Ki principal explained EAT was high gravity acceleration training area. Tabak felt immense regret. If our school had this equipment, we could probably train hundreds of silver LVP experts every year. Stopping in front of a Buyin, Chuang Min warmly introduced them. This ID Hotel Faux Dual, P first floor serves a 2047 buffet. Key food consists entirely of premium beast meat from myriad races. Prepared by famous chefs, eat incredibly nourishing for a martial artist client blood. Key important thing eat as much as do lie without limits. Tabak double, check to be sure senior, key beast meat here really provided without limits. Li Guy replied, of course. You've come a long way to Medici City, we can't let do go hungry. Just eat until do are completely fun. Tabak excitedly ran inside. Alright little 8, little white, do guys have a stroke of luck? Chuang Min looked on Kuda forced smile. Your friend that hungry. Vien Kwang explained, do you have no idea how terrifying that turtled appetite ideek? Manni was worried sick. Oh no, if Tabak charges and lie that, will there be anything left for us to eat? Seeing Lipi group of students running frantically, Chuang Min urged Li principal to go in quickly before weedy portions ran out. He could only laugh EDP. Young people, they are so energetic amusing. Leaky next day at Iki finals, atmosphere in Leaky stands was burning quid enthusiastic cheers and shouting. Vien Kwang marveled, this ID key top tier. Medici City 8 Stadium ID truly on another LV he. Manni was also overwhelmed. I've only seen a stadium this big on TV. Li principal reminded them, alright, see key top looking so bewildered Lai do have never seen Li Key World before. Let me brief do on today competition rules. In this finals round, 13 martial academies are competing. Since military manages Great Wall Guard Army School, ID granted special entry directly into E4, so there will be no such thing as giving up halfway. Vien Kwang was surprised. Why do they get to go straight into Li top 4? Manni was also indignant. That sounds a bit unfair. He explained, because that ID in elite training facility under white jurisdiction of Iki military. Perhaps do don't know, but Li Great Wall Guard Army ID and Lai School located right on Iki front lines of Li myriad races battlefield. Hearing this, Vien Kwang was shocked to his core. So that ain't how eat ID a military academy right near B front lines. Tabak also understood. Placing a school on such a fierce battlefield ID truly impressive. Li principal continued, exactly. These national finals are a gathering place food geniuses do absolutely must not be complacent. Tabak will still be key opener, and Thantu will seek Al Wolpi match. Li entire Tim shouted in determination, Zhangchao will definitely win. Li Kiamsai loudly declared, dear teachers and students, people I remain quiet. Li Ki inter-school tournament finals officially begin. Here are Lipi draw results. Match 1, Zhangchao vs Hontan. Match 2, Imperial Capital vs East China. Match 3, Medici City vs South Gold. All three will happen simultaneously. Li principal breathed a sigh of relief. Luck ID on our side, we didn't face Li Big 3 in Li first round. But Vien Kwang was still worried. Hontan 8 strength ID not ordinary. How about I go up first? Tabak interrupted. No need, let me make first move. I want like whole world to admire key prowess of Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy. Akia Max shouted match start. Yuk opponent actively stepped forward and mocked. Dear Tabak right? Et the miracle do guys from Jiangchou crawled this far to Iki finals, but everything ends here. Tabach didn't say much. He reached into his bag, released Little 8, and ordered, "Little 8, settle this quickly and cleanly for me." Little 8 asserted its dominance with a thunderous roar that shook the entire arena. Waikiki audience gasped in amazement. Jiangchou sent a beast tamer into battle. And ate a turtle. Holy crap, this turtle seems to have grown even bigger. This match ID going to be Jeet. Key opponent recoiled in horror. What ID this? This ID way too big. ID this cheating? He was instantly sent flying, his mouth still trying to scream.
I don't accept this.
Tabach looked on nonchalantly. Do really that weak? I haven't even had time to take my chair out to sit. Lake opponent still hadn't regained his senses. Aren't beast tamers trash? How can he defeat a higher LV martial artist like to walk in the E-Park? Lee audience was left speechless. This was Wake National Finals, yet Tabach even brought a small chair along. He truly looked down on his opponent. Someone spoke up, haven't you seen Tabach's previous matches? That defensive turtle has terrifying strength, Eat definitely silver tier. True, if Dio had such a high-quality pet, Dio've also easily crushed those bronze-tier martial artists and act as arrogant as he does. Light next opponent stepped onto Week's Gi, she coldly questioned, Udi or Jiangzhou Tim looking down on everyone too much. I'll say Dio. Meanwhile, Tabach was scrolling through his phone reading comics, he even praised E.T., this X-Rai deet really get, I must hit lie button. Little 8 breathed fire, finishing key opponent in an instant. E-Key loudspeaker announced Yangzhou Martial Arts University Tabach wins. Vien Kwang was speechless watching Li P match. Peanuts were somewhat acceptable, but he even brought a small chair. ID Key this is attitude for a competition. Key principal was also helpless. This Tabach really doesn't know how to be humble. Openly looking down on his opponents. At this rate, how will I have Li P face to sit and eat quat like Key principal of Hon Tan School in Lei T future? On a T contrary, Thangtu still reminded her teammates not to celebrate too early. Tabach might be about to meet his match, Li Kop Teen of Li Ki Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. That side IDP having a very intense fight. From a distance, and like XDG could be seen exploding, flames flared up violently, accompanied by IE announcement of Lipe Imperial Capital 8 victory. Lipe Imperial Capital 8 Septine looked coldly at He defeated. I went a bit too far, so re. Key principal recognized immediately that Eat was a fire-type martial artist from Lei Key Imperial Capital. Moreover, at peak silver LVT Vien Kung paled and exclaimed, a silver-tier fire martial artist, truly Imperial Capital Livre really scary. Then to add a Great Wall Academy guard Tim, I fear and Lee Demon Capital Martial Arts University would be qualified to contend. Yen Nian reminded viewers to follow CVM Men and share to PP channel. Leaky announcer Fate Void confirmed Lee victory for Jiangzhou. At this moment Min Khan from Laka Martial Arts University stood up to request battle. Principal, let me handle this guy to back. I want to give Jiangzhou group a taste of being 1v5. Lai principal agreed immediately. Very well Min Khan, use speed to win. Don't be foolish enough to face that turtle head on. He confidently replied, P-Lai rest assured sir. Announcer solemnly declared latch start of Lai match between Tabach and Min Khan. Min Khan leisurely stepped onto Waikiki XDG Tabach last round you were lucky to trick me, this time Jiangzhou will have no chance of winning. Tabach didn't even look at his opponent. Oh, another silver, tier wind user. Little 8, go fell I coot him. Min Khan began to radiate a cold hurrah. He said proudly. Tast power of the wind. Let me see you T power of a silver, tier martial artist. A cyclone swirled in, but he realized in SC, damn ET, why hasn't I ground it gravity locked it down? Before he could reas further, he was thrown in PKXTG. He used a secret move to deliver a fatal blow. Goodbye, bronze, tier kid. Tabach was slightly annoyed. He finished his soda can. What kind of wind ID this? Eat makes eating melon seeds no fun at all? Min Khan was still confident in his moves, intending to make him lose disgracefully. When Leapy Dust obscured the view thinking he was finished, he exclaimed, I overdid 8 accidentally, go a him and bandage your wounds carefully. Yet Tabach still stood tall like a god amidst EP smoke, T Swan Wu's shield protecting him completely without a single scratch. He asked in confusion, what did you say again? Min Khan was stunned to see his opponent was unfazed. How can 8 be? Since when did this guy master Lack Fame 8's secret technique? Tabach looked at him icily. So you're a wind user. You're quite confident in your speed, aren't you? He ordered Little 8, step back and rest. Then he summoned Little Bai to Leapy Field. Since you want to compete in speed, I will entertain you to leaky in. Little Bai, eat 8 your turn to stop E. Seeing this, Min Khan sneered. Tabach, are you crazy? Are you going to bring a pet cat here to fight? Why audience whispered. Which school ID that kid from? He seems hate from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. Hate something else, bringing a pet cat onto Leak Arena. That little cat looks so cute, I want to raise one too. Truong Kai was also shocked. What ID Tabach doing? He probably wants to provoke his opponent. From Li Ki's small chair to Li Coca C Lock and now he tate bringing a pet to humiliate others. Manny asked worriedly, ID this okay? Neek opponent ID Ki Wend attribute. Li Ki principal reassured, calm down and keep watching that cat ID not ordinary. Min Khan still didn't know disaster was coming. He arrogantly said, maybe just let that turtle come and get ETV quat. Tabach and Lai instructed, little Bai don't overdo ET, this idea competition, not a battlefield. Little Bai let Aura roar and then transformed into a giant beast. Min Khan thought he had misheard. That roar, that B-Lalasi shadow just now, surely I wasn't hallucinating. Little Bai had pounced toward his opponent. He watched in horror as its body continued to expand. Inky stands, he viewers gasped in amazement. That it no pet cat. He take clearly a massive tiger. Isn't this Ig legendary white tiger? But why IDT so monstrously large? Veen Kwong looked at Than Tu Quoth suspicion. How did Tabachit cat suddenly turn into a white tiger? Than Thu was also at a loss and didn't understand a thing. Perhaps Tabach had just subdued his second beast. Thien Truong heard that and shook his head vigorously. How could that be possible? Even for a silver LVE beast tamer, taming a second beast ID as hard as climbing to heaven. However, Leak old principal was unusually calm. It seemed Tabach was hiding many more shocking secrets than they imagined. Logi Wund element energy Reben sword lie soft silk, carrying a bone chilling cold as Eat waited to wrap tightly around Sao Bite neck. But Sao Bite figure suddenly vanished, making Min Khan jump in surprise. Was Eat an illusion? How could this tiger run as fast as a feedlot? Eat was truly beyond absurd. I don't believe Yate. No matter how fast your speed IDP, Eat can't compare to Gi Wind. Eat definitely isn't. Seeing that he couldn't touch Sao Bai, he immediately switched his gate to Tabach. Whatever, taking Du down first Idiki also a win. Quote agile footwork, he charged straight at his opponent a bolt of lightning. D now, kid! Unfortunately, what awaited Min Khan was that Sao Bai had activated its keen gold armor, a sturdy layer of protection covering its entire body. Facing such formidable power, he could exclaim in SC, this can't be real. Sao Bai gently tossed opponent a P arena many others landed quote a thud in corner. A pitiful sight, Kimixai boomed, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, Tabach wins. Lai surrounding audience was fun of admiration, God, Tabach again, a bronze LV student crushing Li silver LV captain of a prestigious school. This match was a walk in my park. It must be rigged. Right? Others were skeptical. Why does that white tiger look even more terrifying than IT Turtle from before? What kind of breed IDs this tiger to be so staggeringly aggressive? Cheers erupted across CT stands. Tabach! Jiangzhou Martial Arts will win! Even Li T judges began to look at him with different eyes. I've never heard of this Tabach before. What year ID he at Jiangzhou? His strength I did no less than Li Ki elites from Li Pi imperial capital Omadich city. Jiangzhou truly found a treasure this year. EP school IDK about to soar high. This match IDK certainly a turning point. Inliki Lounge of Madich City Martial Arts University EP group continued their sarcasm. That LPC martial arts Tim IDP just mediocre. Too weak. Hemif, that bumpkin quote is two tamed beasts ruined our lavish party. If we meet him, he unescape intact. Kapteen Taudu Hoyan spoke disdainfully. That guy IDK truly arrogant. If we meet in Laiki top 4, we'll definitely teach him a lesson. He'll never forget. His teammates chimed in exactly Kapteen ID right. A peasant like him deserves to have his smugness broken. In Leaky next round, Sao Bai quickly took down Leak opponent quit its sharp claws. Hokimex shouted again, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, Tabach wins! Lee next opponent was knocked of ring by Sao Bait tail, Tabach again. Then another person stepped up, but result remained same Jiangzhou Martial Arts University, Tabach wins. Li Mixi yelled excitedly, congratulations to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University for officially entering key top 4. Li, Holtim and P supporters cheered endlessly. Jiangzhou Martial Arts has risen! Tabach ID truly top tier! Li Gold Principal was moved to tears. Heavens haven't forsaken us, Jiangzhou Martial Arts finally has its day in Li top 4. His teammates were also extremely excited.
Jiangzhou has risen! Tabach, you're amazing!
Let it see who dares to look down on us now. Li Principal rushed to greet him. Tabach, Du really didn't disappoint me. Du are Zhongjate's greatest savior in hundreds of years. He humbly replied, Do you praise me too much? Sir, it ain't my responsibility. He continued, entering Laiki top 4 means our Mihablian ID accomplished. This ID most glorious milestone in Laipi School 8 history. Rest assured, your efforts will be rewarded generously by Key School. Tabach was taken aback. Principal Li Key's semi-finals are still ahead, why say EV? He thought to himself, ID this old man planning to give away billions in championship prize money to others. I unaccept that. Li Principal asked worriedly, Key top 4 goal ID enough. Do you aren't thinking of challenging status of IK 3 most prestigious schools, are do you? Thanthu standing nearby was also stunned. What? Challenging all 3 top schools? On Iki contrary to Bak calmly replied, there's nothing to be afraid of. He excitedly analyzed Fui principle. Look, Medich City 8 gate alone cost 1.8 billion. Even if Jiangzhou becomes a top 4 school, we can't afford to spend wastefully like that. In my opinion, we must win a P championship and then rebuild a GP Ren gate. We must bravely take a P and MB1 spot. Hearing this, Thanthu felt a surge of enthusiasm. Tabak ID absolutely right. We can't see top here. Thean Truong also spoke up. Although I don't lie do for YP sake of achievements, do you deserve to be Chap Tien? Gi Tip 4 match will be arranged as do see fit. He decisively replied, alright. Light principle didn't have light heart to hinder overflowing enthusiasm of light youth. Very well then, go rest and recover for tomorrow 8 match. Let 8 work together to reach pinnacle of glory. Watching YP backs of young people as they left, he could unlie sigh. Youth ID indeed impulsive but fun of enthusiasm. They even dare to challenge E3 most prestigious schools. At IHLV military command of Rai Jean Kingdom, Leaky discussion Hamid, Grandmaster, Leaky inter-school tournament ID about to enter Wii top 4. Eat will conclude in 2 days. Li Gear Fuai counterattack against all races has been fully assembled, just waiting Fuwaki order to move. Calm Grandmaster replied very well. He stood up and directed, as soon as key tournament ends, the counteroffensive campaign begins immediately. All students must also take to live battlefield to eliminate this threat of foreign invasion. Everyone shouted in unison great heroism, determined to avenge tens of thousands of fallen teachers and students. Anyone who dares to trespass into Libi Rajin country will be appropriately punished, no matter where they hide. Li next Moneng at Mado Hotel. Subai was focused on studying techniques from Likey book, while Little Bai and Little Ba were busy devouring a pile of food. His whole body surged quit raw as he roared, armed equipment, who went up foamy. However, his body suddenly fell flat on ground a thud. Eat was truly speechless. This event made Subai feel extremely confused. What on earth was happening? Then, Sixi Tem announced, congratulations to the host for successfully mastering Kibi's Tamer 8 special talent transposition within a 1000 overb range. Host and beast can swap positions regardless of all limits. This overpowered XQ left him his jaw hanging ubi notch in surprise. Glancing at Little Ba sitting proudly on EP chair, he felt a bit irritable. Had he and Little Ba just swapped places in like a blink of an eye? What kind of Sestren XQ was that? Whatever, having more skills IDP better, who knows, Eat might be a sudden lifesaver on Likey battlefield. Let it go, Little Ba, Little Bai! Let it go sweep through E3 most prestigious schools. On a giant screen, Heat host began Lake introduction after a day of breathtaking matches. Lee tournament has officially entered Lee quarterfinals. I would now lie to solemnly introduce Great Wall Guard Tim. The Great Wall Guard was originally a military base foe forces protecting Great Wall established in 1907. In IDEC, one of humanity's oldest military outposts in the P battlefield of 10,000 races. Throughout 94 years of history, 10,000 races have repeatedly launched all assaults on this army, yet generations of instructors and students have fought to their last breath, repelling countless monsters while standing as firm as our RPC. Quit key motto, P Great Wall remains as long as 10,000 races are not extinct. This place IDM to humanity's strongest expert, Mr. Yi Qing, Li Qi an inlie person to reach Ki Rod and Ji and serve as Iki honorary principal. Eat ID eat than to him that none of leaky races dare approach, earning like title of top martial arts university and steel shield of humanity. Lie audience never ceased their admiration for their demeanor. Eat was rumored that IP Great Wall IDEC a city of heroes and every student there IDEC a legend. Seeing Eat quit their own eyes today was truly eye-opening. They thought EP Imperial Capital and EP Medici City were strong, but this Tim ID even more terrifying. He'd ate hard to imagine their true power. Hearing Li PM Sai say Ki Tim Enlai has 5 members, some wondered if they had a Regi Tim. Person next to them replied immediately, "You're so silly, buddy. They are Great Wall Guard, they don't need redundant reserves." Li Principal also introduced to Li students that Yi Qing ID Humanity Eternal Wall and that Eat 8 a great honor for Jiangzhou Martial Arts University to compete with them. Subai heard this unfelt fun of excitement, wondering when he would reach that realm to protect humanity lie him. Host announced quarterfinals had begunnels. Draw results were Great Wall versus Imperial Capital, and second match was Medici City versus Jiangzhou. In League Lounge, Zixuan looked at leaky match bracket quit a bored expression, having to clash quit Jiangzhou Martial Arts University again? Meeting bottom, tier filler teams lie this gave him no inspiration to even lift a finger. His teammates shared Li's same disdainful attitude IDK our opponent that pathetic Jiangzhou Tim winning isn't even glorious. Another added, exactly. This Tim IDK such a nuisance. How did they make it to EP top 4? Saptinen, just let me go. I can wipe all their whole lineup by myself. Why host introduced E-Starter Fo Great Wall as Captain Hanjan, a low-tier expert in General Hanit grandson, his purple, gold armor IDP made from high-grade diamond core. Who would Lipe Imperial Capital send out? Hanjan immediately challenged Ayang, saying, "Don't waste any more time, let it have one decisive battle." Li audience was ecstatic to see Hanjan directly challenge Aoyang, starting a peak showdown between two aces was so thrilling that EP entire stands cheered in unison. His opponent also rushed forward at an incredibly high speed. Imperial Capital Septine Aoyang sneered and replied, "Old Han, if do want to fight, I'll indulge do. What it all like noise about?" Hanjan retorted, "I am just afraid do lose too quickly." Below we female spectators were screaming Aoyang 8 name, mesmerized by his handsome Awildal looks. Lee Principal also praised lean match between Lai two talents. Even at Lee start, Likey atmosphere was as tense as a guitar string. Indeed, Likey youth were highly talented. Xubai, seeing everyone ate enthusiastic cheering, muttered to himself, "I deet this Aoyang guy really that handsome. Why don't I see anything special?" He turned to Vien Kuang and Old Luo, telling them to go first later and give their opponents a taste of suffering. The guy trembled upon hearing that, asking, "Am I really going first? I deet he eat going to be okay?" And John geared up his spirit and said, "Let 8 start, I'll let do make Luki first move." Aoyang immediately launched a sweeping cloud wind fist, in return saying, "Then I unt be polite." Lipe storm, lie a tornado swirled directly into Hanjonic defense. Like audience was astonished. Could he diamond battle armor really be pressured this much by such destructive power? Quad agile movement, he continuously launched intense spear attacks. No matter how strong leaky blood energy or sharp leak armor, they would take a hit. Lee Principal in EP stands was fun of praise. Oryang idea high-speed offensive martial artist. Plus, quit his howling storm technique. His image appears and disappears. Truly formidable. Xubai also thought to himself, "ID this E strength of a mid, silver XTG. I'm on and lie a bronze XTG." Suddenly on the E field, Hanjan yelled coldly,
There ain't an opening!
He swung his broadsword hard, his hoorah surging as he immediately performed an earth-grade combat technique. Quite just one, heaven-cleaving slash. League ground beneath his feet cracked into huge pieces. Aoyang also struggled to defend until he was sweating. Leaky judges were stunned. "Isn't this General Hanate heaven, cleaving slash? I remember him using Eat 3 years ago to cut down a diamond Ard Ingi enemy. It was remarkable that Aoyang could withstand such soul-chilling power." Hanjan was clever in using this powerful offensive combat technique to seek Reda controlling Ifeshde Shi, truly deserving Li P name of Iki military 8 MB1 general. Everyone couldn't help but praise his wonderful tactics. Wang Yang immediately retaliated with a powerful earth-grade technique. Li terrifying power from Ki Air, shattering strike lunged straight toward E to gate. Hanjan coldly remarked, "Don't bother overexerting yourself, Wang Yang, you're finished." A deafening explosion resounded right at like center of Ki Arena. Wang Yang could not dodge that lethal blow in time. Li T spectators all around were shocked by this sight. That guy was too ruthless. It was fortunate he used E.T. blunt edge of Leaky blade, otherwise, Li P Imperial Capital fighter would surely be meeting his ancestors by now. Why go so far as to try to destroy each other in a friendly competition? He really didn't know how to leave others a way out. Wang Yang struggled to get up to signal his surrender. "Mr. Han, dear quite get, I admit defeat." Weak referee loudly announced, Semi-Finiten's Trongthan Military Martial Arts Academy wins a spot in Li finals. Xubai also had to respect key opponent 8 strength. ET principal turned to reassure his students, "Key first round IDT ET your turn. Vien Kuang, are you ready?" He replied, "Leave heat to me." Lai teacher warned carefully, "Be mindful of your limits. IP most important thing ideally experience. If do can't handle eat, just surrender, don't be stubborn." He insisted, "Don't worry, teacher, I swear I won't bring shame to Jiangzhou." Li's second match began. Loi Q sneered at his opponent, "This will be fun. Hey kid, how do want me to fluck like quit day you?" Vien Kuang brandished his blade and shouted, "Come on." Loi Q gently tilted his body to dodge and mocked, "I deek that all do you've got." Now heat was his turn to Seth P, his true strength. Sharp bursts of energy tore through Vien Q gate clothes. Loi Q laughed mockingly, "Let me paint some pictures on your skin." He swung his blade again, "This time I'll feel Lifo real." Manhwa watching from below was furious. How shameless, this ID clearly an insult. Thien Truong couldn't stand it either. He shouted, "Teacher, let Vien Kuang withdraw!" An N like Subai held him back. Wet, look he Idiki upholding his own self, respect as well as guy honor of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. When EP sharp tip of Li blade pressed against his throat, Loi Hu threatened, "Kid, if do don't surrender, prepare to suffer more." Scared yet, Vien Kuang still replied stubbornly, "What people of Jiangzhou never know like he quotes surrender in this life." He delivered another punch to his stomach, still stubborn. He remained steadfast, "Never!" This persistence drove Loi Q crazy. "Very well, let it see how much do can take." "Surrender quickly," he still muttered, "absolutely not." As he was about to lose consciousness, he still whispered those words. Before he could finish his sentence, His body collapsed to Lee floor. Like crowd whispered in disapproval. That guy ID heartless, why torture someone to this extent? Waki MXI announced that Loi Q from Madich City had Subai was also enraged. "You bastards from Madich City, you've gone too far." Thien Truong prepared to rush in. "Let me bring him down." Nguang Bang stepped forward, his face fun of murderous intent. "It's my turn. I definitely won't let this guy continue to act so arrogantly." Lee Principal reminded, "Be careful, don't risk your life." Seeing this, Loi Q mocked. "Oh, another one. Doesn't look in T-rate 10 at all." Nguang Bang drew his sword coldly. "Stop your nonsense." As soon as Iki match started, Nguang Bang unleashed Iki White Void Dance technique and shouted, "I'll take your life." He unleashed his White Spirit Blade technique, causing his opponent to be shocked. "Do you actually want to take my life? What a pity. I will never give Diu that chance." Like audience couldn't sit still? Are they really just kids? What kind of martial arts match ID this cruel? Maybe they should just call it a draw, continuing this fight IDT as get as losing your life. Even standing 100 meters away, I can smell the thick stench of blood, Tate terrifying. Loi Q started to feel unsettled. Do really not care about your life? Nguang Bang still insisted. "I said it already, I'll take your life." Loi Q moved extremely fast. "Your mouth ID certainly tough." In a split second, his blade was at Nguang Bang's throat, but he laughed coldly. "You are just a mediocre bronze Ardenang fighter after all. Du Vlot." Nguang Bang endured key pain and asked back, "Did you forget? Would people of Zhangzhou never bow our heads to surrender?" That ain't truly reckless. He ain't using like he enemy ate own weapon to stab like he opponent behind him. Lai Chu ID stunned, not expecting him to be this reckless. He screams, asking if he ain't crazy. This ID no different from suicide. Nguang Bang stands his ground, declaring that defeating him ID enough. He silently clenches his fists, thinking, "This IDP my fight, Zhang Vo, not some Gemfo a coward who Enlai knows how to bully weak." Key man screams in pain and dies. "Lai Q, no!" Peak Lai, "Don't give you me, I'm terrified of death! Principal, see me!" An arm suddenly appears, blocking Wai's sword tip and preventing Nguang Bang from delivering a fatal blow. Seeing Hu Idik behind him, he pleads quit Principal, while like other man decisively declares that this round IDTV, Madu Martial University admits defeat. Mexi IDE also wide-eyed quit surprise, so in this round Madu Martial University has decided to concede. He orders his people to use energy to push Whitey's sword away from Y2, while Principal Chu hurriedly catches Nguang Bang. He catches Ike injured boy body and questions, "ID this what your martial students are lie?" Despising opponents on Ike arena, yet begging for mercy moment they are in danger. On Akima martial side, Lei Ling retorts, "Old Jiang, don't think that just because Diu made TT Key top 4, your Jiang Cho Martial University ID qualified to challenge Ma Martial." Principal Chu doesn't back down. "Don't think that En Li your Ma Martial students are precious. Li lives of our Jiang Vu students are just as important." He sneers. "Why say so much? We'll settle it on Iki arena to see who ate better." Principal Chu then reveals his trump CC5. "Tabak, get a there. Unleash your fun strength. Whoever dares to touch our people from Jiang Vo will pay a heavy price." Tabak steps onto ID ring fun of determination. "Leave it to me. I'll make them pay dearly." Looking at Leapy student on Lee stretcher, Lee Principal says, "Quit a heavy heart, Gung Bang do have brought glory to Jiang Vo." Than Than also comforts him. "We are proud of Diu. Diu must get care of your wounds. Tabak will teach them a lesson." On a martial side, Tu Hien suggests, "Principal, let me go up and deal with this Jiang Vo trash immediately." Principal warns, "Tu Hien, don't be rash. Find match IDP still waiting for Diu." Tabach declares sonorously, "I, Tabak of Jiangzhou Martial University, hereby challenge Madu Martial University. If Madu Martial University loses, I demand that Ma Martial publicly apologize to Jiang Vo. Do dare to accept?" Like audience responds enthusiastically, "Apologize, do must make Martial apologize. Go Tabak, defeat Ma Martial. We believe in Diu." Someone has quickly started live streaming what match. Jiang Vo challenges Ma Martial. Will Ma Martial bow down and apologize to Jiangzhou Martial University? Jiang Vo squares Tuppy against the top-tier Ma Martial, demanding an apology. This headline ID truly sensational. Ma Martial's side remains arrogant, apologize. Do of Jiang Vo even have that right? Hong Then, let me go up and teach him a lesson. And Seer Jiang Vo just how wide leaky gap between us IDP. Lee Principal immediately agrees. Fei, Hong Then, go at foe this round. Seeing Hong Then strut onto Leek's Gi, Tabak simply asks, "Are Du coming up here to apologize?" He replies confidently, "So-called apologies are just meaningless whining from Leek weak. Why should Lee Strong apologize to weak? Power ID what 8 right, strength ID truth?" Tabach retorts, "Well said. MXI have Ma Martial send up another person. It takes too much time to fight one by one, I'm busy." Like audience gasps. Madu Martial University at Chep Tien, Tu Hien hasn't even entered leaky fight yet to botch ID already this arrogant. Tu Hien ID key someone on par Kudong Duong, while P strongest student at Ma Martial. Ma Martial ID indeed excessive, but how can Tabak possibly fight two people? Below like XD Gi, he continues to provoke his opponent. Come on, let Ma Martial principal feels humiliated. Since when did Zhangchao Martial University dare to provoke Ma Martial lie this? Use your strength to tell Zhangchao Martial University that Lai P dignity of Ma Martial cannot be trampled upon. Tu Hien receives leak order and rushes all white. He declares war. Since Zhangchao Martial University ID so delusional, I will fulfill their request. Kid, I'll subdue you that shouting without strength and lie brings disgrace upon yourself. His appearance makes Lai judges marvel. Wet, look at leaky jewel swords in Tu Hien 8 hands. Cold iron of leak millennium, crimson iron of like lava. These two swords were actually crafted from such rare materials. Wu 2 spirit crystals on neat hilts. Those are walk inner cores of a platinum LV powerhouse. Tao Dai and Ma Martial are truly pouring all their resources into Tan Tu Hien. These two swords are each priceless. Lai Ti Ice and Fire War God once graduated from Ma Du Martial University and later left his strongest martial arts technique to Ma Martial. Could it be that Tu Hien ID practicing that very technique? Below, Tu Hien still looks at him arrogantly. Kid, don't say that we at Ma Martial bully Yugi weak. I'll give Dio time to release your pets, otherwise, I fear Dio won't get another chance. Tabak calmly replies, Than do fu your kindness, but defeating Dio I am enough alone, no need to use pets. Hoang Thin laughs upon hearing this. Beast tamer who doesn't rely on pets, daring to engage in CKL combat quit us. Thien Thu below ID also astonished. What? Tabach isn't using his pets, then how ID he gonna fight? Principal Chu realizes, he has activated Lai Ki essence assimilation. This kid. Tu Hien swings his sword and screams arrogant, truly seeking death. Each week should have leak self-awareness of Leet Week. Tabak simply says, too hasty. He unleashes Lai Genwon spirit, activates ghostly Genwon image, and calls all earth spirit possession. Oh, none up, increase speed, strength, and defense? Tabach's eyes are filled with determination.
He shouts, now!
I will settle Lai score quit do, Ma Martial, clearly. Hong Then ID key first one he settles E score quit. Seeing him kicked away in an instant, Tu Hien ID finally startled E. This, Ho ID this possible. Than Tu also discovers. This kid. His speed has reached Li Gold Li V. How can Li body of a beast tamer be this strong? Than explains to him, have Dio forgotten? Back then, when Li Great Lack Fame realized essence assimilation, how strong was his combat power? Thani De still skeptical. Can Tabach be compared to Great Lack Fame? Comparing him to Lack Fame, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Tabach calmly asked his opponent a lethal question. Have Dio ever tasted Li feeling of utter helplessness? Tu Hien retorted with a smug look. I admit Dio have enough XQ to be worth my time, but that IDP still nothing. As he charged forward, his Louis fire, blades flared as he commanded, Go to hell! Tabach curled his lip in contempt. IDE that all e-parlor tricks Dio have. He moved quit lightning speed behind his opponent, still too slow. While Hong Thin shouted to Han, Seppen, we must san quote him from both sides. Tu Hien hurriedly warned his teammate, but it was already too late. Each of Tabach's 8 counts turned into a brutal blow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By Iki's 6th and 7th strikes, he had sent his opponent 8 teeth scattering all of V-Gear arena floor. Hong Thing collapsed to ground dizzy, disoriented, and nearly unconscious. Tabach followed up quote a lethal kick. These 7 blows were Yki's 7 blood debts he was collecting for Vien Quang. Tu Hien, standing nearby, rushed in frantically to intervene. If do you want to pick a fight, take it all on me! Tabach glanced at him of Iki corner of his eye. Do you? Perfect. I haven't even finished warming up yet. He flew into a crazy rage, screaming do bunch of arrogant fools. 2 flaming blades slashed repeatedly at Tabach, who on Lai side, do you really disappoint me? In P blink of an eye, Tabach teleported behind his opponent. Ere we e prodigies of Li Demon Martial Arts School unlee this mediocre. Tu Hien had no way to dodge, and Tabach scoffed. Key title of Demon Martial Arts Prodigy. ID truly empty. Come on, do you Demon Martial Arts Prodigy, fight back. Quit another strike, Tabach roared. Are you just gonna keep blocking Lai this forever? I am bored to death. Tabach's overwhelming strength had completely crushed his opponent at will. He stepped on him and said, What prodigy? So I love nothing more than crushing those who call themselves prodigies. Let me finish do a P. Suddenly, a burst of pressure forced Tabach to pause. Seeing Lai's space under his feet empty, he casually clicked his tongue. He has no real ability, but his temper ID way too arrogant. Tu Hien frantically poured all his strength into Li Ki fire incineration, technique grinding his teeth as he swore. Today I will take your life! Thien Truong watched, panicked. Tu Hien had unleashed a lethal move, and he thou. I do, Tabach being too reckless by provoking him lie this. What if something happens? Even Li Ti principal was pensive thinking, using such a destructive lethal move Tu Hien must have let his mind.
Li blades came down lithe and dd.
Tabach remained as calm as ever. Finally, things are getting a bit dramatic. A wall of fire descended. But he couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. He turned pale and shouted, "Gate impossible that do block my dual blades. Are do just a turtle hiding in its shell?" Seeing that his opponent was only capable of this, Tabach declared, "I dig this all your XQ amounts to. Then eat my turn to counterattack." A thunderous punch sent him flying. "Take this." Li two blades plunged into Waiki ground, while their owner flew straight into EB corner of Waiki arena and crashed down a thud. The judges were terrified by this display, wondering if Tabach really possessed such fearsome lethal power, enough to crack Li gold tier arena. Another judge spoke up, "This Idiki power of leaky primordial flow. Watching Tabach's style reminds me of Lack Fame and D past. He Idiki and Li at Niki mid, bronze XD gi. Yet his talent ID even more terrifying than Li descendants of Li primordial flow clan." Tabach strolled VU and pulled I2 blades from Li ground. "This looks Li eat would fetch a get price." Seeing this, Tuhian screamed in disbelief, "What are you doing?"
Put those down! Those are my dual blades!
Tabach replied coldly, "Quiddy, rotten attitude of your demon martial arts group. Do you certainly don't intend to apologize, so consider these two swords as compensation." Tu Hao, driven insane quit rage, gathered his remaining strength and lunged forward.
"Do you bastard! Do you animal! I will mince Dio!"
Tabach simply leaned slightly to dodge. Do you really think you are capable of doing that?" Quite a vicious spinning kick aimed straight at Leek opponent 8 face. Tabach smirked disdainfully. He was truly someone who didn't know Waiki heights of a heaven's key depths of leaky earth. Tuhian took a thorough beating, and Tabach gave him no room to breathe, rushing in to strike again. How dare he bully, leaky, weak and oppress those from our rang martial? He had to face Tabach's wrath. This idea lesson you demon martial people will never forget. We entire audience erupted as Tuhian was completely helpless against Tabach. He ID truly a men XT quit flawless speed power in XQ. Who in Li current martial arts world would dare challenge him? Perhaps Unlai Henchin ID capable of rivaling a prodigy Li Tabach. Tabach well fought. Let's see if those demon martial people dare to be arrogant anymore. That Idiki price fu messing Kudar Rang Martial. Yi announced, "In this match, Tabach from Rang Martial University wins." Suddenly noticing someone from afar, "Henchin, why are you looking at me? You've been staring at me since EP start. Did you think I wouldn't dare look back?" Henchin looked at him with excitement. "Tabach of Rang Martial, I am waiting for you." Tabach didn't care at all. He focused on his spoils. He was in such a hurry just now. These two swords are quite valuable. Suddenly an arm blocked him. "Wait." Lug Demon Martial Principal ordered Licky match ever that returned 2 heat weapons to Demon Martial. Tabach refused. "You judge said earlier arena IDP a battlefield. Weapons captured on an battlefield are never returned. But I, Tabach, am not stubborn. As long as do demon martial people apologize to our Jiangzhou Martial University, into all normal schools do have bullied, then pay for medical fees and mental damages, I will return them." Below P stands, everyone shouted in unison, "That it right, Demon Martial has gone too far. Apologize!" Demands echoed from everywhere. "Apologize! Apologize!" While Demon Martial Principal was furious. "What kind of logic ID that?" Tabach replied, "Idiki this not a what might Idiki right principle of your Demon Martial. I am simply using your own methods against you." Principal Chu below also shouted, "Tabach Idik right? Let it see where Demon Martial can hide their faces this time." Thean Trong added, "Indeed, let it see if Demon Martial dares to be arrogant anymore. He would never endure such humiliation. Today I will teach this snot-nosed brat a lesson." Principal Chu shouted from like stands,
"Not get Tabach! Get of like way!"
Leaky military martial principal couldn't believe he either. He actually wanted to lay hands on a student. When his Ura made Tabach exclaim, "This IDE explosive power of Li solid stone realm, eat 8 too strong." As that Hura pushed everyone backward. Leak military martial principal could not tolerate such bullying and stepped in. "You are Leaky head of Demon Martial, a master of Li solid stone realm, yet do unleash your pressure on a student. Have do no shame." He bluntly declared, "This IDE Demon Martial and we have autonomy. Do you people from military martial better not interfere." Principal Chu also refused to stand by. "Daring to touch a Jiang martial student? I'll risk my life against you." Like two charged at each other quit fun force, constantly trying to overpower one another. At that moment, Truong Nagi, a local LVE powerhouse ranked 6th, appeared, forcing them both to SE top. Lee's Demon Martial Principal withdrew his power and said hesitantly, "Ete old gentleman." Truong Nagi scolded him. "I have only been away from Demon Martial foe a few years, and you have turned it into such a whack and gloomy mess." Attacking a junior. How do you have a key face to be principal? He could and Lai look down in shame. "Old gentleman." Lee principal knelt to apologize to them both. Truong Yi then said, Jing Marshal boy, I watched your matches, do you are very gat? On behalf of Demon Marshal, I apologize to all schools. Principal Chu dared not accept, Senior, do you are too kind. He explained. Key slogan of Demon Marshal University, IDTP strong gets stronger, all powerful to protect national peace. Li strongest should be Lia, celestial being descended to earth, possessing ultimate power yet protecting why country well-being. Demon Marshal has been negligent in training experts in recent years, that ID a major mistake. In this match, Demon Marshal undoubtedly lot to Jiang Marshal. These two swords are gifted to Tabak. Likey military marshal principal admired this attitude. Old gentleman Triu, your character ID truly admirable. Tabak also shouted, this junior accepts your gift. Meanwhile, Truong Nungi was very disappointed in his subordinate. Quit such a hasty temper, you are no longer fit to be principal. Go back to being an instructor. He was speechless. Old gentleman trio O, Lu Kim Xai announced next, leaky floor will be repaired. Li Fi in a qualifier will begin in 1 hour. Cheers erupted below. Great! Jiang Marshal ID keep best! Jiangzhou Marshal University ID viewed differently this year. This Tabak boy ID likely key most formidable opponent in League tournament. Thanthu supported him. Tabak, well done. Du won and brought glory to our Jiang Marshal. We are all proud of Du. These compliments made him a bit shy. Everyone, Peaky Lice top. Actually, I was terrified just now. Li Principal added happily. Even like old gentleman appeared. Today, Jiang Marshal has really gained great respect. Thanthu was slightly worried. Next ID key match against IP military Marshal Tim from Truong Than Henchin 8 strength ID unfathomable. E Principal advised. Tabak, rest foe a bit. Getting to Wiki fine end ID key already a surprise. We just need to do our best. Tabak smiled and asked him, Principal, I don't need rest. Since I brought glory to Jiang Marshal today, do you think there should be some kind of reward? He felt helpless. Do you little rascal? I have 2 high-grade silver beast cores I will SP you personally. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. Than do, Principal. I will definitely perform well. He didn't forget to tease him. This kid Idiki really get at taking advantage of a situation. An hour later, EPMXE announced, ladies and gentlemen, a highly anticipated Fei-Ent match of qualifying round between 100 schools officially begins. Cheers echoed. Harchin! Henchin, Jiang Marshal will win. After B announcement, both sides faced a P. Military Marshal in Jiangzhou Marshal University. Hanchin initiated. Tabak, I have waited fo a long time. One match to decide it all. What do say? Tabak readily replied. I was thinking like P same thing. Xech tem, probe his attributes fo me. Leaks a team displayed name Henchin race human arting beginner silver age 20 constitution 3016 actual constitution unknown agility 216 actual agility unknown analysis. Extremely dangerous Peely use caution. Tabach knew instantly indeed his power I did no ordinary thing. Seeing his opponent momentarily distracted, Henchin charged. Why are you dazed? Fight me like a warrior! He activated Ginan Spirit Triple Stamen Earthen Bastion Talisman Body Gainer Spirit Get Shadow and Source Convergence before replying, in such a hurry. Then I will see you my true power. Wiki attacks he unleashed were as fast as lightning, raining down on his opponent. Come on Henchin, smee everything do you've got. He gracefully dodged every attack as if he were dancing. Witnessing that agility, Tabak said bluntly, Hey Hen, you're not being honest at all. When Du fought Ong Duong, Du were clearly holding back. A judge stood up in SBC. When we saw him fight Ong Duong earlier, he wasn't this fast. It turns out he was hiding his cards on purpose. Others also whispered. I thought speed was Henchin 8 weakness, but who would have thought that both his offense and defense are flawless now? Indeed, Henchin Idika forced to be reckoned Kut in this generation. A third person chimed in. Unless his opponent suppresses him Kut a higher realm, no one can beat him. Jiangzhou Martial Arts Academy will probably end Lai place second. Tabak has no chance. Tabak threw a punch and declared loudly, take this. But Henchin easily dodged it and sneered. You're a long way from touching me. His strength earned Tabak's respect. Indeed, someone who is bathed in blood on black battlefield of myriad races has no openings at all. But do definitely unn't be able to dodge this next move. Prepare to take my cheapest blow. Li Qi vicious blow aimed straight at Li Qi groin made his opponent scream in agony. Do you really are? Li Qi surrounding crowd grew excited. Oh crap, that gate a bit too walkin' pretty cheap too. Even though eat ate dirty, I love eat. Tabak Idiki truly goat I and Lai respect him. Hey, isn't attacking Lai be groin a foul? Key Deputy Commander said ate himself. This Idik real combat. Winning ID all that matters. Henchin clutched his groin, grimacing. Who on earth uses such a low blow? Tabach replied shamelessly. This arena Ida no different from a battlefield. If do you leave an opening, I'll take your life. A thunderous punch from him sent Henchin flying far away. From Li thick cloud of dust, he coldly declared, Tabak, eat 8 time for me to get serious. Fei T warm up ID Carndy, VE. Let it see do dodge this next move. A surging wave of energy, representing Henchin years of cultivation, charged straight ahead. Since I can't dodge eat, I'll go all. Let it see who ain't tougher. Like judges were all shocked. What, Henshin has already mastered that move. Isn't that old man Hanet's signature technique? I remember 3 years ago, General Han obliterated thousands of enemies, quit just one blow, including Diamond and Platinum LV experts of myriad races. Tabak gritted his teeth, bracing himself. Hey old Han, you're really brutal. As soon as he spoke, he was blasted back by that terrifying power, and Lai managing to cry out, oh no, I'm doomed. Henshin relentless attacks kept raining down.
Tabak, see your true strength.
I don't believe Dura this week. From afar, Thanthu cried anxiously, Tabak, have do a lot already. Lee Principal was on the edge of his seat. How can anyone BLC such a powerful attack? Tabak calmly rummaged through his backpack. Oh old Han, you forced my hand this time.
Saobai, come on and deal quit him for me.
Seeing two fierce beasts before him, Henshin laughed quote delight great. Tabak, you've finally decided to fly all your trump cards. Three of them charged forward together as Tabak yelled loudly. Old Han, you're finished this time. A kick from Tabak came crashing down.
Give up!
Just after dodging Lai P mastered attack, Henshin had to struggle to defend against Ache razor sharp claws of Cao Bai. Seizing Likey opportunity, Cao Bai also launched a fatal blow from like flank. He was quickly backed into a corner and had to retreat. Tabak reminded him, Old Han, don't overexert yourself to death. Admitting defeat isn't shameful, but he unleashed his ultimate move. I didn't want to use this move. I can't fully keen on trend this power yet, but if I don't use 8 now, eat. That violent Raf forced Tabak to struggle to defend. This guy, that surge of power, he even human. This really a gold grade combat technique.
How terrifying! Why Kixitum constantly issued warnings? Extreme danger!
Henshin confidently declared, Tabak, you're bound to lose this match. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, below gold grade, all are but ants. This IDW key threshold of real experts. This Henshin must have reached ELP peak of key gold grade. Tabak IDP and Lyle P bronze grade, how can he possibly withstand this? Henshin channeled all his energy into this attack. Don't even think about blocking this Feynut strike of mine. A terrifying wave of power came crashing down. Tabak cried all in SPC, damn it, I am really done for this time. Sigh me, he shouted loudly. Zhao Bei immediately transformed, shielding him from leaky lethal attack, taking fun brunt of Obi terrifying power from Han Zhan. Arena shook violently, quit a horrifying explosion. Tabak ordered Cao Bai, go quickly, he must be completely exhausted by now. Entire panel of judges was stunned, looking up in awe. What ID that? Spatial power. This type of power ID hard to reach even for a platinum Radi Inji. Tabak ID can lie at bronzy Rudignegi. Could this be a trait of Li origin of like same flow? Indeed unbelievable. Another judge couldn't contain their emotions. Displacement ID a top tier heaven art engage technique, yet Tabak can actually use 8. Has Tabak 8 talent already reached that of like legendary seniors of Li past? Like audience was also buzzing quote discussion. What ID happening? ID this really a gold of Viki tournament? Are they trying to abandon our magical martial arts community? Amidst Lady swirling dust and smoke, everyone was curious whether winner had been decided. As dust gradually settled, they could clearly see Han Zhan lying under Cao Bai 8 claws. Even Tabak had to respect his opponent. Old Han, do really are a freak. I have to accept my loss. Do won this match. Tabak. Even his own Tim couldn't believe ET's. Tabak. Did do really win? Like EMC solemnly announced, key fine and champion of this year 8 tournament IDE fighter Tabak from Jiangzhou University. All Li students of Jiangzhou University erupted in excitement.
Tabak, champion! Tabak, amazing! We didn't choose like wrong person. Tabak, a best of a younger generation! Tabak Idiki champion!
Tabak 8 name echoed throughout Li P stands. He had and brought Li Key championship. Seeing his image on Li P big screen, viewers couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god, Tabak ID so cunning. Tabak ID so evil and despicable. Tabak ID truly amazing, Yanin secretly admired. Tabak you are white best. In Wu family living room, Tamui jumped Fu joy. My son ID champion. His mother couldn't hold back her tears. Honey, look Tabak Tabak ID national champion. He replied Kuda choked voy. I see eat all. Oni Keeks TG, heat had not yet cooled down and cheers of Tabak rang everywhere. Reporters swarmed him Fu interviews. Tabak. Now that you are EP champion of Libyan 100 school tournament, how do you feel right now? Do you have anything to say to your opponent, Han Zhan? Principal Tratvat stepped in to protect him from leaky crowd of reporters. Everyone, Peak Lai step back a bit. Tabak needs to rest now, ask him whatever do want later. Escaping Li crowd, he advised, Tabak, you've used up a lot of energy. Go back to hotel and rest first. Leave you rest to me. After this match, you're going to strike eat rich champion. All leak material rewards from key military are yours. Tabak thought he had misheard. Really, how much ID eat principal? He guessed, 60 million. No, that ain't not right, at least 600 million. Tabak was stunned by the amount of money. ID eat really that much?
Let me go.
Low P tournament isn't?
V yet? I want to fight 10 more Henjons!
On a key big screen at Magical Martial Arts Hotel, a news report was playing. This ID like Longquok military segment, E100 school tournament has now concluded. Through this tournament, students from martial arts schools have demonstrated their impressive style, especially key champion of a 100 school tournament, Tabak from Jiangzhou University. Liqi military has decided to honor Tabak for his brave and relentless performance in Liqi Ring, specifically awarding Tabak for a first-class feat, granting him Li title of Hero of Li Great Wall and a military merit reward worth 6 billion. At Li same time, they hope other students from martial arts schools can learn from Tabak and maintain a fighting spirit until Liqi end, no matter how strong Liqi enemy IDP. Following ID announcement of Lai New Top 100 schools ranking Rodinji 1 Jiangzhou University 50 billion in annual military investment, Rodinji 2 Great Wall Guard School 50 billion in annual military investment, RD 3 Imperial Kappa University 50 billion in annual military investment, RD 4 Medici Capital University 10 billion in annual military investment, outstanding genius, brilliant and brave, successor of he seniors, extremely famous. Official news from the Glongha government beast, taming ability users nationwide are rushing to apply to martial arts schools. Eid expected that in the near future, Jiangzhou University will become Lipi leading training center for beast taming ability users. Even ordinary people will have opportunities. Some people have even written a nursery rhyme about Tabak that IDP spreading all and we and T100 school tournament has ended. Jiangzhou Tabak Uni Championship. Will people admire him? Tabak ID so great fighting against so many schools alone. Really? I heard he was seriously injured too, almost died.
Really? Where I deep? He now?
Leap, protagonist of those discussions, had just woken up from a deep sleep. He stretched and asked curiously, "How long have I been asleep?" Man Ni brought food in. Tabak, do you're awake? Principal wouldn't let us wake you up. Seeing her, he was surprised. Oh, Man Ni, why are you here? She replied, Principal said when Du woke up, we would go back to Jiangzhou together. Key specialized vehicle ID waiting downstairs for us. He answered, okay, wait for me to pack my things a bit, then we can head back to school. But before we go, I have to take Saobai and Saobai to Ike Magical Martial Arts Cafeteria for a get meal. Man Nai laughed at this. Magical Martial Arts I deep in trouble this time. At Jiangzhou University, students hung banners, welcomely returning hero. Everyone was happily waiting for him. Xiaobai didn't do lie Magical Martial Arts Gate. That won. 8 billion won. This year, Li budget allocated to Jiangzhou ID 50 billion. This gate will be even more majestic than EQ 1 at Magical Martial Arts.
Welcome, Hero Tabak!
A top-tier school must have IP temperament of a top-tier school. Li principal also spoke up. Students, I believe, do have heard that in this wondered school tournament, our Jiangzhou University has Yundi Championship. This ID considered a miracle. Now, let it wait to welcome returning heroes. P students chanted in unison,
Welcome Yuki victorious heroes, Jiangzhou Martial Arts ID Invincible!
Li Ki principal invited Tabak to speak next. I invite Igi Tim Chaptinin Kiki best performance in this tournament. Tabak to speak. Tabak spoke passionately. Key thing I want to say most through this tournament ID key that no legend ID unbreakable. No matter how strong Wapire's opponent IDP, as long as we never give up, we can definitely defeat them. P students all shouted in unison, great. Li principal continued to announce. In this tournament, we and Laiki government has increased financial speed for the school. May I ask, Tabak do have any suggestions Fuki development of our school? Tabak replied seriously, I think YP most important gap between us and Laiki top schools ID resources for cultivation. I suggest we invite a pharmacist to refine medicine for us. In this way, gap in cultivation resources for students will be compensated. Li principal was very satisfied with this answer. Excellent. That ID all I wanted to say. I hope we can work together in Lai future to revitalize Jiangzhou martial arts. Tabak, do you deserve to be UP champion of Lighty 100 school tournament in our role mofo our Jiangzhou martial arts? Back in Iki meeting room, ET principal handed him a medal and said trustingly, Tabak, when Du first received Great Wall gold medal, I knew Du would become famous later. Tabak humbly replied, Principal, these are things I should do. However, that doesn't mean I've forgotten Lighty 500 million Du owe me. Li principal froze after hearing this. He exclaimed, wasn't 50 million, how on earth did 8 become 500 million? Two Batch replied in confusion, I earned 50 billion fo Li school, teacher so what 500 million? Li principal firmly refused to budge saying, are Du trying to rob me? Including what Du still owe, most I can give Du ID 100 million. I will grant Du 10,000 military merits, Li logistics department head ID still at a key school so go there and exchange them for resources. Tubak shook his head violently, refusing this price. Lai 100 million. Are Du trying to brush me to pee?
I've shed so much blood for this school!
Hey principal, what are Du playing at?
This don't do.
After being grabbed by collar and dragged he was so angry he felt Lai exploding. Do you really are someone who crosses Lai BB bridge and burns 8 afterward? Squeezing likey lemon and discarding Li peel. Li principal and Lai gave an earnest warning. Come on, two back, if you are tired go get some rest. Seeing Lai door slam shut in front of him, two back fumed. That old man ID a real fox, he ain't truly ruthless. A gentleman taking revenge ID not too late even after 10 years, so I'll just accept these 100 million fo now, this amount ID key temporarily enough to LV he up Tibu button Tidu BQ. Just then, his dormitory door was surrounded by dozens of female students. ID Tubach in there, we want to meet him? Late guard waved his hands frantically. Ain't not here. D've got Lee key wrong place. Heat not in. Inside Lopi room, Tubach was feeding his two favorites, reminding them, eat slowly.
Don't gobble, eat up, lie that!
Your performance in Iki last tournament wasn't bad. Do you have to keep up Lee key momentum? Do you hear me? Just as he was speaking, a brilliant Gindan Lai erupted, forcing him to look down. Oh, did Duel Viki up? Leaky Xi Tem announced Tibubat has reached E threshold. Leaky Earth Mysterious Turtle has evolved into a silver grade beginner, becoming an Earth Spirit Turtle. La P Mysterious Turtle Bloodline ID 40% activated. Gain Key Natural Elemental Power Talent Earth Essence Wisdom Alcost EV has increased to silver grade beginner. Pet ID Earth Spirit Turtle Mysterious Turtle Bloodline 4% activated. Earth Gravity Talent Enhanced Physique 738. Defense 862, Agility to Spirit Hun 20, Talent 1 Earth Wisdom Rampart helps gather natural energy to increase defense by 500. Talent 2 Earth Spirit Possession consumes physical energy to coat body quit Earth Energy, increasing attack power by 200% and defense by 300%. Talent 3 Earth Core Gravity exerts terrible pressure in a 3 km radius. Talent 4 Earth Essence Wisdom helps draw endless power from Mother Earth. Tubach was extremely surprised, leveled up to silver beginner in one go. It seems money spent was well worth 8. Eat well, Tigubat! On Tibu BQ Chate side, there were also changes. Kixi team displayed Gin Art White Tiger leveled up to bronze grade high tier. Pet ID Gin Nian Art White Tiger. Viki Braid High Tier White Tiger Bloodline 30% activated. Physique 258 Defense 2 and a 5 Agility 395 Spirit 80 accompanied by Talents Gunan on Art 100 Claws again on Art Spirit and Gunan Arc at Shadow. Tubach laughed happily. Tibu BQ isn't falling behind either. He rubbed his pets' heads. People have to toil away until they are 20 to reach silver grade, and I have 2 of them at this Levite now. At that moment, Jia Kang burst through Waiki door and shouted, Brother 2, you are truly my Aliu. Tubach looked at him confused. Jia Kang, what ain't wrong to you? Seeing him hugging his legs tightly, Tubach helplessly said, Calm down Jia Kang, tell me slowly if something happened. What get news did you bring? Brother 2, I've awakened my ability. I'm now a glorious beast tamer ability user.
Just lie, do!
He held up a turtle to Spotify. Brother 2, look at this. Tubach was also startled. How did you manage to get a turtle too? He recounted, after my grandfather learned I had awakened as a beast tamer, he was overjoyed and insisted on paying to hire someone to catch a bronze, grade spirit beast for me. But what 8 point of a bronze, grade spirit beast? I don't need that. If I am going to raise one, it has to be a turtle. A beast tamer who doesn't raise a turtle isn't a get beast tamer, right? Tubach hesitated. Jia Kang, actually, I wanted to tell you that not every turtle. Suddenly, Tem reported, Congratulations to host foe activating like Dominion talent. Du can use Essence Blood to help others acknowledge Du as their master, while promoting their subconscious to awaken beast tamer abilities, causing their combat pets to have divine beast bloodlines. He froze Fu a few seconds. What like hell, what ID heat up Dominion, can he help others awaken divine beast bloodlines? Doesn't that mean Tibu Bad and Tibu BQ are about to have many descendants? Lug screen displayed information about Hajia Kang, beast tamer ability user. Thanta Mysterious Turtle Essence Blood Combat Pet can attain 10% Mysterious Turtle Bloodline. Host has seen on Trun and V his power in life. Jikang him stunned, asked, Brother 2, what ain't wrong? Why are Du more excited than me? He patted his shoulder excitedly. Nothing, I think you're right, raising a turtle ID like true path. Let me see your turtle. Gate of Jiangzhou Martial University was now packed with young people registering. Shocking teachers, are Du all here to study beast taming too? They replied, Course. Jiangvo ID, now Leaky Best School. I want to register to become a junior of Leaky Legendary 2 Baksh. We teacher reminded them, P. Lee calm down everyone. If Du have chosen in-depth training at Jiangvo, we will welcome Du. Now let your beast pets make an appearance. Someone dropped a turtle. Come on now, my beast pet. People around him were also holding turtles. Turned everyone was raising turtles. How can Du go to Jiangvu without a turtle? The teacher was speechless. This student recruitment a turtle convention. She asked a student, Ho Kwang, are you sure Du are a beast tamer? He replied,
Of course, this IDP my combat pet!
She shook her head. D don't have a shred of spiritual power on Du. Clearly just a martial artist, high energy. And this turtle ID key just a soft-shelled turtle sold in every market? And those students behind Do are a lightning element ability user, right? Do too. Ho Kwang stubbornly said, whatever, I want to enter Wee Beast Taming Department. I want to study in Li P same class as Tu Bak. Li crowd echoed,
That ain't right.
so what if he, Li lightning element? Who defined that Do can't raise a lightning turtle? Maybe by studying under Tu Bak,
We'll actually develop a real lightning turtle.
Elite teacher shouted, this ID absolute nonsense. Meanwhile, Tubak walking by also wondered, Thadik's trend, why are there turtles everywhere in Li P school now? Amidst D cheers demanding to enter Wee Beast Taming Department, a female student suddenly spotted him.
That Tubak V there!
The crowd erupted.
Can't really Tu-Bak.
A real person has appeared. They rushed forward liasome of bees.
Tu-Bak, I am your biggest fan.
Do you have to help me stay? If I don't go to Li P same school as Diu, I'll be sad fo Wookie rest of my life. Hu Tubak, look at me, I've had likey talent for beast taming since I was a child, 'cause I'm very good at raising turtles.
Do you guys, don't pull his shirt. Tu-Bak,
Watching your match was life-finding key meaning of my life. Even though I'm not a beast tamer, yet I believe I will awaken. Tubak ran for his life. Why are there so many people surrounding me all of a sudden? He had to scream fo help. Principal Gaksami, where are Do? At Lee Frontline Meeting Room, someone reported, according to classified news, 10,000 races have discovered our tracks and have dispatched 13 tribes Laya Chi Yaksha, 6-eared demon wolf, and giant bear to gather at Leaky Base. Lee situation ID quite tense. Neopthan ordered, Key 10,000 races are becoming more arrogant, we must launch a preemptive strike immediately. I have selected Key 3 best warriors from the Key 100 schools competition to go to Key Bitch the Swamp for reconnaissance my san. A member was astonished. What? Key Bitch the Swamp IDPE forbidden area? And using students who haven't graduated, isn't that too dangerous? Everyone anxiously urged, Old Master Than, do you reconsider? He calmly replied, ultimately as warriors of Likey human race, heading to key front lines of Likey myriad races ID a duty. I believe they are more than capable of completing Likey tasks successfully. Furthermore, unlike my presence prevents die high-ranking leaders among myriad races from acting rashly. Therefore, this reconnaissance my son ID especially important. Do should set a P now, a commander ordered sternly. At Jiangzhou Martial University, Subai rushed into the principal's office to report urgent news.
This IDK bad.
Our school IDK about to turn into a turtle fam. Li principal smiled upon seeing him. Zubai, you've come at right time. This IDE head of Leixao family, Chao Man. He has come here today to discuss reclaiming like divine weapons of Leixao family. Lek remaining individuals were all retainers of Leixao family. Subai spoke bluntly, do you want to take back that pair of divine weapons? Li principal of Ma Dichi Martial University already gave them to me. They began to lose their composure.
That ain't impossible.
Those two divine weapons are Li property of Yi Cao family. If it weren't Fu Ki sake of Li old master, we wouldn't need to waste our breath on Diu. We came today quote fun goodwill to redeem Li weapons. I did this how do you intend to receive us? Subai thought to himself, very well, daring to slam the table and act arrogant right here at Medici Martial University. Li principal also slammed his desk and shouted, gentlemen, this ID to Medici Martial University, not your backyard. Whether Subai sells them or not and at what price ID his prerogative. Subai feel free to negotiate as do you wish. Cao Man also spoke up. Student Subai, Li state your terms. Subai replied, to be honest, I've been finding that pair of weapons quite comfortable to use lately. Another person from its house side advised, young man, eventually we will all have to go to hike myriad races battlefield. Improving one's strength ID key top priority. Instead of holding on to 2 pieces of useless iron, why not exchange them food necessary cultivation resources? What do you think? Subai appeared thoughtful. This friend makes a get point. In that case, let it settle on 1 billion. They were stunned upon hearing this. What? 1 billion? Even forging a new divine weapon wouldn't cost that much. Subai dismissed Teet. That it wrong. If these 2 divine weapons remain in my hands, it ain't a bit of a waste. But in Lai T hands of Zishuan, they would be a protective charm. Isn't Zishuan life worth 1 billion? And how much time would it take to forge new divine weapons? They hesitated. This. Adu really are taking advantage of a crisis. Deer still wet behind ears, yet Deer already trying to extort money. Li principal sitting nearby could only chuckle. Now D have all experienced this kid-ate profiteering nature. Cao Man agreed immediately. Fi 1 billion eat ID, deal. Subai happily praised, Key family head ID truly generous. He reminded him, I will transfer Li Key money to Dio today. I hope that once do receive ET, Dio will immediately return divine weapons to our Tao family. Subai saw them all. Don't worry, cash on delivery, I don't deceive children. Li principal also stood up to see them Heim. I can vouch for him, Elder Chow, rest assured. Travel safely. He turned to ask him, Principal, Yi Cao family was in such a rush to pay to redeem Li weapons. Isn't it because there ain't been a development at He front line? He replied, do guess correctly. Key military orders have been officially issued. Instructors and students summoned must be present at Li Myriad Race's front line within EP next 3 days. I have to go this time as well. In addition, Li P military has given a special mycesson to do and Thanthu. Subai was quite surprised. A special mysan again. He reminded him, Subai, this campaign ID human race state first counter-offensive against the myriad races in V200 years. Once we reach E battlefield, we are no longer principals, teachers, students, we are soldiers. We must be brave, unafraid of sacrifice, and complete Li Kimi D that understood? At the Imperial Capital Martial University, Kleepy principal of I Great Wall Academy declared loudly, Imperial Capital Martial University ID where League elites of Long Kingdom gather! Wherever their IDP a battle foe humanity, EP Imperial Marshal will leech shuff. Klee students below shouted in unison, fight Long Kingdom, for prosperity of human race. We shall fight eternally without ceasing. At Key Madij Capital Martial University, new principal also rallied. Whenever their IDP major war, we at Madij Martial are always on front lines. We vow to serve Li P nation, quit our lives, and swear to survive to return from human pass. Lee students below shouted, quote, soaring morale. May our names be carved on stone stela forever. For what human race we are invincible. 3 days later, at Iki Great Wall Garrison Fortress, a guard reminded Su Bait Group, hurry up! Lee, great battle ID about to begin. Chichma Diich crystal cannons a few more times foamy. Pay attention to replenishing their energy, and absolutely no mistakes can occur. Stay vigilant against enemy at all times. Do not let leaky enemy scouts get within 50 miles of Great Wall. If spotted, destroy them immediately. Subai asked curiously, Principal, have you noticed that other schools are all wearing armor? Why are we at Madich Marshall still wearing our school uniforms? That reduce our survival rate on Lai battlefield. Veen Kung echoed, that right, we should also equip armor. Isn't Madich Marshall very wealthy? A few hundred sets of armor shouldn't be a problem. He replied sorrowfully, normally our Madich Marshall University does indeed have enough resources to trade Fu military equipment, but in wartime, resources can only be traded Fu quit military merit. To get armor, do must give you enemies and earn merit. W accumulated military merit of our Madich Marshall University ID not very high. An alarm sounded throughout Lee Fortress. Enemy attack. All units take your positions and prepare Fu battle. A soldier hurried by and Lai having time to say, I haven't had time to introduce myself. Dear teachers and students of Madich Marshall, leak enemy IDK attacking unexpectedly. Eat IDK everyone responsibility to cooperate quad key military to protect the Great Wall. Do not leave the fortress to engage unless ordered. They replied in unison, understood. Principal Chu also ordered.
Key enemy IDK raiding.
All Madich Marshall warriors get onto Leaky Wall to defend it. Everyone from Madich Marshall, follow me to Lee Wall. Hurry.
Everyone follow me.
Veen Kwang followed behind Kud an anxious look. Principal, I feel so nervous. He reassured him, don't worry, our my sin ID just to defend Lee Great Wall. When they reached Alif Top, both Veen Kwang and Su Bai could not help but be shocked. Oh my god, what ID that? Looking at Lee Ki pitch be like the army in Lee Ki distance, they realized it was a beast tide. Damn neat.
This IDK way too terrifying.
Quit this many fierce beasts, how can we possibly kill them all? There were tens of thousands of beasts. Clearly, they intended to turn Lai P battlefield into a meat grinder. Lee Principal instructed, this time, Leaky military ID Ki main combat force against IG myriad races. We in Lai need to provide sex Pete. Do should slowly get used to we battlefield. Subai hesitated and asked, Principal, Iki ban on initiating an attack and Lee applies to humans, right? So are soul beasts allowed to get an EP battle? He greedily calculated, quite so many fierce beasts. I don't want to miss this excellent opportunity to LV key up. A P principal had to remind him, Subai, this idea battlefield, don't you dare act recklessly. At this moment, leaky military artillery fired. These were leaky Madich crystal fire cannons. Everyone stared wide-eyed and bow-mouthed at leaky destructive power of Y artillery. OP might of this magical cannon array was truly nothing to sneeze at. At Light Command Center, Iki artillery chief shouted hoarsely, ordering everyone to hurry up, recharge Wii energy, and prepare Fu next volley. Subai pointed straight ahead to report, monsters are rushing in. E principal immediately roared, ordering E entire army to form ranks, while E command staff urgently signaled Lee silver ardening experts to prepare Fu battle. Dozens of special ability techniques were unleashed directly onto wide heads of 7 ferocious beasts. P Commander-in-Chief continued to mobilize a key rear line, telling key gold-arding leaders to get ready, emphasizing that everyone must maintain total focus to hold Wall 8 defensive line. Key monsters charged forward Lie Madmen, tearing at humanity. Silver-arding warriors braved danger, fighting fiercely against U7 brutal beasts. Then, to having more guts than brains, they beat all 7 monsters into submission. Veen Kwang begged Teacher Chu to let him gain him battle to fight alongside weak Garrison, and Thean Truong chimed in that standing by and watching was maddening. So he also asked Fo permission to fight. However, leaky old man immediately extinguished their enthusiasm, warning them that this was a battlefield, not a place for impulsive brats, and their on-Lai duty was to assist in holding Lai P fort. Ultimately, Lee military decision was made to ensure YP students' survival. Throwing them into Lee fire now would be a senseless sacrifice, so they were told to patiently wait until they were fully fledged warriors to hunt down Likey enemy. But at that very moment, a massive surge of energy suddenly pierced IP defensive barrier. A warrior quit special abilities wondered blankly what was going on, asking if Lee EV artillery hadn't already temporarily ceased fire. Lee Ben Lee Kian Tranroom also stared in astonishment at the thunderous roar of Ki cannons, but leaky destructive impact seemed wrong. He bellowed at Lee signalman, asking who dared to obanch fire without permission when he had clearly ordered them to SC top. And a soldier hurriedly pointed out and reported ITTVE there. He turned that likey little turtle, Tiu Bat, was still wide-mouthed, spitting terrifying bursts of energy that rivaled IHV artillery. Zubai cheered Eid on, telling Yate to keep up Lee fire. Lee T principal standing high above nearly fainted from SPC, lamenting leave heavens and looking helplessly at his mischievous student, while Thanthu beside him was stunned, never imagining that someone in Lee beast-taming world could pull Bay P such a bizarre trick. He nodded while pointing, telling Tiu Bat to lock onto that copper art Inji Men XT and blast its head the P. Obeying its master, Tiu Bat immediately spat a destructive beam that wiped a wide path, leaving monsters no time to dodge. Key Boy scolded his pet turtle, asking if Eat was dim-witted, noting that since Eek opponents were silver art Inji, branded goods, if one shot didn't kivu them, they might die on their own later and he wouldn't get bounty points. He told Eat to focus on clearing YP small fry first, but warned Eat to aim carefully so Eat wouldn't accidentally hit their own side and make a mess of things. He continued to urge his pet into Lee fray, threatening that Eat better work hard and not be lazy, or else he'd give all Lee precious spirit crystals to someone else. Late surrounding warriors watched Subai two beasts rampaging through YK Men XT horde quit their jaws dropped, asking each other where these two overpowered monsters came from. When they heard rumors that they were all key summons of a Zhang University student, everyone was in disbelief that a kid who hadn't even graduated could raise such terrifying pets. By Gi time the thick dust settled, all that met everyone 8 eyes was a battlefield littered Kut Men XT carcasses. Seeing this, Commander-in-Chief ordered all Silver Art NG experts to hunt down leaky fleeing monsters while Gold Arting leaders were tasked Kut cleaning up any remaining stubborn enemies. Lee Principal was once again stunned, looking at his favorite student and lamenting that this brat was capable of every trick in Lee book. Thean Truong stood nearby, curiously asking how on earth Batate two pets had leveled up so quickly, and Subai glossed ear VE by giving all Lee credit to generous sponsorship of their beloved principal, then quickly asked if his contributions would be recognized for more bounty points. Hearing this, principal could unlie grimace, thinking to himself that this cheeky kid should have just bluntly said he had fleeced him of hundreds of millions. He laughed Itapi and replied that since IP Brat had taken down such a pile of monsters, his bounty points would surely be exhausting to count, especially when Lee P rest of them had Lai stood on a wall catching Lee P breeze without lifting a finger. Headquarters sent an urgent report. General IT battle statistics are complete. Our side lot 568 soldiers and 200 magical cannons, and currently, all cannons must come down and recharge to be ready for battle in VE 5 hours, but in return we have sent VK 120, 5,000 monsters to their GP Rai. General Heian Sun was incredibly astonished, and half an hour had passed, and their army had already achieved a great victory. Lee, commander of Lee 35th Division, reported that Subai, a student from Jiangchao University, hadn't even left B City. Yet he had turned his pets into mobile heavy cannons to clear dozens of enemies. So Wak commander wanted to propose a worthy reward for Wa Boy 8, illustrious achievement. General Hyan Sun gave instructions, turning pets into stone throwing cannons. Just distribute his rewards based on liking MB of monsters killed. At that moment, rumors of jealousy or VYK unfairness were spreading at Leaky Base Square. People complained that they hadn't even been allowed to go into battle, so why were others getting rewarded? Someone retorted sarcastically that if they had Subai 8 outstanding talent, they were free to go up and claim Likey reward. Lai crowd looked up at Leaky display board. Leaky top spot belonged to Subai of Jiangchou University, quit 500 combat points. Seeing a gap in their achievements, one guy cursed, swearing that Subai was just a student. Lai them N was also banned from leaving Woki City. So how could he have earned such a terrifying amount of points? He insisted there must be something fishy about Eat. Tuhian scoffed coldly when he saw that name and muttered, "Why ID, Eat always him." Two guys standing nearby smacked their lips in envy, saying that V 40,000 points were equivalent to 400 million, and even a Gold Art NG expert would be lucky to earn that much. They wondered what on earth he had done, while Tuhian gritted his teeth and swore that one day he would surpass Subai. Lee moment he saw Tu Hien at Li T Base Square. Su Bai happily ran RV, patted him on the shoulder, and asked how he was doing. Lie too long let best friends. Oh, isn't this old Tao? How have you been, my friend? Bail Ki Wei, was that pair of swords I gave you last time smooth to use? Now that I mention E.T., leaky pile of points I collected this time was all than to wholehearted see Pete from your Uncle 8 side. Seeing Tu Hien fuming, Xubai coaxed him, saying, whatever do want to eat, just name eat, get friends shouldn't wear such a gloomy face. But leaky other guy glared and snapped that no one wanted to be his friend, and that Tao Tu Hien would never befriend someone lie him. Xubai still leaned in, asking, don't be lie that, old Tao IDE weapon not balanced fu your grip. Lee Boy kept babbling about how he had recently been studying blacksmithing books and had picked up some maintenance skills fu divine weapons, offering to perform maintenance for a friendly price. Tu Hien couldn't be bothered, scoffed coldly, and walked away. Seeing this, Lee Boy hurriedly tried to detain him, saying, hold on, old Tao? Like second day at a Great Wall Garrison Fortress had arrived. All Lee's soldiers stood in straight lines to meet Lok Triu Nugget, and Key Commander loudly reported that key force guarding Lai P wall had been fully assembled. After fully explaining YP's situation, he noted that although defense had been attacked by 100,000 ferocious beasts last night, that was merely a probe. Today, light monsters would arrive in even greater numbers, but humanity would never just sit and wait for death. Today was light day for everyone to unite and counterattack, he asserted, urging everyone to hold their weapons firmly and defend this land together. Lee's entire guard squad gripped their weapons and shouted in unison, counterattack, counterattack! Clutching their swords to hold their ground. As soon as Tree Ngi finished giving Ki order to advance, Iki guards immediately lined up and charged straight into battle. Countless legions rushed out of city gates, fun of fervor and ready to fight, while outside, Iki men XT armies simultaneously roared and charged in. Having not been allowed to fight for 2 days, Tabak asked, teacher, are we still not allowed to begin like battle? Are we just gonna keep guarding like gate? In Veen Kwang chimed in, that it right, teacher, we can't just keep playing key coward, but Li P principal brushed TTP saying, why key impatience, military orders are lie mountains, there will eventually be a time for you to let loose. Lapi commander coordinated tactics, EVV radio Ike Esperalen began raining down elemental attacks, and Tim received orders to lead Vanguard, pouring all their strength into pushing back Li Kimen XT assault. Li leading ferocious beasts fell one by one, causing resentment and fell energy on a P battlefield to grow thicker by EP moment. Veen Kwang could not help but feel terrified, exclaiming, this scene ID just too horrifying, while Tabak stared at Leet battle and lamented, eat no wonder they call Leek Myriad race battlefield a living hell, eat ate hard fu any creature to endure such intense bombardment. My commander gave strict orders, be careful enemy Idiki rushing in, Hevi armor of DN deploy. Immediately, soldiers in thick armor holding shields moved into position. Aniki Kop Teen shouted, men of Hevi armor of DN, we must be LPC
Key first wave of diamond bears! Do not take a single step back!
Then he loudly bellowed, Hevi armor of DN, follow me. The two sides clashed violently, facing Geek Solid, Cliff Lie shield wall of Lee Heavy Armor Elf N. Key Diamond Bears were forced to come to a halt. Leek's teen kept pushing them. Heavy Armor Elf N. Do must cess up these wild beasts Fumi at all costs. On a tall enemy tower, a Diamond Bear roared Koot Fury. How can humans possibly stop Lee Diamond Bear tribe? Crush them. Tabak asked in surprise, oh, why does Key Myriad race leader have a human form? And Principal Chu explained, Platinum LV powerhouses of Key Myriad races have leaky ability to shapeshift, and once they reach Key Diamond realm, they look no different from ordinary humans, even living among us, ID hard to detect them, meaning they no flaws whatsoever, leaving Tabach in awe of Myriad race's formidable capabilities. Veen Kwang let his patience impressed, Principal, when will our superiors finally give us our Mycen? But Principal Chu reassured him, Key battlefield situation IDK very tense, but I believe LIP mobilization order will arrive soon. Just then, a soldier arrived to announce, all G Team members are to coordinate Quote EP main force to perform rescue operations and clear Key battlefield. Lee Key entire tournament squad ID to be divided into small groups to carry out this task. Following Lee P distribution list, a thrilled Tabach read aloud Tim 1 Tabak Ho Than Thu, Henchin, Ytiep Teen IDE Tabach Me Scene IDE optional do may either clear the battlefield or head to or Foggy Mountains to gin Y Key main army, as decided by E Key Cap Tien. Next IDE Tim Tu Ong Duong Tao Tu Hien Quan Tan Tang Lo Kiu E Can ID Tuong Duong E Mi Sian IDP to go to Eek Foggy Mountains to assist the scout troops, he continued, reading all E key names of key following teams. Finally, he reached Lihi last Tim 50 Talasoothing Bak En Quang Bang Vuong Than Than Levine Quang Loi Van Tiu in Truong Man D Li Chop Teen ID Bak En Gong Bang, Queti Ki Mai Sen to assist Tiki Ri Ji Tim in clearing E main battlefield. Every Tim quickly gathered to receive orders, and murmurs broke out. This ID crazy, what ID going on? Damn it, this isn't our school 8 formation. To which someone nearby replied, exactly, almost everyone has been split up, not to mention Tim, one ID weird. Tabak Henchin and Hothan 2 on Lai P same Tim. Are you kidding me? Henchin walked Riki and greeted him. Tabak, long time no see, let it have a match when we're free. He had something more important to ask. Old Han, let it talk about fighting when we get back. What ID guai real my sen this time? Thantu wondered, why put E3 of us on Ike's same Tim? And the my sen sounds so vague, teet very suspicious. But Henchin replied, Tabak, dear cop tn, if even you are an Isla Key, who do you expect me to ask? He let a long sigh. Suddenly, Tabachi's eyes widened as if he realized something, and he smirked coldly. Key military order clearly states that I Chop Teen has fun authority to arrange things. I think I've figured it out. Thane 2 asked skeptically, figured what out? And he replied, just follow me and Doyle see. Tabak turned to say goodbye. Principal, we're setting P for our me sen now. Ini Principal cautioned, do you kids, be careful, when eat a matter of life and death, your own survival ID be most important thing. Tabach excitedly jumped P city wall.
Understood, Principal. Old Hen, old ho, follow me.
He didn't forget to add, keep up, both of you.
If do get left behind, I'm not waiting.
Both hurried after him. Thanthu was still curious. Tabak, what I dekar my san, anyway, while Henchin laughed. Ha ha, I can see he hate been holding back foe too long. Just let him be. As Little Bat and Little Back poked their heads all, seemingly sniffing foey scent of delicious beast cores. A while later they arrived at Lee battlefield where beast carcasses lay everywhere, leading Tabach to remark, piles of corpses, eat truly too brutal. Henchin mused foe a moment, falling on Lakey battlefield I deke a soldier ate highest honor. Tabach looked saddened, may you rest in peace, seniors. We will carry ki burden foe ki journey ahead. Thanthu patted his shoulder and asked, Tabach are you okay? To which he replied, I am fi. And Henchin added, this IDE fate of us soldiers. Suddenly, Ki too looked at Little Batch and Little Bat, and Tabach asked, if these little ones keep eating beast cores on Lay battlefield, will eat be against E rules? But he waved E to P, no, they're just helping clear Ike battlefield and reducing Wiki burden on leaky military. This cleanup ID very urgent. As they nearly finished cleaning, a voice called off from afar, Teat Tubach group. And Tabach urged, Little Bat, Little Bach, eat quickly, we still have another my son. Afterward, he tucked his 2 pets into his backpack and said seriously, main task complete, I'll feed you properly when we get Sheen M. He turned to his teammates, old Han, old ho, let it go! Time to move all. But Thanthu wondered, Tabach, where are we heading? Henchin realized, isn't this I direction to Ike Foggy Mountains? And Tabach, having already run ahead a bit, shouted, old ho, look at old Han, hurry up. Oh key main force will get there before we do. 2 high and 8 group also began to stir and move into Yilki war zone, and continuously scanned these surroundings and muttered, why didn't Subai and his companions wait for Leak other martial arts teams to assign reconnaissance duties before rushing straight into Leaky Misty Mountains? Ong Duong speculated that they seemed very impatient, then ordered preparations, saying, our second Tim will depart together, to which Tuhin replied clearly. After speaking, Li P4 of them charged ahead, saying, let it go our Mi Sen ID to assist in scouting the terrain of these misty mountains. Although there are some hidden risks, as long as we avoid key dangerous areas, each shouldn't be too far. Tuhin urged his brothers to speed up, saying, we have to get in early to earn some merit points. Subai Tim approached IP Misty Mountains and he observed I's situation, assessing T-fog here ID thick and likely unclear, visibility ID limited. Henchin agreed, let it not stand too far apart. Thangthu analyzed, this ID complex terrain, if a large human army were to come here, they would easily be ambushed. Sobai nodded, acknowledging that this environment was unlikely suitable for small squad operations. Suddenly, Henchin saw something in a rotten tree stump and signaled Leaky other 2. Do guys, take a look and see what this ID. He picked up Leaky mushroom to examine it. This ID a blood mushroom, an important medicinal herb for making blood energy powder, he said. Thanthu estimated that this plant must be a VF 15 years old, noting he could fetch more than 100,000 at a material shop. Xubai jaw dropped in surprise. That expensive? What are we waiting for? It would be a waste not to pick et. Thanthu reminded Subai that they still had a my CN, but Subai's eyes were in lie on key mushrooms, so he told them, if you're in a hurry, go ahead, I'm going to pick these first. As he spoke, he opened his backpack and called Ogsaobei and Saobai. Seeing that Subai had no captain Liora, Henchin covered his face in frustration. Quick key mushrooms in hand, Zubai 8 eyes gleamed as if he had found money, excitedly saying, This place I deek indeed fun of treasures. Eat would be foolish to return empty-handed, while jokingly scolding his two pets. How can do guys eat anything like that? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Henchin sensed imminent danger and switched to high alert, saying, Careful, there ate an energy fluctuation, a fierce beast I deek rushing toward us. As soon as he finished speaking, a low Alv League Gold, Tier 2, headed Lee Zekut and 3 Silver, Tier Wolf demons appeared. Zubai patted Henchin on B's shoulder and confidently said, Tate just one low of VE Gold tier I can handle eat myself. Do guys continue Lee reconnaissance. However, he and Thanthu still aggressively drew their weapons and charged. Zubai said, Hey, don't try to steal my merit points. To which they replied, Well, even if you are Auk Chop Tien, you shouldn't hogly get stuff, let it go together. Seeing Waiki 2 suddenly understand each other unusually well, he blankly asked, due to breathing peace same air. Both of them why into we fray quit pack of monsters. Leak's situation foe our side didn't seem very get because leaky enemy held a numerical advantage. Just then, Xubai joined E fight, kicked E2, headed Lee Zit away, and told them, Old hen take a break, give me 5 minutes to take care of this one. Henchin asked in surprise, Hey Xubai, eat 8 Enlai been a few days since we last met, are due about to break through to Lai P Silver, tier intermediate LV. Thanthu fought while saying, Xubai s top rambling, if do you want a Q Lee beast, do you have to rely on your Psi Q? Henchin nodded, and then Lee Ki 2 of them, as if they understood each other perfectly, attacked crazily.
Subai shouted, Don't kiva them all! Leave a few for me!
They laughed loudly, saying, Your speed ID key too slow. Ongduongate Tim also just arrived at like Misty Mountains. Tuheen confirmed there was a battle ahead involving martial artists, ability users, and even a gold tier beast. Ongduong worriedly said, Our people are in trouble. Let it go speed them quickly. Lee Hol Tim replied in unison, Okay. When they arrived, they Enlai saw scattered Menixti corpses. No one was in sight. Kwantan lamented, This place I deek so desolate. Subai group had already cleared Lai P monsters, and Subai sat proudly on Iki corpse of Lai Ki 2 headed Li Ziat. They praised him, You're truly cunning, always hitting E beast 8 weak points. Subai replied, You're quite insidious yourself, and laughed heartily. I've conceded enough, he said, then told Saobai and Saobai to feast. Eat your fill so do can work later. Ongduongate group was still struggling in E fog. Kwantan couldn't believe that 5 minutes ago E beast energy was dense, yet now heat was all gone. Ongduong replied, That ain't normal, because those 3 aren't ordinary people. Due to IB fog, Ongduong didn't know he had approached Henchin from behind. He kept rambling, Old hen ID truly EP strongest prodigy of E Great Wall Garrison. His strength ID truly extraordinary. Henchin helplessly replied, Are you mocking me? Then he pointed to Xubai and said, Most of Lai E beasts were handled by him and his summoned beasts. Ho Thanthu and I didn't even get to lift a finger. Upon hearing this, Tuheen panicked and asked, They were all wiped off by him in just 5 minutes. Subai ran in V to tease him, Oh, isn't this old Tao? Looking to find me to maintain your divine weapon. Do you never say anything, and I've been missing those 2 divine weapons for a long time. Furious, Tuheen pointed and warned Subai,
Shut your mouth right now.
Ongduong stepped in to mediate, C-top arguing, Ki mi sin IDP more important. Subai dear we ki kop tien, what should we do now? Subai replied, This place ID a land of promise, so I want to penetrate deeper into Lai Ki Misty Mountains to wipe all more beasts, fo Wai Ki sake of our human race 8 secure rear. Anenlai Henchin and Thanthu understood well said do you just want to scavenge for natural treasures don't do killing more beasts increases merit points too. But verbally, they still chimed in, we agree. Ongduong suggested, why don't we act together? Xubai didn't hesitate, saying, Fi, but I'll say this first when it comes to resources, whoever ID faster gets them, there will be no fair division. Ongduong hesitated, saying, Of course. Subai quickly said, Then I'm going ahead, everyone follow behind. Henchin and Thanthu rushed after him, saying, Subai, slow down! Old Su, don't do dare hog E spoils. Kwantan heard this and looked confused, saying, What are they talking about? I don't understand anything. Ongduong replied, You'll understand eventually. Don't just stand there. Let 8 hurry and catch up. Lakey group was running when they suddenly stopped as they saw Subai 8 Tim come to a halt. They wondered what was ahead that made them stand so still. Ongduong widened his eyes, saying, In Lee blink of an eye, how many gold tiers appeared? Tuheen broke into a cold sweat, 2 low LV key gold tiers, 1 intermediate, and even a high LV 1 on VE there. In Lee Forest was a pack of gold tier monkeys, especially E white-furred gorilla that had reached Lee high LV gold tier. A sap trend man quote sharp fangs appeared mocking them, Do you bunch of trash? Do you dare let these silver tier humans barge in here? Why gorilla bowed obediently to apologize. Subai group stirred, Humanoid beast,
That ain't a platinum tier powerhouse.
Thanthu was startled, What? Platinum tier? Hanchin retorted, that not eat. That person I deek from like Earth Tibetan mysterious snake clan, one of key 3 great royal tribes, and Lee's strongest subordinate of he 90 fee heaven, swallowing python. Among like myriad races, there exists a premium and bloodline quote masterful shape-shifting abilities and tactics more insidious than most. This I deed up like opponent that gives me key biggest headache. Lee Python leader just gave key order, listen up brothers, kivu them all without leaving a single one alive, wipe them all foe me. Luck roars drew countless beasts surrounding them from all sides. The entire group was dazed, not understanding why so many had gathered here, and John hurriedly urged, Wang Yang, your speed IDT fastest, go get reinforcements right now. He nodded, immediately deployed an Earth-grade XQ, and said, Feng Ling, see Pit to Bach and Han Zhan, and try to hold our ground. Just as Wang Yang dashed away, 3 low-tier gold apes chased closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, they blocked his path. Wang Yang cried awe and surprise, Tren, their speed IDK even more terrifying than mine. ET looks lie, I'll have to fight to YP death this time. Tabak 8 group was also struggling against all kinds of Tren beasts. Hanjan asked anxiously, can you take on this BLC python by yourself? Zishuan drew his dual swords and declared, today I will turn these beasts into minced meat. Seeing Tabach remain calm and unbothered, Tianmang sneered, what ain't wrong? Are you so scared that you've turned to stone? Nagia Mai felt that this enemy was by no means ordinary. She immediately summoned her 2 darlings, Xiaobai and Xiaobai, into battle. As soon as Y little ones appeared, they grew to gigantic proportions, making Leek opponent wary. They then unleashed Bilichi Torta's barrier and Jing Teen 100 Claws to face Lip He fight. Tianmang laughed wildly and provoked, want to fight me? Fi, consider aid a little warm up. Having said that, he released a swarm of servant pythons as bait. And so, light battle lines were clearly drawn to back would directly confront Tianmang and his teeming minions. Meanwhile, Han Zhan and Qing Shu had to clash quit white-furred gorillas. Qing Shu marveled, peace strength of these gold-tier beasts I deek indeed no joke. Han Zhan urged anxiously, Wang Yang I deek he luring as many as 3 of them alone, I fear he hate in grave danger. Old to finish this battle quickly.
Oh, we unt be in time to see him.
Tabach replied briefly and was immediately targeted by Key White Snake. He tore Snake apart, quit his bare hands lie scrap paper and shouted, Xiao Bai, clean this up quickly foe me. Xiao Bai gathered its strength to attack, deciding to Shikyu's ahead and BELPC's opponent 8 way. Tianmang mocked, do humans are so arrogant.
Do don't know your place.
But when he encountered Xiao Bai's terrifying strength he had to gasp inwardly. What kind of men in XTID ridiculously strong lie this? A powerful blow from Xiao Bai swept straight into Li demonic beasts by Iki time Li dust cleared, Iki corpses of Iki vicious pythons lay scattered all of EP ground. Tabak was slightly surprised, if Eat had been an ordinary gold tier, Eat would have died long ago. But then he realized that Tianmang had revealed his true form, becoming a menacing, pitch BLC python. He said smugly, dear quite get, forcing me to reveal my true form IDK indeed impressive. Tabak said innocently, your head IDK really huge, ET looks even more powerful than my Kid 8 head. In the key blink of an eye, Tianmang teleported right in front of him, forcing him to use Emton, attribute Shadow Clone to dodge. Hehe, looks Li do have a bit of a brain, knowing how to use a sneak attack. But that speed IDK not enough to touch even like hem of my clothes. He jumped onto Xiaobai back and ordered,
Let it fight!
Bai charged forward, quit BEC Tortoise Ram, XQ making Eat look no different from a Tianyu sweeping through all targets. Lei's speed was so terrifying that Tianmang didn't even have time to lift his foot to escape. Immediately following was a fatal ramming blow that made Tianmang cough up fresh blood. Seeing Leaky enemy still struggling, Tabak urged Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Are you planning to wait until Li Cao's come to finish this? And eat quickly? Hanjan praised. Tabach 2 summoned beasts are truly heaven-defying, torturing Betalabi Say Python leader to such a miserable state. Qing Shu was still anxious. Quite fight dragging on lie this? I am just worried about how much longer Wang Yang can hold out. Tabach delivered a thunderous kick to Leaky enemy 8 head. Iska top dragging your feet, we have plenty of work left to do. And Enli when Tabach nudged Tianmang quit his foot and saw him completely motionless did he heave a sigh of relief. Finally done quit clean up. He turned to I2 of them and said, let it go. Quickly run and exi him. Before he could finish his sentence, Tianmang gate body suddenly bloated as if he were about to self-detonate. By Gi time Hanjan and Qing Shu realized key danger, an earth-shattering explosion had already ripped through YT air. Fortunately, Tabak managed to summon a protective shield in time to escape unscathed. He didn't forget to curse, damn it, these guys even have such a dirty trick up their sleeves. Witnessing why Heaven Python still crawling quote effort, he couldn't help but exclaim in SBC, what I did this? This freak still hasn't died yet. Hanjan advised, Xubai don't chase anymore, that mystic snake has already had its martial arts crippled by Diu. Saving old Wang IDP more important. He agreed, Fi, today I'll spare that reptile hate life. As soon as he finished speaking, Xubai darted DP Liadi wind, and Enlai having time to call back, Old Hen, Qing Shu, DU2 BLPCE here, I am going to exi old Wang. Hanjan replied, go quickly, leave this place to us. After a period of battling Kuti 3 monkeys, Wang Yanggate's situation was truly bad. Indeed, I underestimated leaky speed of gold tier monsters. Although that white ape isn't a fast species, its muscular power ID too terrifying. IDEE possible I really have to die here. He brandished his weapon and vowed, but even if I have to kick by bucket, I have to drag one of them down to weak netherworld Koot me as a companion. All 3 monkeys pounced simultaneously. Wang Yang decided to use Lie Space Breaking Spear technique to try and Obanao a path through, but he quickly took a fun, fatal punch from Leaky mid Stigi gold tier monkey. Leaky other 2 monkeys seized ET chance while Iki human was PP balanced to jump in and gin IP assault. They coordinated extremely well, each in turn delivering finishing blows. Wang Yanggate body sustained painful strikes, blood spraying profusely. Furthermore, he took a kick that sent him flying hard into EP trunk of an ancient tree. He sat flat on EP ground, certain that this time his life was truly her VE. Wang Yang provoked them?
Come on, Diu beasts!
Taking my life ID very easy.
But one day, my human race will wipe Diu all completely. Hanjan Subai, eat looks lie there no more chance to compete Quote Diu too. His whole body went limp, letting Iki monkeys do as they pleased. Suddenly, Key spear in Igi monkeyed hand was knocked flying far away. Xubai appeared just in time to rescue Wang Yang. He encouraged him, Old Wang, how are Diu? Hang in there? He whispered weakly, Xubai, did Du come to collect my corpse? Wang Yang couldn't endure any longer and gave his finite words, Xubai, avenge me?
Xubai yelled, Old Wang, wake up now! Don't you dare go to sleep!
Subai looked at Li Ti monsters and swore, I must crush Du all to be satisfied. Subai gripped his spear tightly, ready for a life, in-death confrontation. He looked at Leaky mid, Stigi gold, tier monkey mockingly, Quedun lie one arm left, yet dear still so arrogant. After speaking, he gathered his power. Du bastard? Li's spear in Subai's hand flew stabbing deep into wee monkey 8 chest. A nearby tree shook violently as if it were about to be uprooted. He monkey had been pinned firmly to Li tree trunk by Ki spear. Saobai and Saobai had also finished Bapi Li remaining 2 monkeys. Subai hurriedly called Old Wang, I've helped Du get revenge. Wake up quickly! Suddenly Xixtem announced a high-quality Dagit detected capable of becoming a descendant of a white tiger bloodline, currently in a precarious situation. Host can use white tiger essence blood to extend their life. Do wish to convert them to this bloodline exit team? Subai eagerly called all to Wang Yang, Old Wang, wake up quickly! I have a way to see Du now. Subai breathed a sigh of relief, Old Wang, wake up, I have a way to see Du. Wang Yang, I have a way to revive Diu, but price ID that from now on Diu will lose your freedom and remain forever dependent on me. Do you accept? After receiving a nod from him, Xubai called Ao, Sao Bai, spit a 3 drops of essence blood fu me. Quat why 3 drops of essence blood in hand, he commanded, Sao Bog Zao Bai keep watch fo me. Seeing Wang Yanggate condition getting worse, Xubai reminded him, Old Wang, hang on just a bit longer. As essence blood merged into his chest, he began bloodline reconstruction preaks. A surge of energy rolled through Wang Yanggate body, like horrific pain made him scream all miserably. When Li Pi's screaming stopped, Wang Yang was in a daze. Xubai asked, ID settled, how do Du feel? He was astonished, Subai, how did Du heat, this ability? Eat definitely not that of an ordinary person. Even a kind tier master might not be able to pull E to P. Subai stated, Old Wang, before I save Du, I got your consent. From now on, Du are under my command, so Du are strictly forbidden from breathing a quook about any of my secrets. Disclosing anything about Subai ID forbidden. Anyone who dares to break their quipsy shall be destroyed by heaven and earth, their soul dispersed. Wang Yang nodded blankly, quite this tone very well, I understand clearly now. Du calculated everything carefully, Old Man Wang, it took a lot of effort to decide your life. Your life ID worth more than Zishuan 8 2 precious swords, so this fee must not be shortchanged. Suddenly, ground shook violently. Wang Yang hurriedly shielded him, be careful. Tabai wondered, ID something happening. Snakes emerged from Li ground one after another. He said irritably, damn it, where are so many snakes coming from? I shouldn't have let that bastard escape earlier. Tabai ordered his pet, Bai, these disgusting creatures are Fu Dio to handle. But when he saw body parts being severed, he was stunned, they aren't physical entities. What a hell ID going on? Li P snakes kept swarming up from Li ground. Tabai was astonished. Why are there still as many of them as there were before? No matter how many I kivu. Fortunately, Ki2 groups late by Qing Shu arrived just in time. Tabai were here. Old man Wang, are do okay? Tabai grumbled, why are do guys so late? Wang Yang replied, I am still fi. Qing Shu assessed all peace situation. Tabai, these snakes seem immortal. There must be someone pulling eye strings behind eye scenes. We must find him immediately. He said firmly, she, definitely because he snake from earlier isn't completely dead yet. Then, Tabai asked, Old man Wang, lend me your spear foe a moment. He suddenly spotted a guy lurking behind a tree trunk, controlling them.
There he idea.
Iki man hiding behind Iki tree counterattacked. How dare do lowly vermin act so arrogant in front of our ancient python clan? Qing Shu used his fan to be LPC Ling attack and asked. He revealed his true form after being hit by Diu, but in Li blink of an eye, he turned back into a human. Why did he recover so quickly? Tabai also understood that this guy was not to be trifled quat. Iki heavenly python was conceited, that was just my shadow. Do you want to kivu me? Keep dreaming. Zixuan keenly realized that like item in his hand was Leap Thuniki Howl. I will mince Diu into pieces. Hanjan struggled against Ive Soam of snakes and exclaimed, how did he turn into this? This guy's strength has far exceeded what it was before. Everyone, be careful. Quat bloodshot eyes fun of resentment, Wang Yang ordered.
Tabai, deal quit him foamy. I'll pay whatever eat costs.
Tabai instructed, Old man Han, Old man Chi, do to clean up Li rest. As foe this snake, leave him to me. Why heavenly python said haughtily, small fry quit such shallow skills have quite a big mouth, don't Diu. Tabai gathered power in his palms. Watch me send Diu to meet your maker. Then bring Diu back to make snake soup while Etate still hat. He unleashed a X-ray of attacks, Earth Spirit Possession,
Earth Rampart, Mantine Spirit Edge, Sharp Mantine Get Shadow.
Like two forces collided violently. In Lipe place where they fought, dust and smoke obscured Glipe view foe a moment. He stood in Like middle of Ike thick smoke and sneered, as expected, do have a few tricks up your sleeve. Not seeing his opponent, I heavenly python roared, Diu vermin, come on and face me. To bite punch landed as a response.
Your grandfather ID right here.
Just as he was about to rush forward and unleash his move, to bite feet suddenly stopped, because he realized Eat seems to have become significantly stronger, huh? To deal quit such a stubborn guy, Tabai decided to change his strategy. Bai, 7-star 3 slaughter formation. Leak 7-star 3 slaughter formation IDE avoid LVE technique that he utilized Eek at origin synchronization to activate. E can optimize I power of Bai and Bai. All three joined forces to surround and trap Li Heavenly Python and Like Center. They unleashed their special abilities toward Lipe Center simultaneously. He acted arrogant and lay face of that attack. I must admit, this move of yours ID quite creative, but Etate a pity your strength ID keys still too immature. Surrounding Tabai at this moment was a shield along quit 3 manifested ancient pythons. And John warned from behind, Tabai, be careful, swarms of snakes are rushing toward Diu. Li giant ancient python activated, Earth-style technique Azure Snake 8 Spear, bringing quit eat layers of snakes quit gaping mouths, Eat closed in on Tabai. Key position where he was standing exploded instantly from Li intense impact. Mr. Duong tremblingly exclaimed, this power ID terrifying, Eat impossible. What kind of MNXT ID Keek Subai, how could anyone defeat him? Ziswan urged anxiously. Subai,
whether dear or alive or dead, answer this old man!
He quickly used his shield to BLPC in time, narrowly escaping death, and thought to himself. This ID really tough, all three of us are covered in wounds. Subai narrowed his eyes and braced himself to withstand Lakey attack. He and his 2 beasts let Aura roar, and their power exploded violently. Like firepower radiating throughout light area terrified a heavenly python. He dares to break through right in front of me. Do you really are tired of living? Like heavenly python also began to accumulate a massive amount of energy. Then, Eat opened its maw and fired directly at Subai. The epicenter shook violently after we collision. His teammates were frantic.
We're done foe.
This attack ID too strong.
Su ID in danger.
We must see him. But I'm frozen stiff and can't do anything. Mr. Duong shouted in surprise.
Look V there, everyone. What ID that?
Could he be? From a distance, Eek Heavenly Python felt that vibration. Hit by E's sudden surge of power, Eat recoiled.
Do you want to send me a P? Do you aren't skilled enough yet? What I dig this?
E2 beasts simultaneously unleashed white tiger forms of blade. Libi Billy Tortoise transformed into a majestic spear. Subai ordered coldly, Q, no need for more words. Low beast armor instantly manifested in Leaky mortal world, enveloping Subai body. Key group stared in astonishment, heaven and earth overturned, an indestructible spirit, divine weapons converging, beast armor, origin of all creatures, a harmony of essences. Thanthu couldn't believe her eyes. ID this legendary beast armor. Mr. Duong excitedly confirmed, exactly, this ID supreme technique of Loklak fam, who once faced two great Kennel Viki experts alone? Eat ID indeed, beast armor? Why Heavenly Python was secretly terrified. Quit this anomaly could eat be legendary beast armor, a technique lot for 100 years impossible!
Like Sassin.
Congratulations to Ike Host Foe Awakening League Beast Armor, Subai Beastmaster Mid Silver XD currently in Beast Armor state 18 years old, Physique 5 9042 and skyrocketing base 4 330 Earth Spirit Turtle Inheritance 345 Guns and White Tiger 207 77 Agility 596 and Rising base 420 Earth Spirit Turtle Inheritance 1 800 Gun and White Tiger 366 Spirit 4000 and Rising base 800 Earth Spirit Turtle Inheritance 1 600 again and White Tiger Fun 600 Beast Armor Talent in Beast Armor State, Leaky Bloodline Power of Leaky Earth Spirit Turtle and Leaky Ganon and White Tiger increases by 80%. Attribute stats skyrocket, and all talents increase threefold. Warning: Key Beast Armor has awakened 80% of your bloodline. This power ID too great and far exceeds your limit. Eat will quickly deplete your vitality and spirit. Your current strength ID insufficient to maintain Eat Fu Long. When energy ID exhausted, Dia will exit Lee's state and fall into a weakened period. Time remaining 3 minutes. Finish Lake Battle quickly. Subai coldly asked his opponent, have D out, prepared to meet Urin. Like Heavenly Python stubbornly counterattacked, this cannot be real? After being countered, YP creature desperately exclaimed, why has he come to this? No, Loke of the Abyss, avenge me! Why Heavenly Python vanished after Wiki destructive attack and Lakey ground split in two. At Truongthan Fortress, Nathan remarked, this kid ID quite something. His growth rate ID truly astonishing. He looked at T opponent quote disdain. A dignified Loke of Losi Abyss, yet do go around bullying a child. Do you really think I'm already dead? Don't do you? Quote one sword stroke from Nethan, two powerful forces clashed violently in Key Air. DM Min Leaky Loke of Leaky Abyss sneered, Nathan, don't be delusional do, unit lie long, when do die. We human race will have no KLV experts to protect Eden will surely be wiped out. He replied directly, then I shall wait for that day. As folk Subai, he was still in Niti par exit of channeling his power. When Subai touched lipey ground, his teammates ran RV to cha-cha on him. Old Su, are you okay? Do you've surprised us again? Thanthu calculated. P loot this time IDP insane. 1 electric python, 1 high LV gold, 1 mid LV gold, 2 low LV gold, in a VT 80 silver LV each beasts.
All wiped out! Mr. Dong rejoiced, that ain't right. Incredible. I can brag about this all year long.
And Sheen added, but that was terrifying. If not folks who buy 8 burst of beast armor, we would have all been shredded. Zishuan added sadly, just a pity about his thin chi howler. Tabak issued a warning that this foul stench could easily attract hungry beasts, so Yeet would be best to get away quickly. At that moment, a Waxy figure appeared and declared that no one would escape. Up group was startled and reminded each other to be on guard because their opponent this time was at Iki Lok Ulla Vee. Live Villain immediately unleashed a technique that transformed energy into a fierce, giant serpent and roared, demanding everyone 8 lives. Tabak could Enlai squeeze his eyes shut and leave his fate to chance as an overwhelming force far beyond his LVE charged toward him. However, after waiting for a long time without feeling any pain, he peeked and saw that a local Veek Sr. had blocked Likey attack for him. Leepy crowd collectively thanked Lee Hero Than Sun for saving their lives, while he looked at Leaky enemy Quoot contempt and told Longo that as a Tup master, bullying children was truly outrageous. Lok Longo snorted coldly, unreplied that even Quit Than Sun arriving to help Eat would be in vain. Today Tagat was Leaky Boy who had awakened Lee T Azure Beast armament, and he was determined to capture him. Leaky Myriad Race's faction was determined not to let anyone become a second Lakfam who spreads fear, but his opponent firmly replied not to indulge in such idle fantasies. Longo immediately gathered his energy to challenge how well his opponent could protect a boy. He unleashed a Feed 10,000 Snakes domain, causing swarms of reptiles to appear and making everyone tremble as they realized they were all at EB Gold Ard and Geo higher. Lee T scene shifted back to IP school as Yen Nian waved goodbye to him to head for a break. She wished him a refreshing time to unwind and blow away all like he accumulated fatigue. I am going HMM now and I'll miss you a lot, she said, to which Tabach replied Koot a sat grunt. His group of Sieg Elu friends also set a P together to party, teasing him for his bad luck of having to stay behind to tackle a Mao Teenan of difficult homework, making Tabach bitterly wonder why everyone else gotta have fun, while he had to break his back drawing lie this. Meanwhile at Lee Key fiery battlefield, Longo shouted furiously, asking Than Sun where he was looking. Lee P villain gathered all his strength and shouted a challenge Fu Than Sun to withstand like attack. Lee Key Sr. remained calm and stood tall before Lee Key descending destructive beam of lie, while Lee Key students turned pale and screamed at Lee's sight of he aggressive snakes crawling toward them, telling each other to prepare for a fight to Waikey death. Than Sun smiled slightly and said, "It was time to warm up his joints a bit." He unleashed Leek Sycamore technique, projecting a surging wave of brilliant red flames. Tabach expressed his admiration for such dominance, while Henchin said Kuda that this was teacher Than Sun 8 ultimate technique. Even Long Ah was astonished to see that his opponent had comprehended Baopi power of natural laws. He realized Kut's secret panic that Li Si Tren energy was ravaging and gnawing away at his life force from within, making it impossible for him to resist. He quickly opened a spatial rift to escape, not forgetting to leave behind a threat that, although he admitted defeat today, Leaky old man could end Li Ixi, Li Boy life foe now, and could not protect him forever. We enemy faction was determined to take this to Gadit life. In moment he stepped outside Great Wall Bo Ki, top-tier assassins would hunt him down. However, before Li remnants of his power could strike, Ki Sr. waved his hand and ordered everything to vanish completely. Henchin could not hide his excitement and enthusiastically praised it as a truly high LVE showdown between giants. Every move and step contained a terrifying power that could shift very heavens and earth, causing Tabach to mutter to himself, wondering when he would ever reach such a supreme LVE. Thansun turned around and gently advised his pupils that their ID key always a higher Maotin N, so they must constantly break through their own limits. They all obeyed in unison before he activated key formation to send everyone back a Shiram. Key formation immediately activated, whisking Luki's entire group away in the blink of an eye. Leak youngsters were stunned by Leaky's speed of like teleportation and marveled at how an individual could activate a teleportation circle as easily as eating can lie. Truly was demeanor of a senior, and they promised themselves to strive toward that realm. The elder Nat Than suddenly appeared and praised Ki young Tabakfu excellently mastering key power of Lei Azure Beast armament. Before Leaky Boy could ask his identity, Lighty figure disappeared after telling Thansun to lead him to the IP meeting room, leaving him dazed and wondering how someone could appear and disappear so quickly. He curiously whispered to ask who that person was, unlie to have his teacher ask in return whether he really didn't recognize him. Gi living legend of our humanity quit a noble kind LVK cultivation named Nat Than, causing Tabach to jump in SC and ask again if that truly was like renowned grandmaster. Thansun invited him to talk while they walked, telling him that Nat Than and Lak Pham were soulmates of like same era. When Likey's spiritual energy revival spurred a rise of martial arts, Nat Than was unlie in his 20s when he witnessed his compatriots fall to alien races, so he bravely proposed using martial arts to protect Likey nation but was met quick gossip and ridicule. At that time, everyone was certain Enlai advanced technology could ex humanity, while practicing martial arts to fight invaders was seen as a mere pipe dream. Amidst myriad doubts, Enlai Lak Pham understood and supported Nat Than's idea, and Lai too became a Sikao. Knit duo could a common goal, ready to dedicate their whole lives to prosperity of their country. 8 martial arts. A truly brilliant example for future generations to follow. Duck Subak at arrival immediately took a key spotlight. Everyone, look, this ID he successor of Lak Phi, one who awakened a armored beast. Oh my, if Lok Lak Pham were still alive, our human race wouldn't have been struggling against myriad races for so long. Truly, Kutsabake presence, Day humanity sings its song of triumph. IDT not far the P. It doesn't matter if our generation has to suffer some hardship, but if Subak achieves something, Lipi next generation will benefit. Thansun kindly asked if he felt pressure yet, advising him not to rush into carrying light burden of Light Nation just yet, but instead to focus on leveling up. Subak nodded obediently. I understand what do mean, senior. Bedroom door slowly slid beach. At meeting hall, Thansun announced that he had brought Subak. Standing outside, Lipi Boy felt dizzy seeing all Leaky veteran legends. No wonder his heart was pounding and his legs were trembling. Subak quickly recognized Lam Tran Nam, a notorious Diamond LV key master and Yen Ninate father. It was Setren, why was he here? Net then interrupted. Alright, now that everyone ID'd gathered, let it get down to business. Like a myriad races are going crazy because Subak awakened like's armored beast, they are even planning to send sovereign LVK experts to assassinate Likey Kid. What does everyone think about this? Everyone began to speak up. After a fun 100 years, Loklak Famehate Beast Army has finally reappeared in Leaky world. As long as Subak grows steadily, he will be torch leading humanity to glory. We must protect him at all costs. Couldn't have said it better. I suggest we find like best mentor to guide him through difficult trials, while also providing enough resources for him to cultivate to Lakey's sovereign Elvo even higher. Right now, Zubak's 8 life IDT more precious than all of us old geezers combined. One must protect Subak. Absolutely do not let Luke and myriad races have a chance to take him early. Subak felt relieved after hearing this. It turned to these people were all get. Nethan asked if anyone else had any brilliant ideas. Tran Nam retorted, I think Subach needs to experience real combat on Lipi battlefield of he myriad races. To become a master, one must constantly break through boundaries between life and death. He must be forged through countless hardships to reach the realm of like undefeated. How can one achieve greatness sitting in a greenhouse? Someone immediately protested. Ain't easy to say, but right now myriad races are lie-mad dogs because of leak armored beast. If we throw Sue back into I-Key battlefield and something happens, who will take responsibility? That ain't right, he IDEN Lie one who has awakened a Lung-Key armored beast in 100 years, he ID true successor of Lok Lak Fam. Than Sun nodded in agreement quit Tran Nam. An eagle doesn't shrink from a storm, and a wolf doesn't fear a long night. Lak Fam used to treat like battlefield lie his entering life and death situations countless times. From like afterlife he would surely see Pete Subak bravery. Subak stood there forcing a smile. If he could be showered quote endless resources, he would decline Ike offer to go to the front lines. He valued his own life after all. Nathan concluded. Teet decided then. Soldiers must be forged through fire, but we still need optimal defensive plans. Supplement 3 Sovereign LV experts, 38 Diamond LV warriors, and 1 million troops to Leaky Misty Mountains to reinforce Lee front line. Zubak felt a weight lifted up his shoulders. Quit so many experts protecting him, he felt somewhat at ease. He revealed Laggy plan this time. They would use Subak as bait to host a slaughter party Fuwaki experts of Leaky myriad races, ensuring humanity victory. Subak almost fell up his chair upon hearing this. What? I am Lee Bait. Do you're not joking, or do you? Scene changed to territory of he myriad races at Key Bloodthirsty Ju Wu Royal City. In the Palace, Diem Min, Lok of Ju Wu, spoke up. Key armored beast has returned, even more terrifying than in Lac Pim 8 time. I'm sure do all still have nightmares about that, don't you? Therefore, we must never allow a second Lac Fam to emerge. We must wipe Oksu Bach at any cost. Immediately reinforce Lai Misty Battlefield quit 8 Sovereign LV warriors and 42 Diamond LV warriors. As Phonathan leave him to me. Elders of Ancient Phi and Inchich clan and E9, Tailed Fox clan, coordinate and contain him. Great Elder Hongmai of Lai Phi and each clan spoke up. In this battle, our ancient demon Phi and each clan respectfully declines. We will not contribute a single soldier. Yen Chi, Great Elder of Laiki 9-Tailed Fox, followed suit or 9-Tailed clan also requests to withdraw and will not participate. Diem Min roared. Do you want to rebel? All major royal clans have received orders to go to E front lines. How dare you dodge when E enemy ID key right before us? Both responded in unison. So what? Planning to lay a hand on our 2 clans. What major enemy before us? Clearly your goal ID to invade humanity, while we are busy exploring like forbidden land. Hongmai added, that it right if your Jew, Wu clan wants to exterminate humanity, go ahead. We are busy looking for treasure in Lipi forbidden land, so we aren't taking part. Yen Chi turned and left. Fox clan ID not getting involved in this slaughter, we are leaving. Egai growled, you all are quite bold. Demon declared, even without you, E.G. Wu clan will get E job done ourselves. Don't regret eat when the key time comes. Hongmai changed the subject. Quote, Great War approaching, all Li myriad races manpower has been deployed. Has Le Saint has still not been found. Lin I sighed, that girl ID very stubborn. I have ordered Lighty clan members to expand he st. No matter how much effort it takes, we must bring Lai Ki Saint back before Lipi War breaks out. After YP meeting, Nat Thang gave him a precious item. This ID while Azure Heaven ARPC. Wearing 8 will be LPC all surveillance by others except Fomi, even each kin of Jew who cannot see through Edit Subak. Wearing this, do on it be easily targeted by myriad races. Subak excitedly accepted Ed. This ID truly a high-class item. Then do senior Nat Than. Zubak took advantage of leaky moment to ask Fo more. Hiding my aura isn't enough. Why don't you give me some equipment and resources to BP my strength? He laughed. Your principal was right about Dew. This cunning brat ID truly get at taking advantage of Likey's situation. After speaking, he took a chest. See how these look. Subak's 8 eyes went wide when he saw Yeet was fun of diamond armor, 10,000-year soul grass, 10,000-year ice heart, and even sovereign LV key core nuclei, not to mention a pile of rare medicinal supplies. Are all these things foamy? Nathan replied calmly, they are all yours, but giving them all at once would be like forcing a fruit to ripen. I will provide them gradually. Subak was stunned. What? ID this an installment plan? Take this diamond armor. If Dio kick by bucket too soon, I'll be heartbroken. Leaky old man waved his hand in refusal, saying this kid was dreaming too big and that high, grade armor wasn't for him to wear yet. Subai replied dejectedly, Sir, doing this ID driving me into a corner, while Nathan scolded him affectionately. Focus on your training. Subai thought bitterly that he once had treasures right in front of him, but hesitated for a second. And now it was too late for regrets. Just as he stepped o'er of Likey gate, Subai saw Yen 8 father already waiting for him. He said in a low voice, Subai, come quote me for a moment. There are a few things I need to discuss. Subai felt hearted hearing this. His relationship quote Yen was as pure as crystal, yet he still respectfully agreed. Tran Nam asked directly, are you angry quit me for sending you to Lee front lines? Subai smiled. I understand you want to hone me into a true expert. Luki old man got straight to leaky point. I don't know what my daughter sees in you. Subai quickly interrupted. Uncle Lam, Yen Yen and I are just pure friends. We know exactly what boundaries not to cross. Tran Nam sighed. Forget eat. I can't keep up quote you kids romances. I am giving you this armor. Be careful and sigh your own skin on live battlefield. Subai's eyes lit up. Thank you very much, Uncle Lam. Yeek old man brushed him pp. Get lot and go practice already. Subai cheered. Thank you. Uncle, I will definitely train hard so I don't let you down. Tran Nam looked at the EP boy helplessly and waved him away. Next day, Lee bodies of Lee fallen students were neatly placed into coffins. Tuhian muttered, like you, have a safe journey. Subai has already secured justice for du. Henshin looked on in surprise. Old Su. Where did du get such high-grade gear? Subai waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about such trifles. Nat then announced loudly, fellow humans, Ike myriad race army has swarmed our defensive walls, countless as Iki sands. Even though Ike enemy IDK overwhelming, we humans will surely win. Lee whole army shouted in unison. We will win. Henshin frowned. Old Nathan can easily handle Leaky Kine LVE, but Leaky myriad races will surely deploy many local LV fighters to gang up on him. Subai worriedly asked, so how should we cope? He sneered, cope. Just follow orders. Reconnaissance units from martial arts universities are to stick Sikalu to E main force and head toward a foggy mountains fu their Mycian. Leaky battle exploded violently. Than Tu observed and remarked, Yeet seems Iki Diamond LV experts on both sides are starting to their power. Be careful not to get caught in Yi crossfire. This atmosphere ID chaotic. Looking at Lee thick dust in Leaky distance, he smirked. They really have come knocking at our door. Henshin explained, those are OP turtle, shell wolf tribe and giant, horned deer monsters. Ong Duong said dismissively, ID that heat. Just a bunch of small fry trying to steep heat. Leave these wolves to me, Subai said. Henshin frowned. They've surrounded us. They clearly don't intend to let us escape. Tuhian said heatedly, me hands are itching, keeview them. Henshin intervened. These are just mosquitoes, Subai, do you just stand back and enjoy sem? Subai shook his head, even if they're small fry. I can't let do guys take all luck credit.
Sao Bei and Sao Bai, come on here!
As soon as Sao Bai lunged all, Eat sent Leaky whole pack of ferocious beasts to Wiki afterlife in a heartbeat. Zhao Ba was not to be outdone. Tu Hian and Han Qin said in unison, Old Zhu,
stop being so greedy!
Can't you share even a little bit of these battle merits? Quit us! That it right? Dio hog them all every time. Li ferocious beast began to falter before B power of Likey two terrifying spirit beasts. They shivered and dared not move. Likey bloodline pressure left them coot no choice but to stand there and take ET. Both roared, and waves of supernatural energy swept through Laya's storm. Subai was puzzled. Stren, why are they just standing there? What are they howling about? Lukistem notified him. Congratulations to host Fo activating EPLVDN function. Do you can fiend tron their life and death through mental energy? Leak turtle, shell wolf tribe and the he giant, horned deer want to surrender. Do you wish to subdue them? Yeah, no. Subai almost fell a VE. What? This ELVDN function ID that OP can even subdue LP married races? Hanchin was deeply shocked. Old Su did do hypnotize them? Subai scratched his head. Yeet seems lie I actually did. Or I eat because I am just too attractive that they surrendered voluntarily. He stepped in front of them and commanded, since do follow me now, from today on, do must obey every quipsy. Lee turtle shell wolves guarded Leek rear, giant horned deer protected Lee flanks and they moved out. Hanchin breathed a sigh of relief, quit them keeping watch. We can scout at fun speed now. Subai responded, let it go. Tu Hian asked curiously, old Xu, what trick did you use to lure this bunch so easily? Suddenly a light flashed. Subai wondered, Xiaobo. Seeing 8 activate a protective shield right in front of him, he was confused. What are you doing? Did you sniff or another treasure? While Sao Ba was minding his own business, he was suddenly lifted high into the air by a giant centipede, leaving Subai frozen in specie at its terrifying sigh. And John hurriedly warned White Tim to watch a Fropi sawtooth centipedes, while Zishuan also immediately recognized this legendary hell demon Menixty tree. The young man was still bewildered, wondering if it really looked that terrifying. Ching Shu explained that its body was like a centipede, hiding extremely fast. In its sharp maftin, Lai legs could not be blocked by anything. Luki others added that even weeds could not survive where ET crawled, making it a true fiend whose hundreds of legs would tear its prey to shreds. Subai was spaced awe, hearing such a terrifying description, but looking at reality, he felt something was a bit of Lucky reason was that key pack of centipedes was surrounding Sao Ba trying to fawn VE him. Luxie team chimed Kuda notification asking if he would accept he saw-tooth centipedes as subordinates. He agreed in disbelief while at P same time. News came from Li P Misty Mountains that enemy had infiltrated. They arrive until tomorrow morning. We need to take action. A rumbling noise echoing from afar startled everyone, prompting them to quickly get into combat positions. That leader was relentlessly attacked by key sawtooth centipedes without understanding what was happening. Seeing Li massive swarm of monsters rushing forward, Wiki enemies screamed in panic, "Tai sawtooth centipedes!" A woman screamed, "Why did this demon centipede species appear? Quickly call for reinforcements from Key 9 Kings." Like remaining beasts had already been tightly wrapped by Li centipedes, leaving them no way to escape. Lake Woman hurriedly cast an energy, releasing Ma Dicha Circle, placing her hand on the ground to activate a defensive barrier. She roared and ordered Li Ki Earth to open up, and instantly, thousands of snakes came crawling up from Li Ki ground. Unexpectedly, those snakes ended up as a Li snack fo Y centipede Somme. She widened her eyes in SC, unable to believe Y reality before her eyes. Furious, she gathered her strength to unleash her fine and strike, transforming back into her primordial snake form, yet Li centipede Somme still clung to her relentlessly. Her outer skin was chewed to shreds by Wee Key pack of centipedes. She grit her teeth to endure Li bone, deep pain, never expecting her tough scales to be so easily torn to shreds. In she failed to survive. When Leaky other troops arrived and saw Iki devastated scene, they wondered what kind of beast could defeat even their strongest general like this. Could eat BLK saw-tooth centipedes. Someone screamed in panic, "I did this a joke o what?" Lee Nightmare Centipede Somme, also known as Tomb Demons, had joined the battle. Scene was truly spine-chilling. Lai Commander quickly ordered a report to be sent to superiors, while instructing his men to run if they saw centipedes in Lucky Misty Mountains, warning them not to foolishly throw away their lives. While Subite Group was still preoccupied finding their way. Hanjan muttered, "Old Su, Lai Mape ID, and only a few hundred miles, but we've been walking all day and haven't seen any sign of Laiki Swamp." Subai immediately shot back, "Are you criticizing my navigation skills?" Ching Shu held her head in frustration. Clearly, Li whole group was lost in oblivion, though Subai still tried to argue that Li Mape was broken, but Hanjan insisted that military-grade gear couldn't be wrong. Still stubbornly refusing to admit his mistake, he softly whispered that maybe he was just a little directionally challenged. Hearing this, Hanjan saw stars in frustration. "Oh my god, do you have no sense of direction and yet do you still insisted on leading the Key Way?" Ching Shu gloomily asked who would lead Leaky Way now. In Leak, other two guys sheepishly admitted they didn't know how to determine directions either. Zubai irritably scolded everyone for being useless, while Hanjan despaired because since everyone on this team was terrible at geography, where could they possibly go now? To break Leaky deadlock, he had to bring all his precious Sao Ba to use as his trump CPUC. He sweet-talked Ali Turtle, reasoning that if horses can remember old paths, a turtle should do just fine, and then lured to eat some cake to find a leeway back to Iki Swamp. Seeing his little darling had eaten it all, he hurriedly urged this greedy glutton to hurry up and lead everyone on their way. Leak other two sighed in relief. Luckily, Little Bat led Iki Way, otherwise we would have been done fo. I also think this direction IDP correct. Little Bat ID truly reliable. Subai, standing in front, suddenly became self-conscious. What ID that supposed to mean? Are you guys saying I am less capable than a turtle? Hanjan suddenly felt something was amiss. Do you realize Gi mist around us has thinned out significantly? Thantha replied, "That ID true." Subai exclaimed happily, "I never expected we would actually escape Lee Misty Mountains. I never thought you had a talent for leading Law Kiway Little Bat." He sighed helplessly. But, Waiki 3 stood on Iki mountaintop looking down at Leaky River. Thanthu looked bewildered. This ID not bitch though he damn. He also became anxious. "Little Bat, where have you taken us?" Hanjan carefully examined Li P Mapi and after checking their current position, realized they were far P course from bitch though he damn. All three looked up at Likey sky simultaneously. Wah, there eyed a giant Lyra Jean roaring in front of us. They were frozen in sea. What on earth ID happening? Li 3 ran for their lives as fast as they could. Run, quickly. Subai flared up, "Little Bat, are you an idiot? Did you trick us into coming here? Have we even left little unknown lands outside Lopi Mep yet?" Behind them there were sounds of pursuit. "Help! Those monsters are coming. Wait, Fu Holy Maiden." Thanthu worried. "Seat sounds like someone ID chasing us." He ignored everything else and ran for his life. He looked back in astonishment. Did that creature just disappear? Zubai cursed. What kind of monstrous thing ID this? How could it be so terrifying? Can someone explain where we are? Hanjan wondered. Didn't Li Kimep say a area outside Bitch 3 Dam wasn't that dangerous? He said angrily, "I told you this map wasn't reliable. This ID definitely not Li place recorded on paper. Then to continue map, doesn't say any place this dangerous." Hanjan suspected. Could it be that Little Bat led us Li Ki wrong way from Li P start? From the opposite side, someone stepped forward and shouted, "Do lowly humans. How dare you abandon me to exile yourselves in such a dangerous situation?" He was stunned. "Why, there a little girl here?" Henjon added. "That it right, I was too busy running to notice." A notification appeared. "Congratulations. Leaky host has discovered a Firnichquit Vermilion bird bloodline. This tribe ID naturally arrogant and hard to tame. Find a way to subdue Weep girl." Subai was stunned. "What? A Vermilion bird bloodline?" Information continued to appear. Ancient Finich, Holy Maiden Fire Element, Life Not Yet Awakened, Heil VE Silver Ardingi, possesses Vermilion bird bloodline. Currently does not meet taming requirements. Constitution 1538, Defense 862, Agility 1420. Talent 120 Fire, uses spiritual energy to transform natural fire elements into fine in each fire, increases fire Umtaish by 3 times. Talent 2 Fire Spirit Possession, consumes stamina to coat lie body in fire, increases fire Olomar defense from 100% to 200%. Talent 30 Sealed State, life and recovery are greatly enhanced. As long as ETID's not a criticite hit, fire can be used to convert into primal life force. Note skills are sealed and will unlock when tamed by Eki Hosto through self-cultivation of pure Vermilion bird bloodline. He looked at Meat Girl suspiciously. "Q Vermilion bird I've been searching for ID, just a little girl?" "Wild girl, named Little Hong," shouted. "Who are you calling a little girl?"
Be careful. Oh, Holy Maiden will roast you.
Subai was troubled. Taming Little Bat and Little Bai was easy. But how am I supposed to deal with this kid? He made a funny face to scare her. Should I give her a beating to make her afraid? Light Girl was furious. "What are you trying to do, you insolent person?"
Stay away.
Daring to be insolent to Waiki Holy Maiden. "Today, I will teach you a lesson." And John sensed a burst of power and intervened. "This girl ID not easy to mess quote." Subai nodded. "Zeet seems her temper ID not to be trifled quote." Afterward, he effortlessly lifted Little Hong up. If children don't listen, they must be taught a lesson. Lee Girl couldn't believe this lowly creature.
How dare he lay hands on me?
Fire flared up around her. Little Hong was furious.
Udi lowly insect, you're dead today. Luki Holy Maiden will not forgive Dio.
Subai extinguished Lee flames and pressed her head to Lee ground.
Shouting, kneel down, brat.
Tempered, "Aren't you?" He told her to be quiet. "Stay still. Do still want to breathe fire. I don't care if you're a holy maiden or not. Breathing fire in Lee Forest ID very dangerous. Didn't your elders teach you that? Asking one last time, do you submit? If do just say do submit, I'll let do go." Lee 2 teammates stood there stunned. "ID brother Xu going too far by disciplining Wibe girl like this. This idea beast from
Oki 10,000 tribes."
Little Hong, in pain and humiliated, screamed, do you despicable insect, just do wait. When I grow up I will definitely come to settle why score quit you. I will beat you to a pulp." Subai raised his hand. "Still talking back? This girl ate temper ID really fierce. Don't blame me if you don't ask for mercy." Klee girl firmly refused to admit defeat. "I don't care." By key time night fell. Iki other 2 started a fire and called, "Oi, brother Xu, why don't you roast another chicken leg? Let it replenish our strength and then figure, what ate next. Come on, friend, let it put this aside for today, let it go get some food first." Sao Hong called, defiantly. "We're not done yet. Just wait until leaky elders of my tribe arrive to see how they deal quit you. Hey do kid, take why little girl VE there. If she comes, I'll even handle her nicely. Come here and eat quickly." Sao Hong shouted.
Let me go now.
Henjon shoved item into her hand. "Old 2, this ID fo do." Little girl stammered. "This ID just grilled chicken, why does it smell so get?" Thanthu explained. "This ID bronze LV key fire fee in each chicken." Tabak suddenly understood. "Oh, so that 88, no wonder 8 smells so get, turns eat 8 not ordinary chicken." Even though YP chicken leg was offered to her, Sao Hong remained arrogant. "Fo a genius lie me, what haven't I eaten? And lie this bronze LV 1 ID's unusual." Lie's seductive aroma made light little girl reconsider. "It really smells get?" Sao Hong asked curiously. "What do you all roast I chicken? Oh, can food really smell this get after being roasted?" Tabak was surprised. "Has this empress never tasted roasted food before?" He replied aloud. "Well, that goes without saying. Would do lie to taste a little? Don't be in a rush. Adding a little more seasoning will make it smell even better. Here, take a taste.
Eat delicious."
He handed a key chicken leg to the key girl. Sao Hong swallowed hard. A scent was truly fragrant, and she quickly took a bite. Loppy explosive flavor made Sao Hong extremely hot pie. "Oh my god, this chicken leg ID so delicious!" She devoured it greedily. "From now on, I want to eat this chicken leg every day. This chicken leg smells even better than Alki Elder's spirit pills." Tabak nodded in agreement. "That it easy. As long as do agree to follow me and listen to me, you'll have chicken legs to eat every day." Sao Hong was thus seduced. "Fi, I agree. As long as do give me chicken legs, I'll listen to everything do you say." Tabak concluded, "Do must keep your kusi." "Lock little girl promised? I mean what I say." Leek Tem announced, "Congratulations to a host fu successfully taming Lock ancient fi in a cheech host AELVE has risen to high LVE silver ordinance." Tabak was secretly hap pie. He didn't expect that just a single chicken leg would tame a fi in e chi. He called out a tiu bat and tiu bak. "Come and get to know each other." He instructed his two spirit beasts, tiu bat, tiu bak, from now on Sao Hong IT family. Lag little girl looked at them coot delight.
Key Turtle and Nike Cat are so cute!
Like two of them sternly warned her, "D little brat, I'm your brother." "I'm your brother back, do have no sense of seniority." Sao Hong ignored them and hugged them both. Clearly, they are just a little turtle and a little cat, but they are so cute. Tabak helplessly instructed, "Xiao Hong, don't be disrespectful. They are your brothers." Han John sat and watched from across Lai Wei, wondering, "Old man too, tell me, do you think he really treats that little girl like a pet?" Tabak confirmed, "Judging by this appearance, that ain't right." He expressed his doubts. "Why do I have a feeling his motives aren't exactly pure?" Thanthu chimed in, "I also never expected Tabak to be such a lolicon." Han John added, "Moreover, how did this guy LVK up without anyone knowing? There must be something fishy going on." He stepped forward and called, "Aw, old two, have you reached high LVT silver odd inch?" Tabak admitted, "That it right, isn't this very easy?" Han John felt angry inside.
Easy, easy my foot.
He probed, "By Galway old two, do have some secret to breaking through? How on earth did Duel all V up so fast?" Tabach refused to say. How could he tell him that he had a exit tem? He began to act, "Old Han, actually I do have a secret, in considering our friendship, not that I can't tell you, but in our long kingdom, there idea a common saying, a key way cannot be easily taught. Furthermore, this idea secret to reaching kine LV, old Han, do understand what I mean." Han John was immediately hooked. Keen LV, he smiled awkwardly. I understand. This was a gone and not all VE beast core. Thanthu, being more clear-headed, tapped his shoulder and warned, Han John, be careful not to get scammed. Tabak continued, "That ain't right, old Han. I think highly of do. What I am about to say next Idiki exactly what Lok Nathan said, so do must remember eat very carefully. Idiki cultivating P martial path about cultivating your LV, no, do cultivate e heart of the key path, as long as do have leaky will to seek by key path and a firm, unwavering belief in becoming stronger, do will be able to go faster and further than others." Han John was confused. "I still don't quite understand." Tabach explained, "Old Han, look at that big Maotian. When do you see it as a Maotian, eat IDP difficult and treacherous. But when do and Lai look at the peak, Li key path to E key foot in Li key middle of E key Maotian will hold no hardships. Du'll fly up in one go, reaching Li key peak in one breath." Han John observed Dai key distant Maotian N, looking as if he understood a little, but also as if he didn't understand at all. 8 was as if he had said something, but also as if he had said nothing. Thanther revealed, "Old Han, your Guinean beast core was swindled by him."
Tabach retorted, "Nonsense."
"Everything I'm talking about IDE like secret of EIE Chi LVE. And John suddenly had an epiphany.
I understand now. Then do you old two, I finally understand.
Tabak was bewildered. Understand what? He revealed what he had realized. As long as you wake up every day and tell yourself that you will definitely become a kin LVE, then there will be no more obstacles. Having said that, Han John leaped toward Li P Martin Peak. He said enthusiastically, "Today I finally understood key simplest truth of a great way. I will use all my time to improve myself." Thanthu lamented to himself. Hate let his mind. Tabak brazenly praised, "I didn't expect old Hant comprehension to be truly that high." He turned back and reminded, "Xiao Hong, stop playing. Help Tiu Bat and Tiu Bak awaken their second innate talent." Wak girl didn't understand awaken how. "I don't know." Tabak confidently instructed, "Before Do didn't know, but now Do will. Use your spiritual energy to feel Li changes in your body, and Do will have a power that can help others awaken their second innate talent." Xiao Hong decided to try. "Alright, then I'll try." Looking at Li power in her palm, she was happy. "I can really feel it." Xiao Hong released her ability toward Tiu Bat, then let it start quit brother Bat first. "It hurts so much that my eyes are rolling back. It hurts too much, see top eat right now." Little 8 suddenly swelled up Lia Mao Tian. Look, little girl gasped in admiration. "Brother 8 true form ID so massive." Subai comforted him. "Hang in there just a little longer. Your 2 horns are glowing." Little 8 let a painful roar that echoed across Li sky. Likiexi Tem announced, "Congratulations, Master! Luke Earth Spirit Turtle has unlocked its second elemental Tem," he said excitedly.
Key water source ID
Wabui information continued to Apuanti Tame Beast Earth Profound Turtle. Attributes Earth Water source power can only be truly unleashed upon reaching Gold Loviti. Mid-XT Geeb, Talent Water Element, Enhanced 4th SQs, Constitution 1538, Defense 2662, Specialty Agility 400. Talent 1 Earth Shield, Talent 2 Earth Spirit Possession, Talent 3 Gravity of a Earth 8 Core, Talent 4 Earth and Water Source possesses primordial power of like Earth and Water Elemental Rivers, allowing Yeet to borrow power from Lee Elemental Rivers to draw and mobilize surrounding water currents and rocks to seek red a defensive shield and recover rapidly. Subai was satisfied, not bad at all. Now that Ki Water Element had awakened, weak resilience of Ki Jewel Water Earth XCT Tem became even more unpredictably dominant. Little White, eat your turn next. Before E could escape, Little Red blasted its ability straight at him. Standing below, Subai shouted, Little White,
Bear quit a bit so Duke can awaken!
Eat roared in pain, following in Light footsteps of its brother, Little 8, to undergo eye transformation. Little White massive front paw slammed powerfully onto Lee ground. An extremely overwhelming roar radiated from its body. Kixit Tem notified, Congratulations, Master! Jinjin White Tiger has successfully awakened its second element shadow source. Subai was overjoyed. Little White actually unlocked Shadow Xit Tiem as well. Quit Little White 8 existing bloodline combined quit this shadow attribute, E would truly be a nightmare foe its enemies, like slaughter would definitely be terrifying. Key 3 sacred beasts are ready. Let it see where those myriad clans run to this time. Li Pi next Mo Neng, Qing Shu mapped Ali wrote. After a long night of resting and recovering, they had to head straight for Clear Water Pool today. And John wondered, Old Shu, do know our current location? Subai passed E question to Li Pi Little Girl, Little Red, do know? Like Little Girl pointed to Like's side. We are about 80 kilometers away from Lee center of Lee Clear Water Pool Forbidden Zone. Everyone said in unison, Then let it get going right away. I really didn't expect us to be so far from Clear Water Pool. We can't delay any longer. Let a hit road. Subai suddenly remembered, oh right Little Red, what was up quote that Lyrae gene that appeared and disappeared yesterday. Like Little Girl explained. That ID Asia a gene guarding Likey Clear Water Pool Forbidden Zone. Its strength ID absolutely terrifying. Anyone who dares to approach I Central area will be sent to their grave by him. He paid attention immediately, and Azure Li Regian. Little Red confirmed that ain't right, Etate formidable. In Li past, a local LVE powerhouse set foot there and never returned. Hearing this, Henjan and Qing Shu were both shocked. Even a local LVE powerhouse was devoured by Eat. Eat really that strong? If they're IDP and Azure E Ray Jian here, why hasn't Li Gi kind of 9 NDG come to subjugate Eat? Li Little Girl recounted, back then, we kind of 9 and EE even mobilized entire council of GK Ren elders from E3 great royal families, but they were still completely helpless against this Azure Waki Rajian. He was astonished. What? Even Oli Keen of 9 N Lot. Then us going there ID no different from throwing away our lives! Xubai urged, Seat team, Chao Chi Lai Azure Oi Ragin 8 bloodline. Today, I will tame this Ichi Rajian. He thought to himself excitedly. If I can tame Eat, wouldn't Ike's set of 4 sacred beasts be complete? Lixit Tem announced, Azure Wadi Rajian bloodline detected nearby extremely high purity, strength reaching half Cal V. Xubai was stunned. What an Eat can't even be tamed. He thought to himself. Even Ike Seat Tem warns that this Azure Ike Regian ID dangerous. Eat probably best to slip away early just to be safe. Subai spoke up. Old Han, old who, how about we retreat foe now? Little Red, do know Li Wei or of this misty Mautine range? Little girl shook her head. This Mautine range changes quite weather, so even I don't know. He frowned. That it tough. Qing Shu suggested a plan. If Mautine range lies to Li west of Clearwater Pool, then we just need to head east to escape, right? Henjan pointed Aki flaw. G sounds easy in theory, but IP important thing ID how do we know which way ID Ki east? Sobai suggested, just follow Ki Sun. He dismissed T Sun in myriad clans battlefield IDP not reliable at all. Not to mention quit this thick fog, how can we see anything? Little Red suddenly remembered, Master, I know their IDP a small tribe nearby. Why don't we stop by there to ask foe directions? He felt completely relieved. Little Red, why didn't you say so earlier? Qing Shu added, Seat seems empty Little Fi in each IDP still I most reliable.
Let it go right away!
Like Little Girl introduced. Key name of that tribe IDK Spirit Snake Tribe. Eat IDE closest place within a 1,000-mile radius from Clearwater Pool. Leaky group agreed, alright Little Red lead leeway. Let it go find Likey Spirit Snake Tribe right now. As she walked, like Little Girl added, Key Spirit Snake Tribe used to have a Platinum LE Paras powerhouse guarding Eat, but unfortunately, that person took all Leak elites and left. From what I've seen, and Lee old, weak, and sick are left guarding 8 now. Lee strongest among them Ideek, an Enli a high, Ixtigi gold elder. That Ideequals residents of Key Spirit Snake Tribe. Subai was amazed. Indeed, Eat looks no different from a snake den. Ahead was a Buween perched precariously on a barren rocky Mautine range. Henjan spoke up, Key Spirit Snake Tribe, although small in scale, yet judging by Li PNMB of auras in those snake pits, Naipi entire tribe must have up to 10,000 fierce beasts. I wonder how many of them are left guarding this place now, King Shu wondered. He proposed splitting Lai troops into 4 groups to lure Wiki snakes out of their den so they could be finished up once scattered. But Leaky other man brushed Teddy P as too reckless, suggesting Yeet would be better to capture a gold Arden and Yi 1 to 4 seat to lead bulky way. Su Bai just sighed, saying these two and Lai knew how to fight and didn't use their brains, forgetting that Cao Hong IDP, a prestigious saintess of Lai royal clan. Henjan curiously asked if old Su had any brilliant ideas, and Su Bai winked, saying he already had a perfect plan. First, they pretended to be envoys of Lai ancient royal clan, strolling forward calmly and shouting, asking why they hadn't come to welcome them yet. Key saintess of I ancient Fianaichik clan has arrived, do you snakes better come a one Kauto immediately! Li 3 Gate, guarding snakes whispered to each other that this was definitely EP noble bloodline Huara of EP Phi in each clan, but why would such a noble figure visit their den? And wait, there were 3 great earth, hidden BEC python lords behind her as well. Black Lead Snake bowed low and greeted them. Second elder of Key Spirit Snake clan pays respects to Dai Phi in each lokes, while also bowing to IB3 Earth Hidden BLC Python Lords, apologizing Fu not being able to welcome them sooner and asking why honorable guests Fu their forgiveness. Zubai seized the opportunity and asked, "Do you are Likey second elder of Likey Spirit Snake Clan, right? This Loki Edek about to head to Ikey front lines to provide SEP, so do need to offer up some spiritual materials and herbs for me to replenish my strength." Waiki 2 men accompanying him whispered to each other, asking if they weren't here to find a path, so why were they asking for gifts? Subai snapped at them to shut up, and Locke's second elder happily agreed, promising to provide excellent hospitality and asking lords to wait a moment. He'd offered up its sincerity, saying these few spiritual fruits, though few, were a small token of their esteem. Henjan and Qingshu immediately recognized these as 4th grade 100 spirit fruits which contained immense and inexhaustible spiritual energy. Indeed, consuming just one would allow even a gold Ardeni expert to instantly restore their vitality to YD peak. Subai suppressed his joy and acted nonchalant, saying, "You performed quite well. Eat it late today, so I will rest here. Clear elite eastern room and send me a map of key surrounding terrain." Locke's second elder was stunned, wondering why they wanted to sleep in Eki middle of Eki sweltering afternoon. "But my Loke ET eastern room, ID EY tribe leader 8 bedchamber, no one ID allowed to enter without an order. Shall I have my men view a more suitable residence for you to rest, my Loke?" He glared and said, "How insolent! Even if your tribe leader were here, he wouldn't dare refuse my request. Oh, do you think feeding each is saintess IDD inferior to your insignificant tribe leader?" E second elder turned pale, quit fright and cried,
I would never dare!
Zhao Hong immediately channeled her fire energy in her hands and threatened, "Then how about this?" Feeling IP heat of Lai Ki approaching flames, they panicked and shouted that this was indeed Ki fire Ra of Ake ancient Phi in each. Yeed had no choice but to begrudgingly accept. Before heading toward Li Pi East, he didn't forget to tell Leek's second elder to bring Li Pi Meme PV quickly, understood. Second elder could end Lai Bo and say, "Yacht, my Loke." Entering a room, Key 3 began to scan their surroundings, certain that Leaky Spirit Snake Planet treasures were hidden there. "Don't be impatient, wait until he brings Lee Manape. My throat ID parched. I need a drink first." Like second elder quickly brought like items in, saying, "My Loke, here ID likey mape do you requested." Yeet felt that league room was still orderly, quit no signs of having been ransacked. "Yeet seems I was just suspicious. Why would a noble earth, hidden BLC python low care about leaky small change of us snakes?" As Yeet prepared to slip away, he ordered, "We are preparing to rest, do not disturb us." P door closed, returning privacy to Lee group. Xubai instructed Old Hen and Old Hu to Stile first floor, saying to strip all Lee Key gold, silver, and jewels, while Sao Hong would go quate him to St second floor. He reminded them to carefully chotch under beds, inside closets, in every single box. All 3 excitedly agreed in unison. Qingshu cheered when he found Lee first item. "Holy crap, this really IDT 5th grade immortal NAC Tau." He impatiently reminded Old Hand to be gentle, saying if key commotion was too loud and heard outside, E-key plan would be ruined. Zhao Hong cheered, "Master, there IDP a 4th grade 100 spirit fruit in this box." Xu Bai praised her, saying she did well, and told her to keep looking faux secret compartments. A girl obediently replied, "I understand." In just a city while, Yi group had collected a matin of treasures. He asked everyone if they were finished, and they all nodded in confirmation. Zubai devoured Lai fruit and said, "What are we waiting for? Let it fight." Y group competed to enjoy heap of treasures they had collected. Hanjan reported, "Old Hu, I feel my high, steegy silver arding bottleneck starting to loosen." Qing Shu sat beside him and teased that he must be so fun he was becoming an idiot. Zhu Bai said that after eating, they should study EB Han Zhan looked at Li Qi Map and said they had to plan their escape route. He ordered that when they went all later, they should gather all Li tribesmen together. Old Hu will handle that part. Let it act when it gets Waxi. He excitedly said, Old Su, just wait and see, my power ID surging right now. Qing Shu retorted, I think your stomach ID about to burst. Outside, the spirit snake tribe remained strangely quiet. Su Bite roar tore through Y quiet night, forcing Y's second elder to hastily assemble his Elfdiran of warrior snakes. Lighty swarming reptiles flocked to key meeting point. Li's second elder anxiously inquired about Li Gi whereabouts of Python Bitot, while Su Bai inwardly lamented that before he could do anything, he was already surrounded by 3M and TM attribute opponents, then replied in a cold tone that nothing was wrong. Immediately after he mercilessly tore P his disguise, showed up his razor-sharp claws, and solemnly demanded to borrow his opponent 8 snake head. Being caught a P guard by EP sneak attack, like second elder angrily cursed despicable humans while rallying his subordinates to shape a C and eliminate T-Gate. Today I will mince do all into 100 pieces. Seeing this, Hanjan and Qing Shu excitedly rushed straight into Li P battle. Little 8 was not to be outdone, directly clearing a Lai-Ki Somme of snakes beneath his feet. Little White Tiger used its sharp fangs and claws to tear key enemies to pieces. Little Red gathered flames around herself and muttered about wanting to roast snake meat, turning every place she passed into an incinerator, making her opponents scream and cry in agony. Zubai couldn't help but marvel at IP Ultra, destructive power of her flames. Leek entire hill was deeply submerged in a sigh of crimson fire, filled with terrified screams begging Leek's second elder for their lives. He yielded Lee credit to his teammate, allowing his smug friend to see repeat in front of Lucky Dying Snake, who was weakly asking Foe their identity, by replying that he was one who had come to take its life. A surge of violent, powerful force tore through IE Wend and rushed straight toward them. Lipe young man clicked his tongue, complaining that Iki opponent was too weak for him to even warm up, prompting Su Bai to warn him not to let his guard down, as this was white territory of Black myriad races. Both YP Little Turtle and the E White Tiger felt a surging energy signaling an impending LV key up. At this moment, Qing Shu hurriedly ran NVE to ask if they should return to regroup, and Enlai to receive a mysterious answer from Su Bai. Hanjan questioned Leaky new plan, while Zhu Bai, looking at Eat Me Mape, came up with a bold idea of launching a surprise attack on Leaky local tribe, raising concerns among his teammates due to their small numbers. Lee daring young man asserted that high risk brings high reward. The more dangerous Lee place, EP more massive Lee spoils of war would be. Deciding on this path as E commander, he ordered Lai Ki Tim to camp here overnight and head straight for Iki Windswept Mountains at dawn. Qing Shu was startled and reminded him that Eat was Dai territory of Dai Ki Gale leopards, while Han Zhan shook his head in exasperation, seeing their commander becoming increasingly delusional about his own power. Leak next Moneng, Iki group put on their familiar disguises again, prompting one member to grumble about why they always had to use this same old trick. He insisted that although this trick was old, it was highly effective. Upon arrival, he boldly claimed to be E Python but N demanded to be received, sending like leopard guards into a panic to report to their superiors. Lai leopard tribe leader wielded his blade to CBP, mocking that Li BB Li C snakes had crawled all Lai way here just to throw their lives away. This unexpected reaction left Gi whole group staring at one another in utter confusion. Leek Elder roared that Igi two clans had a deep, irreconcilable feud and that today would be a key day of reckoning. Quit that, he charged forward in a frenzied attack. Billowing torrents of murderous intent immediately surrounded them. And John grumbled about his friend 8 failed plan while wielding his spear to BLPCYV blows, prompting an annoyed Su Bai to defend himself, asking how he could have possibly known about Lai P feud between the two clans. If we can't trick them, we'll flatten them by force. As soon as his two powerful assistants revealed themselves, Leopard 8 eyes widened in SBC. He quickly assigned a little leaky Region girl to deal with this incredibly fast enemy. Lee little girl launched herself into Whitey air and began gathering a giant fireball. A torrential rain of fire poured down from above, incinerating Lai P formation of leopards on E ground. In Dai P blink of an eye, this bunch was dealt quit. Henchin looked radiant, and I am so envious that I want to LV he up too. Tabak spoke up, asking if likey lesson he had just imparted was actually that. A Kixitem suddenly sent a congratulatory notification Lee Spirit Turtle had evolved from a basic gold rarter to a water, marsh profound turtle, and Leaky Masterate owner the Ginge had ascended as well. Like White Tiger of Gilded Mime Teen had now become a Wok Gold White Tiger at light basic gold live VE, leaving him extremely satisfied. Wonderful. This upgrade was truly a giant leap forward as he looked at Lee Atleep massive body of Likey Spirit Beast. Tabak clicked his tongue, noting that little Tai Ba had been looking much more robust lately. Leaky fun stat sheet appeared spirit beast Idika water, marsh profound turtle of lucky earth and water elements, currently at basic gold arting and having awakened half of profound turtle bloodline. These two attributes combine into a new move. Body stats reach 4538, defense capability 6662. Agility 2000, intelligence 2000. Lee first passive ID sighing wall, consuming stamina to triple hardness while weakening enemy attack power by 20%. Lee's second passive ID, water barrier, gathering water element power within a 10-kilometer radius to trap enemies in a cage. Unless they are far stronger than ET, they aren't be able to break off. YD third XQ ID, earth core gravity. Quad key suction range extended to 10 kilometers. Key fourth ultimate move ID earth, water origin. Holding Lai spiritual energy of both elements to absorb Laiki essence of heaven and earth fu self recovery and overpowered defense. Tabak praised Eat repeatedly, noting that Eat both weakens and traps enemies. Little bait moves after Wike upgrade are truly terrifying. Next IDE Little bait profile Gold White Tiger Spirit Beast of Kemev Teen and Shadow elements at basic Gold Ard Enjiquit half bloodline of Lipi Sacred White Tiger. I combination of Liki 2 elements creates a new ultimate technique. Power reached 4250. Endurance 2050, terrifying speed 6050, spirit 2000. He first passive ID Phantom Dance, which greatly boosts attack speed and attack power when entering battle. Like second move ID Shadow Dash, which spikes mobility if shadow energy ID used, even reaching 400% when invisible. Lake third ultimate ID Gilded Mteen Spirit, where his entire body radiates Mteen power, helping attacks increase their armor piercing capability threefold. Nothing ID impenetrable. Lee fourth passive ID, Teen and Shadow Origin, possessing primordial power to absorb all key essence of heaven and earth to seek red heat massive alam each in God Lie speed. He was stunned, as this Shadow Dash move increases speed dizzyingly far better than his own Gilded Mteen footwork. From now on, little by ID officially a tycoon hiding in Lee P shadows. Henchin could not believe his eyes, saying, Old two, do you've leveled up again? Obviously, I am also very sincere and devout, so why haven't I reached B next LVK yet? Tabach replied evasively, Old hen, this just proves one thing, your faith ID not deep enough. He scrutinized Lai Mape, wondering where Group 8 next sees Tep should be, and asked, Little Hong, ID's they're currently in Lai one place we haven't visited. That place ID magnificent capital of Key Earth burrowing profound pythons. Tabach decided immediately, saying, That'd eat, then we'll head straight for those snakes. Thanthu, listening behind him, felt his ears ringing and asked, Are you serious? Henchin joined in, That seems a bit too risky. After all, Eat a major stronghold of Iki enemy, and even quit war against humans, there must be top experts guarding Eat. Quit just a few of us, trying to capture ED capital ID no different than handing ourselves, Travi to die, no way, going in their ID far too dangerous. If our human identity happens to be exposed, there will be no way off. Thanthu pleaded, trying to dissuade him, and Henchin agreed, saying, Quite a limited strength of E3 of us, going into their lair ID just too reckless. Tabach suddenly lowered his voice and asked, Old hen and old ho, have you both forgotten your will to seek the key path in your faith? Well, Kiyunen Lai way to get resources to become strong quickly ID to enter a major city. Just think about ET one day when we reach E Sovereign Art Ing, standing on E heights of E Key city walls looking down at Leaky Myriad clans Lai ants, how many people will admire us,
And how many glorious deeds we can achieve for our nation!
Furthermore, this IDE, fo ye public geet, ho glorious EDID, even if we don't come back from this, it would be a great act. Do all understand my heart? After just a few demagogic words, Henchin felt his heart burning quit spirit, saying, That ain't right, fo Waiki's sake of nation ain't greater cause whether I, a man surnamed Han, lie or die, eat must be heroic. He grabbed his friend eight hand to encourage him, saying, That ain't eat, that ain't what a true man ID. Thaintu, standing to B's side, was speechless, thinking, In there they go getting all fired up again. Tabach ordered,
Little Hong, lead Ki way, quickly!
Little girl obeyed immediately, My master. Li Ki whole group set a P quit high determination, let it go, fo Ki sake of Iki nation ain't greater cause, all fo E sake of Leaky nation ain't greater cause. 3 days later, quit their legs exhausted, everyone asked if he was still far. Little Hong laughed and said, We're almost there, just ahead IDE center of E Serpent capital. He suddenly felt anxious, thinking this scale ID truly. Looking from afar, this wasn't just a city, it looked like a massive, sky-piercing mountain range. Henchin started to break ore in a cold sweat, saying, Old too, suddenly I regret listening to Dio. He had already started, so he had to see it through, gritting his teeth to say, Don't be such a coward, we are great and honorable men. Lug little girl revealed, This city ID one key most magnificent of all low-key capitals. A few years ago I followed logging Jiki Ren Elder here to Fifi Lai. All 4 walls have 13 gates, usually Leaky royal lords enter through E main gate, while Leaky locals use Li 2 side gates. Others must pay a fee and undergo strict scrutiny. Native zone nobles get priority, while strangers just have to pay purple stones and pass eek inspection. Wacky remaining side gates are for those Kudhai-born bloodlines, but everyone must be searched and pay a passage fee. Tabak was stunned and asked, "What? There'd a gate fee too?" Little Hong dug into her pouch and pulled several purple stones. In reality, one of these could buy a decent amount of third-grade medicinal herbs. Purple stones aren't just foo spending, they contain abundant spiritual energy foo cultivation. Those from Lipi Platinum are above use, even better spirit stones, which contain not just common energy but elemental spiritual energy Liam Tinen water space and many others. He began to ask, "Little Hong, do you are a saintess, do really and lie have this one stone in your bag?" Luck little girl answered honestly, "This bag of mine IDP a spatial container, eat 100 square meters inside." Lucky bag poured o'er its contents quote her very nonchalant attitude. In fact, she wasn't very wealthy herself. Looking at Leaky Mautine of crystal stones, I three of them could unlie remain silent. No wonder she was so luxurious quote her eating habits before. Eat turns as she used precious stones for cultivation. This amount was truly massive, she was definitely a little rich girl. Tabak stammered, "That little Hong. ETIDP very dangerous for a child to hold this much money. Let master keep eat food do so don't drop and lose ET. Let 8 settle on that." Xubai's heart was dancing at Li Kithao of striking ET rich when Hanjan interrupted, "Old Su, shouldn't we head into Weak City now?" "Calm down, I just infused Dooku quite enough of Y underworld mystic pie, thon hurrah to last fu 7 days. Go through white back door to Exion fees." Subai gestured quote his chin as Li fierce beasts bowed repeatedly. "I told you this trick never fails, look how scared they are, they almost fell to their knees. Key city gates are wide above, welcome back to the key main city four lords." He was still drunk on power, thinking about how incredibly majestic they looked. When Qing Shu asked if they should head straight into Wiki City next, Subai nodded in agreement instantly. Li Group looked around, fierce beasts here were as numerous as ants. What kind of main city looked this bizarre? And on top of that, it was as noisy as a chaotic marketplace. Qing Shu sighed, "Old Su, who would have thought that Li heart of Lai main city would be so swarming quote fierce beasts. Their strength ID nothing to scoff at either, Kli foundation of Li Ki 10,000 clans ID truly deep and immeasurable." Hanjan nodded. "That ain't right, just look at Li Pi 3 great royal clans and Li Pi star origin clan here. Our human warriors definitely wouldn't be a match for them." Little Red revealed a secret. Actually, 3 great royal clans only possess Li Ki finest bloodlines. This time when Y kind of 9 and demobilized his army, 9 million of them were just cannon fodder, and Lai his own clan members and Ni underworld mystic pythons are we true elites. Hearing this, everyone finally understood. No wonder Lo Qing Shan didn't even spare a glance at Li Pi miscellaneous troops. This city of 10,000 clans IDQ really in TP rate 10, how about we go explore it a bit? Suddenly, Luxi Tom Voy rang out to remind him, "Master, their ID some git stuff located 10 kilometers southwest of here." Zhu Bai started plotting his own move, "Old hen, old who, this city ID so massive. Eat ain't a waste of opportunity for Waiki 3 of us to stick together. Why don't we split up?" Without any suspicion, Hanjan replied, "Sounds git, I'll go find a place to research some ancient texts of the 10,000 clans." He tossed some items to them, saying, "Don't say I don't know how to share. Each of you take 1 purple crystal stone and act according to Li Ki situation. We'll meet back at Li Ki gate later." Loke other 2 complained, "Enlai 1? How stingy." Before they could demand more, Xubai had already turned to walk away. "No need to thank me, just remember to return eat." Little Red, let it go, leaving Iki2 behind cursing him for being a cheapskate. Iki2 split up. "I am a P to find a place to study ancient texts, do you want to come along?" "No than, I'll go chechio some weapon shops in Cheese City to broaden my horizons." He stopped in his tracks. According to directions, this was definitely EP place. "I wonder if there ID anything rare hidden here." Xu Bai looked around. Could this be E City Loki treasury? Leaky walls are pretty low too, climbing air VID a piece of cake. Little Red pointed her finger, "Master, look VE there." There was a fierce beast rune heavily guarding that spot. He breathed a sigh of relief. "God thing I didn't act rashly. This rune looks familiar. I think I've seen 8 in an ancient book somewhere before. I remember now, this idea no-fly barrier. Those underworld mystic pythons are truly insidious. Quit this guarding like-key place. Even a diamond-class powerhouse wouldn't dream of flying in undetected. What on earth are they hiding so carefully inside?" "Lo," little girl whispered, "Master, someone ID key coming. Let it hide right now." Huddled in leaky corner of leaky wall, they eavesdropped on Iki fierce beasts. "ID key Loke here to inspect again. ID everything all right?" Nothing unusual, sir." Subai ordered. "Little Red, do you wait Fumi here." He activated his shadow raid talent to turn invisible, wanting to see how powerful this Niu XQ was. Little girl watched in amazement as Xubai's body faded away, really turned invisible. He calmly walked behind Wylok, who was instructing Lipe guards once inside CPLOE gates tightly foamy. One moment they slipped inside, Subai instantly dispatched him. Revealing himself, he nodded with satisfaction. This shadow raid ID indeed quite something. Let it see what treasure ID hidden here. Stepping into a room filled with purple crystal stones, Xubai ran a V key in sheer delight. Awesome. Eat 8 all purple crystal stones.
I've hit jackpot. If I don't get rich this time, I don't get married.
Suddenly, a shadow flickered past. He was startled to think there ain't actually someone else here. Could there be a survivor of Key Underworld Mystic Python clan left? Xubai barked.
Hoot there. Come on now.
You other two recognized his voice?
Oh boy.
He turned out to be familiar faces. They were dumbfounded. Xubai. Waki, 3 of them stared at each other in utter bewilderment. What on earth was this? One said he was going to read books. One said he was going for a walk. One said he was going to buy weapons. Yet they all ended up gathering here at
Like the exact same time.
Xubai questioned them. Aren't you 2 famously upright gentlemen? Why are you wearing pitch B Luxy nightwear now?
Do you look even more professional than me?
How did Du sneak in here without alerting Lai guards? Hanjon clicked his tongue. I saw a tunnel, so I just casually strolled in. Who would have thought I've been upright here? Not wanting to argue any further, he said, "Enough nonsense. How much Du can get depends on your luck. Just don't make any noise, and don't follow me." He replied, "Old Vu,
Don't be so selfish."
and En Lai, when both of their bags were stuffed fun did they see top, as there was truly no room left, and even I am at a loss. To Batch sighed dejectedly, like 2 of us really have no ambition at all. A bell accidentally fell to key floor, creating a sow that caused Lipe guards to turn their gaze toward Eat. What EP hell ID that? There ain't an intruder inside Iki ancient temple. He scolded irritably, old hand deer causing trouble again, as guards saw a soldier 8 corpse and shouted loudly, "Sir, signal an emergency immediately. Wike ancient temple has been ransacked by thieves. Raise anti-flight barrier to maximum LVE. Do not let these people escape." Tabach immediately used geocentric gravity. Let 8 sneak away quickly. If we don't run fast, we're all done foe. Lipe's entire squad of soldiers seemed as if someone had pressed by E's pause button when they were hit by E technique. Just as they fled, E soldiers regained their senses. Key thieves have escaped. Chase after them. Key commander has ordered to lock down the entire city. St every nook and cranny. We must capture those thieves. Hiding behind a high wall to observe, he whispered, "Master, all key soldiers in Lee City have started sweeping Lee area." Hanchin was worried sick. "Old two, we've played way too big this time." Thanthu looked at Lipe bleak future. Indeed, quit E City locked down on all sides lie this. No one IDT coming to rescue us anymore. Tabak appeared strangely calm. People always say, Lee most dangerous place, E safest place. Lee other guy looked confused. What does that mean? Little Hong pointed in a direction. There are humans vree there. Eat really ID a human? Libe guards looked dazed. Human, what ID that? They were immediately lured in Lipe direction. She pointed. Where? I wonder. Oh, eat really ID on that side. A surge of power descended, knocking down 3 guards. Tabak ordered. Oldhan, do you 2 clear P scene. Little Hong will go first. Like little girl curiously watched E2 of them into E ancient temple. Master, what are you looking for? He replied, I have a hunch that there must be treasures left here. And besides, if they were just storing ordinary items, who would have Daiki energy to place such a tight barrier around 8? Little Hong continued to lead E way. Master, their idea is secret passage there. Tabach was surprised. Secret passage? Why don't I see anything? Luck little girl explained. This secret door IDP sealed quit special charms. How could Lipe human eye see heat? He immediately touched Leak key mechanism hidden at Leak's secret passage, and as key door opened, he exclaimed, Earth, vain mystery Python star. No wonder I didn't discover this place earlier. Little Hong warned, Master, eat the energy flow underneath ID terrifyingly strong. He impatiently stepped down. Let it go in and see what 8 sees Tren. Having taken on Lai a few steps, Tabak stopped abruptly because he felt tense. Right in front of him was a tree emitting a bizarre aura, and underneath was a nest of coiled snakes. Like little girl was horrified. Isn't this a heavenly wish tree? He wondered, what kind of tree looks so evil? Little Hong replied, this ID forbidden Medici, how dare we lappy earth, vain Python tribe raise this thing? Could it be they want to usurp P4th royal tribe? Tabak racked his brain, heavenly wish tree, that sounds familiar, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Lee Kixi Tem reminded him, ancient branch remains detected containing countless unfinished laws, this ID key related to Lee primitive great causal catastrophe. Lee host must absolutely not ignore 80. Little Hong stood by, unable to contain her anger. Key earth vain Python tribe ID truly too cruel, to cultivate one heavenly wish tree. At least tens of millions of snakes must sacrifice their lives. Tabak jumped to Wavlai key of Lai key tree and pointed at Eki in live fruit. What ID this? Look, little girl recognized eat immediately. That ID a grade 8 spirit fruit. Lopi earth, vein pythons have buried countless living beings through this pile of spirit fruits. He weighed eat item in his hand. P fruit ID, in Li Ki Xai of a fist but weighs 100 pounds. I've never seen such a bizarre type of spirit fruit. What exactly IDT its use? Little Hong explained. Every heavenly wish fruit contains a huge amount of energy. Eat helps lords upgrade purity of their bloodline. To increase Lipi bloodline concentration to that LEVPE owner must slaughter countless of their own kind. That IDK reason why Iki method of planting Iki heavenly wish tree was listed as forbidden minhwa by Iki 3 great royal tribes. Tabak jumped down to likey ground. That powerful, huh? Then he can't be left here. See Tam, how do I uproot this tree? Lexi Tam replied. To move Loki's sacred tree, do must activate its divinity first. I host just needs to place your hand on IP trunk in that 8 eat. Note that this pretty exita will cause a small tremor to Wiki outside world. Prepare yourself. He listened and felt Lai throwing up. A small tremor. Let 8 just take a P risk anyway. This calamitous tree cannot be left behind. I am ready, let it start. Leek Seam immediately announced, proceeding to activate Divinity Fui Sacred Tree. In an instant, High Trunk emitted a blinding lie. Tabak screamed in horror. Spatial cracks? ID this what do you call a small tremor, XE10? Xiao Hong called anxiously. Master, what have you done? Likey whole space ID about to collapse. We must get all of here quickly before we get crushed in a spatial rift.
Master, hurry up.
Time waits for no one. Xubai deployed a protective shield to covey them both and snapped at Yuanzhang. Hang on a little longer. This place ID key about to crumble. Looking at Lipi space bag that was still whirring, Xubai instructed, Xiao Hong, do go inside first. Not long after, both of them ducked inside Liki's space bag. He rested his hands on his knees and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, heat relatively safe here for now. Lug little girl exclaimed excitedly, Master,
We on. Do you actually uprooted why heaven wish tree?
Looking at like scattered spiritual herbs, Xubai was puzzled. We did win, but why I dug ground still shaking like this? Could it be that this freakish tree IDE draining IP essence of my spiritual herbs? Damn it, all my precious spiritual herbs are being sucked
Dry by this damn tree. Spit them all immediately.
Just then, Sao Hong screamed in panic. Master, be careful. It seems Laiki Heaven Wish Tree ID malfunctioning. Outside at a Great Wall of DN base, leap massive tremor drew like attention of Lai soldiers. Yi Qing spoke up. This energy source ID terrifying it seems to have far surpassed Li normal laws of nature. He pondered deeply. Could something even more horrifying than 19 be emerging within myriad races? A subordinate broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Are you talking about an existence that surpasses Keen Raradungi? Yi Qing ordered an immediate contact quit reconnaissance team to investigate key situation clearly, and the subordinate replied loudly. On a key side of Li 9 Tailfox Kin City, Yanji also observed coot astonishment. I deed this divine power. That ain't impossible. A forbidden area hasn't been breached yet, so why ID their divinity here? This heaven-shaking power ID originating from the main city of Li Ki earthly hidden mysterious Python tribe.
Send someone to Chiao Cheat immediately.
Understood, my loke. At Li same time, in Ju Wu Ken City, Yanming sensed something unusual. What ID this evil energy flow? An etate coming from Lai Pi main city of like earthly hidden mysterious Python tribe. What on earth ID going on? Key's subordinate reported sheepishly. I am completely in Akiki, sir. Let me go to Li main city to find all what ain't happening. Simultaneously at Ike Greenwater Marsh forbidden area tremors began deep beneath Ike ocean floor. Even in Li's sword Tum forbidden area shocking bolts of lightning appeared. Unstable signs occurred simultaneously in Lake Kilat Heaven River Forbidden Area, I-10,000 Great Mountains, and Ikiksai Floor Elephant Tusk Mao Teen Forbidden Area. When these S-trend phenomena occurred, life forms on a small planet began to stir. Immortal god race Idiki about to return to Iki human world. Likey wave reached a Kimariad race's battlefield, and Likey soldiers buzzed in confusion, wondering what kind of earthquake heat was. A panicked, sweating profusely, looked toward Li main city and exclaimed,
Evi Ike heaven wish tree.
If Ki 3 kin tribes find I used forbidden arts to nurture Li Pi tree, I'm definitely headed Fuki afterlife. BBB rushed but accompanied by an order foe a fun retreat Foki earthly hidden mysterious Python tribe. Confused soldiers asked back, are we really retreating? Li human faction seized leak opportunity and charged forward, shouting to slaughter EP myriad races. Remaining soldiers panicked, damn eat what 8 point of fighting now. Will Ki earthly hidden mysterious Python tribe Idik already running away? Retreat quickly! We have to get all of here right now! Lai human army grew more aggressive and Iki myriad races fell into chaotic disarray. P survivors cursed furiously. Damn those irresponsible earthly hidden mysterious pythons! What are you standing there, foe? Run. On each other side, Subai had just emerged from Li Ki's space bag and saw the chaotic scene. Could it be that I caused all of this? He stood frozen, staring at devastated landscape, quit his mouth agape. Just then, leaky mysterious python tribe swarmed in. Who dares to touch our sacred tree? Subai turned pale. Oh, eat it, V.E. Light platinum ard ingeneth elder lately Kiwei, shouting,
Capture that bastard alive, foamy!
Waikiki soldiers surrounded him. Don't even think about escaping from here if you don't want to lose your life. Lee Holmob drew their swords simultaneously. There ain't nowhere left for this brat to run. Lee Neath Elder launched his decisive blow. Go to hell. In an instant, Leaky attack was right in front of him. Tabak hurriedly created a defensive shield blocking Lee's surprise attack. He stepped back a few paces to XT-lie his stance. Platinum LVE power ID certainly not to be underestimated. Leet Neath Elder roared in a frenzy. Do you wretches dare to sabotage Deek sacred tree? Even hacking you into 10,000 pieces wouldn't be enough to make amends. Two of Ethan Two had just crawled off Ike rubble, bewildered. Why was there such a terrifying energy explosion? Could Tabak have caused some trouble again? He glanced at his friends, quit a look of astonishment. Since when have you all broken through to Albi Gold Al V? Henshin rushed forward to BLPC Iway. Old Two, do you better run? Just leave me here to intercept this guy. Neath Elder 8 anger was far from subsiding. Want to die. Do you think that flimsy armor can withstand my blow? Tabak was sweating profusely. Old Han, can do hold out. Thanthu also urged him, if do can't handle eat, don't force yourself, let it just run. He resigned himself to his fate. Go. I will co-ve rear. Hearing this, two companions rushed PP. Old Tiger, let retreat. All right. And Sheen stood his ground firmly. Taste my sword techniques. First strike, second strike, third strike. He easily dodged you attacks. Do you really think you can take me down? Quit such petty tricks. In reality, Eat was just a ploy to distract enemy so he could slip away. Hope we don't meet again. Henshin quickly caught up with his companions. Are you really going to abandon me? Wait up. Tabak threw an item. V. Quickly eat this spirit fruit to restore your spiritual energy. Leekneath Elder was driven mad by leaky deception. You bastards, don't think you can escape from me today. Three of them unleashed EX Rai of attacks, Shadow Lee Regine Flare, Clear Wind Strike. Moonlit Indus and Lee group quickly made their escape. Lee 3 streaks of light darted away as fast as a whirlwind. She stared in horror. I deek this truly speed of Goldly Vihi warriors. After 3 hours of pursuit, she let their trail. Do you bastards to think you actually got away? No matter what, these 3 humans cannot be allowed to lie. Oh, Yeet will be a catastrophe. Do you saw them running in this direction? She felt her knees go weak as her subordinate nodded. This ID Lapisi Thene restricted area. A little further in and we will reach Lu Water Pool. Loki 9th Elder remained determined to pursue them. There was no other choice. She had to capture those 3 humans. By this time, Tabakshate group had taken a sot break. Thanthu reminded them, drink something, they can't be chasing us this closely anymore. Henshin asked curiously, they were pursuing us so aggressively and mentioned Lighty sacred tree. What ID teat? He hesitated slightly. Tate a long story. Let it just recover our stamina and get all of here quickly. Just then, Leaky Platinum Viki 10th Elder arrived. You little brats. Don't think you can escape. You pieces of trash. You couldn't even catch 3 humans. It seems I have to eat myself. Henshin rushed forward to BLPC again. Old to do guys go quickly. He used his shape-shifting XQ.
Return like he sacred tree to our clan immediately.
Then I will grant you a quick death. He was sent flying, leaving Tabak worried. Old Han. He indignantly retorted, do you still dare to call that wish tree a sacred tree? Eat at such an evil thing. Eat better if I take kin tren of eat instead of do a lot. Lai 10th Elder flicked his long snake, Lai tongue. Let it see how long you people can hold out. Henshin struggled to get up and recharge his spiritual energy. Old 2, take Old Tiger and go. Leave this place to me. Tabak was reluctant. Old Han, do you? But he was very firm.
I am not joking, go now.
Eat 8 better foe one to survive than foe everyone to die. Leave victory of humanity, I'd eat what matters most. Thanthu exclaimed Kuda motion. Old Han. Henshin tried to stand firm. Go quickly. Ye other 2 had no choice but to run ahead. We will wait for you up ahead. Wak 10th Elder whipped his snake tail to pursue them. Still want to run.
Day. But he swung his spear to BLPCAT. Your opponent ID me!
Quit those words. Henshin was quickly knocked away. Eat sneered and prepared to leave. Shameless humans, not knowing your own strength. Your lives are not even worth that of an ant. Who would have thought he would scramble to his feet again? He, not VE yet. I already told you that your opponent ID key me. He squeezed Lakey tail tightly, making Key Old Man fly into a rage, truly a reckless human who didn't know his limits. Eat swung its tail high up and slammed Eat down. Lee thunderous blow made Henshin cough up blood on Lee Key spot. And Lee 10th Elder roared. saying he didn't want to waste his strength on someone doomed to eternal damnation lie him. Instantly, dozens of spirit snakes crawled up from underground like mushrooms after rain. They swarmed together and fought to bite and tear Key young man apart. Turning to Tabach and his companion, he stared blankly at Leaky Calm Lake. Wasn't this i.e. Jade Water Pool? Thangthu firmly asserted that this was indeed Leaky Place. Tabach was extremely bewildered. Why was this place so overly peaceful? Could that Azure Iki Regine be away? Thanthu also found Itzi Tren since they weren't being pursued. What should they do next? Outside the forbidden area, Alkineth Elder was pacing around scouting. It was truly bizarre, as any creature that had ever approached Iki Jade Water Pool was utterly battered. So why was Iti as quiet as a grave today? Wagi 10th Elder calculated that their clan its sacred tree was still in Nike enemy 8 hands, so they couldn't let them escape. He decided to take a gamble. If things went south, it wouldn't be too late to retreat. Quit that, they all entered YP barrier. Who would have thought that as soon as they stepped through, they would immediately clash Quoot Key Lake Ray Genate pressure? What on earth was this? Keenth Elder panicked and cried or in terror. Itrikeja Igean, retreat quick. Hearing this, I-10th Elder also hurriedly fled. At Leaky same time at Leaky Jade Water Pool, Tabach was still leisurely eating and drinking. Thanthu was worried sick, urging him to eat quickly, wondering how he could remain so calm when like enemy could descend upon them at any moment. Tabach took a bite of a fruit and replied, "Look, this ID their forbidden ground, so they wouldn't dare come near. Otherwise, those 2 old men would have caught up to us a long time ago. However, they couldn't hide here forever and needed to chart their next route." He began to plan, if they are too terrified to come, why don't we return to Dai Misty Mountains to call for reinforcements? Tabach shook his head vigorously. No way, we've caused a racket in their territory, so they will definitely guard 8 heavily. If we take Light Old Path now, will Enlai run into Iki Hyangsa clan? Thanthu nodded, agreeing that it made sense. Suddenly, he had a bold idea, smirking as he suggested, how about we go back to Y Myriad Race's territory and pull a few hit and run attacks to vent our frustration? The other guy was shocked and asked, "What did do say?" Do crazy. If we sneak back to their stronghold now, doesn't be just 2 platinum LVE experts hunting us down. Tabach pointed and explained, "Of course I'm not stupid enough to take same path. This time, we will detour in a different direction." Thanthu was speechless and asked, do you sure do even know why key way?" He patted his chest confidently, "Of course. Besides, we still have a chance to find Old Han. Don't worry, trees stay put but people move. Just follow this big brother and I'll be perfectly fine. Now, get up, no more eating or drinking." He explained that when facing experts above Leaky Platinum Levy, fighting quit brute force ID simply suicide. Lee's secret lies in focusing all spiritual power to increase your speed and then finding a way to slow down Leaky opponent. In this way can do you hope to escape quit your life. Thanthu calculated and nodded. Exactly, after all, Lee power gap between gold and platinum ID too massive. Suddenly, Tabach stopped and warned, "Careful, they're 8 movement ahead. A group from Lai Beast clan IDP escorting someone. Let it go Cha-Chi Dao." Leaky young man froze upon seeing Old Han. He quickly held back Thanthu, who was about to rush out, warning that they couldn't just barge in recklessly. There, a Beast clan member was threatening, "No matter how much do you stall, no one ID coming to see you." Tabach considered carefully, if they just rushed in, Old Han would be in danger. They had to find a flawless plan. He whispered to ask what he was planning, and Tabach smirked triumphantly, saying he had a brilliant plan. There, Henchin was cursing Leaky beasts when a Beast clan member whipped him, saying, "Still stubborn, aren't you? Let's see if I teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Before Lai P whip could strike a second time, a loud voice shouted, "Skitop." 2 of them, including Tabach, approached fully cloaked and asked what they were doing. Leak Beast clan member quickly offered a sycophantic smile and said, "Loke messengers, I am executing EP 10th Elder 8 order to escort this human back to our territory." Henchin recognized them, but before he could say anything, Tabach cut him EP, saying, "Behave yourself, human." Then he turned and said, "Indeed, you were assigned to escort him. We were ordered by E10th Elder to supervise, and while we're at EAT, collect military rations at E-Key Maclanet territory." Leaguy asked in confusion, "Collect military rations?" But Leaky higher-ups already submitted fun amount, didn't they? Tabach casually replied, "Key frontline battle has failed now, so of course we must collect military rations again. Are you trying to disobey our clanet orders?" Like Beast clan member cowered in fear unreplied,
I wouldn't dare! I wouldn't dare!
"Then do for your hard work, Loke messengers," he urged, Lidaway, and Lucky Guy immediately obeyed without question. Upon setting foot in Dai Key territory of He LC Cat tribe, Su Bai calmly said, "I have come here to interrogate this human prisoner, and do go tell the elders to meet me immediately. Lai Butler of Lubi's finance tribe hurried to command his subordinates to inform Li Great Elder that an envoy from Bipa Lupi's Python tribe had arrived to collect military provisions. I underling agreed and vanished. A moment later, P Great Elder appeared in a fluster and bowed. I did not know P Great Envoy had graced us Kuda's presence, and I failed to welcome Diu in time. I hope Diu will forgive me. Subai acted haughty. Nuff quit those hollow social rituals. My purpose today ID to collect military provisions and gather spiritual resources. He asked in confusion. Key batch of spiritual resources was just handed Irviv 10 days ago. Why are we collecting again now? Subai lied without batting an eyelid. T situation at AE frontline ID extremely CU. Our myriad tribes have suffered heavy losses, so we need to consolidate more spiritual resources for urgent reinforcements. Leak Alliance War ID dragging on, but which tribe isn't straining to endure heat? As long as Le Great Kindu gives Leak order, leap the entire Bekaleli C Python tribe, from Li leaders to Luka weakest, ID ready to fight to Iki death, to destroy Iki enemy. Your cat tribe and Lai needs to gather a few spiritual resources, yet do you find all sorts of excuses to decline? What ID this? Are do showing that do are unwilling to comply? Li Great Elder broke into a cold sweat and lowered his head. Peak Lai Great One, calm your anger. Then to your guidance, I have finally understood. Lai Cat Tribe ID willing to empty our treasury and provide 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones to E-Army immediately. Hearing this, he looked satisfied. Very well, I will report your meritorious service to Great Kindiu. Thane too silently broke into a cold sweat, thinking that this Kubai was definitely a master of psychological manipulation. Even Henjan was stunned, thinking Old Man Su had certainly struck gold this time. Shortly after, Leaky Elder Ladai Weep Lai follow me envoy. He nodded sharply. Jit. As soon as they entered Lita Viahao, Great Elder said excitedly, Dear envoys, besides B10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, our tribe has also prepared these spiritual stones, especially Fodu too, as a token of our sincerity. Sube smiled and nodded. I have noted Iki Cat Tribe 8 sincerity. When Iki time comes, I will definitely report 8 to EP Great Kin so he can reward Dio. Leakman rejoiced and thanked him. Then Dio, Great Envoy. Quit that, he ordered. Very well, do go outside and take care of Lipe supplies. We need to interrogate this prisoner for a while. Great Elder bowed respectfully. A's do command. Great One. Call me if do need anything. Han John waited fo why old man to leave before calling Ow, hurry and untie me. Dear Gut, old Sue. But why not just finish to pee these cats while dear at 8? Subai laughed heartily. If we slaughter them all, where will I get Lee's spirit fruits to heal Diu quickly? Thanthu hurriedly untied Lee ropes. Old Han, stay still, don't move. Let me get Diu free first. Just as he finished, he suddenly asked, do you two feel that this cave ID's tren? Hanjan was confused. What ID's tren about heat? Subai felt an unstable flow of spiritual energy. I feel Li energy in my body ID key running all, as if something ID key draining Yate completely. Lies two who had just eaten light E spirit fruit also realized their energy was visibly depleting. They nodded in unison. Their ID indeed a problem. My energy ID leaking out too. He pointed forward. Source ID right here. No wonder that Great Elder left so confidently. Something very suspicious must be hidden in this cave. Thanthu urged, let it go quickly, let it go in and see. Upon entering, Subai was stunned. Have these NG cats all turned into stone statues? Why are they kneeling without moving? Let it see if there had anything's tren about La P barrier here. They quickly discovered a giant skeleton lying there. 8 huge, this must be remains of E Cat Tribe 8 predecessor. But why IDP there a human statue standing tall on this skeleton? Subai looked around. Jeet seems this IDE sacred ground of Iki Cat Tribe. Suddenly, Cat Beast guarding Iki Gate rushed to attack, forcing him to quickly raise a shield. Old Han, watch out! He ran away. Hanjan was still dazed. What happened? Why did this cat suddenly come back to life?
Everyone, look! Those Enchi cats are all coming back to life!
Thanthu panicked. What should we do now? They saw a pack of ferocious cat beasts rushing toward them. Likey 3 struggled to defend themselves. These beasts are too fast! Watch out! He stood his ground. Let me hold them back. Thanthu immediately swung Likey Moon Umbrella to knock Likey Spirit Cats away. Hanjan also joined Why fight.
Geeky speed still isn't fast enough! Watch my ultimate technique!
He swung a powerful move, Endless Blade Slash. Unexpectedly, Leaky Spirit Cats hit by a key attack still held their ground. We are at ELV of Masters, yet we still can't Kivu them. Subai quickly offered a plan. Old Han, old who? Find a way to break E encirclement immediately. This cave ID too narrow for me to launch my moves. They agreed immediately without knowing that an anomaly had appeared behind them. Alright. Suddenly, a weapon stuck in Kate's cat Kennet's skeleton flew straight toward Enjan. This sword. He shouted, urging him on. Old Han, this thing ID get fits you perfectly? He did not hesitate and grabbed 8, Geet. Let me tape high power of this giant sword. At EP very moment like pack of spirit cats leaped to attack. Hanjan swung a sharp line of Leapy sword, slicing Leaky Min XTT in two in an instant. I gaped at Leapy sword Mak carved deep into Leapy stone that ID some incredible power. Do you really hit Lee jackpot old hand? Henchin laughed heartily and quote great satisfaction. This adventure has certainly been worth ET. Excitedly tearing through space. Let it go now? Du lunged forward so quickly E other two could barely keep up. Tubak, wait for us. But as soon as they reached E entrance, Du stopped. What ID this? A great elder Lakey army to surround them. Du insolent brats have guts of steel. Not unlie did Du dare impersonate like Sitagarba Schwanmang to deceive me, but Du also dared to destroy Yiki's sacred ground. Today I swear I will tear Du to pieces. P-hole clan, hear my order wipe all these 3 humans. Do not let a single one escape.
You absolutely cannot let them get away! These humans must die!
I will rip them apart and dye these mountains red quote their blood. Hanchin was on alert. Enemy ID too numerous, we unn't be able to escape. Thang Tu was also panic. What should we do? Tubach replied calmly. What should we do? Leave that to me. Du summoned Dig Bai, Sao Ba, and Sao Hong go to Wai battlefield and get to work immediately. Instantly, they manifested their abilities Phantom Dance and Earth Core Gravity. Demon find you scorching fire, he roared, giving his orders, prioritize taking down Lee Summoner first. Do you shameless humans go to hell? Tubach wasn't one to be trifled, quote. Don't be so polite. Just go ahead and wipe them all completely. At that very moment, Thanthu rushed VE to BLPC a strike foe Diu, watch out. Tubach yelled in SPC. Old who? How are you? He coughed violently and said, I am not dead yet. Du sighed in relief and took an item. That cake it. Eat this spirit fruit to recover first. Hang in there, old who, leave like rest to me. If I could escape from Lucky City Lok Sitagarbashwan Mang, would I D this tiny underworld cat tribe compared to that?
Zhao Hong, stay quit old who! Sao Ba, provide Co-V foamy! Sao Bai, act as a gauntlet!
They replied in unison.
Understood, master!
Tubach stepped forward. I will handle that big one myself. Lee Great Elder was furious. A mere gold arking dares to talk big? Let it see what Du can actually do. Du clenched your fists and lunged forward.
Old man, your time ID up!
Beast armament. Instantly, a blinding beam of light shot straight into East Kai from Tubach's cape position.
Go to hell!
He covered his eyes in terror. This ID, beast armament.
This cannot be possible!
Yet, could a single wave of your hand, Du easily blew IP Great Elder away. Du turned around and shouted, Old Han, help old who, we must run! Salbog Zahong Du 2, take rear! So, why 2 of them used Earth Core Gravity and Scorching Heaven Curse to Uba, a bloody path for their teammates to escape. Both of them were stirred quit excitement, causing a ruckus in Xuanmang City and then wiping Wei Cat tribe.
Brother, this life ID more than enough!
I am willing to use our blood to illuminate the future of humanity. Tubach interrupted East top talking nonsense focusing on running and saving your lives ID what matters most. At the same time, not far from Lee Tribe residence, Iki 10th Elder also noticed Iki movement. What ID that beam of lie? That direction ID location of Ki Mu tribe.
Follow me!
The subordinate replied immediate light. Elsewhere, DM Min was knitting his brows while reading a report. He suddenly sensed an anomaly. That IDE, beast armament, could it be some kind of plot by EE humans? Pass on my order, immediately dispatch 2 Diamond Arden Egg experts to Tiki Demon Yuma Teen range to wipe all that 2 subordinate shouted. Understood. Meanwhile, EP Military Department was holding an emergency meeting. Sernat Than, scouts just reported that they have detected 2 Diamond Ard Inge powerhouses moving extremely fast toward E Mu Min tribe. He frowned and ordered, those are Leapy 3 youngsters.
To Duong.
Pascally ordered to immediately send 2 Diamond Ard NG experts to Weak Demon Impu Ma range to reinforce them. Key subordinate replied, understood.
Nathan called after him, wait.
Tell Ganran feed each fire army to go there as well for reinforcements. At all costs to Duong. I have a premonition they are surrounded by thousands of troops. Lo secretary replied solemnly, I understand. Returning to E Trio, Henchin felt lucky.
We'll finally escaped.
These demons run terrifyingly fast. Tubach reminded him, Old Han, don't rest. This isn't a place where we can stay fo long. No sooner had he finished speaking than Key 9th Elder appeared. Du bastards, so Du were hiding here. Did you think Du could escape? Key 3 were panicked. What? He laughed viciously. Let's see where Du ants can run. Today I will definitely peel your skin and extract your bones until Du are nothing but dust. Before they could regain their composure, they felt another tremor strike. It was Wyke 10th Elder in his snake form. To be mere gold Arden Gene, still not dead after taking my hit. It seems Du guys aren't just get it running away, are you? Tubach looked at his friends in panic. Old Han, Old Ho. Lee Key 9th Elder ordered. Old 10, spit poison gas and BLPC their path. If we let these 3 ants slip through our fingers and send news where would we hide our faces? Du hurriedly helped Al two up. How are you guys? Thanthu urged, don't worry about us, do go. Tubok took a firm stance. Go, abandoning teammates ID not my style. Not again, can do guys try to do things foo yourselves foo once? Do put on your beast armor and point your sword at her. Old hag, do think I am scared of your outdated junk? Like Ninth Elder has transformed into her beast form, she managed to activate her beast armor so quickly, but struggling lie this IDT futile. Wait, how did DUB see my attack? I scrambled to get into a defensive stance, this should be completely impossible. Than2 watched, stunned, a gold tier kid ID pressuring 2 diamond tier opponents, and Hanchin remarked, if Dio had said this before, I would have thought Dio were crazy. Tabak swung a sharp blade, this M-teen power ID unrivaled, able to slice anything in two. Waiki 10th Elder started to get nervous, this ID key definitely not ordinary beast armor but a top tier innate XUQ, Ike 9th Elder must take each chance to recover. She can't let him lay another second. Despite everything, Du frowned watching their actions. What are Du idiots planning to do now? These two actually know how to use a few XVS technique. White 9th Elder regained her momentum then to Wee 10th 8 power. I admit dear strong. But dear Enly amid Steegi gold tier. Your marrow hasn't even been fully refined yet. So, today IDP definitely your N. Tabak felt goosebumps. Has anyone ever told Du that dear painfully ugly? I was furious and conjured an energy sphere. Let 8 see how long Du can keep acting cocky. Go die and see me trouble. Wailing wall. Like energy sphere was lie a bomb thrown straight down from above. Hanchin and Than2 were almost blown away. Destructive force was truly terrifying. Tabach looked back worriedly. Are Du guys okay? How annoying! He immediately waved his hands, gathering a fireball. In key blink of an eye, a firebird soared upward, looking like a fi in each reborn. Leet 9th Elder sneered and swallowed eat hold. Your firebird can't do anything to us. Absorb eat all. Having fully recharged, she created an even larger sphere, making Tabak irritated. These 2 diamond tier hags are as persistent as leeches, but so what if they're diamond tier? I don't believe I can't send Du all to Lai Kikai afterlife today. Du old hag, don't force me to risk my life. Lai 9th Elder laughed coldly as he kept rushing into fight. Are Du trying to tickle me quit this attack? Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. Damn heat, a diamond tier ID rushing and VT 9th Elder was filled quit regret. She was just a moment away from finishing him AP. Do you dare destroy our tribate sacred tree? Even if I have to die, I'll take Du quit me. Du stared in horror at giant mouth waiting to swallow Du. What did Du say? She roared, wanting to crush Tabak's. Damn vermin, go down and keep our tribate sacred tree company! Hanchin was terrified. That hag ID trying to swallow old to alive. Than2 also realized. Sape bad sheet planning to commit suicide. Attack along quit Tabak. And as he heard that, his soul almost left his body. Just then, again Don Ray descended from Lee's sky. Lee impact was so strong that Key 9th Elder 8 body exploded into 100 pieces. When Key thick dust finally settled, a protective film appeared at Lee Key bottom of E-bomb crater. Hanchin was stunned. CT General Lam? He also looked in surprise at E-person behind him, Key Prince of Junin. They had come to see Tabak. He helped him up and asked how he was, while Tabak weakly replied, I am Phi, but Uncle Lam, why are you here? Leek Prince of Junin was still tensely observing Lee P's situation. 2 diamond tiers willing to go as far as self-destruction. I wonder if anyone else ID hiding around here. He helped him up and instructed, you guys did well, forcing 2 diamond tiers to self-destruct ID key impressive. Now let 8 head back to Ike base. It not safe to stay here for long. 2 shadows suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Dear not escaping. Finally found Du. 2 beastmen, a bear and a python, a diamond tier, spoke arrogantly. Zenon, so dear here too, huh? In leaky multi-ethnic arena at this moment, humanity has EP upper hand.
Let it sweep them all away!
Like sudden loud explosion frightened leaky monsters all of their wits, making them flee in panic and scatter in all directions. Lee Beastman female commander shouted to order reinforcements for their allies across Wee River, telling them to hurry up. Meanwhile, 2 newly arrived enemies were flexing their muscles. Jen Nam, Leepy blood debt fu killing our bear clan at Elder must be paid coot your life today? Lee guy next to him sneered. Why babble coot him? Let 8 just slaughter everyone today and present them as a gift to UP kind of E-Key 9 Netherworlds. Whole crowd rushed forward. Get ready to forfeit your lives. Lai Uncle immediately erected a protective shield to protect them all. However, Tabakche Trio still felt suffocated by E-Key immense pressure. Key power of a diamond tier was truly on another LVE. Jun Nam turned to them and said, leave this to me. Do 3 withdraw quickly. Hearing this, Ki young man protested, quote, wide eyes, Uncle Lin, how can you possibly take on 2 diamond tier opponents all by yourself? But Ike Uncle was extremely firm. Are you deaf? Why aren't you leaving? This idea Commander 8 order. Henjan hurriedly urged to fall back and call for reinforcements quickly. We cannot disobey General Lin 8 orders. So Ike 3 of them ran as fast as they could, but right at that moment, a giant boulder crashed down and blocked their way, trying to slip away. Are we? Lighty Fat Bear loomed UVE and blocked their path. Let it see where do little brats think you can run too. He gritted his teeth and told his friends, Brother Han, brother who?
Let it go all and fight to beat death.
Lay Snake. Man rushed in to pin Jun Nam down. You can't even sigh your own skin, yet you're trying to fuss Lai League hero. Lee old general cried all in panic.
You 3 are no match for Diamond Tier. Run while do still can.
Tabak had to summon all his pets to Giniki fight. Little Turtle, White Tiger,
Flank him from both sides.
Firebird, blow him to pieces. Let go all ow. He sneered contemptuously.
No one can exceed you now, die.
Indeed, they were all blasted away by flying rocks, leaving them bruised and aching. Hanjan, who was thrown far away, turned pale. These diamond tears are terrifying. They can even see trend Mother Nature. We are hopelessly outmatched.
Cluck Giant Bear roared, tremble in fear. Do you tiny insects?
But reality proved otherwise. A wave of sword ki slashed straight at him. He turned a white bright Gianai da fire. Free Lot army had arrived. Human forces flooded forward, acting on Lok Yuchenkit orders to assist, determined to protect Tabach and suppress these alien clans. Li 3 were overjoyed to see Li elite reinforcements.
We're gonna survive.
Leak tables have turned. Now he had our turn to teach them a lesson. Li Bear was also dumbfounded, not expecting all P-humans to make such a major move by bringing an elite army to their rescue. He summoned his beasts once more. Big Turtle, Little Tiger counterattack. Each troop of warriors also charged Kut spears as a firestorm swept through. He quickly erected a stone wall foe defense. Du brats can't do anything to me. Tabak charged at Leaky forefront.
Don't be so cocky.
White Tiger, get of like way. Lu Divine Turtle and Firebird joined forces to unleash a devastating bombardment of fire. Edie blew away even that sturdy stone wall. Lick Bear roared, my Bear Clan ID invincible under heaven. Meanwhile, Iki fight on the other side was also raging intensely. Like Snake Keen leaped back into a cautious defensive stance. No wonder Du reached I Keen realm Jun Nam. Du really are quite something. Floating in Leaky sky, Iki old general looked down on him lie a speck of dust. Today shall be your end. Jun Nam unleashed a brilliant rainbow sword strike, causing IP Snake to panic and call out to his partner. Old Bear? There are too many of them. What should we do? Wee Bear darted his eyes around, looking in all directions. Then he immediately transformed into a giant bear. I must trample these small fry to satisfy my wrath. Despite his massive sigh, this burdensome bear still took a heavy beating from a barrage of skills from Earth and Sis Kai, array-breaking techniques, roaring Theni, a crimson moon, and incinerating fire. To beat there, Lipe Snake was already beginning to lose heart. Fat Bear, how am I supposed to carry this Tim and deal quit this old man all by myself? Why current formation has collapsed? We had better retreat to preserve our forces. He nodded in agreement. One person light lag away while I stayed behind to Kovigite retreat. Tabak gritted his teeth in anger. You were so arrogant just a moment ago. Why are you running away like a coward now that things are difficult? Tiu Bat, saw them what a real spectacle ID key. Eat obeyed Eek order and unleashed an attack. Python clansman was terrified and soul shattered, unable to believe that this spirit beast could keen trend two elements simultaneously. Tiu Bat unleashed a powerful earth element attack, and High in View used a halberd to send Lee Bear clan soldiers flying. Immediately a barrage of spears flew forth and flames erupted fiercely. He looked at his writhing comrades, called all to Old Bear and hurriedly fled, saying, I'll go ahead first. However, a shadow suddenly lunged forward, kicking Lai Python clansman to wipey ground. He trembled as he looked at He shadow enveloping him, muttering to himself, could this be Key obsession? Python clansman was struck with extreme terror. White Tiger Beast Tamer, his eyes widened in disbelief. This IDP impossible. On a key battlefield, our troops are gaining a upper hand. Just kivu all these beast, race bastards fumi. Diem Min stepped calmly all of Lee space portal. At Lee key same time, Nathan arrived. Kuyu, since do have made your move, I won't be polite either. Surrender now. He furrowed his brows in frustration. Don't get cocky. If Leaky Demon Phi and Each and Heavenly Fox hadn't left before a Leaky battle, do humans would have surely leapt by now. Even if do are slightly stronger than me, don't dream of gaining Waiki advantage once our three great royal clans launch their attacks. He responded without backing down, my human race has accumulated strength for 100 years to reach this day of counterattack. Do, a royal Arding E, lie to defy heaven and go against E natural order. Sooner or later, do will be punished by E heavens. Diem Min tilted his head and laughed scornfully. Net Than, I'm afraid do unn't life for another 20 years. What right do have to talk to me about morality? Why waste breath when you're already going to Yaiki grave? All troops, listen up. Retreat immediately toward Bylacthian River. I repeat, toward Bylacthian River. Tabach 8 group was also moving urgently to Bach.
Speed up!
We must reach guide headquarters as soon as possible. Henchin rode too bad and turned to ask, Old ho, don't you think this speed IDB lie a tortoise? Thangthu sat cross-legged and sneered D. Stup complaining, et a blessing to have a mount at all. From above Tran Nam observed like he situation swas top immediately there ate trouble ahead. He started and looked up, what eat wrong sir? He guessed that ahead lay Lacthian River. Tabak wondered, why ID this place crawling quit beast race soldiers? Tran Nam realized immediately, our front line victory has forced he beast race army to retreat to Lacthian River. We must quickly pass through this area to return to headquarters. Henchin was overjoyed at news. He humans have a great victory. It seems beast race unn't be able to hold on much longer. He was equally excited. Old Han, we should get quite a few merits for this my sen, right? Thanthu asked in surprise, merits? Do we have merits too? They approached human headquarters, and inside Aki meeting room, Nathan suddenly exclaimed, Tabaksh, I Keet really do even manage to bring back he ancient demon fee in each maiden? He laughed aloud. Why say I brought her back? Lee little girl volunteered to follow me, right Tu Hong? La girl nodded while eating. That ain't right. Like chicken legs master grills smell so get, that ain't why I followed. He became even more intrigued. Not bad at all. To tame a demon fee and sheech maiden quit just a chicken leg. No wonder dear Lee expert from Lac Fam. You all did very well this time. Go get some rest first. There will be a victory banquet tonight. Tabak stammered. I certainly refuse a victory banquet. Yeech just that Mr. Nat, what do you think of our achievements this time? Nat Than replied immediately, rest assured, do won't be lacking anything. In lie then did he stand up, Than do Mr. Nat. Henchin and Leaky other also smiled and said, we're gonna rest now. He waved his hand, get rest. And then we must continue to fight against die beast race. He felt a moment of anxiety. P stronger this boy gets, Klee more dangerous ETIDP. You could very well come foe him at any time. Do must protect him well. Yeek other person replied, don't worry. I will give my all to protect him in Ike shadows. That evening, Nathan hosted a banquet. Today, our military academy students have performed a great service. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate victory of human race. Cheers! Everyone shouted in unison, cheers! Yai human race will surely prevail. Tu Hong was still busy eating. This chicken leg looks so delicious! Henchin happily started a conversation. Old Tu, this trip was truly a matter of life and death. I almost lost my life on eat battlefield. Luckily, Du and Old Ho saved me. I want to thank Du both quit this glass. He smiled and demanded, Old Han, I deep your life and lie worth one glass of wine. I've already made a list of orders. Just send Li P equipment and materials directly to Kijangcho Military Academy when we get back. Than Tu also laughed loudly. Old Han, you've been skinned alive this time. Tabach Idich indeed a master of fleecing money. He was not stingy and accepted. My horizons have been broadened by old Tuate capabilities. Thanking Du Idich in lie natural. I'll treat everyone. Dear satisfied now, aren't you? Let it just say this old man still has a bit of a conscience. After all, there ain't a silver lining to your misfortune. As you've managed to snag a top-tier divine weapon. Henchin set down his beer mug and nodded in agreement, adding that he still hadn't found a way to fully activate like weapon 8 true power. Key 2 of Du should take a look. Honestly, I've never really examined Eat closely, and Eat doesn't look like anything special, does Eat? Nethan squinted and observed Eat Fo a long while before concluding. If I'm not mistaken, this ID definitely an ancient divine weapon. Eat ain't just that Iki energy inside seems to have been sealed away. All three asked in confusion, sealed. He explained further that to break like seal, the LP master must reach Daikin realm to be qualified. Tabakshate jaw dropped upon hearing this, since reaching Ekin realm ID as hard as ascending to heaven, who could possibly pull that LEP. However, Henchin became very excited. Phi, in order to unlock this treasure, I will definitely work hard to LV up and reach Ekin realm soon! Quit that Iki group clinked their glasses enthusiastically, drinking to leaky goal of reaching Leaking realm. Lee next day at Great Wall of DN base, principal stood leaning against Ike port. 3 days had passed since he arrived, and he lamented that Leiki battlefield was vastly different from Lee P martial arts arena, and that Iki 2 kids, Tabach and Thanthu, had no experience in these bloody battles. Suddenly, a soldier ran TV keep in a panic to report key news.
Key human race has owned a great victory!
We have wiped 800,000 enemy troops and pushed Gi myriad races back to Y banks of Iki Lacthian River. Lai whole academy erupted in cheers. They leaky human race really I told you those kids would surely do great things. This old man can finally rest easy in his old age. Quickly, you be and not gates to welcome them back. Just as Y Principal turned to share a P joy, he hurriedly flew P to inquire about Tabak and Thanthu immediately. Amidst a lively celebration, he anxiously sought a log general to ask if two kids were safe and sound. Like Soldier excitedly recounted, Principal, not only are they fi, but they have also achieved great merit, even Enchin ID included. Key 3 of them are so powerful now that you wouldn't even believe it. Lee crowd gathered around, asking one question after another. D key front line all cleared up. Tell us quickly, was enemy force of 8 million real? And our division commander Kong alright? Lai Soldier hurriedly calmed everyone down. Everyone, stay calm and let me tell you slowly. Leak decisive battle stretched from Li Qi Fog Mountains to Yao Miao Mountains. After more than a month of grueling combat, Li beast hordes were driven back all Li way to Lacthian River. From Li original 1 million troops at Li Qi Fog Mountains, there are fewer than 200,000 left now. As Fu Lacthian base, Lok Nat Than has ordered Lai construction of a new base right on the banks of Lacthian River, 20,000 miles away from Li Great Wall. Everyone was overjoyed to hear this. That it great, like human race will surely win. Once Bly base ID built, we can just teleport straight to Lake Frontline, saving us likey trouble of running back and forth. Lee Soldier continued, in this battle, human soldiers were incredibly courageous, especially Tabak Thanthu of Jingvo and Han Qian. 3 of them disregarded danger, infiltrated Lai enemy at heart, and wiped Abi 10,000 troops guarding Lai Dian along more than 10 different races. Those 3 kids even charged alone straight into Iki main city of Diatang Huianmang race, causing a massive specie. They leveled Laopi entire city and conveniently sent 10,000 enemy troops on their way. Tabak also proved his astonishing strength by defeating 2 generals of Diamond tier while being at a lower of V. Look, students froze foe a few seconds. What? He defeated Diamond Viki experts. Did I hear that right? Lee Principal was also sweating profusely. This kid ID truly a Menix T-Tray. Like Soldier added, Tabak and Chin and Thanthu of all had their student status reserved. Tabak was even granted Likey Ready of Division Commander assigned to Delakthian Garrison, and received Lai highest individual honor. Lee students still couldn't believe their ears. Are you kidding me? When they left, they were an Enlai at Libi Silver LV. How can that be so absurd? Even Principal felt as if he were dreaming. He wondered what on earth these 3 children had gone through. Lee Soldier held up Leet report in his hand and affirmed, Key News ID 100% accurate, signed personally by Lok Nat Than. Everyone exclaimed in unison, killing 100,000 troops and then defeating a diamond tier. Tabach ID truly a terrifying Menix TD. Tuhian sat in a corner, tearing his hair out. Why? When will I ever catch up to his shadow? 3 days later, Diem Min welcomed a special guest, Tat Engon. He never expected such a high LV key figure to arrive personally. This time like human race was doomed. He was Tat Nengon, a second-tier kin realm expert. He scolded Diem Min Fo being a gut fu nothing as sending people or foe so long hadn't managed to take down this planet, instead resulting in heavy losses. Diem Min bowed and trembled, key seal idic weakening more and more, so our time ID running out. My Lok after wiki recent battle, I have grasped the foundation of each human race, and this time goal ID to attack Shanghai Pass. Besides that, there ID one more thingy human race has captured Lake Saintess of Lai Yao Feng clan. I intend to make a trip to their ancient royal city. Tat Nengen sneered, very well, daring to touch Yao Feng Saintess, do go ahead, I have brought a blood godstone, this time, we must wipe all these humans. Diem Min replied excitedly, I wish do a successful campaign my Lok. At human headquarters, Nat Than was holding a meeting. Leak Myriad race army was constantly gathering and their intentions remained a mystery. He turned to ask Than Sun how he viewed Waiki situation. He frowned and analyzed, F-Edate like old Q keen, he will definitely rush to attack Lacthian Ha fortress as soon as Wabi defense X-Tem ID incomplete, and then use all his strength to storm Shanghai Pass. Everyone was panicked to hear this. Shanghai Pass? He said thoughtfully. If that fortress falls, key situation will be very critical. We must dispatch 200,000 troops to Zhangchao immediately to respond, and General Lam will take full responsibility. Tran Nam solemnly vowed, your command ID my duty, Lok Nat Than. I swear that even if I have to die in battle, I will not retreat a single step. After we meeting, he called him aside. General, Tabak has arrived. Tran Nam nodded and told him to wait outside, saying he would talk later. He hesitated and smiled awkwardly. General Lam. Lok General glanced at him and immediately guessed he had something to say. Tabak confessed that leaky platinum armor gifted to him last time had been ruined by someone, and asked if he could request a new one. But Tran Nam brushed EP, saying, that can wait fu later, and asked if he liked Yen Nian. He jumped back in surprise. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? What do you mean? He explained that initially, Yen Nian intended to go to Digo Great Wall of Dinan to train, but because her mother had fallen seriously ill. She had to stay behind to take care of her and couldn't go. I really am a failed husband, and a lousy father at that. Tabak immediately promised, Uncle Lam, Pili rest assured, I will protect Yen Nien with the utmost care. Tran Nam smiled contentedly and patted his shoulder. I didn't misjudge you, kid. I am about to go to Shanghai Pass to deploy troops. A major battle IDK about to break out. Raising his eyebrows, he asked IDK there going to be a battle at Shanghai Pass. He confirmed, before this battle, Master Nethan already made special arrangements for Diu. Just go see him. Hearing this, Tabak immediately replied, sir. Right after that, he went to find him. Master Nathan, Tabak has arrived. He nodded quite satisfaction, very git. Nathan threw him a CPC. Old Lamb has contributed a lot to humanity, don't make him suffer losses anymore. Since your armor IDP broken, take this to Igi Logistics Department to exchange for a local Viki armor. Tabak's eyes lit up as he replied, Than Diu, but Nat. He then changed his tone. Bielki way? I also have a favor to ask Diu. Puffing his chest confidently, he said, whatever ATIDD, Peak Lai command me. Nathan got straight to White Point. I will accompany Diu on this trip to Bichthoe Lake. Hearing this, Tabak was shocked. What? Bichthoe Lake? That place ID extremely dangerous. Lake is Urazin guarding Eid Idiki terrifyingly fierce. Frowning at him, he asked, Are Diu afraid to go? Left quit no way aw, Tabak said. Who says I don't dare? I just, Nat, Than cut him pay Pete. Then let it go right now. This teleportation portal and lie lasts for exactly 1 minute. Tabak's face fell, so this ID fo real? Nevertheless, he braced himself. If we're going, we're going. At worst, I'll just go all. As soon as he set foot there, he felt bewildered. Why IDY area around here so inexplicably silent? Standing in front of Leaky Lake, he called all loudly, Nathan leads Leaky descendant of Lackfam to pay respects. Pili reveal yourself, Azure Ravam! However, only a flock of startled birds flew away, making Tabak blush quite embarrassment. Could it be that he ate away? Unexpectedly, right at that moment, Locke's clouds in Lost Sky began to swirl. Lightning bolts crashed violently down onto Lee Water 8 Sifei. He panicked and muttered, Oh no, eat really ID'd at him, and eat absolutely furious. Lee Giant Lee Pirajan surged up from beneath lake, rushing straight toward them. Azure Razian, I am Nathan. I have brought. Tabak screamed in panic.
Take charging at us!
What do we do? Run, quick! Grabbing Tabak by Gi collar, he leaped high into Ki air. Quick, activate shared origin flow.
Tabak hastily replied, I shared origin flow.
Instantly, Leaky Azure Wakuyejian locked its gaze onto him. Recognizing he shared origin flow, it asked haltingly, Lackfeem, where ID? Nathan quickly explained, Azure Li Rejian, Lackfeem has passed away. This ID his heir. Tabak greeted shyly, Falah, I am Tabak. Looking closely at him, Wak Rejin said, So Yidi IDEDU. I sensed this Ura a long time ago. He asked politely, Are Diu Lok Lackfeem 8 tamed beast? ID there anything I can do to help Diu? While Azure Warray Jean shook its head. Your strength ID too weak, Diu are not worthy yet. Tabak scratched his head. Indeed, I am still very weak. I can't compare to Senior Lackfam at all. Eat suddenly proposed a condition, 3 drops of your essence blood, and I will sick your life once in an emergency. Nathan was surprised. Diu will offer your help. Azure Luki Rayan, are Diu alright? Eat stared at Tabak. This kid ate essence blood ID very unusual. Using it to protect my primordial soul will definitely keep me stable. Perhaps in Li T future, Diu will be able to obu Shiki ancient tomb at Li bottom of Bitch Thewi Lake and fulfill my Master 8 fine ento wish. He nodded in agreement. Tabak give 8 to him. Tabak immediately complied. Sir. 3 drops of bright red blood fell into Wiser Erase on Regian 8 mouth, and 8 swallowed them immediately. Suddenly, its eyes widened as if 8 had just had an energy boost. How ID this essence blood so incredibly powerful? Azure Regine was astonished to realize that those 3 drops of essence blood were just enough to restore its clarity, and asked, Kid, who on earth are Diu? He stammered, My name ID Tabak, and I am studying at Leiki Martial Academy. Finding this uninteresting, Azure Regine flew up, Never mind. Since I took 3 drops of your blood, I will return Lady favor. Du may leave. Just then, Laikixi Tem popped up a notification, powerful beast detected nearby, do you wish to tame Hiti? Tabak was overjoyed, intending to tame Azure Irajian, and Li to be told it was impossible. He was utterly speechless. If deed impossible to tame, why even sell Iki notification and waste my time? Nathan tore through Waiki space, come on, let A head back. Tabak nodded, I still need to sec top by Yuki logistics via how to pick up my new armor. Returning to Frontline Fortress, everyone was huddled around leaderboard in Specie. Although Tabak had and Lai just entered White general rankings, he was already sitting comfortably in E top 10. It was incredible. Iki old generals usually Enlai hunted mediocre beasts and never dared to touch high-tier rewards he did. Looking at Leaky military merit board, Tabak was in first place Kut 8, 5 billion, followed by Thantu Kut 8, 4 billion and Henchin Kut 7, 9 billion. Everyone 8 eyes widened in amazement, unable to comprehend where he had scavenged such a massive amount of points. It was truly a case of creating something from nothing, being unallied, a Goldie Veek yet risking his life to hunt local Vihi beasts was absolutely insane. Henchin exclaimed, "This guy to ID key truly a men XT. He grinds so much military merit, an Enlai to burn through eat all in a fee lot." Thanthu laughed and said, "Quite his business-minded nature, even a tin of money would fly away." He nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he was probably true. Arriving at Lee Key Logistics Department, he greeted head officer, "I would lie to exchange a set of Loki V key armor." Clerk looked at him as if he were an alien. A gold IVE soldier asking to wear local IVE armor. Even T12 lords of Long Kingdom didn't have any to wear yet. Was he joking? Tabak didn't say much. He pulled a token and told Key officer, "Look at this, and deal understand." She took it quit trembling hands. "My god, eat really IDE key token of Loknat Than. I never expected him to favor a gold IVE kid enough to personally grant him local Veek armor." However, she still hesitated, stating that even Kudati token, armor cost 25 billion in military merit. Tabak pulled a stack of debt notes and said, 8 Phi. If I deduct all Lakey military merit from Hanchin and Thanthu, that should be enough. Here are Ali debt notes quit verified fingerprints, P. them. Inwardly, he was grinning. Luckily, he had been clever enough to trick them into signing those cursed debt notes earlier. She nodded to confirm that everything was valid. Once the key 25 billion in military merit was deducted, she promised to deliver armor shortly. Tabak smiled, thanked her, and slipped away quickly. Immediately, leaderboard numbers jumped. Tabak skyrocketed to 13 million while Thantu and Hanchin dropped to a big fat 0. Keyhole military school was in an uproar. Holy crap, what IP hell did Tabak just do to drain everyone 8 capital? Why did Ike military merit of those two gods disappear so fast? Lai 2 victims were also stunned, staring at B scoreboard. Old ho look, all of our military merit has vanished into thin air. What Lai hell ID going on? Did we get robbed? Luki guard shook his head saying, "I have never seen such an absurd robbery since Luki day I was born." Henchin, furious, suggested they go to Leaky Logistics Department to get to Leaky bottom of eat. Thanthu agreed, they must have guts of steel to dare embezzle our military merit. Veihouse staff produced a stack of documents, leaving E2 speechless. As he turned they were genuine debt notes, she coldly stated, 8 all written in Bigalaxian white. E.T. was Tabak who withdrew all your points. Thanthu gritted his teeth. No wonder he was so generous in giving me those recovery materials when we were being hunted by Ike myriad races. He had been planning to scam me all along. Hanchin cursed, "That old man to i.e. truly a crooked merchant?" He sighed and gave up. Forget Eat. It seems I still have many tricks to learn from this bastard Tabaksh. He debuted his new armor outside, dazzling everyone. My goodness,
Look at what Tabach ID wearing.
am I seeing things?
That at local Veek armor.
A gold ally VE soldier wearing this ID a crime. So many generals crave 8 but can't have 8. Just looking at Eat makes me want to jump him and strip Eat AP. Seeing his companions, he ran under VE to greet Old Han and Old Ho. How does my new armor look? IDET kun. I feel this set IDP a bit loose. It doesn't feel very comfortable to wear. 2 victims who had just lot all their military merit could turn away in pain. I am tired. I'm going to rest. See you later. He watched them go puzzled. Why did they run a P so quickly as soon as we met? Outside Lai Shanai Pass, DM Min reported Loktatnengun 300,000 Demon Emperor troops are ready for battle. He took a P his helmet and armor, looking quite satisfied. Not bad at all. He 1 million coalition troops plus 300,000 Demon Emperor troops are not a small force, but we in Lai have one chance to storm Light Shanghai Pass this time. To ensure success, I will deploy an additional 100,000 elite Mangangu soldiers to assist. Hearing this, he was overjoyed.
Really, then this trip ID a guaranteed victory.
Tat Ningen pulled all an object glowing could a deep red lie. He waved his hand into Li air. Summon them. A beam of blood, red light tore through like the sky, appearing eerie. Creatures lay Mangangu swarmed out, bloodthirsty and extremely aggressive. Diamin bowed respectfully. Thandu Loktat Engon, quit this army of Mangangu warriors. Our troops will surely flatten Lai Shanghai Pass. He shouted to encourage his soldiers.
Brothers, follow me to flatten this pass.
Give you all Leak humans and wipe all their legacy. Li Myriad Race's army roared in unison.
We will die Fu Loktatnen, conquer human race.
They charged fiercely like a stampede of mad bulls. Diamin ordered his subordinates, all troops,
Shkusi and capture Shanghai Pass.
Weak entire myriad race's army screamed as they lie into like battle. At Liki's same time, Hongmai had also arrived. Ever since Great Keen fell, our Demon Emperor clan has not been involved Kut humans for 100 years. She narrowed her eyes, her face filled Kut murderous intent. Those humans dared to kidnap Lai Holy Maiden, and she swore never to let this deep hatred go until she had wiped them all. Li tribesmen below roared madly, insisting on rescuing Lai Holy Maiden and raising Li human race to Li ground. And so, like myriad tribes surged forward again wave after wave, attacking Shanhai Pass in a desperate attempt to exterminate like humans once and for all. Tubok was blushing and flustered in Lighty private room. Marriage, really? Jun Nan stated firmly that they were both of age, and lucky upcoming 16th was key perfect occasion to celebrate Li big event. Yen Nian was torn between willingness and shyness, saying, "Dad, I'm not mentally prepared to be someone eight wife yet," while he also stammered in embarrassment. This prospective father-in-law seemed to be in a bit of a rush. He bluntly retorted, "Tubok, do not want to marry Yen Nian?" Caught a P-guard, he quickly clarified, "I wouldn't dare say that, sir." Jun Nan concluded immediately, "Then date settled. E2 of Dio will have Lai wedding on Lai 16th. Just then, someone rushed in frantically, shouting, "Shade a crisis, urgent news!" Everyone panicked, asking what was going on. Peace Secretary reported, "General Lam, Myriad Tribe's army has attacked Shanhai Pass." Tubok was startled, but he stood up calmly, saying, "T has finally arrived." In the Giti Ren conference room, Key Secretary requested, "Lok Nathan Peakley, issue your orders." He nodded and commanded, "All garrisoned legions must immediately set out to reinforce Shanhai Pass," to which she complied. Jun Nan took lead, rushing out to face humans' enemies, yelling, "Come at me,
Do you myriad tribes?
Lam family will never let you achieve your ambitions." As the myriad tribes continued to send in reinforcements, he shouted, "Kut Great Spirit, warriors, hold your weapons firmly. Do our Lika pride of human race. Do not let them advance a single step further." Like Lam familyed army responded in unison and raised their weapons, quit fervor. Jun Nan gave a decisive signal, fired energy cannons immediately. Thousands of fiery cannon shells flew simultaneously while Tubach remained focused, meditating amidst his treasures. He told himself that he had to LV key up quickly. Suddenly a terrifying surge of power erupted violently from his body. Outside, Thenfi rumbled down upon like entire being, and everyone wondered which powerful being was breaking through to IP next realm. Tubach stood up satisfied. "Finally, I've reached Daiki Platinum realm." Outside, Henchin looked toward old Tudit room in astonishment, and Thanthu wondered if Tubach had just broken through to Lai Ki Platinum realm. At the same time, Like Secretary reported hurriedly, "Mr. Nathan, Tubach has just officially broken through to Light Platinum Lai VE." He smiled smugly. "This child has even more potential than look fam. Key battlefield ID will be best place foe tempering. Eat ID key time foe him to gin a key fight." He ordered all martial arts university students to assemble immediately, and Like Secretary obeyed at once. Meanwhile, in P Forbidden Endless Xi region, Hong Mai turned to Tat Nengon, questioning why he had led main force to this godforsaken place. He insisted this was a shortcut to bypass Shanhai Pass and launch a surprise attack on humans. She offered, "I, of Light Demon Emperor tribe, am willing to lead Light Vanguard to guard Bideby Great Wall." Demon tried to dissuade her, saying this sea was rumored to hold God of Death, but Tat Nengon took a piece of blood jade to reassure them. Hong Mai stared at Lika item, completely confused. Tat Nengon ordered, "Don't overthink it, just follow me and remember not to let key formation scatter." Surprisingly, moment his feet touched water, Kixi parted in two. He stood agape in terror, realizing that quit this treasure, conquering Shanhai Pass would be a trivial matter. She also stared blankly as Shik separated. Tat Nengon urged them on. Hong Mai quickly responded and together quit DM Min, they pressed their subordinates forward. They continued straight into Whitey deep ocean floor. She looked around suspiciously, as this place was strangely silent, but white tribal legends had warned 1,000 times never to set foot in these deep waters. He suddenly noticed something unusual and called awe to Tat Nengon to look toward Kiat Deep's eye. Hong Mai followed his gaze and was horrified. Those monsters were exuding an extremely dangerous hurrah. DM Min frowned in vigilance as he felt them targeting him. She nodded, confirming, "Perhaps God of Death truly exists in this endless Gi." He asked Fu next course of action, but Tat Nengon interrupted firmly, "There ID no need to be afraid everyone, continue forward." Obediently, DM Min eagerly stepped forward, but suddenly a sonic wave from all of nowhere surged forth and stopped them in their tracks. Tat Nengon winced and recoiled, then raised his hand to signal a sudden top. It was dangerous ahead, and they could no longer afford to push their luck. Hong Mai's face turned deathly pale, fearful that this was Li forbidden land of Li Ki gods. After weighing Iki pros and cons and realizing that Iki power surge was beyond their reach, he ordered them to take a detour. DM Min nodded repeatedly and rallied Tim to maneuver around an obstacle and avoid trouble. After dragging themselves along for an entire day, Key Group finally reached their destination, and myriad tribes scrambled ashore and collapsed in exhaustion. Diem Min excitedly reported to Tatangon that in just 2 more days their army would LV Miki Sun High Pass, and upon hearing all the Igit news, he laughed with extreme delight. This rugged pass had always been impregnable than to Li protection of towering mountains and eke boundless sea, even Kut Tran Namate divine Lai talent. He could never have imagined that their faction would sneak in from behind to deliver a devastating blow, and after this painful strike, humanity would be left with no way to recover. Narrowing his eyes with hungry excitement, he daydreamed about Li Day humanity would scramble for their lives, so that he and Tat Engan could finish op rest, while urging Y Great Elder to lead some He Vi hitters from Iki Platinum Rod engine above to clear Ali human guards. Hong Mai did not want to argue, so she nodded immediately. Once the Iki 9 NCLE Keen had devised a low-down scheme, she, as an old woman, would just carry 8 as long as she could win Lai Ki Saintess back. Arrogant and smug, Tat Ningon declared grandly that in 2 days humanity would be wiped off. 2 days passed in Li blink of an eye, and as night blanketed Lai Sun High Pass, Ki Trio late by Tat Engan snuck in successfully. Diem Min bowed to ask for orders, suggesting that dawn would be Ganunan moment while enemy was fast asleep. Hong Mai chimed in immediately, agreeing that was perfect. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to strike. Without hesitating for even a second, he immediately ordered them to Hobonad fire and shatter Waiki Gate. Charging ahead aggressively, he roared like a wildfire, ordering P entire army to rush forward and crush T Sun High Pass under their feet. Key monsters roared and charged into slaughter, determined to LV key place. Li guards frantically rubbed their eyes repeatedly to see if they were misidentifying their own troops, but a soldier next to them muttered grumpily, "Focus on guarding. What Li P hell are do craning your neck to look at?" Leek other man stuttered as he pointed out that was Leek myriad tribes. His comrades were still skeptical, but Lai Gi Men and XT soldiers had already lunged right up to their noses. Et was en Lai then that everyone panicked and screamed fu alarm, urging each other to run and inform General Lam that enemy had breached their territory. Hold your formation and do not panic. Gunners quickly calibrated their firing angles fu Madi Cho artillery immediately. A soldier suddenly spotted Lai Ki silhouette of Iki demon tribe and shouted to warn them, then stared blankly up at Lepi storm-filled Saskai. Furious Hong Mai unleashed a thunderous blow and loudly cursed Wli thick-skinned humans to quickly return Lepi Saintess to her tribe. Immediately a massive energy orb exploded devastatingly corner of Li base. Li soldiers wailed and called to one another to find General Lam for reinforcements, while Diem Min watched Li Ki ruined scene and laughed Kut Glee, smugly convinced that his long journey under EP Deep Sai had finally borne sweet fruit. Taking advantage IB time before enemy reinforcements arrived, he proposed dealing quid IP experts guarding Lai Pass, but Tatangan waved him a P, saying to stay calm because IT fun was yet to come. This bait was meant to catch more than just Ike small fry here. Why, truly delicious bait they were aiming foe was Nat Than. Outside the front lines, Tran Nam was shouting at his subordinates to inquire about Lai P status of Li P weaponry, and his subordinate trembling replied that EP monsters had long been plotting to destroy Iki ammunition depot. Looking at Li distant silhouette, Wak old man was shocked and wondered if Iki 9 Nfi Keen himself had arrived. Do cowardly rats, if do have guts, come on fight me one on one. That timid mastermind of Iki 9 ND Key can D and Lai use these pathetic tricks instead of daring to fight me one on one. Diem Min wore a sinister smile and retorted that business ID war, without a firm foundation, they were nothing but chaff. Finishing his sentence, he drew his massive blade, brandishing it as he declared that humanity's fate was sealed and told Tran Nam to prepare himself to meet I's kind of hell. Immediately after, he swung his arm to deliver a vicious blow directly at him. Tran Nam had no choice but to grit his teeth and steel himself to endure that thunderous strike. Glancing down at the devastated battlefield where they were being completely overwhelmed, Iki old general was furious and muttered a bitter curse. Tran Nam tensed all his muscles, determined to protect human race. His spirit surged and exploded, determined not to taste defeat. With bloodshot eyes, he gathered all his spiritual energy into his palms, shouting, "Do you monsters, get back to your pixty." But Diem Min dodged the key move quote ease, mocking Li's surging hoorah of blood and energy. Old man Tran Nam, do really want to blow yourself up in a suicide attack quote me. Key soldiers below were fired up, chanting, "General Lam ID invincible, humanity ID invincible. Brothers, since our bed ID Hio so brave, how can we be afraid and discourage our comrades?"
Chepu can wipe all alien race. As long as we lie Wiki Citadel stands, long lay humanity!
Tatnangan sneered contemptuously. Flies would always be flies, fun of delusional grandeur. He turned respectfully to ask his leader, "What do you think, big brother?" Tatningon gathered energy at his fingertips, ready to strike, saying, "If you're tired of living, I'll send you AP to Y afterlife right now to cun down." Quit just a flick of his hand, he sent Tran Nam flying, leaving everyone pale and frantic. Quit worry fo we general. As we soldiers rushed to bandage his wounds, I general wheezed, What I hell are do anyway? Diem Min immediately fawned v him, calm down Lok Tat Engon. It was my negligence that forced Diu to act. Tat Engon ignored him and delegated I trivial tasks saying, I am Enlai interested in big fish, Diu can clean up these small fry yourself. Diem Min nodded repeatedly. Quit that, Diem Min turned back quite a smug expression, Tran Nam, today this Shanghai Pass will be your burial ground. Closing his eyes and waiting faux death to knock, he could Enlai whisper his Fian Dal instructions. Tabak Yen Nian, Diu too must remember to avenge me. Just as things hung by a thread, a terrifying collision Sao rang out. Tran Nam stared blankly at Sao Ba, who was shielding him. 8-2 Bakshate Pet, so Li rescue team of students arrived just in time. Li young man surnamed Hong rushed to V to chew on Li P General 8 condition. Li General struggled to sit up and gave a bitter smile. Not dead yet. But if Diu guys had been a second later, Diu, be preparing my funeral feast. Tabak was furious. Not en Lai did Diu dare to raid my fortress. But Diu also had lied nerve to beat up my future father, in law to this extent. He tensed his body and soared into Li Ti air, charging toward them. Tabakshate gaze was sharp, he declared, keen of look abyss, today I will take your head. Xiaoba quickly intervened.
Old, calm down.
But Cao Bai understood perfectly that his master had truly let his mind. Henchin quickly assigned tasks. Leave this place to us. Do you guys hurry up and carry General back to defend Key Fortress? 2 soldiers nodded immediately. Understood. Xiao Hong and 2 other war pets were channeling an abundant stream of energy to Tabach. One of like enemies stared in astonishment. Odd as this human brat possessed such terrifying power. Tabach roared. Keen of Latibis blood debts must be paid in blood. Thanthu noted, this abnormal weather phenomenon ID much more intense than before. Tabach has leveled up again. And Chien added, to put it poetically, he reaching LVE where he can summon wind and rain, and move mountains and seas. Like crowd around them gasped in awe. IDE this really EB week 2 back of life past. Heat now so strong heat defies science. This source of spiritual energy ID powerful enough to tear Kisei Sky apart.
Heat too terrifying.
Tabak focused his energy and launched his decisive attack, charging straight at his enemy. Go to hell, do son of a buffuff! Diamin sneered. What a reckless cow. Even if your sacred beast armor ID fancy, how could a little brat like you possibly defeat me? Li power of light collision high above caused a violent tremor, sending dust billowing into Li air. Henchin scrunched up his face. This energy LVID truly too overbearing. Thanthu suggested, Old Hen let 8 take this chance to go slaughter Yiki enemy experts. He nodded immediately. Let 8 do eat. What ain't there to fear? Both of them enthusiastically charged down to crush enemy 8 elites while above Tabak continued to fight bloodthirsty fervor. Demon began to see him in a new lie. I admit I underestimated Diu. But this, he unleashed a powerful palm strike toward him, just means Do need to die even faster. Trend currents of energy transformed into a serpent, seeking to break through Wike protective shell surrounding Tabach. Henchin watched Tabak fall, his heart filled with anxiety as he exclaimed, Hey old 2, are Do still alright? Lighty Man aggressively stepped forward and declared that even Quit Lack Fam here, today 10,000 tribes would not let a single human survive. A terrifying burst of power erupted from leapy swirling smoke and dust. Realizing the situation was dire, DM Min hurriedly fled. Lai P Man 8 chest was pierced through by a beam of Lai that looked like a staff. Nuthan immediately blocked path in front of I Boy and sternly asked, Do coward, how can Do not be ashamed of picking on someone so much smaller than Du? Lee onlookers cheered Quoot joy. Oh thank goodness, Lok Nuthan ID here, he has arrived, we are safe now. DM Min hugged Lai Boy tightly, her voice choked Quoot emotion. Nuthan, Do have come to caxi us again. He mocked. Didn't Do just say that all IDP fair in war? That 10,000 tribes could easily cross Ikixia and bypass our Shanghai Pass turns ought to be, because there was a mastermind pulling IP strings behind Lai's scenes. How pathetic foe him. Tat Engon spoke up. Do are too kind, human key nut than, do you have finally decided to see your face? Actually, I have Enlai one sole purpose for this operation. He spread his claws, sharp as knives, saying, I want your life. Nuthan summoned his power, which transformed into countless sharp swords and challenged him. Well then, why don't you try? Just as Li 2 forces were about to collide, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in between them. Everyone looked up at Iki giant sphere before them in astonishment. Could this be what a battle between Ken LV key powerhouses looks like? Tatangon provoked him. Do have enough power to turn this into a void battle? Nuthan, do really think that Do alone can exceed human race from extinction? Nuthan replied, Key human race has never needed me, Nuthan, to see them because humanity will never be devoured by other tribes. As long as one person remains, humanity will fight to very last breath. Saying this, Iki 2 lunged at each other hand-to-hand combat. Lai two faced each other quid intensu ra, neither willing to yield, their powers clashing violently. Tatnigonate consciousness quickly slipped into Nut Than Tate while simultaneously Nut Than consciousness counterattacked, using a sword to pierce through his opponent Tate chest. Both consciousnesses shattered, and Tabak asked curiously from below, "Why are they standing still?" He exclaimed in admiration, "No wonder do our Iki human kin, your strength ID truly extraordinary, but..." Tat Angon pulled all a glowing red crystal and confidently declared, "Today Diu will surely die." A red tentacle suddenly appeared behind Nut Than and he gasped in surprise. ID that what just pierced through Waiki Devil 8 hand? Looking at Li Ki thing clinging to his back, Nut Than felt it draining his life force. His opponent revealed, "I just planted a demon seed in your back. Even if Diu are we human ken, Diu will still be devoured by this blood god." Tabach looked on, anxious and worried. What happened to Lok Nut Than? Thantha realized, it seems he has been ambushed. Henchin suggested, should we retreat to E shore? And warned, don't act rashly Fu now. Nut Than, bound by chains, gritted his teeth and said, Diu brought key blood of Li Ki gods here today, just to take my life. Tat Ningun laughed triumphantly. That ain't right human kin Nut Than today Diu will surely die and the human race will be extinguished. He calmly said, I am afraid Diu are going to be disappointed. Li Pi's smile on EP Man 8 face vanished as he looked down and saw a sword mech appearing on his chest. A sword strike pierced through Tat Nengon from behind. He stammered, Diu. Since when? He placed his hand to Vila wound and said, so what if Diu wounded me? As long as Diu die, why human race will perish too? Nuthan repeated, I told Diu, we human race will not perish. He crushed Leek Crystal and declared, whether Aki human race perishes or not Diu, Nuthan, must die today. Immediately those tentacles elongated and wrapped tightly around his arms. Nuthan stopped focusing, transformed into a sword and commanded, Tabak, lead walk human race and drive back those 10,000 tribes. As his entire body was wrapped in tentacles, Quit and lie his eyes visible, he shouted, never give up. No sooner had he finished speaking than Nuthan was wrapped up tight like a cocoon. Tabach exclaimed in Sex C from below, Mr. Nuthan! Mr. Nuthan he has been wrapped up by that red power. Bai Yan roared to announce that Yi Qing had passed away, immediately ordering lucky minions to break down Li City Gate and Somin, determined to wipe all humanity. Yan Ming ordered Leek's myriad clans to march, thus key fierce beasts rode in charge forward Lai a Feichi Lot flood, determined to drown Li Pi entire human race in a xi of blood. Witnessing light horrific scene, Hanjan gasped in panic, this Ike bad, myriad clan's army has breached and passed and rushed inside. Without a moment of hesitation, Xu Bai leaped high into Iki air. Gritting his teeth, he approached Li Pi blood cocoon. Old man Yiqing couldn't have died so easily. I am here to see Dio. He then swung his sword, slashing furiously at Li Cocoon, but he was in vain. He was shocked, unable to believe his eyes, while Baiyan sneered smugly, don't waste your energy, eat ain't useless. He has already been parasitized by Iki divine blood. Even if some god descends to earth, they can unlie prepare a coffin for him. Subite Voy turned ice cold, I will take your life as an offering to Mr. Yi Qing. He then summoned his spiritual beast, Lejir Rijian, to Lai Ki battlefield. While Lejir Liki Rijian majestically appeared in midair, its entire body enveloped in bolts of lightning that tore through Wei sky. Eat craned its neck, looked at Subai, and asked, summoning me in such a hurry already? Bai Yan eyes widened in horror. How can it be Lejir Liki Rijian? Isn't Luofen already dead and buried? Hanjan exclaimed, old Su actually called forth Reijin from Bishui pool. Qingshu was stunned speechless. How on earth did he manage to summon Lipi Divine Krajim? Gripping Lipi's sword tightly in his hand, his anger surging, he said, Iejuru Rijinan, help me send this guy to his grave! Bai Yan remained arrogant. Even if Luo Fan were standing right here alive, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. He condensed a massive energy orb and roared, D. Su Bai and Li Ijura Regine immediately unleashed their moves as Bi Yan hurled Li Pitch Balaisi orb at them, yelling, You damn bugs! Evil energy surged rapidly toward their opponents. Undaunted, Subai and Li Zherdai Gray Jian unleashed a brilliant burst of power that pierced through Wee Beat Li Sea Orb in an instant. Key terrifying power tore through white clouds. As Key counter-attacking sword Key struck him, Bi Yan was frightened of his wits. No way. Does this sword Key mean Yi Qing ID Key still alive? As expected of Key humankind, he still managed to XE a fine and trump Key to resist corrosion of Key divine blood. As Bi Yan body crumbled into ashes, Ki Azure Leek Regine said, Ki job I dig done. I am heading back. Yenming was dazed, unable to believe it. Has Lok Bi Yan Lut, no matter. Shanghai Pass has collapsed today and our myriad clans have flooded in unstoppably. We can take our time conquering this place. He announced solemnly before retreating, warriors of Lai's myriad clans, enjoy this feast of blood, this ID life gift Lok Bi Yan has bestowed upon Diu. Screams and roars echoed through Wei air as Wei Si Kai turned a gloomy, mournful shade. Su Bai landed Kut Ki cocoon in his hands. Hanjan ran in VP in a panic. Ki Myriad clans have dispersed and swarmed into Waiki City? Su Bai, what do we do now? Qing Shu asked anxiously. How IDP Lok Yi Qing? He replied, Key situation IDP still unclear. Old Han, take everyone here to reinforce Shanghai Pass. Old Tiger and I will report to headquarters and rush Uncle Lin and Mr. Yi Qing back. Orders were immediately issued, those of Leaky Water Element.
Go put all Lee fires! Everyone else, follow me and move it now!
They quickly returned to Lee's strategic meeting room at Kichangking Base. Qingshan announced Lee grim news. The myriad clans have infiltrated everywhere, and fierce beasts are appearing in every corner. He ordered Lee's entire nation to enter Wai's highest state of alert. A subordinate reported breathlessly, Jiangzhou IDEC under heavy attack by Ki myriad clans. EP situation IDE cried to Kito, hanging by a thread, we urgently request reinforcements. Qing Shu and Su Bai leaped to their feet in SXC. What? Jiangzhou IDE being breached by Ki myriad clans? Both requested to go to E front lines to see. Qingshan immediately directed,
activate all teleportation gates!
Quad I Ki 7th LFDN as E main force and Luckjongwu student Tim as E vanguard, set out to reinforce them immediately. Qing Shu hurriedly left to prepare, while Su Bai was anxious and worried about Mr. Xuanshan, Uncle Lin, and Lo Qi Qing. Thansun replied that Uncle Lambate injuries have gradually stabilized, but old Net Thantate condition IDE still not looking get. He reassured him not to worry too much, we will soon find a way, go and prepare quickly. Tabak silently prayed for his family's safety, do you damn myriad clans, I swear I will wipe you all one day. Jiangchao City was now engulfed in a sigh of fire, wild beasts running rampant everywhere and cries of people begging for help echoing, help, Lee myriad clans have breached Ki City! Run faster, Grandma. In Ki Mayor 8 meeting room, grim news arrived that Lee Ki myriad clans had breached Iki inner city. Ki order to Ubaniki shelters was issued immediately, and Like security force was tasked guiding Lai citizens to safety. While Guangdong district had almost fallen to Lee Ki myriad clans, Glimmy sent to rescue those trapped was assigned to Jingvo students in Lippy security force. Principal Chu firmly assured, rest assured Mayor, we will fight to Li Ki death to protect our people. Outside another urgent report came in. A major crisis was unfolding outside E City as a horde of powerful experts from Li Ki myriad clans had passed through Yi Renere and were pouring straight into Yi inner city. Two of them were utterly shocked. What? These beasts must have realized Waik imperial capital isn't an easy-to-gate, so they turned their attention to taking Jiangchao first. Min Duok asked when reinforcements from headquarters would arrive. Like secretary reported that E7th LFDN was rushing in VE. He solemnly declared, as long as we have a single breath left, we people of Jiangchao will fight to we very end. Through Waik teleportation portal, Tabach and his teammates returned to Jiangchao. Looking at ruined and devastated landscape, his heart sank thinking, we returned too late. Vingquang pointed into Wiki distance. Look guys, ferocious beasts have completely surrounded Jiangchao City. Thanthu squinted to observe, quit such a massive MB of myriad clans, this ID definitely a plot to conquer Jiangchao. Noticing that path ahead was blocked, they had to find another way to sneak into Woki City. A ferocious beast pointed in another direction and roared, there are still signs of survivors V there. Liko Che Chidao. Suddenly a terrifying surge of power struck fierce bear ate back could a Vi blow. Eat roared, demanding to know who dared to ambush Hen Chin, already closing in beside replied, D don't need to know. Tabak also coordinated, slashing his sword relentlessly, how dare you come to Jiangchao to run amok, do beasts, go to hell. Thantu suggested, leave remaining small fries to me to clean up quickly. He swung his fan, unleashing waves of swirling tornadoes.
D you bastards!
Tabach deduced, principal must be defending school. That ain't likely ET main to get 8 of myriad clans, so we must go help him. They unanimously agreed that they indeed had to get there as quickly as possible. In another district of E-City, leader of Ikidium Min mocked, human intelligence ID really nothing more than this? He bragged that he had infiltrated human society for 100 Veeps 10 years, so he knew all their weaknesses. Diamin laughed in delight because Waiki survivors were perfect bait to lure human reinforcements, while his sycophants flattered him, saying this strategy would surely V Jiangchao. Sensing that human reinforcements were approaching, he ordered Ki Mangnu clan to lead while Ki Vanguard and Li Ki Diamond Bears to hold Ike Center, launching a fierce assault on Jingvo University. They all roared in unison and charged toward Bai Ki enemy.
Give you all of these humans!
On a Ki other side, Iki humans also shouted, Jingvo ID our feign unto line of defense.
We cannot retreat! Chikisi quit me and fight to we death!
Like children of Jiangchao were fighting resiliently to hold on to every inch of their homeland. Why ferocious beast suddenly spotted a fatal opening. Slammed a log heavily onto its opponent back, as while humans began to clear signs of exhaustion and fatigue. Leaky wild beasts attacked frantically, roaring, "Quit your chop teen, how dare do get distracted while fighting me." A Mangnu roared, ordering his lackeys, "Kivu all of these human pests! Leave no survivors!" Aggressive Mangnu rushed forward when suddenly a terrifying pressure descended alongside a cold, echoing voice. "Anyone who dares to trespass into Jiangchao, do not blame me, fu not warning Dio." Tabachate group suddenly appeared. "Do damn myriad clans, I'll send you all to hell." Citizens of Jingzhou cheered in joy because reinforcements had finally arrived. He whispered to Han Zhan that he would handle this tough guy, while Li P other small, Fry could be left to Little Hong to clean up. Both of them immediately charged into Li Yi heat of battle. "Kuda, trust me." And at beat, Han Zhan swung a earth, shattering blow, quit his sword at Li Mad Bull, telling Yi to go meet likes kind of hell. Waiki monsters shrieked miserably and Keek's eye of searing flames, wondering why they couldn't be extinguished. This time they were truly roasted. Xubai rallied his teammates.
Let it go, guys! Slap them in likey face!
Let take this chance to wipe Ali entire foreign race army. After wiping Ali key foreign race forces, Thantu tapped Xubai on Li Key's shoulder and asked about a Sate Tren object. There, he guessed it might be allies coming to rescue, but he shook his head, saying it wasn't because he could sense Li Piu killing intent of a high LV key foreign master. The leader was Li, head of Li Huang family, named Quang Diu, a diamond XTG cultivator who laughed loudly, praising Lok Siu at godlike calculations, while also being overjoyed that he had finally cornered Su Bai. Han Zhan looked confused, asking who Lok Siu was and if Lai Qi, head of Yi Huang family, had actually turned traitor. Su Bai indignantly reminded him that his son was his former classmate, and yet he was willing to serve as a lackey for foreign races. Asking how he would face his ancestors, Li Goldman shouted crazily, "Su Bai, as long as I take your head, I can see my son!" Go Bai berated him for his selfishness, asking if he had ever thought about how many other fathers would be left weeping in despair because of his foolish actions, just to xi one son. Quang Du shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Eat ain't better that do die than foe my whole family to perish." He drew his blade and yelled, "Take this!
Do brat!"
Su Bai smirked in defiance.
"Come on then, do traitor!"
Zubai lunged forward to see just how geeky old man 8 treacherous skills were. His sharp sword glided through quite a smooth stroke, splitting Quang D8 blade in two, leaving a old man sweating profusely and unable to believe his eyes. Like opponent 8 massive weapon was instantly sliced in half by him. Old family head trembled and stammered, asking what kind of devilish toy this was and why its destructive power was so unreasonably superior. Subai sneered and asked if he was so blinded that he couldn't recognize this sacred sword. Keyman jumped in SSC, guessing it was wee weapon belonging to Nat Than, never expecting that he would trust Subai enough to give 8 to him. Subai dealt another blow, adding, "That ain't right. Today I am sending Dio to meet Yi to Keen of Hell." Lag woman behind him hurriedly supported Quang Diu, asking if he was still breathing. He frantically shouted for his underlings to soam him, ordering them not to let Kid activate his sacred beast equipment. They immediately surrounded him and unleashed energy that distorted Ali very space around them. Quit teleportation locked. Let it see if Du can grow wings and fly away today. X-ray of ferocious energy blasts rained down on him simultaneously. She screamed to keep attacking until he died, and they immediately increased their firepower, launching a relentless assault. Seeing Lipe's spectacular explosion before her, Limadich Butterfly confidently thought this was a sure victory. But Subai remained calm, laughing behind his solid protective shield, asserting that Kut his top-tier Spirit Master armor combined Kut Swanwu shield. Their attacks felt like nothing more than a lie dusting. She gasped in SPC, unable to believe her eyes at E-power of Likey's sacred beast armor, while he coolly asked if Li whole lot of them were tired from this. Scratching. "Gem yet." Zubai held his dual swords, smiling as he said it was now his turn to put on us. He closed in on his to gate quite a terrifying speed that Iki naked eye could barely track. One by one, those who stood in his way were neatly and tidily cleared away, quit absolutely no opponent capable enough to halt his progress. Like last remaining one trembled, realizing his opponent was simply too fast and too dangerous. They scurried away in Li P blink of an eye. Their behavior was truly chilling. He sneered, running away as fast as squirrels. "Are you? If you're so brave, stand your ground and fight. Didn't you swear to fight to Waiki death?" Guangju shouted to stop them. "Don't panic. His holy beast armor unn't last long. His methods are indeed bizarre, but in Liki and he IDE just at Lai Platinum Redin G." Just then, reinforcements arrived. Judiu ordered his troops to provide C. Pete. He breathed a sigh of relief. "You've come just in time. Everyone listen up. Focus all firepower and send Subai to his grave." Whole crowd simultaneously opened fire, aiming directly at where he was standing. Subai replied indifferently. So many of Du gathered in a blink of an eye. Du really have no sense of martial honor. Having said that, he condensed his divine weapon. A single move was enough to shatter their jumbled power. One of them panicked. We used our fun strength. Yet it was neutralized in an instant. Guangju said contemptuously, Xubai, I have to admit you are tough, but your Ardingi ID key still stuck. Key power do are using ID key indeed's trend, but I don't believe do have enough of heat to maintain this forever. He summoned Alpi God Tree. ID geet that so. Let it see how long do can hold out. Lakey fierce beast stared in horror. Isn't this Gawura of our tribe 8 God Tree? Subai continued to unleash a barrage of rapid attacks. Beast's formation broke and they fled in disarray. Help! Guangju roared in frustration. Our whole group of us can't take down one brat. They replied, we can't help eat. Hate too strong to stop. One stammered, why bother fighting? His energy ID already fully restored. Run quickly! Thanthu shouted from below, Jiangzhou brothers, we can't let Subai steal all League spotlight. We must let these beasts of myriad races taste power of Jiangzhou students. Everyone responded enthusiastically, drive myriad races away. Deeming wondered why Xubite Holy Beast armor was even more domineering than Luo Fan 8 was back in Light Day. Senza pondered, to defeat this kid, we need a long-term plan. I was too careless. Deeming ordered all troops listen. Platinum LV powerhouses Kovika Black rear forces as they retreat toward my main formation. 2 subordinates acknowledged order. Mayor Mingju and Principal Chu burst into tears. Key myriad races are fleeing. Jiangzhou ID he saved. Lok Lu Fan. Peak Liu beer your eyes from Leaky Afterlife and witness this. Principal Chu felt proud of him. Subai ID truly a worthy successor. He does not tarnish E's reputation of elders. Leak's entire square cheered. Humanity has on.
Myriad races are retreating. Long Kingdom will be victorious.
Qingshan also received EP news that key myriad races had retreated and Jiangzhou was safe. He breathed a sigh of relief. Very Subai never disappoints me. Everyone took opportunity to tease Jun Nan, old Lin, your son-in-law ID quite something. This kid Subai ID truly impressive. He was very proud. He ID indeed a prodigy of humanity. He Lin family has gained great honor this time. A phone call startled Lee's secretary. He turned out to be EP military leaders of Leek Eagle Nation and Elite Bear Nation. Qingshan was surprised. Key Eagle Nation and Indeed Bear Nation. Why are they taking the initiative to contact us at this time? When two leaders connected, they were extremely polite. 8th Wall General Hu, I am Tom. We heard that Long Kingdom was attacked, so we are rushing to send reinforcements. Others added, that it right, Leek Bear Nation ID doing low-key same? Or V plea past 100 years? Like Long Kingdom has always been Gi leader of humanity and has saved us many times. Qingshan replied, Thandu General Tom and comrades of Li Bear Nation, on behalf of Lake Long Kingdom I sincerely acknowledge your kindness. Li Tu laughed and replied, General Hu, do you are being too formal? We are all brothers, when one IDT in trouble we must speed each other. That ID true. Stopping Nikit invasion of Leaky myriad races ID common duty of all humanity. General Hu, Pili assign us so we can coordinate Kudagi Long Kingdom at army. Key tactical screen displayed a MEP. Qingshan analyzed key myriad races have broken their formation to infiltrate deep into Li cities to harass us. We need your 2 armies to provide COV to protect people in CP'd emergency evacuations. They agreed immediately, no problem. We will dispatch thousands of transport planes right away. Git White Bear Nation will also immediately deploy armored transport legions. He said gratefully, Thandu for your sincerity. I hope our humanity will unite to drive a Li myriad races.
Humanity will surely be victorious.
In Jiangzhou in Ike meeting room, Principal Chu said quit relief, do you arrive just in time? Subai asked further, Principal what ID current situation in Jiangzhou? He recounted, according to intelligence, Kinju Du ID key still gathering a massive force of myriad races heading here. It seems a major battle ID coming. Thanthu figured Ali intention, Jeet seems Jiangzhou has become a primary to gate foe Ju Diu. Hanjan warned, Old Su I suspect Ju Diu ID coming here personally because of Diu. Subei nodded, that ID highly likely. Principal Chu concluded, in any case, Lee's situation ID very dire. Leak urgent matter now ID to evacuate residents. Thanther reported, General Headquarters says reinforcements on an arrive for another 5 days. Subai was anxious. No, by then will be too late. He revealed, there are currently tens of thousands of people trapped without a safe evacuation plan. He calmly smiled and said, I have a get idea. Everyone asked curiously, what ID key plan? He recalled fact that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University had recently recruited a large MB of beast tamers. He confirmed, that ain't right. Since Diu became famous we have trained a V20 beast tamers fu EP special classes. He requested, then Peak Lai have EP principal gather them all. While Hanjan didn't understand, why are Diu gathering them? Thanthu realized, I understand. Subai wants to use beast taming techniques to assist in Lee's civilian evacuation. Principal Chu agreed, great idea, I will go gather them immediately. Subai added, that ain't right. This time, we will organize a large-scale evacuation then to Lee force of beast tamers. Mong gathered Lee beast tamers and announced, my dear students, This I down moment fo everyone to prove their mettle. Under Xu Bite command, I am entrusting Diu Kut an extremely important mission, and I expect everyone to complete it brilliantly. Subai continued, fellow comrades, Lu key upcoming task ID to evacuate all Li residents of Zhangzhou. First, summon your pet beasts. Those who possess royal turtles, hurry up and line up to receive your orders. Henjan was left speechless, wondering why heck there were royal turtles everywhere he looked. Principal Chu explained that ever since Xubai Little Bay became famous, students enrolling at Zhongwu all chose turtle type, from water turtles, land turtles, and amphibians, to even omnivorous or herbivorous turtles, nothing was spared. Subai brushed this aside and ordered, divide into 6 small teams according to my instructions. Each team ID key responsible for evacuating one of key 6 shelters. Leak Martial Arts University students in Lilpi Garrison will provide funds heap ID everyone clear. Li Beast Tamers shouted in unison, clear, we swear to complete Yiki my CN, then flocked away on their turtles to rescue Wa Quate teen part of Lai Ki City. Henjan urged his brothers to obao a bloody path, eliminate he ferocious beasts that obstructed them, and protect evacuation Tim well, ensuring that not a single member of Lai 10,000 races survived. Leak Beast Tamers approached Leaky victims. Come on everyone, Peaky Lai hop onto Leaky backs of my pets. Leak people were overjoyed. This ID great! Thank God someone finally came to XE us! Li's people of Li Flame Alliance wondered what like human race was up to. Your Majesty, Li Scouts replied, they are evacuating civilians at multiple locations and seem to want to pull everyone out. He sneered, truly wishful thinking. Quickly concentrate our forces and BLPC those people foe me. At Li intersection ID Turtle Caravan gathered. Xubai asked, have all E teams arrived? Thanthu reported quickly. Everyone had gathered and was ready to retreat at any moment. He praised them, very gat. But suddenly, Li atmosphere became tense when Xubai discovered something unusual. In Iki distance, a horde of ferocious beasts was rushing forward in massive numbers. Like's panic-stricken civilians screamed, oh no, 10,000 races have caught up! Mom, I'm so scared! Henjan and his men charged forward. Doing Zubai go ahead, leave Li rear guard to us. He nodded. Very well, I leave this place to do. Subai urged his tiger forward and ordered, P entire beast tamer Tim must immediately escort Leak civilians toward Key East Gate. Likey Turtle caravan carrying people rumbled forward upon Key order to depart, while behind them, sounds of bombs and gunfire erupted from Li battle involving Hanjanate's side. Thanthu reminded him, Xubai, these turtles are moving too slowly. At this rate, everything will be ruined. He turned and said, Little Ba, channel some extra power to everyone and speed them up. Immediately, Little Ba emitted a surge of energy that awakened everyone. Lapi speed of the entire turtle herd suddenly increased significantly. Subai shouted, quit great spirit. Great migration of turtle squad begins! Let it go, brothers! He led a caravan and everyone was excited. Cheat faster now. Chasu ferocious beasts in front watched Laisi trend scene in confusion. They growled and watched EP group of Subai cautiously. What ID this? Where did so many turtles come from? Walk royal turtles rammed their heads forcefully into E-wolves, charging forward aggressively. Subai directed, fellow beast tamers, maximum speed, straight to EP East Gate! Li beast tamer group responded eagerly. Kiaozi, run faster! A young girl giggled, time to speed up! Li P Flame Alliance had begun their scheme. He summoned his power and shouted, rise! An upright, towering earthen wall blocked Waiwei, causing weak people on IE turtle shells to tumble to Li ground. Xubei shouted, danger! We've walked into their trap! Surrounded by 4 earthen walls, people were filled with anxiety. What ID this? IDquo 10,000 races planning to kill you us all. I don't want to die yet! Thantu screamed in panic. Subai, look up at like Isake! He smirked arrogantly. Subai, I've been waiting here for quite a while. Guangyao roared confidently. Subai eat hard foe due to escape death today. To deal quit your army iki kind of you. Gate has personally used Esectate secret technique. Dian Ming exerted power right in his palm. Salt, severing in life, ending, strike descended violently onto Liki's spot where they were standing. While Thantu was anxious and worried, Tabak spoke up to reassure her, advising her to quickly take everyone to safety, because their true Tagetate was him. He sneered mockingly, saying that he could barely look after himself, let alone others. At that same moment, bizarre shadows emerged from like corners of Lipi Great Formation and grabbed Tabak's 8 legs, making him realize quit a jolt that these guys were no pushovers. A murderous hurrah descended from above, forcing Tabak to hurriedly dodge Iki opponentate's speed was truly terrifying. Hiding behind a group of burly guards, Iki henchmen of Diem Min boastfully introduced Liki 6 guardians of Liki spell formation as Li most formidable fighters of royal family, then sarcastically asked if Tabak had any chance of winning. Thanthu fidgeted restlessly because Tabak was trapped in Liki formation. She told herself she had to find a way to rescue him, while Leak enemy relentlessly bombarded his shield and mocked him, saying that dying under this formation was his honor, which made Tabak curse in frustration. He shouted angrily, do you bastards really think I am as gentle as a monk? After finishing his sentence, he immediately activated his Holy Beast transformation to soar upward, attempting to escape that annoying cage. Tabak swung his massive blade backward. Regardless of what this pathetic formation was, he frantically unleashed fatal slashes directly at leaky faces of his enemies. Go to hell, do scum. However, immediately afterward, Tabak suddenly froze when he realized his situation seemed wrong. He widened his eyes in astonishment as he saw a body of like enemy he had just slashed automatically stitching itself back together, recovering completely as if it had never been wounded. Thanthu turned pale with terror, unable to believe they could recover so quickly. Kwangdiu laughed with evident delight, declaring that Tabak had in lie tasted a small appetizer of key formation. It would slowly drain his strength and spirit, forcing him to suffer eternal agony. He ordered his minions to rush in and finish him BP, sarcastically wondering how long Tabak could maintain his holy beast form, which Anlai made him grit his teeth in endurance. Thanthu immediately rushed forward to help, shouting that she was coming to spet Tabak. He shouted back, telling her not to come RVN to go find reinforcements instead. From afar, a sough of wind being torn approached, making him cheer with joy when he saw Principal Chu and Elder Han appear. Principal Chu hurriedly asked about Li Ti's situation, and Thanthu immediately reported that Tabak was trapped in a wicked formation set up by that demon Kwangdiu. He angrily scolded Elder Foe not wanting to be a decent person and preferring to be a lackey foe, 10,000 races. Leaky Old Man retorted shamelessly that Enlai those who adapt are heroes, and this world would sooner or later belong to 10,000 races. From Lucky Ground, a voice called Aw to ask how Tabak was doing. He replied that he wasn't dead yet, but couldn't say for sure about later. Principal Chu narrowed his eyes to observe and wondered why this formation had as many as 6 guards. Teacher Chu lunged straight toward Kwangdiu, declaring that he was 7th eye of IE formation and telling him to prepare to pay coup his life. Li Old Man casually challenged him to see if his guess was correct, then told him to take his time playing P-Gum. Principal Chu jumped into Seek Lu combat, scolding him for harming his fellow countrymen without fearing disgrace to his ancestors, but Kwangdiu just contemptuously challenged him to kivu him if he was capable, while Tabak continued to swing his blade frantically, determined to wipe all Li monsters. But key bodies of those creatures kept healing themselves as if they had never been wounded, which made him even more infuriated and caused him to curse. Seeing this Fu Wei first time, Henchin was also wide-eyed, unable to understand how they could come back to life. He swung his sword, intending to Gili Ki fight, when a massive explosion erupted, filling area with thick smoke and dust. Lei P formation suddenly surrounded and locked Henchin at legs, causing Thanthu, who was standing outside, to panic. She cried oh in worry when she saw him also caught in that wicked trap. Looking at enemy in front of him, he muttered a curse, wondering how one could ever break this devilish formation. Principal Chu channeled all his power to be up firepower, telling himself that 800-year-old reputation of Zhang Wu must absolutely not be ruined in his generation. Even if it cost him his life, he was determined to shatter this monstrous formation. He immediately unleashed a forbidden technique, summoning a lightning Rajan that lunged straight toward Likey enemy. Surging energy from Principal Chu also poured into Iki's center of E formation. Thanthu urged, Tabak Henchin, break E formation quickly. Tabak ID holding EP those powerhouses all by himself. Looking at Li Gi wounds gradually closing, he was speechless. What ID this? ID not having any eye fakes at all. Henchin shouted from below, Old Tiger, Eat still not working. Kwangdiu sneered at them, what a waste of effort. Do they really think Li 7 Soul's life? Severing formation ID that easy to break. Tabak dodged IP blow, damn neat, there must be a weakness somewhere. He suddenly realized Iki 9 and Ichikin was standing frozen like a statue and yelled, Old Tiger, look a V there! He immediately got to point. I see. That 9 and Fikanite a fake. He ID actually E7th Soul Beast. Tabak said excitedly, exactly. Let it focus our attacks on his weakness. He quickly assigned E-task, Old Tiger, light formation core ID up to do. Finish him, Buppy. Thantu nodded. Alright. He rushed straight toward Key 7th Soul Beast. I am going to smash this formation to pieces. Kwangdiu below refused to let them go. Don't you dare cause trouble. Principal Chu blocked him. Stay right where you are. Thanthu was closing in on E7th Soul Beast. He was suddenly restrained by its power. Damn it. Seeing Thanthu in danger, Tabak called anxiously, Old Tiger, then turned and asked, Henchin, ko V me for 3 seconds. Henchin immediately agreed, just trust me. He rushed Ear V to help. Old Tiger, I am coming to Kixi du. At Lipe same time, Henchin below used his blade to be Elpasilakai Powerhouse 8 attack. Take this? Seeing Thanthu neck chained, Tabak shouted, Old Tiger, get away! Void, piercing / break. Violent energy simultaneously blasted from Li eyes and mouth of like soul entity. High above, its body exploded quote power while Henchin was still struggling to hold his ground. Suddenly, Tabak paused and looked down as Iki powerhouses rushed in and Henchian shouted, "Tabak, watch oh!" He hurriedly maintained a protective shield around himself. Down below, Lai earthen wall had been leveled. Diem Min stood there coughing up blood from Li backlash, saying furiously, "Useless Kwang Diu, do you have ruined my Jiki Ren plans?" Two beastmen beside him asked, "My Lok, are you alright?" He calculated secretly, since Iki Divine Treasury ID sealed 8,000 meters underground, I seized Jiangzhou, planning to break Y-Key seal and then take my time studying how to OOB and AET. He immediately ordered his subordinates to deploy an ST-4 weak location of Lucky Divine Treasury according to Leaky Mate. Diem Min analyzed, right now, key human powerhouses are busy on a key battlefield of 10,000 races, making this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to seize key Divine Treasury. But Jiangzhou base was built right on top of it, could that be a coincidence? He instructed, all Platinum LV powerhouses gather in Life's secret chamber, and send a key vanguard to continue YP assault. Tabach landed and asked, "Idiki, everyone alright?" His two comrades replied, "We're fine." EP formation ID finally broken. Behind him, Principal Chu collapsed from exhaustion, and he called Owen Worry, "Old Principal." Tabach quickly supported him. "How are Diu?" Lee Principal urged, "Don't let him get away." "Thanthu, go after Kwang Diu." Helping him up, he ordered Han Chin, "Old Han, lead everyone away. Thanthu and I will take Leak Principal back to Martial Arts University for treatment." He replied, "Alright, take care." Principal Chu was transferred to Weijongwu Clinic and Tabak asked, "Old Principal, are you feeling better?" Still concerned about Lucky's situation, he replied, "I am fine, but what about Kwang Diu?" "Calm down, we have already captured that guy, he won't be able to fly away." Principal Chu mused, "Key old guy definitely holds some shocking secrets. I keep feeling that Nike 10,000 clan's surprise attack on Jiangzhou this time has some other motive." Tabak raised an eyebrow, "Another conspiracy." He nodded, "Exactly. Jiangzhou ID not a military hub, so why did Li 10,000 clans mobilize such a massive army here?" He sneered, "I still suspect that Likey old Nuldi keen ID trying to set a trap for me." Thanthu chimed in, "C-Top being delusional. You don't even have a face to SU, so C-Tip acting arrogant." Tabak waved his hand, "Nuff quit Li bitter words. But you're right. If that ain't like case, then I must go and question that Kwang Diu guy to get to Li Key bottom of this." Thanthu walked into Wike area where Kwang Diu was being held and said, "Greetings Senior Hong, I've come to visit Diu." Li prisoner roared, "Stop playing Jim!" "Untie me immediately, or else don't blame me for what happens." Thanthu sneered, "Senior, don't get angry, I have something to confess. To be honest, I defected to Li Ki old NUC kind long ago, and I am here to rescue Diu." Kwang Diu was overjoyed, "Then hurry up and unlock my chains." He whispered, "But Iki problem ID, I don't know if Diu are truly loyal." Kwang Diu frowned, "What do you mean?" Thanthu replied, "Someone has already revealed Li Ki old one keen a true objective in Jiangzhou, so he ID'd suspicious of Diu." He shouted, "That is insane! I haven't breathed a quoops to anyone. It must be those 10,000 clans elders spreading rumors behind my back." Tabak stood outside, smiling triumphantly. "So it turns out there really was a conspiracy." Kwang Diu realized he had been played and growled, "Diu brat, do you dare to lie to me?" He laughed, "Uncle Hong, you're getting on in years, yet your mind IDK's still so knave. How could E kind trust someone lie do?" Veins bulged on his forehead as he yelled,
"You little brat, release me! I will tear you into 100 pieces!"
He rubbed his ear, "Uncle Hong, Diu and Li have two paths now, either confess everything yourself, or wait until we finish torturing Diu before Diu decide to be in your mouth." Tabak hissed, "Choose." Kwang Diu remained stubborn. "Boy, do you think I'm afraid?" he said contemptuously. "If Diu have such dignity, why did Diu become a traitor back then?" He retorted, "So what if I did?" Tabak smiled dangerously, "All your power has been completely sealed. Are Diu sure Diu don't want to take all some of my toys?" Tiu Hong ignite. A blazing fire suddenly erupted on little girl 8 small palm. Tiu Hong projected Li fire toward likey enemy. "Understood, master." He screamed in agony, "Just give you me and get tier V quit." Tabak said calmly, "How could I do that?" "Li flames of this ancient sovereign never go awe. Take your time and enjoy sensation." "I'll be going now, Uncle Hong. We'll come back later to clear away your corpse." Kwang Diu couldn't take it anymore and surrendered.
"Fie! Spare me! Extinguish Y fire! I'll confess everything, I'll tell Do everything!"
He turned away, quit a faint smile. Being self-aware makes things so much less painful, doesn't it? Principal was not surprised when he received Li news. As expected, he battle in Jiangzhou really did have a hidden agenda. He recounted, according to Kwang Diu, he and Li knew that a mysterious treasure was hidden deep underground in Jiangzhou, but he had no clue about Li's specific location. Thanthu said confidently, "He probably wouldn't dare lie, not after being beaten to a pulp by Debak." Suddenly, ground shook violently. He panicked. "What on earth ID that?" Tabach guessed, "An earthquake." Henchin ran in, breathless.
"Aid V!
Jiangzhou City ID completely surrounded by key 10,000 clans? Both were stunned. Old Han, what a going on? Thang Tu sighed. Zeet seems the old ND Kane ID key playing foe keeps now. Tabak asked urgently, what happened to Diu? Hanchin was covered in bruises. I am fine. Principal Chu asked anxiously, have Diu managed to evacuate civilians yet? He stepped forward. What about my sister and my parents? He reassured them, don't worry, they have been taken to a safe place. I just broke through enemy encirclement to report leaky news. Hanchin handed a via gift box. This ID key what your sister asked me to deliver. Tabak asked, what ID this? He passed on her message. Jade her pet, she wants Diu to look after 8. Opening like key box to find a baby snake. Tabak was dumbfounded. Pet? At a time as Critites this, how can my sister be raising a snake? Li Geek Sedum signaled. Azure again bloodline detected 5% awakened. Do you wish to tame heat? He was shocked, you're kidding, right? This tiny little snake carries EP bloodline of an Azure Li Kirai gene. Meanwhile, in the IP skies above Jiangzhou, helicopters had formed a formation. A loudspeaker blared, soldiers, we have entered IP airspace of Jiangzhou. We will land at Key Martial Arts University in half an hour. Key entire Tim, await orders. Suddenly, other side panicked. Oh no, key signal has been blocked. A soldier asked suspiciously, headquarters. Suddenly, visibility was obscured. YID, there's such thick fog in leaky middle of Isakai. Lee pilot panicked. What it going on? I can't see anything. Headquarters, where are you? They were confused. Where did this trend fog come from? This ID bad? There'd a high chance of an enemy ambush.
Everyone, prepare for combat! This I'd not get. A message couldn't be sent.
Perform an emergency landing immediately and deploy ground combat protocols. A terrifying source of energy descended from Li Si's Kai, leaving Lucky crowd frozen in confusion as they had no idea what was happening. A pilot wondered if a platinum tier entity had unleashed an attack, and soon enough, Li Ki other aircraft were shattered in Li Pi blink of an eye. Li enemy forces applauded, praising veteran Commander 8 ingenious plan to intercept Vietnamese army. They had successfully cornered several waves of troops while those foolish humans kept using this junk for reinforcements. She took a puff of her cigarette and sneered. These ignorant people have saved me so much trouble. We must completely wipe our human race so no one can stand in like way of he Nike veteran Commander 8 great cause. She exhaled a thick cloud of smoke in a Li Zhengwu command center. Security was reporting to their superiors. Zhengzhou called Lipi Imperial Capital 8 Quartet. Quathan John anxious because he had been 10 minutes past a key's scheduled time and Li Ki reinforcements were still nowhere to be seen. He panicked when Li Ki lights went all, and Thanthu could not stay calm either, saying, damn neat, Ki 10,000 races must have struck. Let me go Chachi situation. Li scene outside looked like nothing less than a desolate and ruined battlefield. Tabak shouted to warn everyone to stay alert, as 10,000 races were poised to strike, and leak beasts began to sheppy fiercely. Each enemy had arrived, so prepare for battle. Li security top team urged team martial artists to get into position to key-view enemy, while soldiers were ordered to quickly reload Madij crystal cannons, anti-aircraft guns, mortars, and machine guns in Ella bondage fire immediately. He signaled that IP targets were 1 kilometer ahead and told them to fire at will. Firepower rained down like a storm, tearing key monsters apart, but Li leader sneered and ordered Like's second wave to continue charging. Like's second wave of beasts rushed forward like a fetch lot flood. Tabak broke all in a cold sweat, wondering how many of E10,000 races that veteran commander had mobilized to besiege Jingzhou. He roared at Cao Ba to unleash fire, and Like's captain anxiously reported that Ike enemy was too numerous. Although Likey monsters were being shredded, they kept piling and veek one another as they charged, and Likey's situation seemed impossible to hold. Lai ranks of human soldiers were struggling immensely to hold their ground. Leaky Kaptinan reported that Leaky City Gate was about to fall under Wiki immense pressure from Lee beasts, and he knew he had to find another plan immediately. A group of female students rushed into battle. Women proved that they were no less capable than men as they fought with immense courage. Yen Nian shouted foe everyone to wipe all these beasts, and Li whole group voiced their determination to protect Jiangzhou to Waiki Yin. Tabach was surprised to see her appear and called Yen Nian, in astonishment. Why are you here? He asked, and as she took down a Menex Tifi she replied that Iki female troop had come to provide reinforcements. Tabach immediately ordered Cao Hong to ski pet them, and the little girl happily obeyed. Cao Hong soared high, preparing for a spectacular display by shouting, "Watch this!" Ling watched in astonishment, never expecting an ancient royal saintess to be helping humans massacre her expendable troops. One of them suggested capturing her alive to see if Ike Royal Clan 8 Great Elder would still dare to be so arrogant, and she laughed smugly, saying like idea sounded get. Suddenly, a beast that had shape-shifted lunged from behind, telling her to taste eye toxins from their clan 8 bones. Xiao Hong was bitten on a gi wing and screamed in pain, asking where that damn snake had come from. Leaky little girl began to feel dizzy and called awe to her master because her head was spinning. Tabach yelled in anger.
How dare do ambush my Sao Hong!
He unleashed a palm strike that sent Ki Snake flying, and Sao Hong returned, saying that Iki powerful beings of League 10,000 races had finally let their patience and intervened. He immediately left his previous position and flew into Weepy Air to provide support. Tabach drew his Azure Wuki Rajin White Tiger Spear and told Cao Qing to get ready, saying, Today, Big Brother Tiger will take Du into your first battle, while Ling shouted, Tabach, today I must give you Du to avenge
Thandia clan.
She unleashed a razor-sharp force field, intending to finish him a P on a key spot. Tu Bai sneered, Do you want to send me AP? Then come RVEP here and give 8 a try. Knuckling was aggressive, saying, What use are those mediocre weapons? Let it see if Du can stop me. While Thanthu stood on E-ground, dumbfounded. Kapower unleashed was terrifying. Thanthu marveled, 2 bite strength ID truly overbearing. Nahukling was shocked, thinking to himself, she ate N Lieb in a few days, so how did he become this strong? What kind of men in XT ID, this guy? I never expected that Kut Sao Qing here, like combined strength of Li 4 divine beasts would be this powerful. Do you want to compete Kut me Kut just that little talent? If that ain't all do you have, get ready to take some hits. Tu Bai unleashed a spear strike that shattered everything in its path. Li beasts were battered and unable to resist. Knuckling stared in Sixi as his lower body was severed, thinking, how ID this possible? Lauk whole tribe was terrified, crying out, Oh God, ye elder has been destroyed. Eat lucky we dodged in time. Thanthu exclaimed. Tu Bai took a Li Python tribe elder in just one move. Yen Nian regained her composure thinking, this strength ID truly heaven defying I cannot fall behind. Like Hop Teen shouted, Listen up, troops.
Cha Chao Yan declared.
Do those snakes and worms think they can compete Kut dragons?
Now ID quite time to hunt.
One of them realized, We are no match for Tu Bai at all. I will be LPC Li Ki Path. Everyone retreat and go back to report to General Ju Yu. He slashed at Igi enemy 8 back, yelling, Do you think our martial arts world, IDP a market? Do you think you can just come and go as DUP lie? This guy IDK beyond imagination? Wiki entire group was neatly dealt quote by Tu Bai. They panicked. How ID his speed so terrifying. Not a single one of us could escape that spear. Henchin watched and realized, Tu Bai IDK slaughtering Lia machine. Will I even be able to keep up quote him? Shouts echoed to Li heavens, exterminate all married tribes, exterminate them all. Diem Min was furious when he heard leaked news, slamming his fist on EP table and cursing, useless trash, a bunch of get foo nothings. They absolutely cannot be allowed to ruin my Jiki Ren plan. Hen ordered, Pasikusi the myriad tribes outside Zhangzhou to temporarily cease attacking. Cut a all water, electricity, and food supplies Fui humans. Let 8 see what they have left to fight quote. Diem Min vowed. Tu Bai, Edun't be long before I stew how formidable my true face really ID. They were deeply shocked by news what? Our supplies have been cut a p. Has Zhangzhou become an isolated city? Principal Chu continued in a P meeting room. Key old General Ju Yu, who was sealed underground, has been hiding for years, carefully studying human tactics. These tricks seem insignificant, yet they are fatal. Thanthu understood clearly. Key outside world can no longer help us. We have no choice but to cussy ourselves. La, Copteen asked Fu instructions. What should we do then, Principal? Peely issue E order. He analyzed, currently many myriad tribes are surrounding Zhangzhou. We must rely on our own strength to protect ourselves. Electricity ID not E main problem. Water and food are Lupi cried to see tell issues. Tu Bai, do have any get ideas? He replied, although I'm not sure if this method will work, I still want to try. Lao P3 of them asked to hear eat. What ID key that method? He summoned Sao Bai and said, Do you usually eat so much? Now ET time for you to put in some effort. Don't try to shirk your duties. Then he instructed, Sao Hong, hurry in so Iki seeds at Leaky right time. Sao Bai, do you take care of plowing Iki land? Thanthu excitedly exclaimed, using a turtle to plow Leaky land? And Lai he could come up coot that? Henchin nodded, old Tu can always come up coot unexpected ideas. Seeing Lai little snake emerge from Likey ground, Tu Bai asked anxiously, Xiao Qing, have you found eat? Xiao Bai get to work. Eat immediately used its sharp claws to strike where Xiao Qing pointed. Henchin was stunned, using Lai White Tiger as a drill. What ID old Tu doing? ID he digging faux treasure. Thanthu chimed in, I don't think so. Water gushed from Lai P ground following Sao Bai. Its feet made a sow as they hit Lai P earth. A refreshing stream of water surged up onto Wee P ground. Yen Nian pulled hard, and to everyone ate surprise, they actually found an underground water source. She ran NV and hugged him, cheering, Tu Bak, you're amazing. Everyone cheered as well. He always had a clever way to handle things. Tabak ordered Tiu Bat to quickly transport leaky food, and behind Eat were stacks of goods. Henchin sighed in relief, thinking that old Tu was truly key savior of E group. If such talent Fu using tame beasts Fu agriculture was wasted on fighting E myriad races, it would be a shame. Tabak casually asked if leak electricity situation inside had been resolved. He reported that things were still at a standstill in Li Ki. Old Dean was busy looking for a solution. Tabak then revealed that he might be able to handle ET, leaving Lai P Man astonished as he asked, Do have some clever trick up your sleeve? In Lai generator room, Dean Chu shown his Lai Kud a skeptical look, muttering, If Du asked me to head to YE battlefield, I wouldn't fear anyone, but this bizarre generator ID really giving this old man a hard time. He stood nearby sighing, complaining that their academy didn't even have a decent electrical engineer. Tabak stepped in and offered, Why don't Du let me try and see what I can do? Likey Dean was surprised. Do you know about this stuff too? He held up Tu Than unreplied. I may not be an expert, but this one IDP more than capable. Dean Chu was confused. Why on earth did Du summon this green snake? Tabak placed Tu Than onto Ehe machinery. Ki Dean stood there watching, and as soon as he saw Yeet wrapped tightly around Likey equipment, Tabak commanded, Start working. A blinding beam of electricity quickly enveloped E entire generator. When Likey lights flashed back on, Dean Chu was overjoyed. Than goodness fo Dio, E turns all this little snake IDP a lightning attribute tamed beast. Outside, EP group cheered loudly when they saw Lee lights turn on.
Power it back! This ID great!
Veen Kwang checked E electricity in the key room and confirmed that a key power supply issue was fully resolved, adding that just a few hours of charging would be more than enough Fu Key next few days. Dean Chu smiled brightly.
This idea be fantastic!
I never expected this little snake to provide such an abundant source of energy. Tabach patted its head. Tu Than, keep eat up. I'll reward Duke with a few more high-quality beast cores later. Ki Dean finally felt at ease now that key power issue was settled. Tabak said proudly, That it not all. Now, let it see what other tricks that Gate Kin has up his sleeve. Everyone outside was having a barbecue party. Tio Hong held a skewer and jumped Fujoy. This ID great. We have electricity and plenty of food. Once everyone ID key fun, get ready to wipe all key myriad races together. Henchin sat in a corner, sighing. Without Tabach this time, we would have been in serious trouble. I wish I were just a little bit stronger. Suddenly, Key's sword in his hand began to tremble violently. What ID happening? Tabak called all from outside Yi door. Old hen, what are you doing in the key room by yourself making all that noise? He hurriedly urged. Everyone, come in and see this! My blade ID suddenly acting strangely. Teen Thu was surprised. Isn't this divine weapon we found at Lai Ki sacred site in Li Ki main city of Hien Mang? Henchin nodded in confirmation. Tabak walked RV to observe, saying, Let me see. Last time, Li Ki but said this weapon was sealed. Could this movement mean Iki seal IDP is about to be broken? He was excited. That ain't incredible! Tabak's hand gently touched Likey blade to sense IP mysterious power within. Sexy Tim displayed a notification ancient weapon quit divinity detected, sealed by a Stren power. Option 1 teen host allows ancient divine tree to absorb key divinity to recover faster. Option 20 borrow power of Iki divine tree to upgrade Likey divinity and forcibly break P seal. Note divine power ID extremely ferocious, far beyond human comprehension in Li endurance of this world. What ID a deity? Eat IDP ability to turn oceans into land, slaughter all living beings, and shatter 10,000 worlds could a single thaw. Although this ID not a true divine artifact, E contains a trace of divinity, which ID a massive pressure that mortals can hardly withstand. If Likey owner 8 strength ID too weak, forcing Likey seal Ubien will crush their mind and turn them into a vegetable. An Enli those at Li Ki Platinum LV Ki O higher, quit bodies tempered by Iki energy of heaven and earth and an iron will, have a chance of survival. Tabak was stunned. ID this E sensing from Li Ki divine hand. He happily announced, Old hen, your combat blade might be about to break free from its seal. He replied, That ain't great news. Tabach decided, break Yi seal of Leaky divine weapon immediately. A beam of energy shot straight into Lai Ki Sakei. People outside were terrified. What ID this brilliant lie? It seems to be coming from Lai Barracks. Tren rays of energy lit up Lake entire sky. DM Min was shocked. What kind of Urai Diki this? Such a terrifying source of power should not exist in Leaky mortal realm. Could this be legendary divinity? This direction ID towards Zhongvu. ID there's someone daring enough to touch a divine treasury. If a divine treasury truly appeared, this world could hardly hold up. All of Zhongchao would certainly be struck by a terrifying blow. What on earth happened inside Zhongvu? He shouted, Someone, go investigate immediately and see what ID happening at Zhongvu. On Hanchin 8 side everyone was panicked. Old 2,
You really are a Menix T!
do you actually manage to break Li's seal of a divine weapon? Tabach revealed, Old Hen, hold on to Yate tightly, and Du will complete Yi bonding pre-X-Tate. But be warned, this pre-X-TID key bone shatteringly painful. He gripped Li P hilt of Li P blade tightly. I am a soldier. A little pain lie this I'd eat nothing. Henchin tried to harmonize his strength quote his blade. Tabak asked anxiously, how does eat feel? He grimaced, my body feels lay 8 being roasted alive in fire. Tin Thu watched Henchin grit his teeth until he spat blood and whispered, and he calls this only a little pain. As a drop of blood fell onto Li Pi blade, a C trend line of characters suddenly appeared and glowed brilliantly. Those characters glowed blood red, his breathing gradually stabilized, and pain seemed to have vanished completely. I feel a surge of power within myself. Any sword in my hand feels as light as a feather. Zhu Bai let out a sigh of relief. That it great, Du must have established a soul connection quit divine weapon. Principal Chu flung door who beyond and asked if they were okay and what Aki recent tremor was about, while he excitedly showed AP, Principal, look at my sword. And John has grown stronger. Principal. Surprised, he asked, did Du really break seal of Li Pi divine weapon? To which he replied, sheet was just luck, then to old seat help. Yen Ran rushed Air V in a panic to deliver bad news. Key situation ID not looking git. Subai asked in surprise, what it's so serious? She revealed that Iki army of myriad clans was preparing to march. All 4 of them were shocked, and Principal Chu asked in disbelief, so soon? Shouts echoed calling Foe I army to assemble, as everyone prepared to enter a LIFO, death battle. He asked about Li Ki enemy 8 troop strength and their leader Radiang. Yen Ran shook her head and said it was an endless walk mass. Among them were dozens of platinum, grade auras, and there was even someone whose pressure was stronger than EP kind of 9 netherworlds. Principal Chu realized that 9 netherworlds was going all this time, and it seemed Oki commotion from Luki divine weapon had made him decide to fight to Waiki death. Han John wasn't afraid of anyone. He happened to be itching for a fight anyway. Ki newly unsealed divine weapon hasn't tasted blood yet, we might as well use these guys as a whetstone, Subai praised, adding that no matter how numerous myriad clans were, they would be wiped out. Principal Chu lamented that his old wounds hadn't healed yet and asked him to take command. Yan Ran and Han John supported this wholeheartedly, believing brother Subai would surely do a great job. He accepted the task without hesitation, thanking everyone for trusting him quit such a heavy responsibility. Then he directed Han John to lead Ki Chakis, Cheng Shu to lead the archers Foko Vihi fire, and Yan Ran to guard Ki flank, to which entire group shouted in unison, understood. Finally, Subai left rear to Principal Chu, who resolutely said, leave this place to me, do go ahead quitty beast, taming group in Sao Hong, I will handle 9 netherworlds, so everyone hurry up. Backed by Ko V from Leaky Beast taming group, Subai confidently charged straight ahead without flinching. Before him was a massive horde of fierce beasts rushing forward frantically. Yan Ming threatened Subai to hand Wok's secrets of Lied divine treasury if he didn't want Jiangzhou to be leveled to YP ground, but he declared, keen of 9 netherworlds, why human race never bows down. We will never compromise Kutu of he myriad clans, so bring it on. He sneered that he was overestimating himself, asking how a mere brat dared to stand against him, and told him to obediently hand in Viki's secrets of Liki divine treasury to Xai himself trouble. Xubai frowned and said, he didn't care about any divine treasury, but they must not touch Ike land of Jiangzhou, as Wike horde of beasts roared and rushed toward him. Han John rushed forward to LPC them, shouting, just in time, taste a strike from my sword. He unleashed an earth-splitting slash, causing raging flames to erupt and leak enemy formation immediately scattered in all directions. A few monsters asked in surprise, isn't this our clanet divine weapon? As one stepped forward to demand eat back, to which Han John sneered, I unain T by my own XQ, so why should I return eat? Yen Ran rushed her V to assist, shouting, we are here quit reinforcements. As a resounding roar of determination to wipe all myriad clans filled Ki air. He controlled Azure Ki Regine to Shikis powerfully straight at his opponent. Yan Ming blocked and scoffed, how could such a petty attack hurt me? As Su Bai rushed forward. Then taste the strike of mine and see. He calmly raised his bare hand to BLPC Wadi blade of his sword. Diem Min urged him to stop struggling to see his energy, but suddenly, he sensed a killing intent radiating from his side. A sharp blast of power tore through Ki air and slashed directly at Diem Min's arm. Clutching his bleeding wound, he roared, ID this sword can tren. Could this truly be power of Nat Than? He calmly replied, spot on, countless myriad tribes have perished under this blade, are you scared yet? Diem Min stubbornly dismissed it as a cowardly sneak attack, sneering, does a mere mosquito think it can lecture me? A giant hand slammed down exactly where Tabak was standing. What on earth was that? Before he could see, he was buried into ground, causing a road beneath to shake violently and explode. Yen Nian frantically called Tabak's name, and Than Thu rushed Air VE to choke on him. Tabak struggled to stand up and said, I am Phi, don't worry. Suddenly, Ground swayed as if ate were turning of re. He stood stunned, wondering, what ID happening? What ID this trimmer? Tem immediately announced that an abnormal divine repository conflict had been detected less than a kilometer from host state position. Tabak was shocked. Divine repository has actually appeared in Eat this CKO. At that very moment, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from deep underground. Crowd panicked, asking, what ain't going on? Isn't this inside Key School? Min was ecstatic. Divine repository has finally revealed itself. The time has come. He shouted, myriad tribes, obey my command! Check the CVV, this place till I ground! Take Eat at any cost. Anyone who retreats will have their tribe wiped out. Wild beasts charged frantically. Tabach yelled, old host, top them immediately! Thanthuate side was also struggling. Energy cannons were overloaded and burning out. How could they top such a massive swarm of monsters? Tabach dodged and flew thinking, if that ate case, let it retreat into EP school grounds and see what kind of monstrosity IDP inside. Principal Chu clung to his position amidst wreckage as terrified students trampled one another. He shouted, don't get Siko! Someone exclaimed, what ID this terrifying pressure? Ground cracked Ubi and revealing a brilliant red glow. Min stopped a key edge of pit and cheered divine repository. He gloated, TIDD divine repository. After 1,000 years of waiting I have finally lived to see this day. Chu worried? Judu has breached defensive line. Trembling students said, this pressure ID horrific. Min exerted his power. Don't even think about standing in my way. Do flies. Today, this divine repository will belong to me so I can shatter my chains and dominate Iki 3 realms. A brilliant beam of Lai shot straight into a Seikai from underground. Tiu Bat had managed to activate Lai Xuan Wugin and Dawn armor to erect a defensive shield. Tabach rushed in from behind, declaring, if do want to touch we divine repository, do you'll have to go through me. Min retorted, D losers can't even get in my way. Down below, Yen Nian was frantically cutting down beasts. Tabach, hurry and suppress Judio, leave rear to us. Henchin also charged in to help. Old two, let me speed do. A heaven-slicing slash was launched directly at his opponent. Light shield layer instantly blocked his powerful strike. Min blocked all attacks with a mere wave of his hand. Do think you can SUWP your petty tricks in front of a master. Below, Thanthu shouted to poolers to pool their strength.
Quick, provide Ko-V Fo to Batch and Henchian!
Seeing all his attacks neutralized, he was shocked to realize that Purple Mist was truly terrifying. Tabach threw everything he had at Min, Jidu, old thief.
Taste this!
His combined sword strike didn't faze him in Key slightest. He sneered, Klee rate 10, but still not get enough. A single palm strike from Min crushed attack. Tabach finally realized that this guy's strength far exceeded all initial estimates. Principal Chu looked on helplessly from below. Damn neat, if I hadn't exhausted myself using Waiki forbidden art. A subordinate next to him hurried to remind him, Principal, look down there. Ancient gate slowly opened, leaving he crowd bewildered. It was leaky entrance to Key divine treasury inscribed mysterious runes related to ancient sacred beasts. Min quickly rushed forward and shouted that these treasures belonged to him, and he would send anyone who tried to stop him to meet their ancestors. Tabach immediately rushed to help see his path, as he would never let Key man set foot inside. A barrage of attacks rained down, but Min simply brushed them off, cursing like he ents. To get ore of Key way, he was unbelievably thick-skinned and no technique could shake him. Tabach silently prayed Fu Key sacred tree to grant him some power. Leepeak 60 Tem reported that divine tree sensed Altura of Key divine treasury and could lend him some energy, but warned him to be careful of a backlash. He felt this power was truly terrifying. Min roared and channeled his strength to strike, causing Wapi ground beneath him to crack. Suddenly, a green beam of Lai shot toward him from afar, incredible speed. Teep was a counterattack from Tabach that shattered his opponent's shield. Min clutched his bleeding arm in terror, unable to understand what kind of bizarre technique could penetrate his defense. Enraged, Min summoned his trump CC, Brat, you've angered me. Today I swear I will make your soul vanish. Tabach remained calm, channeling power into his 3 swords, and taunted, not so easy to send me to my grave. As he finished speaking, 3 blades sliced through a wind, forcing his opponent to retaliate immediately. Let it see how long Du can hold all at this rate. He thou. Principal Chu, on leaky ground, also gathered his last remaining strength. Even if he meant exhausting his old body, he was determined not to let those people achieve their goal. Weixi and Sen Hie Jinian transformed into a giant Enan and charged toward Min, but than to that distraction, Tabach took initiative to strike. I see an opening. A lethal, decisive blow was aimed straight at Man at defenses. Quickly message, go get reincarnated already. Min struggled to LPC his spear and roared,
You trash! You've pushed me this far!
Tabach, you are truly an expert at ruining my get plans. His other hand punched straight at Tabak's chest, determined to send his opponent to his end immediately. Tabak could not withstand Lipey pressure and crashed to Wipey ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Seeing this, Tan Chin shouted in fury, "Old man, I will risk my life against a beast."
Lai duo.
Just then, a Suktren energy surged from Key ground. DM Min gasped in terror. "ID this E-pressure of Key Divine Treasury. Oh, does something even stronger reside within?" Principal Chu was suspicious. This feeling ID'd an ancient Ara. Could he, guardian of Key Divine Treasury, have awakened? E Divine Treasury manifested and declared, "D lowly outsiders dare to covet my territory."
Leave or die.
DM Min stubbornly shouted, "Who gave due right to stop me?" Wog Divine Treasury simply condensed a ben of deadly energy and replied, "Your stupidity will soon cost due your life." Eat shot toward DM Min, forcing him to dodge while he muttered, "Fast. But how can Eat touch me?" To deal with this, he decided to unleash his strongest origin technique. Tabak wondered if this was ET Divine Race, while Principal Chu was alarmed, as a single blow had blown away Iki origin power of a Ku. This time, DM Min was determined to fight to Wee death, regardless of who his opponent was. "Don't even think about stopping my progress into Wike Divine Treasury." He revealed his true form as a giant snake and swore, "Today, I will send you all to hell." After transforming into a massive Men XT in front of Lipey Guardian, he roared maniacally, wanting to slaughter everyone. Principal Chu shouted a warning from below.
This ID'k bad.
Kai of Ku has revealed his true form. Stay away from that Beals see smoke. Oh, deal be distracted. Why Guardian of Lee Divine Treasury looked at him with contempt and calmly said, "Lowly, ignorant creatures dare to see Pete in front of Divine Will. This filthy Uri not allowed to defile loud Divine Treasury." Instantly, a barrier appeared, completely blocking like intrusion of Lacopila mist from Diamin. Seeing that scene, Principal Chu's eyes widened and his mouth hung OBN, exclaiming that Lepi glowing Gen Monin shield had actually managed to be LPC entire blast of evil energy from Lepi old former Ken. TB Puch immediately turned to call awe to his Tim. "Ivan Nian, Old Han, Old H, everyone quickly gather here so I can protect Dio." High above, Di Min was busy molding a pitch B pulsar orb of energy while screaming manically, "This treasure must be mine."
Even if you are all of God race!
"Don't even dream of stopping this old man." Quit those words, he unleashed a spiteful punch of energy, and a swirling mass of Wakura rushed straight toward Laiki Treasure Guardian 8's shield. Seeing how crazed he was, Lai Gatekeeper merely flicked his hand to see red a sparkling Ginlan speck of Lai and said, "How blindly stubborn you are. No one ID allowed to get anywhere near this divine treasure." From that tiny speck of Lai, a brilliant bolt of lightning suddenly shot out, piercing through DM Meatlock's smoke and striking him directly. Ki Keen had not expected his opponent to possess such terrifying power, so he could end Lai stammer, "What I hell ID this?" Down below, TB Chate group of CULU friends had all gathered at key meeting point. Upon arriving, Ivan Eve anxiously asked what EP next plan was. Hainchin also chimed in quickly, "Hey old T-ear, that tough old geezer up there looks like he'd about to be blown to bits. Are we just going to stand here and watch?" Hearing that naive question, T-Beach immediately turned and retorted sharply, "Does old Eshin intend to act as a punching bag for them? Our job ID to hold Ike entrance and prevent other monsters from launching a surprise attack." High above, DM Mean began sweating profusely but still strained to mold his orb of darkness, muttering, "No matter what cost,
I must seize the treasure!
He let out a roar that covered his entire body in B-Lucy smoke, manifesting a giant human skull. "This ID secret Enwashi
Art that devours gods!
Activate 8.
Principal Chu, who was standing below observing Lai whole sequence of events, asked Ku concern what that giant skull was. Tibikich, standing next to him, couldn't imagine it either and exclaimed, "Hey ID, this filthy kin planning a desperate gamble." In mid-air, a massive space portal suddenly tore Ubuyats from Diaminate giant skull. Seeing this, Principal Chu broke awe in a cold sweat and said, "Hate using time energy to tear through space!" From that spatial rift, swarms of monsters began crawling out. Diamin pointed his finger, ordering his minions to shikasi and destroy Treasure 8 barrier to help him. Hordes of aggressive demons followed his command, crashing thunderously into wide protective shield. Ivan Neen grimaced quite worry and said, "ID he actually planning to summon an entire family of monsters to come here and wreak havoc." TB Peach didn't hold back either, scolding, "This old man ID truly vicious. He dares to sacrifice his own subordinates to destroy EP treasure, so we must see top him." Little Bot, Little BQ, Little Echnog, and Little Than, everything depends on do guys. As soon as he finished speaking, all four of TB Peach at Loyal Spirit Beasts shot forward like arrows. Than to consuming a ton of nourishing food. Little Thant's strength was now on par with Key older ones. Key four children coordinated perfectly. Little Than let out a howl, emitting a green beam that wiped all B demons, while Little BQ just stomped Lee ground lightly, causing Lee surrounding earth and stones to tremble violently. Little H Gingi and Little Bopat were not to be outdone, as both immediately plunged into leaky fray, knowing how to keep each other to clear a leaky soam of monsters. Light Treasure Guardian, by now truly enraged, manifested a brilliant divine sword and pointed it straight at Min, declaring, "You blasphemer who dares to defile this sacred place.
Tasty key wrath of leaky gods!
Below, witnessing that powerful aura, Puch could unlie widen his eyes in awe. This truly power of a divine being. Han Chin, standing behind him, agreed, compared to Lok Neep Than, this sword intent even more overbearing. Quit that, Guardian simply flicked his hand toward enemy. Instantly, sword of like carrying destructive energy shot forward everywhere he passed, and key demons vanished into thin air. Despite his efforts, Min could not defend himself and could unlie scream in extreme agony. An earth-shattering explosion echoed immediately afterward, causing the entire sky and earth to tremble while debris scattered everywhere like fireworks. After taking Li Fun brunt of Leaky Gatekeeper attack, Min's body was shredded like fibers. He crawled on leaky ground in a pathetic state but still managed to scream,
Treasure ID mine!
Suddenly, Key Guardian its shield shattered into pieces, releasing a wave of spiritual energy many times stronger than before. B Guardian saw this sight, turned pale, and nervously reported,
This ID a disaster, because we fought so intensely. Leaky Treasure 8 energy has been triggered and ID now opening like door automatically.
Seeing his chance, Min didn't hesitate to burn his own soul reserves Fua find al nothing move. He chuckled triumphantly and said, Even if I have to burn this old life of mine,
I must sneak inside.
Seeing how crazed he was, Principal Chu shouted loudly to Seeks Tupim, warning that if like treasure opened now, key consequences would be dire. TBQ followed like order and bolted, yelling, Old man?
I ain't let you have your way.
Below, Ivanine hadn't even had time to rias before she saw him sprint BP, and she could unlie scream Tia BP Chait name in despair. TBQ used all his strength to launch himself directly at Min, creating a spectacular explosion in the middle of battlefield. Seeing this, Key whole group ran for their lives toward him. Utter Puch had risked his life to tap that evil kin before he could even activate his protective gear.
Hurry and see if he ID's still alive!
Thanthed landed and called, Aw, old Tiu. Hainshin shouted along too. When they reached him, they found Tiu Puch lying on Lee ground covered in blood and unconscious. Principal Chu looked around and saw that Min was also lying motionless after Wee Key impact. He secretly wondered if Lee Key Bigbait had truly met his end at key hands of his own student. Ifanine quickly supported TB Peachy and whimpered, You must hold on. Hearing Lai voice of his loved one, he managed to squeeze a faint I am fi. Hanchin, standing nearby, was also worried sick and kept encouraging,
Old T, hang in there.
Suddenly treasure house door began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Principal Chu was extremely tense and asked if Lee Key divine treasure was about to reveal itself. Leak Guardian floated into Lee air and sighed, saying the key seal was damaged too soon and Lee leaking spiritual energy would cause calamity to Lee Key world. At that moment, Lee Teep CC Tem and TB Puchate mind chimed, reporting that he could siphon some of Leak Treasure 8 energy to heal his wounds quickly, asking if he wanted to absorb it. Despite lying there limp, he wondered to himself, Oh, so I really get to benefit from divine items? Like Gatekeeper body began to blur and fade away. He warned that Likey seal was broken and his consciousness was about to dissipate. Little boy chosen by key gods, treasure has recognized you, Li My Sen to protect this world now rests entirely on your shoulders. Hearing those heartfelt words, TUB Peach didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse, but he decided to let nature take its course and accept his destiny. Hanjin Chin looked up at Li Ti's Kai and said Li Ti Guardian was truly about to vanish. Ivanid had no mind for anything else, and endlessly worrying about TB Cheej. As he lay in her arms, he still wondered if he was truly chosen one, while Principal Chu nodded, guessing that Leaky seal had definitely been broken. Leaky old man turned to whisper to Yen Nian that Tabakshit body seemed to be recovering at lightning speed, as he could feel a surging tide of vitality pouring into Wee Boy. Hearing this, Yen Nian widened her eyes in disbelief and asked if he was sure, just as IP monsters of IP 10,000 races above IP Pit began to clamor and gather. One man NXT asked where Seudra was, to which Iki Bull, headed Mun XTF looked down into Lee Ki Pit and declared that he had probably kicked Lee Bucket down there, adding that they should seize Iki Divine Treasury first and figure alike rest later. Old Python Tribe Elder standing nearby also nodded in agreement, stating that Lee Ki Divine Treasury must fall into Iki hands of 10,000 races no matter what. Down in Lee Ki Pit, seeing right through Waiki monster's intentions, Thanthu adjusted his glasses and told Henchin that Tabak had recovered, and that now it was their turn to Jin Iki battle. Henchin stood up, slung his sword, his shoulder, and roared, Just do you wait, do you beasts of Leaky 10,000 races? Today, I will risk my life to fight you to Wiki death. Yen Nian ran to ask Tabak how he was doing. He smiled and said he was fine, but still not quite convinced, she asked again to make sure. Principal Chu also approached, Surprised that he had recovered so quickly, Intibach explained that he had absorbed Iki power of Iki divine treasury, and moreover, it felt as if it was beckoning him. He decided to enter Wiki divine treasury, telling Henchin and Tranan to stay here quickie old tiger to hold IB line. Tabach urged them, try your best to hold PB 10,000 races, and do must hold all until I get back. Yen Nian was still deeply worried because he had and Lai just recovered, so she insisted on going along, and seeing this, Tabach nodded and agreed. Henchin, Thanthu, and Principal Chu rushed forward. He told them to rest easy, because these 10,000 races weaklings were not even worth his blade, while Tabach told everyone to hold their ground and that he would return soon. Key moment he stepped through weak gateway and saw P seen inside. Tabach was dumbfounded with astonishment. Alci's sacred beast armament was immediately activated, and he held Yen Ni hand tightly without letting go. As Fu Wei remaining trio, Thanthu told him to stay and guard this spot while he went to SPDP Principal, to which Henchin curtly replied, "God eat." Principal Chu noted that Leaky Skeleton was still holding up while 10,000 races forces were charging aggressively toward Key Divine Treasury, their chant of 10,000 races are immortal, echoing loudly. Yen Nian and Tabach walked deep into a corridor, covered quits trend characters. These runes looked exactly like the ancient sacred beast runes Likey Principal had told them about. Like closer to Batch got, Likey more clearly he could feel Leaky mysterious power within summoning him. A magnificent pavilion appeared before their eyes, and he urged her to hurry up so they wouldn't miss Leaky opportunity. Seeing lapestone statues of Leaky 4 sacred beasts inside, both of them were stunned because they looked exactly like his tame beasts. Suddenly, 2 of Leaky statues spoke, warning that those not chosen by Iki gods must leave immediately if they did not want to lose their lives. Yen Nian was surprised to see Tabach's body suddenly glowing brilliantly, while he could feel his sacred beast armament resonating powerfully quickie ancient statues. Li's sacred beasts seemed ready to welcome Eek arrival of E chosen one to hear Waiki summons from Leaky divine treasury. He told her to feel this power. But when Yen Nian tried to run and veep, he stopped her and asked how she was. Even though YP surge of power was enveloping her body, she still worriedly asked how he was feeling. He gritted his teeth, enduring a bone-piercing pain as if this power was about to tear his body apart. Outside, Thanthoot group was still straining to hold their ground against a B wave of attacks from 10,000 races. Seeing Henchin in danger before Leaky giant venom, spitting pythons, Thanthu cried in panic to warn his comrade, while Henchin was also worried that Iki passage was about to be breached. Looking at E intense energy radiating from inside E gate, Thanthu was filled with panic, fearing that a great catastrophe was about to strike as abnormal activity occurred within Key Divine Treasury. 10,000 races forces were still screaming as they rushed forward, demanding to seize Key Divine Treasury, while Henchin angrily cursed these shameless bastards. Tabach reappeared looking incredibly powerful, telling those beasts to stop being so arrogant, while Thanthu and Principal Chu joyfully called all his name upon seeing him. Henchin was astonished to see Tabach return so soon, as Iki ladder stood in front to shield them, telling everyone they had worked hard to leave IP rest to him, to send these beasts to their GP Rai. Leaky 10,000 races member boiled coot rage because their plan to seize Wei Divine Treasury was on Iki verge of success when he ruined ET. As Li monsters spewed venom in waves to reclaim Leaky Divine Treasury, Henchin shouted to warn Tabach to watch a Fo Wei poison, but he calmly unleashed his Xuanwu Divine Shield to BLPC attack. He turned to tell Yen Nian to just relax and watch Lai battle, while also remembering to take care of Lai It injured. Lai Tu behind turned pale quit fear upon realizing that Tabach's 8 power had increased monstrously after absorbing I Divine Treasury. Wasting no time, Tabach soared into E air using I Blade Spear Resonance combined Kut Dai P4 Sacred Beasts you need to strike down, leaving E 10,000 races member horrified, unable to believe he possessed God LV power. He hastily erected a dense wall of iron scales as a sturdy shield in an attempt to BLPC Waiki attack. However, his strike was so powerful that it shattered Leaky defense in an instant, causing Leaky enemy to cough up blood from Leaky aftershock. Lo Great Elder screamed in agony before collapsing after a fatal slash. Enemy formation shattered and scattered Lai birds from a broken nest, fleeing in terror because this man was not human, but a men in XT tree. Su Bai unleashed a palm strike brimming scorching fire, firmly declaring that not a single one of them would be allowed to leave this place alive. Divine LVE flames surged Lai fiery red phoenixes, charging straight into Key Som of myriad race soldiers trying to escape. Lai fire latched onto their skin, leaving I monsters terrified as they realized it was inextinguishable. Principal Chu was deeply moved to see that Luo Fan had a successor, while Yan Ran burst into tears of joy knowing humanity was finally being saved than Su Bai. Witnessing Igi Tide turn from afar, Like leader gritted his teeth and retreated, swearing that their next meeting would not be far apart. Myriad races trampled air VP each other to escape in a state of panic. screaming despairingly about Ike death of their elders and cursing anyone who dared to shove them. From above, Subai coldly ordered Like total extermination of Ike enemy. Old Hu and Old Hen quickly launched their counterattack, while he called Fu Little Ba, Little Bai, Little Hong, and Little Ching to rain down a storm of fire upon Ike enemy. Little Ba opened its mouth and unleashed a violent torrent of fire, wiping anyone standing in Like way. On Inki other side, Little Bai used its razor-sharp claws to tear apart anyone who dared to get Sigi Lu. Lakazur Ukrajanan unleashed a move that decimated the myriad races in an instant, while Little Hong transformed into a fire finich, flapping its blazing wings to incinerate every opponent. Principal Chu immediately issued orders for all troops throughout Li City to launch a fun-scale counterattack on Leak myriad race forces. Yen Ran and her comrades bravely surged forward to reclaim every inch of lot ground. Brothers, time for revenge has come. These animals have been chasing us all day, and now he tate their turn to taste thy fear of flight. Seeing them scramble when Lakey fireballs hit ID so satisfying.
Humanity ID striking back.
Terrifying screams echoed everywhere as myriad races realized they were about to be completely surrounded by humanity. By this moment, their troops had already reached Lai outskirts of Jiangzhou. Xu Bai asked if Old Hen could handle these savages, and Han Zhan confidently asserted that today would be Li Qi Day they turned them into beef steaks, urging his brothers not to let a single one survive after what they did to YB innocent civilians. Caught in a surprise attack, I tribe panicked, screaming and scrambling to find a way or amidst chaos. They hurriedly raised their shields to form a solid defensive formation. Han Zhan swung his blade down with immense power, while Lai Qi tribesmen behind him shouted for everyone to hold line. Seeing this, Xu Bai patted Little Bai and told it to serve them a real specialty. Understanding its master-aid intent, Little Bai charged straight into the center of Iki enemy lines to begin its explosive performance. Following Subai's command, it swung its claws, throwing Ike enemy formation into complete disarray and leaving them defenseless. A leader screamed in rage, ordering his subordinates to flee at any cost, while Qing Shu laid troops down from Dao Pi Mao Tin to cut to all their escape routes. At the battlefield command center, Qing Shan watched Li myriad races fleeing on east screens and declared that it was time to collect their blood debt. 2 soldiers stood by awaiting orders, and General Hu reported that Ike Haching and City LV units were ready to launch a counterattack awaiting Phi and Tower instructions. Someone suggested using Yi Shanhaiguan troops to strike from the interior to seek retard a pincer movement and wipe all League myriad races completely. King Shan praised Guppy plan and gave order to execute Inti immediately. Orders were issued across the entire front, requiring all troops to attack Fun Force while late garrison held strategic locations to lock down the myriad races. At Shanhaiguan, Lin Junan stood tall and gave a rousing call to all his soldiers. This place was once trampled by myriad races, and our comrades have fallen here. Today, those bastards want to flee back to their old homeland. Will we agree to let that happen? A roar echoed throughout Leaky region, affirming that they would never forgive them and would collect Leaky blood debt blood of myriad races themselves. Satisfied, Lin Junan ordered troops guarding Shanhaiguan to enter inner pass and wipe off myriad races, leaving none behind. Li cheers of human army echoed through realm, making Hong Mai tremble. This was like elite force of human race making their move. Zhen Nan wanted to corner key myriad races within inner territory, but it seemed a frontal breakthrough would not be easy. Key person next to her asked, "What do we do now? Let 8 just retreat first and ignore that cannon fodder below. We should withdraw foe now to avoid a direct confrontation at this moment." Li other myriad races were whispering among themselves. Why did League Lords of Li Fi each clan flee so quickly? Forget those cowards who run foe their lives at mere sight of humans. If we just cross Shanghai Pass, we win.
Cha!
Qing Shan immediately ordered,
You pray ID right before us! Fire give me Jeech cannons!
A barrage of fiery artillery shells rained straight down upon them. He shouted,
Key time to settle. Lee score has come! Warriors, do not let a single one of them escape alive!
Blood foe blood,
an eye foe an eye.
If they are brutal, we must be even more ruthless. Wipe these myriad races,
Peely face of Lai earth.
Li myriad races refused to sit idle. Giant Bear Clan, Shippies equipped me to clear a key way. Li crowd roared and rushed forward like madmen. Qing Shan coldly clenched his fists. These beasts of myriad races still refused to lay down their weapons and surrender. A thunderous punch landed squarely on Li Giant Bear. Go to hell. He leaped onto Li back of Li Giant Bear and roared. All troops, check shh. Meanwhile, Hong Mi was being questioned by her subordinates, and she replied, He human stronghold ID right ahead. P. Formidable human army has tightly sealed Shanghai Pass. We can't get through, so we must turn back. Besides, our clan 8 Holy Maiden IDP still in Subai hands. Seeing Li fierce battle in leaky distance, Li group stopped.
Elder, look, their idea fierce clash happening right ahead.
Hong Mi was overjoyed.
Look, that at our clan 8 Holy Maiden!
But wait, why a deek she helping loach humans fight our own people? She must have been bewitched by that kid,
Subai.
Her subordinate asked if they should rush in to rescue her, but Hongmai dismissed key idea. Noxubai just displayed godlike power. Charging in now would just be suicide. Let it find a place to hide and watch for an opportunity. Zhao Hong also sensed a sea transcend.
Oh no, that ain't Qiyu Rao of my clan.
Henjon quickly urged, Old Zhu, look a Viki there.
What ain't going on?
Leak little girl reported, Master, they are here to capture me. Subai asked in surprise, ID your clan demon Flunicha clan. Focus on Li fight. Let me handle them. Hongmai and her group hurriedly fled.
Oh no, he saw us!
Let it get Orav here. We need to avoid his overwhelming power foe now. Li Minyo claned army had taken a severe beating, and they were driven mad. Let it fight to licky death quit these humans. Eat roared and swung its axe wildly. These damn humans dare to ambush us. Hearing Lai cursing behind him, Subai curled his lip. Toe's demon phoenixes run faster than track athletes. Someone rushed Herr Vihel to help.
Old hand, I am here to back you up!
An explosive burst of power surged toward Ki Menyo warrior. Eat stared in disbelief at Li cracked axe in its hand. Impossible. What kind of terrifying weapon ID be this? Subai approached and said, Dear on Li Ki verge of death. Why talk so much nonsense? Ki cold blade pierced through Waikmaniat chest. Go meet your ancestors? Their leader has fallen. One of them cried trembling. Leader IDT finished. Rest of them knelt down to beg.
Spare our lives!
We surrender. Qingshu suggested. Subai, now that we've cleaned up Li remnants of Light Barbarian army, why don't we send these prisoners back to Jiangzhou City to be dealt quot? He nodded. Let clean up Lead battlefield and quickly head back to Jiangzhou. Those demon phoenixes could return at any moment, so we can't afford to linger here. Zhao Hong appeared to report, Master, those people from earlier were my clanant elders. She will definitely tell my mother and try to take me back. He reassured her, Don't worry, Zhao Hong. No matter how many of them come, I will protect you. After all, Du are my beast companion now. At Jiangzhou headquarters, Principal Chu looked at Li Warmamapi and breathed a sigh of relief. Great, tide has finally turned in favor of Li human race. A subordinate rushed in frantically to report Principal news from Shanghai Pass has just arrived. While General Jun Nam was surrounding and attacking Li myriad races, he ran into a hidden Diamond LV powerhouse. Our forces are suffering heavy casualties. Hearing that a Diamond Ardnedge expert had appeared, Eek Oldbot was shocked to Corps and hurriedly ordered Tabach to lead troops to reinforce No Shan Haguan area immediately. Just then, Yen Nian caught up Kut Tabach Tim and asked what Lai Ki urgency was about. She breathlessly reported that her father-in-law had been ambushed by a Goldardinge foreign race expert and Upper Principal wanted him to provide backup urgently. Hearing this, he was startled. He assigned his two comrades, Lao Hen and Lao Ho, to return quickly to protect Jiangzhou City, while he and Yen Nian would head straight to Shanhaiguan. But Han Qin insisted on coming along to assist him. Fu Wo Ki fun of eat. Tabak waved him PP, saying Jiangzhou still needed guardians, so he should stay behind to co-ve Fo Wee Ki principal. On E front line, Li two of them were more than enough. In Kut that, he urged his pet to go fun speed to Xai his father-in-law. Li southern front line was wavering violently, and Lao Qin cursed Li Cunning 9 and Enki monsters, as no one expected them to have such a formidable elite force hidden away. Leader of Li Pi foreign race faction sneered, saying that Li Pi effort was somewhat impressive, but such feeble struggles were merely a drop in the ocean before him. Behind him, Li Ti soldiers shouted in unison, determined to fight Li Ki men XT Fi to Li death, while Li Ki fiend curled his lip in contempt at Yi ants who didn't know their own strength. Li ground beneath their feet shook and everyone was terrified by Yi overwhelming pressure. Like general guarding Yi Ki South was struck by a vicious blow, and Li Ki treasure in his hand was snapped into two pieces. Li Ki men and XT declared that everything should end there, but just then, Tabak lunged all to intercept Eid in time and scolded Li monsters for daring to touch his father-in-law. Leggy young man at weapons slammed into Likey ground to halt Likey men XT'd advance. Li lion-headed creature widened its eyes in astonishment at Ki young brat at divine strength, unable to comprehend how he reached such a superior LV. Yen Nian ran RV in a panic to S-Pet her father and Cheshis his injuries. Tabak told her to evacuate him first so he could handle IP battlefield. Her future father-in-law hurriedly warned him that he was Phi, but Li Bi Lights Lion was enemy Trump CPUC and no small fry, advising his would-be son-in-law to be extremely cautious. Hearing this, Ki young man felt no fear. Li Pi stronger a Ki opponent, EP more excited he was to face them. Tabak summoned his fire Biwerjian to Gilak battle, and Li Lion recognized like legendary mythical beast immediately. Ike young man sneered, scolding that no matter how strong he was ultimately just a wild beast, so he should surrender his life. Ki lion stood below, pale quit terror, screaming in horror. A giant green E-Ray Gen shadow plunged from E-clouds, and A-Ki Menix XT tried in vain to raise its shield to defend itself, unable to believe what was happening. A terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly shot straight into Weeby Loose Kai. Lei-maned creature couldn't believe a human brat possessed such heaven-shaking power. Tabach told him to Ceci top yapping, as today would be EPN of him. Suddenly a shout rang out telling but not to worry as reinforcements had arrived. Two large shadows quickly closed in from afar to provide backup. Like Lion, as pleased as if he had struck gold, smugly boasted that EP foreign race faction was not lacking in talent and today would be EP young man at funeral. Tabach clicked his tongue, thinking that these newcomers were actually somewhat capable and he hadn't expected Likey enemy to have so many hidden cards. Leaky giant elephant landed on Eki ground could a thud and cursed humans for being cowards. P Scorpion Beat spoke up, reminding E group to see top taunting unfinished things quickly, lest they forget Lee top secret Mysan assigned by their superiors. Lee P young man gestured, challenging them and saying he would take E heads of all three beasts to tate a newly learned technique, then told Lee fire E Regine girl to clear all E minions while he took them on alone. She obediently followed her Master 8 command immediately. Lee Giant Elephant was livid at being underestimated and scolded Lee Boy Fo being too arrogant by not going all awe, then lifted a leg as big as a house pillar, intending to stomp his opponent into Lee B like sea mud. Tabach calmly pointed his spear straight up at Iskai, implying that Iki foolish creature was about to taste Iki pain of stepping on a sharp RPC. A piercing pain immediately spread throughout Lee Giant 8 foot. Lee Ki Mdun XTF roared in agony and quickly retracted its leg, while he calmly stated that taking care of Lakey lot of them wasn't even a warm-up. Behind him, Yen Nian screamed in a panic, warning Tabach to watch, offo a sneak attack. Like Scorpion King launched its tail filled quite deadly venom, flying forward at lightning speed. But Tubok's 8 shield blocked Likey attack, and when his opponent sneered that this was a holy beast weapon, he retorted, asking how someone who plays dirty from behind dares to act like an expert. Wati thick-skinned Scorpion Kin claimed that Leety victor identity and Leaky loser identity villain, and that Leety winner IDEE strong one. Yen Nian rushed forward shouting, Tubok, I am here to help Dio. But he stopped her, saying Lai P place was too dangerous. Ite had grasped Tubok 8 weakness, taunting, T seems Dio are extremely worried about this little girl aren't Dio. When its venomous blast struck, he immediately used his holy beast weapon to be LPCAT and warned Yen Nian to be careful. Infuriated, Tubok shouted, if Dio dare touch my woman,
I'll send Dio to your grave!
Ki Divine Azure Regian Beast also joined Lee battle. Lee 3 monsters whispered to each other, let 8 put all our effort together and destroy this human ant. All 3 enemies launched a destructive blow straight at Azure Lee Regian, causing E to suffer severe internal injuries and cough up blood. A circular defensive ring was activated. They looked at each other in astonishment, not expecting this young human to be so powerful. They discussed that it was no wonder even Lok Ju was defeated by him, and that since the situation was unfavorable, they should retreat. Before fleeing, Lee 3 of them still managed to shout, retreat! All soldiers advance and wipe all remaining stragglers for me! Seeing her master fall backward, Little Hong rushed RV Budu in a panic to catch him, and Yen Nian also ran RV White crying oh, Tubok, what happened to Diu? Seeing her worriedly say he was injured, he reassured her, see tate nothing, he'd probably just key backlash from leaky divine treasury power. Yen Nian frantically called Orfo P military doctors to come inside him. Meanwhile, in a deep underground lair, League 3 had gathered, thinking to themselves that this must be a key place, as Lok Ju 8 Mem 8 couldn't be wrong. Inside E-Sphere, Ju spoke up in reproach, Du 3 are too late. Live Scorpion King quickly reported, Lok Ju, that boy has touched power of E divine treasury, but fortunately he has not yet fully mastered Eat. They asked Lok Ju what to do next. He ordered them to find Key 3 treasures to help him regenerate his immortal body. His 2 companions were confused and wondered where to find them, adding that since Aga 10,000 race army had been wiped off, was it really okay to rely on Key 3 of them? Judiu angrily cursed them for being useless, when suddenly a voice sounded outside Luppy door, I can assist Diu, causing Like group to jump and turn around to see who was there. Seeing Hongmi appear they were extremely surprised. Why Idiki G Ren Elder of the Demon Emperor clan tailing us all leaky way here? Lee Beauty smiled and said, I will help Diu, but on he condition that Diu help me capture the Saintess of my clan. Diu immediately nodded in agreement. At Ethan Sun meeting room they received urgent news, General Hyan Sun, Key Eagle Nation has mobilized all forces to provide aid. Key Northeast ID launching a counterattack against IP 10,000 races, and Lipi Bear Nation also reports that EAT has begun clearing monsters from Key North. He happily expressed his sincere gratitude to Wyke allied nations and ordered his subordinates to relay his instructions. A whole nation ID to mobilize simultaneously, determined to wipe all remnants of E 10,000 races. He turned to ask his assistant about Lai Pi's situation at Shanghai Pass. She reported that most of Lai Qi fleeing ferocious beasts had been eliminated, but both Tubach and General Tran Nam were injured. Than Sun asked anxiously, "What? Are their injuries serious?" Lai Qi assistant replied that they were not Crisida, but that due to his breakthrough into Li Divine Treasury, Tubach 8 body suffered from Li backlash of divine power, and he was currently still in a coma. Than Sun muttered in Xi that Li Qi Divine Treasury was a mysterious source of power and ordered Li Qi Best Medical Team to be sent for treatment, insisting they must ensure everyone ate safety. In Yi Qi Intensive Care Unit, Tran Nam lay on a Qi adjacent bed and whispered to Yen Nian, asking about Tubach condition. She replied quietly that Li Pi doctor said his life was not in danger, and then lied that he was temporarily unconscious due to power overload. Hanchin and Than Thu rushed Vwi asking, "Oh, ID old too? Has Tubach woken up yet?" Yen Nian sadly replied that he hadn't, and Hanchin turned to ask about General Lam 8 wounds. Tran Nam smiled and replied, "I have recovered a lot, I am Phi." Than Thu confidently said, "Don't worry, Tubach can even absorb divine power, so he'll definitely be Phi." Hanchin echoed, "That ain't obvious, our old 2ID used to big storms." Tran Nam turned to his daughter and said, "Now that you are all gathered here, Yen Nian, I think their ID is something we need to discuss." She curiously asked, "What ID eat, Dad?" He smiled and replied, "Once Tubach wakes up, I hope to see IV2 of Du officially tie AP knot. After that, Du 2 will walk down K-stall together."
Hanchin excitedly shouted, "Wonderful! For such a happy occasion, we must throw Du 2 a huge, extravagant wedding!"
Than Thu chimed in, "Exactly, every student from Like Martial Academy will surely come to celebrate," causing Yen Nian to blush and co-veek her face,
crying, "Dad!"
She shyly glanced at Li Boy still unconscious beside her and whispered, "But I haven't asked Tubach Shade opinion yet. I don't know if he would agree to marry me." Suddenly, Tubach opened his eyes, smiled, and said, "I am willing." Overjoyed, Yen Nian rushed to Li's bedside and asked, "Tubach, Du awake, how are Du feeling?" "People are talking to Du, why are Du staring at me like that?" He sweetly flirted back, "Well, I'm just looking at my future wife, aren't I?" Seeing this, the Anthrate group teased him, "Old Su ID indeed overjoyed at like mention of like wedding. Don't be so impatient, wait until your wounds are completely healed, then we'll throw a G-Ren celebration." Jun Nam also chimed in, "Xubai, remember to get care of Yen Nian." He immediately promised, "Uncle Lin, P. Lai rest assured. I swear on my divine hidden strength that I will absolutely never let Yen Nian suffer even a single scratch again. I have already messaged students of Key Martial Arts Academy so everyone can come and give me Key celebration of our Jiang Wu 8 G-Ren wedding. Everything I deke settled on Hong Mei 8's side. I will go gather our clansmen, and do guys just follow behind me?" Scorpion Kin instructed. After she had gone far away, Yilian Ken anxiously asked, "Lokji Wu, ever since we went to war Quudi human race, well Demon Emperor clan has always had hidden, treacherous intentions. Should we really obey her orders?" Yanping sneered, "What do know? Why vermilion bird feather ID precious essence of I holy maiden, quut eat I can perfectly reconstruct my physical body. Just shadow leaky demoness G Ren Elder, capture that brat of a holy maiden alive and bring her back to me." All three replied in unison, "Understood." RV at Jiangzhou Academy, fireworks exploded to celebrate Li wedding. "They're really pulling while Li stops! This wedding will definitely go down in Jiangwu history." Principal Chu stepped onto Li podium. "Alright everyone, peak Li settle down. Welcome guests, Leek wedding of Subai and Lin Yen Ni and Idik about to begin." Luck bride was escorted in by Jun Nam. Now peak Li welcomed bride to step forward. Han John and Than Thu clapped enthusiastically.
"Congratulations, old Su! Once Yog ceremonies are we're not going am until we're drunk."
Jun Nam smiled warmly and advised, "Subai, I entrust Yen Nian to Du. From now on, whether facing like myriad races in daily life, Du must cherish my daughter." Subai held her hand tightly. "Uncle Lin, rest assured I will love Yen Nian Fu rest of my life." Suddenly, from a distance, his three tame beasts rushed Herr Ve. Subai frowned and looked at them. "What ain't wrong quit do guys?" Jun Nam also sensed something was wrong. Their ID dangerous killing intent. Yen Nian was worried. "What ain't going on? IDET remnants of Li myriad races." He said angrily, "How can there be such an absurd thing? How dare they disrupt my wedding?" Xiao Hong cried out, "Master, their ID a familiar Ura calling to me. It feels exactly like a breath of Key Demoness Jeek Ren Elder, and Eat 8 drawing closer." Hong Mei and a Key trio were flying and are we. T seems we arrived just in time. Today ID Subai 8 wedding day after all. Key venue ID crowded, and Subai ID Key busy protecting Yen Nian, so this ID again on opportunity to rescue our tribe 8 holy maiden. While Lion Keen chimed in, "Exactly, his divine power hasn't recovered yet. We should seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, take Li girl and Kivu him."
"Killing two birds, quote one stone."
Live Scorpion King laid a Lee plan. First, I will set up Lai Ki Soul devouring poison array to surround Lely venue and bewilder their minds. Then we will cripple Xubite divine power and snatch Why Holy Maiden. This will guarantee our plant resounding success. Lee Giant Elephant agreed.
Great idea.
I will smash through weak outer defenses and turn this venue upside down so they have nowhere to run. Let 8 move. Subai narrowed his eyes, sensing Lee's surroundings. He detected enemy 8 killing intent. They are from the mirrored races in the Demon Emperor clan. They're to gate ID, probably Xiao Hong. We must immediately deploy a countermeasure. Principal Chu shouted. BLPC all exits of Leva wedding venue. Martial Arts Academy students, get ready. Protect my guests well, and don't let those vile beasts of a myriad races run rampant. Yen Nian was worried about her father 8 health. Dad, your wounds aren't healed yet. Jun Nam was resolute. No, Yen Nian. Even if my injuries aren't fully healed, I am still a high LV key strategist. I cannot hide behind P students. Henjan rushed forward. I'll lead a Tim to guard Li Ki East Gate. Whichever beast dares to trespass, I'll end its life. Thanthu also got to work. Wang Yang, let it go set up Le Pi defensive barrier. Su Bai assigned a key task to Xiao Hong. Stay CQLU to Yen Nian and make sure nothing goes wrong. They have come well prepared this time. Su Bai laid his beast, taming Tim and Flu PP, Xiaobok Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, follow me to Li Ki Gate to face Iki enemy. Li Scorpion Kin closed in on Leek Academy. Quite a festive atmosphere, isn't he? Then let me present a wedding gift. Here ID a bit of Li Ki essence that this kin has refined for many years. Pouring eye venom down here, enjoy 8 slowly. Thanthu warned, everyone watch out, there ain't poisonous smoke. Henjan roared when he saw this, bastards, shameless myriad races are playing dirty tricks, quit poison again. Subai checked someone lying on leaky ground. There ID no one here. I clearly sensed something in this direction, but this security guard was taken down long ago. He suddenly realized, damnate, he ate a trick to lure Ali Tiger away from Li Mao Teen. Back at Like Academy, Lu Qi's situation was hanging by a thread. Many students had already been harmed. These bastards of the myriad races are truly despicable. Yen Nian hurriedly rushed forward to protect Lai guests and stop them. Down below, Xiao Hong couldn't stop her in time. Watch out. Li Lion Keen pounced to BLPC her way. To date wedding will turn into a funeral. Yen Nian was horrified. What? But its strike was blocked by Xu Bait tamed beast. Fortunately, he returned in Li Neni Chi of time. How dare do lay a finger on my Xu Bait, wife? Do have a death wish? First, I'll take your life. Do defeated foe of mine. Sao Hong also rushed EVE master. Let me give you a hand. Hong Mi grabbed Li Girlade arm tightly and snapped, Saintess, that ate enough of this tantrum. Come back quit me immediately and stop letting that tabak bewitch you. Xiao Hong resisted. Great elder, I don't want to. I absolutely will not go back. I want to stay by my master 8 side forever. Hongni was purple quote rage.
How truly foolish.
As Leaky dignified Saintess of Lai Demon Phoenix tribe, how can Diu be content being a pet to a human? Lai girl remained firm. My master treats me very kindly, and I want to stay here. She deliberately used force to drag a girl away. How insolent. Since you've been bewitched to this extent, don't blame me for dealing Kut Diu harshly. Sao Hong continued to struggle. I am not going. Tabak saw this and shouted, let her go. Hong Ni scoffed coldly and forced Sao Hong away. Li Li and Keen intended to launch a sneak attack from behind, but Yen Nian spotted Leak opening and shouted, watch all behind do. Just as that creature threw a punch intending to take his life, she hurriedly used her shield to BLPC eat. Tabak was stunned. Yen Nian, what are Du doing? He hurriedly caught her as she collapsed. Tabak asked in panic, Yen Nian, are Du okay? She whispered weakly, I am fine. Go seek Sao Hong quickly. His gaze swept coldly across a battlefield. A giant elephant was trying to use its strength to crush Sao Ba, but he retorted,
As for this, I've never been afraid of anyone.
Sao Hong was dragged into Elki's spatial portal by her. Once we get there, I will definitely make Lai Ki tribe leader punish Dio. Like girl cried, oh,
Master, see me.
Quag Lion King prepared to retreat, saying, Ite tila vi, let it go. Giant elephant replied, do guys go first, leave Gi rear guard to me. Li Scorpion Keen muttered to himself, calculating, if he doesn't use key power of Li gods, heat nothing special. Once I slay him, this merit will surely be mine. Tabak was fuming quit rage at this point. What wacky hell ID going on? Those myriad race monsters daring to ruin wedding, harming guests, abducting my beast companion, and even hurting Yen Nian. Li Scorpion Kin suddenly felt uneasy, thinking, something about this situation ID wrong. He dashed toward his opponent, Lai, an arrow piercing Lei Ki wind. A spear pierced through Lottie Scorpion Kin's body. Today, I will make Duyo pay a price many times RV. Li Lion Ken ordered a retreat. Key big picture comes first. Du can't see 8. He spat a stream of venom at him. Damn neat. If I'm going to die, I'm taking one Koot Mei. Tabach used his bare hands to crush Lai poisonous tail. Do you want to kivu me? Quit just these lowly tricks. 2 lightning fast slashes ended Li enemy life. He declared loudly, this ide price fu messing quit my people lokju diu. Li scorpion kinned upper body collapsed. I am truly unwilling to accept this. Tabach turned to ask foe help. Principal, Old Han, I'll leave this place to YB2 of DU. I'm going to rescue Cao Hong. Both of them advised, alright, just be careful. Hurry up. Everyone, retreat to Li main defensive point in Li house. Yen Nian was also worried. Tabach, Diu must return safely. We will hold this place until Diu get back. He gave order. Xiao Bai, run at fun speed, and whispered to himself, Cao Hong, wait for me. I am coming to say Diu. Let a girl go immediately. Meanwhile, Li girl kept struggling. I want to go back to my master. Great elder, let me go now. Hongmi kept trying to persuade her, Saintess, don't be so infatuated anymore. That Tabach Idiki just taking advantage of your origin energy. Humans are inherently cunning. Lai Lion Kin rushed ERV to report, Great Elder, Tabach ID catching up, include that power he just showed. Oh, I'm afraid we unn't be able to hold him, VP. Li Giant Elephant suggested. Why don't we turn back and fight? Yeet not get to let him chase us lie this forever. She agreed. Fei, let I take this opportunity to see Li limits of his divine power. Tabach 8 Beast Companion had an extremely keen tracking ability, and its speed was very fast. If they didn't deal quit him, they wouldn't be able to escape. Tabach had closed in, and he gathered his strength to launch an attack at Iki Giant Elephant. A surge of purple power billowed and engulfed its body. He hurriedly lifted a large RPC blocking He Road to intercept Li attack. He swung his blade, shattering Kimautan rocks. Dew Beast, likey blood dead of hurting Yan ran Idiki finally time to be settled. Li Lion Keen sneered. Dew came at just Yoki right time. Let me see if your divine power ID worth my effort. Hongmi stood below, her cold eyes watching like a decisive battle high above. Tabach replied disdainfully, more than enough to send Dew on your way. You other guy panicked? Impossible? How can your divine power be so endless? Xiao Bai suddenly appeared right behind Liam Keen, making him struggle to dodge key blow.
Hurry up, old elephant! I can't hold on much longer!
Li Giant Elephant roared, gripping his spear tightly.
Don't be so cocky. Watch me crush Dio to pieces right now.
Tabach quickly used his shield to BLPC that powerful strike. Both of them spoke up. Human brat, I don't believe Dio are that strong. Great Elder, even if we lose,
don't dream of taking Wu Holy Maiden away.
Seeing her hand reach for her head, Xiao Hong trembled. Great Elder, what are Dio doing? She coldly replied, Holy Maiden, don't blame me. An Enlai her vermilion bird power was capable of suppressing Tabach 8 divine power. Tabach roared in anger. Damn Dio, how dare Dio touch Xiao Hong Gate origin core. Hongmi frantically absorbed luck origin core. Tabach, your divine power IDP incomplete. If Dio pushed you too hard, it will backfire on Dio. She transformed into a fiery Fee in Jeech. Today ID your doom. Leek Lion Keen tried to regain his composure. I don't believe IP3 of us combined can't handle a single guy like Dio. Tabach laughed aloud. 3-way attack? Perfect.
I'll send Dio all a PAP same time. 4 sacred beasts, Fuchs in resonance.
Li Giant Elephant was Li Key first to Bearkey Brunt. 4 sacred beasts, origin resonance. Tabach can actually harness Li power of all 4 at once. This Idika realm that has never existed before. Like Lion Keen began to feel a chill run down his spine. This aura, its pressure ID many times more terrifying than even Lok Ju Do hate. Hongmi screamed in frustration. Impossible! Du clearly don't even have a single tamed beast. Sacred beast contracts and Li Ki, profound truth of divine power. It seems your knowledge ID far too shallow. I carry Ki will of my ancestor Luo Fan, whose sole purpose ID to slay EC myriad races. He called Autic Xiao Bai to prepare to strike. At this moment, Xiao Bai's entire body was enveloped in a layer of freezing ice. Yi Azure Li Yulin also fell into a similar state. Seeing Xiao Bai burning Kut fighting spirit, Yanran was surprised. Xiao Bai, what ate wrong Kut Diu? Yeet replied, Master I deacon during my origin power. Watching its figure depart, she urged, Diu must return safely. Once Xiao Bai successfully merged, Tabach confidently declared 3 against 1. This time Diu are sure to lose. Hongmi replied, Diu are so heavily injured, how much power can Diu possibly mobilize? I am a demon Phi each, and I possess all vermilion bird origin of Holy Maiden.
Their ID, no way I can lose!
Clutching Xiao Hong, she flapped her wings and soared away. He thought to himself, I must seed on trend my strength. I cannot let Xiao Hong get hurt. Tabach roared, all my power,
gather foamy!
2 terrifying forces collided violently in midair, shaking heaven and earth. Li Giant Elephant and Ki Lion Keen staggered, struggling to stand firm. This power ID too terrifying, their ID no way we can interfere. Xiao Hong cried in pain, her tears falling as she called out, Master! She warned, Holy Maiden, stop struggling. Bear eat a little longer and we will win.
He shouted loudly, Xiao Hong, hold on to your origin tightly. I'm coming to Xidiu.
Hearing this, Why little girl obediently withdrew her own origin. Hongmi looked utterly devastated as she saw one of her wings pierced by key power. No, Holy Maiden, how dared you betray me? Breaking free from her grasp, Xiao Hong cried, Master,
I am coming.
He quickly asked, Xiao Hong, are you okay? Little girl replied, I am fine. I just lost a bit of my origin. A little rest ID all I need to recover. Reverting to her original form, Hongmi spat.
Tubak, don't get cocky.
Lok Judiu has already fused E3 great origins. Sooner or later he will descend upon Iki mortal realm. At that time,
Do all will be nothing but ashes.
Tabak showed not a shred of fear. No matter who he IDP, anyone who dares to touch Kleep people by my side will pay a heavy price. Charging his spear quit energy, it was time to settle Law P score quit whoever dared to kidnap Cao Hong. She sneered at Li Qi's sight, thinking to herself that taking her life would not be that easy. Hong Mi vanished through white portal shouting, Xu Bai, EP next time we meet will be your end. He felt immense regret Fu letting her escape, but Lai Lion Kin below urged him. We must go now. Xu Bai was determined to seek justice, thinking, do dare lay a hand on my person and still expect to Li. A surge of terrifying power pierced straight through Lion Kin's chest. He gritted his teeth and demanded, tell me everything do know about Judu. The giant elephant trembled. Don't kivu me, I'll talk. Luck dying Lion Kin wheezed. Do fool. Have Diu forgotten Li Bi warning of Lok Diu? If Diu dare reveal a single kus, Diu will die a gruesome death. Xu Bai sternly warned them. If Diu don't talk now, Diu will face a death quit no place to be buried. Spit eat all. Hasn't Judiu already kicked by bucket? Giant elephant confessed, I know limited information but Judiu ID not truly dead, his remnant soul still exists. He ordered live capture of Light Saintess to regenerate his physical form. Xu Bai was horrified. What? That Judu ID still alive? He interrogated them about his hiding place, and Ihi Lion Keen revealed he was hiding in EP Rift.
Key Elephant shouted, D-traitor, Li Myriad clans will never forgive Dio.
Li Giant Elephant fell to his knees, saying, at B Li Si Arpsi Cliff, near abandoned human altar. I've told you everything.
Peak Li spare my life.
Xu Bai refused. Their ID no chance of that. Diu captured Cao Hong just to help Judiu resurrect. It seems Great Elder of Iki Demon Phi in each clan has already gone to find him. I must crush that Judiu into dust. Kalayan Keen said arrogantly, Tate too late. Lok Judiu has everything planned all. When he resurrects, Diu will have no choice but to die. Xu Bai glanced at them. Did Diu think I would let Diu survive? Lai Giant Elephant begged, P.E. Lai don't give you me. A massive burst of power struck down. On a key side of Yanming, seeing Hongmi return alone, he asked, why have Diu returned alone? Where Idik Saintess? Where are EP others? She trembled as she reported, Xu Bai Idik too terrifying, our Mycin has failed. Yanming was purple coot rage. What, another disastrous failure lie this? He roared, a bunch of useless trash! My plans have all been ruined by this human brat.
The Saintess wasn't captured, and two great experts let their lives.
Do you still have Lai nerve to come back and see me? Hongmai explained. Xu Bai channeled Luck resonance of life four great sacred beasts. His divine power far exceeded our predictions. I had to risk my life just to escape back here. He said coldly, in that case, keeping Diu around ID of no use. She was terrified. What are Diu planning to do to me? Yanming immediately transformed into his true original form. He lunged straight into Hongmate mouth to seize her body. She was shocked. Diu dare do this. My clansmen will not forgive Diu. He laughed. Demon phoenixes were never loyal to me anyway. Now this body belongs to me. Today I officially return to Li Qi world. Xu Bai was checking on Cao Hong, asking, how do Diu feel? Li, young girl replied, I am Phi Master. Then to do channeling your divine power, I feel much better. At Iki Lin City courtyard, preparing faux battle, he requested, Old Hand, Cao Hong eat life force ID injured, Du and Yanran take her back. I will go find Judio. Yanran demanded to go along.
No, let me go quit Diu.
We cannot let that man die easily. Hanjan agreed. Cao Hong pleaded, Master?
I won't go back.
I want to stand by your side. Although I am weak, I can still help. Yanran and Hanjan suggested, Jidu ID very dangerous this time. Eat ID difficult Fo Diu to handle him alone. Why don't we go back and call Fo reinforcements? He finalized Iki plan. Let it do this, Old Han. Do go back and call Fo reinforcements. Yanran and I will go ahead and see. Perhaps we can substitute Diu in time. He nodded. Then Diu too must be extremely careful. I will return as quickly as possible. Xu Bai urged. Their ID no time to delay. Yanran, let it go find Ju Diu. All three jumped onto Xiao Bai 8 back and quickly departed. Yan Ran pointed forward. Subai, look V there. Night envelops Beal Sea Stone Cliff, in Lee's sunlight ID about to be swallowed up. Ju Diu must be reconstructing his body, so we have to sprint. He reassures everyone that Cao Bai has accelerated to fun speed. Cao Hong, try a little harder. I will never let him have his way. Zhao Hong delivers OB bad news, Master. I can feel Ju Diu power gradually becoming extremely terrifying. Leak entire myriad tribes below are working together. He sees right through them. They are working together to help Ju Diu restore his body. Yen Ran predicts, Su Bai, quit so many fierce beasts. I am afraid we can't just Shiku in blindly. Yen Ming sneers, key body of lead demon fin each clan IDP indeed resilient. Before long, I will completely possess this body. At that time both Iki human race and Iki myriad tribes will unlie be humble servants to this kin. As Cao Bai enters, Xu Bai instructs, be a bit careful, conceal all of our auras. Fierce beasts of Li myriad tribes have gathered in fun force. We must sneak into Waiki altar without leaving any opening. Yen Ran points to a distant vent. If I crawl through there, I can avoid key fierce beasts to investigate Ju Diu 8 movements. He orders Zhao Bai to activate Li Qi shadow ability to conceal Li Qi group 8 Ra even more thoroughly. Then, they head towards that direction together. Alright, let A take action. Once inside, they hold their breath, not daring to make a sow. Su Bai stares at Li formation before him in astonishment. What on earth IDP this? Yen Ming speaks up, a V there. P4 great sacred beasts, O key power of Li Qi divine treasury, O whatever. Before this kind, they are all just a pile of scrap. Now that you have come all this way, don't even think about leaving. He chides, we got caught so quickly. That person ID'd you, just observe Li Qi's situation and don't act rashly. He speaks up, that, right, Su Bai, we meet again. Zhao Hong ID horrified. That ID great elder 8 body. She rushes forward in a furious rage.
T.H. you.
He killed B Great Elder. I must take revenge right now. He stops her. Zhao Hong, calm down. Wait until time ID ripe, and we will strike together. Su Bai turns and says, Ju Diu, you're not dead yet. Yen Ran reports Lati's situation. Su Bai. Key altar ID surrounded by guards. If we see blindly, not an unlie will we fail to harm Ju Diu, but we will also be surrounded by fierce beasts. He shifts his position. Everyone, be careful, just wait here. I will go a VE there to see how things are. Wings grow on Yan Ming's back and he boasts triumphantly, Su Bai, this new body of mine ID so powerful that Du cannot even begin to imagine. As soon as he finishes speaking, P-Soul of Fine Ichi trapped inside begins to resist violently. He crushes that resistance. No one can oppose me! Su Bai understands, quit a single glance. It seems he ID still struggling to keep on Tringi body. Yan Ming orders his subordinates, keep them all. His henchmen emerge from he ground lie mushrooms after a rain. Yen Ran shouts in panic, Su Bai, watch your back? They brandish their blades and slash repeatedly. He says confidently, don't worry, I'm Phi. Cao Qing prepare to strike. Lu Qiazhira Jin appears behind him. In Li's subordinate yells, there IP an intruder! One of them rushes forward, intending to strike him first. Wak Azure Rajian snaps straight at him from behind, and his body IDP instantly torn into pieces. Su Bai calmly steps on Li Guard 8 corpse. A fiery wave of power instantly incinerates Li corpse. There ID still one left. Tabak muttered to himself, thinking these 2 guards were mediocre yet surprisingly tough, as he clutched his chest when his divine power backfired on him again. Suddenly, Li P Man stood before him as if he were about to explode. He hadn't expected Li's enemy to resort to such a desperate suicide tactic. An earth-shattering explosion rang as a thick shroud of smoke enveloped Leak area. DM Min disdainfully asked if these mere ants dared to oppose him. Tabak raised his shield to B, LPCY key blow and thaw to himself that Ku Yu should not forget his current flickering life was a gift. He hadn't expected to be pushed back by E-key guards and forced to use his beast transformation armor. He was enraged at being provoked, calling him a stubborn fool who didn't know his own limits. Lay ground beneath their feet cracked Babar to reveal glowing red eyes in low-E abyss, and Tiu Hong cried in panic foe his master to be careful. As soon as IV2, headed Men XT emerged, Eat was promptly sent to its fiant resting place. Henchin urged his comrades to stay sharp. As Tabach and Yen Nian were still trapped inside, they had to break through YP encirclement of beasts to reach E altar and prevent Q8 resurrection. Than Hu shouted Fu E men to Shi and SP Tabak, telling them to break through IP left flank to reach E altar, while Luke commotion outside reached DM mini ears. He sneered and remarked that Tabak had indeed called foe reinforcements, but Eat was already too late. Once I have fully possessed this body, your entire crowd will be nothing more than a lie snack for me. Countless giant hands rose up, Making Tabach realize he couldn't hesitate, he told Yen Nian to se pet Hanchinate group while he faced Ku, and she agreed, telling him to take care. Diem Min called upon his subordinates to rise and devour everything to bolster his own power. Li monsters roared as they charged frantically toward them. Tabach activated his beast transformation armor, incinerating key monsters that had just lunged at him. Diem Min remained arrogant, claiming no one could top him because he could have as many from Li Ki myriad tribes as he desired. Li's entire pack of monsters was beaten into utter disarray. Hanchinate group arrived just in time to provide feet. Tabach asked in surprise why Iki myriad tribes were so numerous, and Yen Nian guessed that Ku had opened a teleportation portal. The people behind rushed forward to Chichon Tabach, and he warned everyone to be cautious since Ku had possessed Li body of Li demon Phi in each great elder, causing his power to skyrocket. Diem Min looked down on them like mere ants, asking if they truly believed that gathering together would amount to anything in his presence. Condensing a sphere of lightning, he declared that if they were so eager for death, he would send them all to hell. Tabach hurriedly called for everyone to get behind him immediately. Diem Minate's sphere expanded as if to challenge their very patience. Yen Nian supported Tabach while Hanchin charged forward in a rage, determined to settle IT score quick Ku, but Tabach held him back, telling him not to be so impulsive. Diem Min simply gave Likey Lightning Sphere a gentle flick of his finger. A surging torrent of power crashed directly toward Hanchinate position. Tabach called awe to Hanchin in worry as he was blown away, but seeing that he was still okay, Diem Min was surprised that Tabach had managed to BLPC Li's previous attack. Diem Minate Lightning Sphere expanded to a massive sigh as he challenged Tabach to see how he would BLPC this next strike. At this moment, Tabachate, unlike concern was Fuiki's safety of Yen Nian by his side. Everyone has gathered, and I must find a way to manage somehow. What else can I do? I am still too inexperienced, and I am neither a superhero nor Iki savior of humanity. A massive sphere of energy surged straight toward Baiski, two of them, accompanied by a roar telling them all to go to hell. A sharp, icy lie flashed as quick as a whip in the Iki midst of Yuhake night. Yen Nian opened her eyes wide and looked up in astonishment, as it turned out. It was Master Niep Thaint precious sword. Li blade glowed deep below, slicing Iki energy sphere into two pieces. Niep Tham turned to Ki boy and said, "You've grown quite a bit, haven't you?" In Iki distance, Diem Min cried out in absolute horror. "What? Niep Than?" He looked completely bewildered. "Niep Than, you were clearly dead, so why are you still standing here? How has your remnant soul still not dissipated?" He replied, "Qu. Failing to endure back then IDE like greatest regret of my life. Today I will use this remnant soul to see Dua P and protect the peace of humanity." Niep Than swung Ki sword toward Tabach, telling him to take eat. Yen Nian called Li Master 8 name Kuda motion, while Tabach upon holding Li P sword, realized immediately that he had always been by his side. Li Ki flow of power from Li P sword poured into his body, making him feel unusually invigorated, and Li wounds from Li backlash of divine power eased significantly. Hanchin cheered excitedly, saying, "ID this true power of Lok Niep Than."
Eid Idik truly terrifying!
Li crowd raised their fists into Li air in unison, chanting Master Niep Than has returned, Ku will certainly be defeated. Brothers, let each PC together and eliminate him to XE humanity. Diem Min sneered. A mere flicker of a remnant soul dares to see the P in front of an expert. Today, I will devour your remnant soul and destroy this world. He ordered his band of beasts to Shisi and slaughter them all. Niep Than calmly raised his hand to unleash sword energy. He unleashed his signature technique, Cold Slash, delivering a fatal blow toward he monsters. Monsters were immediately trapped within a formation, and Tabach flew high into leaky air, declaring firmly, "Leave rest to me." His eyes shone like headlights, and his whole body radiated by brilliant hurrah of divine power. 3 blasts of power from Like Beast Slaying Blade were launched, tearing through Wike air directly toward Diem Min. Luck lackeys below were instantly blown into dust. He dodged low attack, his eyes wide and his face showing signs of extreme panic. Diem Min looked down at Likey battlefield and thought to himself, to wipe all those minions quit just one strike. This boy really knows how to use divine power. He was no pushover, quickly unleashing his Oxblade technique, summoning a giant sword forged from Lakma D's each. Diem Min swung wide blade directly at Niep Than quat his world-ending technique. Niep Than nimbly used his sword to counter, and the two forces collided violently, creating a deafening explosion that shook the entire arena. Diem Min roared, "Niep Than, key power of your remnant soul ID almost exhausted. Today you will surely meet a tragic end." Tabach asked anxiously from behind, "Master Niep, are you all right?" He replied, "Tabach, my remnant soul ID limited, I cannot suppress him for long." Niep Than urged him, "You must learn to combine leaky power of leaky divine store quit gi for great beasts to defeat him." Down below, Henchin confidently said that they would handle ID's small fry and that he should focus on dealing Kut Ku Yu. Yen Nian looked up and whispered, Tabak, Diu must win. He tightened his grip on Di's sword hilt, telling himself, don't worry, everyone, I will definitely send Ku Yu to his grave. Finished speaking, Tabak raised his sword high and a stunning force radiated in all directions. He swung his sword at Di Min and shouted, blood debts must be paid in blood. Di Min stood there in terror, exclaiming, impossible, and hurriedly used his Madich to BLPC.
I absolutely cannot lose here.
He erected a protective orb, an impenetrable layer of lock defense. Tabak gritted his teeth and cursed, damn neat, he blocked it again. Neep that arm appeared Laya Fan Tim, instantly channeling an abundant flow of power into Tabak's 8 sword. Standing beside him, he instructed, Tabak, follow my lead, E-Key sword must be controlled by E-Heart.
Use your strength to shatter that defense.
Tabak immediately led roar, pouring all his strength into Y attack, shattering Y sphered 8 defense until ET vanished into thin air. Diem Min took a fun slash across his face and shoulders. He groaned in pain. I cannot accept this. A blinding beam of light descended, shattering Li crumbling walls, accompanied by his firm declaration, Ju Du, rest in peace. From leaky rubble and dust, a distorted figure slowly emerged. Diem Min fell to his knees, having let an arm and a wing, yet he stubbornly declared, I will drag all of Diu to hell, quit me. Tabak stepped forward, his voice cold. Diu have run all of chances. This time I will eradicate Diu to Wapi very root. He closed in, swinging his blade to unleash an earth-shattering slash. Suddenly a small purple orb appeared unexpectedly, acting like a magical shield, standing right between Leaky fierce sword Ure and Diem Min. High above, in midair, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared and reached out, beckoning, come here. Like figure was fully cloaked, revealing Enlai eyes that hid some secret. As a low voice resonated, this one, EDIDT, not yet his time to die. Tabach looked up and asked directly, who on earth are Diu? Diem Minate face was now deformed and ghastly. He groaned in agony, pleading desperately. Lok Envoy, Pili take me, Kut Du, I swear I will make amends for my sins, and I guarantee I will never dare to make a mistake again. Y Envoy glanced at him indifferently and spoke Kut disdain, Ju Du 8 life belongs to me, do mortals, back away at once. Tabak lunged forward to intervene, swinging his blade forward decisively. No way, lick life of Ju Du must be ended here today. Y Envoy created a magical vortex of enchanting pink and purple hues. D lowly mortals, do Diu ants dare to bite me? Tabak broke into a cold sweat, standing stunned, and looked up to question him sharply. Who on earth are Diu, and why are Diu so insistent on saving this demon Ju Diu? From behind, Ni Ching approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, with a worried expression. Bach, be careful, this person ate power ID beyond imagination. From deep within B vortex, ghostly chains descended, binding Diem Min brutally. Y Envoy turned around and continued arrogantly. I have already claimed Ju Diu life as Fo my identity. Just wait until Iki myriad tribes return to their place, and Diu will know. Yen Nian obviously could not stand by and watch. She shouted, stop! Return Ju Diu here? Y Envoy seemed to have reached his limit. His eyes turned bloodshot as he barked, nosy. He unleashed a terrifying wave of energy toward a P girl, causing Yen Nian to jump in SPC and scream awe in fear. But before IE energy could hit, Tabach lunged as quick as lightning to hug her and leaped to YT's side. Nian, be careful. Henchin erupted Kut's strength, swinging his sword straight at P Envoy. Old 2, let me hold him PP. Tabak was startled, looking up, old hand. He just gave a cold, contemptuous snort. Immediately, a massive energy orb formed and shot straight at Henchin, sending him flying backward like a puppet. Henchin fell face, first to Lee ground again, unable to get up. Leaky others around cried all in Sisi. What kind of men den XT IDE, this foe heaven ain't sake. Thanthu stood up on behalf of Henchin and shouted foe mobilization. Brothers, we cannot let him take Ju Du away! Everyone united, bursting Kut power and launching continuous attacks toward him, shouting in unison. Kivu, Lok Envoy stood there calmly, his eyes looking down at like crowd Kut arrogance. A bunch of ants, try to measure your own strength. Today I shall see what tricks do you have. Tiu Hong was no less spirited. She knelt on one knee, readying her battle stance. Master, Peak Lai let Tiu Hong lend Diu a hand. A magnificent fire Niche spread its wings and flew valiantly forward. The envoy gave another cold, contemptuous snort and then muttered smugly, oh, a fire Nichi. He just pointed his finger at Tiu Hong, purple energy swirling around his fingertip. Mystic ice seal. Immediately ivy blazing flames around her vanished, and Tiu Hong's entire body was frozen in an instant. She cried oh in panic. Master? Seeing that, Tabak raised his hand, quickly recalling her. Tiu Hong immediately reverted to her original form. Ni Ching looked at Tabak and suggested in a deep voice, Tabak, I will use this last bit of strength to help Dio activate Li Ki Primal Divine Essence. Tabach intended to SE top him, Leader Ni, but Ching interrupted. Do not hesitate. Ni Ching said resolutely. This ID easily chance. and then he turned into a beam of Lai, merging directly into ET blade in his hand. Seeing this, Tabak gripped He blade tightly, his eyes burning. All right. He poured all his internal power into Like blade, to IE point that his eyes also emitted a blinding Lai. He swung Glide blade powerfully and shouted, Divine Essence Power, Fun Release. Team immediately blared a notification, Primal Divine Essence Awakened. Tabak 8 power has exceeded Like limit. Lee Envoy froze for a moment, his eyes showing rare astonishment. This boy, Divine Essence Power, how could Eat reach this terrifying LV? Before his eyes, a violent surge of energy erupted, as if Eat wanted to swallow everything. Yet, P. Envoy kept a calm expression, as if enjoying an NTP rate 10 gem. Truly NTP rate 10? Let me see how strong your Divine Essence really IDK. A giant arm made of energy was created and lunged forward like a storm, blocking Tabakshate heaven, shaking power. We Envoy pushed that arm forward, Eat not a VE yet. Between those two terrifyingly fierce sources of energy there were surely weaker individuals standing in danger of being pulled into Wee vortex of destruction. Realizing ki imminent danger, Henchin shouted, Those who cannot hold on, quickly retreat behind me. Meanwhile Yen Nian, despite being Tabakshate right-hand assistant, was straining herself to hold on. She reassured them to leave Li Am front to them. Hearing this, Tabak suddenly became more fired up than ever, saying, Ki old debt of Ku you along quit your own debt, I will collect them all at once. He braced himself, channeled his strength, and swung his blade down hard, shouting, Break foe me. Ki Divine Envoy was slightly stunned after his attack was repelled. He glanced at his palm and muttered, I underestimated Du, I need to get serious now. He raised 2 fingers to Li Pierre, in flashes of Lai struck repeatedly and poured down on Tabak, who hurriedly swung his hand to raise a shield for protection. Tabak gritted his teeth. Drenched in sweat Lai he had just taken a bath, while Neep Than next to him did not forget to urge him on. Keep going, lad. He leaned Lu to his ear and whispered, Place your fun trust in yourself because Lai E power of Lai Ki Divine Organ ID Ki even more terrifying than that, and Tabak squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself. Instantly his eyes blazed quit Lai and a fierce fire erupted behind him, accompanied by 80 figures of giant spirit beasts emerging from Lucky smoke. They rushed forward in unison to surround him, determined to tear that Divine Envoy to pieces. Leek Soam of spirit beasts quickly merged, combining to form leaky shape of a ghostly skull. They rushed madly toward their opponent quit an energy, so terrifying Eat pierced through Li Maotin behind them. Like ferocious attack lefty Divine Envoy struggling to defend himself, thinking, Impossible, how can this hellish thing happen? While Diamin hurriedly urged Lok Divine Envoy, Let it run quickly! Tabak seized Ikir opportunity and lunged Lai an arrow released from a bow, saying, Qu Diu and he shall not escape today. He poured his fun strength into Li Pi attack, causing Diamin to scream in panic, Lok see me. But Li Divine Envoy himself was trapped at that moment. Before leaky eyes of Li Divine Envoy, Di Ming gradually dissolved into nothingness amidst screams of, No, I am not resigned to this! A sphere of energy immediately appeared and hovered in Li Ki air. Tabach exclaimed excitedly, That IDE Ki soul of Ku. Like Divine Envoy startled and stepped back, Odu killed him. Then Thu quickly grabbed his soul and offered praise, while Likey Divine Envoy eyes burned quit rage, bloodshot and veins bulging, as he hissed, If that AE case, then all of Du can go to Daiki Underworld quite him. E.T. was Li Divine Envoy turned to lose his mind. He waved his hands to CP read a massive sphere of energy. Tabak did not flinch, he roared and desperately rushed forward to engage in battle. 2 currents of power collided violently, creating gale force winds that tore through space. Seeing this, Yen Nian shouted, Everyone be careful.
This place ID about to collapse. Help Lingered away from here immediately.
Watch a foe falling rocks. At that moment, Tabak was at his peak, surrounded by a brilliant Ho-Ra, and shouted, Don't you dare be smug in front of me. Li Divine Envoyed eyes widened in SC, Du blocked Eat. Unbelievable. Du are just a mortal, so how could Du grasp such terrifying divine organ power? Neep Than continued to provide strength from behind, saying, Give aid a little more, Tabak. He gripped his sword hilt and shouted, So what if I am a mortal? Whether Du are a god or a demon,
Du will be shattered under this blade today.
Why Divine Envoy shrieked in a frenzy, I am Lucky Heaven, destroying Envoy, Du can never keevu me, I will harbor this grudge in my heart. No sooner had he finished speaking than he vanished, leaving behind a command token and a few strips of torn fabric, his voice echoing, Wait fo de 10,000 tribes return. That will be UP moment your human race ID wiped out. Tabak, drenched in sweat, looked disappointed. It turned out to be just a command token. Yen Nian hurriedly ran SVS to S pet him as he grew exhausted, asking, Tabak, are you okay? While Thanthu nimbly snatched he falling token. Tabach let a sigh of relief. Won this battle. And Yen Nian, quit tears welling in her eyes, praised him, Du were truly amazing. A voice rang off from Leaky Blade, Tabak, Du did well, Du broke leapy shackles of Li Divine Organ and held Likey front line foe I human race. Neepthan released himself from Lied Blade and began to fade into nothingness, saying, Key secret of like outer realm hereafter must depend on Diu. While Yennian leaned CLU to Tabach as she saw Brother Neep gradually disappear, Pete Lee protect this land and your compatriots well. Tabach's shade face was fun of determination. Brother, rest assured, this sister will exhaust every ounce of strength to protect human race, and Yennian held all a deep red medicinal pill. Hurry and take this recovery medicine. In the key distance, someone was coordinating, quickly chased to see if anyone else Idik buried. And the other person waved and called out, if anyone else Idik injured.
Bring them here immediately.
Supporting Henjan, Qingshu strode toward Su Bai while Henjan excitedly gave a thumbs up, saying, Old Su, your Azure Beast evil. Bane move just now was absolutely legendary, insanely cun. Mumbling as he chewed on some medicinal pills, Su Bai asked quietly, How are you feeling? Henjan replied curtly, I am fine. Once I take this medicine, I'll be get as new in no time. And Enlai then did Qingshu speak up. Su Bai, take a look at this token. When I touched Eat earlier, Eat was Enlai slightly warm, but now Eat ate automatically absorbing all surrounding spiritual energy. What 8 more runes on 8 are flickering? Su Bai quickly took an token from Qingshu and said curiously, Let me see, what 8 so's trend about this? A bleak and chilling scene suddenly flashed into his mind, causing Su Bai to gasp in SBC. What ID this? Yenran frowned anxiously. What it wrong, Su Bai? Staring intently at token, he explained, This token ID key definitely closely related to Divine Treasury. Just now, some images appeared in my head, lie a scene from an alien plane in outer space. Yanran's eyes widened in surprise as Su Bai continued to explain. I instantly felt a powerful surge of lucky energy. Let 8 just bring 8 back to Weepy Principal and see. Maybe Weebot knows something about Eat. Suddenly, Lee sky above them turned pitch bleak as billowing walk clouds rolled in, and Thenifi rumbled violently, leaving everyone in utter panic. Why were walk clouds gathering so suddenly? Something big was about to happen. Zubai looked up in surprise, his intuition telling him that something was wrong, something even more terrifying was creeping closer. Qingshu turned to direct Tim, telling key medical staff to take injured Fu treatment immediately, while Henjan coordinated perfectly, urging those who still had life strength to fight to prepare Fu battle. Suddenly a stream of Elisi energy erupted from Li Ki token and a bizarre threatening voice echoed from Li Si Kai. Humans, Diu will pay a heavy price foe key sins Diu have committed. Su Bai clutched out token tightly in his hand and was suddenly startled. It seemed as though this token was resonating Quita Yura. Li Ki's cloud swirled violently to reveal a hideous face, which growled, Key thing in your hand ID key not something humans should ever touch. Su Bai clenched his fists in anger and declared resolutely, How dare do outworlder savages run rampant in the territory of our human race?
Bring it on!
Lai Bizarre Face immediately charged straight at him. Seeing this, Yenran rushed forward, passing all of her remaining pills to Su Bai and pleading, Su Bai, leave this attack to us! Hurry and take all these pills to recover your strength! Yenran decisively gave Iki order. Everyone do your best to hold EP. Immediately, others raised their hands to Seskai to beat Ibiki massive attack, while Su Bai stood calmly to Lai's side, chewing down leaky rest of Li pills. Having fully replenished his energy, Su Bai was revitalized. He rushed to Li frontline, quit his blade and said confidently,
Levi, rest of me!
Li defensive power of Li group and Su Bait explosive strength blended together, forming a fierce, swirling torrent of energy that blasted straight ahead. Su Bai hovered in mid-air, his body enveloped in a brilliant shroud of energy. Lilum C. Vortex reached angrily, trying to grab him, growling, dare a bunch of mere ants be so arrogant. He extended both hands to crush Su Bai, shouting D. Su Bai immediately curled up and then, tensing his body, a sturdy shield materialized around him to BEC attack. As area was violently bombarded, someone asked in a panicked voice, Get heavens, what kind of men XTID that? They continuously encouraged and urged one another, Hurry, speed up Shex. Suddenly, Su Bait's face turned pale, and a stream of bright red blood spilled from his mouth. He was so strained that his eyes were bloodshot and his face was covered in blood. Su Bai thought to himself, its power ID far superior to that divine envoy. ID really impossible for me to hold any longer. Despite this, Su Bai decided to give aid his all, roaring, I'll risk my life to fight Dio! Li people below cheered him on in unison, their faces filled with anxiety and hope.
Golds! Keep going, Su Bai!
Su Bai drained every last bit of his remaining inner energy and shot forward, shouting, human race shall not perish. Li Beald C. Vortex roared back in a ferocious voice. Divine treasury power, break foamy! In an extremely battered state, covered in blood from head to toe, Su Bai growled,
Now he'd take my turn to strike!
Summoning all of his remaining strength, he hurled his blade forward, shouting decisively, Q! EBC Vortex sneered in disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. Bunch of ignorant humans who don't know their place, how dare you act so insolent before this loke? As Blade flew toward him, He immediately swirled violently to BLPC eat. Xubai exerted himself so much that B Lu veins bulged all of his body, and he roared, "Shatter! Break foamy!" Lai blades slowly pierced deeper into Live to gate. But Eat seemed to have no fake he at all. B Li C vortex grew even stronger than before, and a B Li C Rai Union appeared beside him, growling, since Du stubbornly refused to see reason. Then Diam become nourishment for this venom? Yanran thumped her chest as if summoning all her courage. "Subai, let me help Du." She tensed her body to gather her inner energy, then shot a powerful beam of energy forward. Lia Jinane immediately fired a purple beam filled killing intent, growling "Get lot." Eat struck Yunran, causing her to cry out in pain. Seeing this, Xubai screamed, his face already stained red blood. "Yunran! How dare you hurt my Yunran?" He rushed forward fierce momentum as if wanting to slice Go Ki Rei Jinen in half, determined to send Eat to meet its maker in an instant. Leaky BLEC vortex flew into a rage, its voice chilling Tigi bone. "Do you dare touch my pet? Do you insects? Do you have driven me mad? Today, I will wipe both you in this land pp. He swung his massive B.E. Elias arm terrifying force to turn everything to ash, while Tabak shouted in panic, "Spiritual beasts, to battle. Everyone scatter quickly. Oh, we're dead!" Whitey spiritual beast dashed straight toward that pitch BC vortex. Tabak strained himself so hard that blood gushed a stream from both his mouth and ears, looking absolutely terrifying. Lee BBEC vortex landed on leaky ground, causing everyone to scatter a disturbed beehive. Even though Yen Nian fell head and V heels, she still tried to scream in despair looking for him. "Tabak, where are you?" Everyone also frantically asked each other, "Tabak, are you okay?" Tabak lay flat on leaky ground looking utterly battered beyond words, coughing uncontrollably as if he had choked on Hevi smoke. Looking down from above Kuta disdainful sneer, Lispel FC Vortex said, "Key farce ends here, kids." His teammates charged forward together, channeling all their energy to fly toward the enemy as someone yelled, "We risk our lives to protect humanity." Reinforced Tabak immediately. Gloopspiel C Vortex sneered, "More ants. Might as well sweep Du all away at once." Lee Principal roared, "Du alien demons, don't you dare commit your atrocities on our land." He solemnly declared Kuta resolute gaze, "Today, this old man will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and eliminate evil Lai Du." Quote those words, he launched a giant sword flying toward him at Lai's speed of Lai. He blocked it effortlessly and said mockingly, "Truly a bunch of weak ants." Henchin shouted spiritedly, "Fellow students, Principal has made his move. Don't lose heart. Let it hold him back together so Tabak can recover." Everyone shouted their battle cry in unison and charged forward Lia Tempest. Still maintaining his disdainful attitude, he stepped forward. "Even if Du are as numerous as locusts, Du are still nothing but insects." Lee, sweeping BP Lee C tentacles, sent everyone running for their lives as Thanthu waved his hand to lead them. "Follow me to strike its flank. Satop that bastard ate power." Tiu Hong sat by Tabak Chate's side, weeping bitterly. "Master, PP Lai don't scare me."
Wake up, P. Lee!
In his semi-conscious state, he told himself iron determination, "I cannot fall now. I still have to protect everyone in humanity." Tabach opened his eyes slightly to see the principal fighting on the front lines, and cried out in worry, "Principal,
Watch out!
before managing to shoot a blast of energy to BLPC Waki attack foe him. He turned around to look at him lying on ground deeply moved eyes. "Tabak, get boy, rest and let this old man handle key rest." BLC Vortex lowered its voice, its eyes thick murderous intent. "These ants, they still refuse to die." Lee Principal unleashed a technique to BLC eat raging momentum. "Do you demon, don't you dare touch Tabak." But leaky attack still grazed Tabak, making his face turn pale. "Oh no."
Watch out, Tabak!
The spiritual beast shouted in unison and rushed forward fiercely. "We will protect our master at all costs." Tiu Bat rushed forward to BLPC leaky attack head, on without a shred of fear. Tiu Bak and Tiu Than also charged forward to entangle him, while Lee BC Vortex shot sharp thorns in response. Do want to die. Suddenly earth-shaking explosions rumbled right next to him. Henchin laughed triumphantly. "Keyflame Cavalry ID here. Our reinforcements have arrived." Leader commanded authoritatively, "Fiery arrows, shoot down this demon immediately!" Looking at leak explosion before its eyes, Pablo C. Vortex sneered, "More small fry. My time limit in Igi lower realm ID key almost up anyway." That was also when humanity escaped catastrophe before eyes of thousands. Eat swirled and vanished from air shouting, "Do you insects? Just wait. Next time I will settle EP score." Dawn broke, and everyone cheered faux victory. "Won! That demon ID really gone!" Although battered, Tabak still tried to reassure them. "Really and everyone ID key fi?" Principal helped him up and praised him. "You've worked hard." Meanwhile, Tiu Hong was still trying to shake him awake through her tears. Than Thuong urgently called Fuiki medics. "Hurry V here, quick!" While Henchin also ran her VE in worry, and Yen Nian cried, "Aw!"
Tabak! Don't scare me! Wake up!
Li Qi nurse rushed AVE to perform a preliminary examination before stepping aside to let E principal take air VE. He ordered in a firm tone that Tabak's life must be saved at all costs. While administering first aid, Li Qi nurse explained that Tabak was in critically Dao condition due to likely depletion of his divine internal energy and severe homage to his meridian seat Tem. While nurse aid expression grew increasingly tense, Li old wounds from backlash had not yet healed, and now new injuries added, Liki's situation was dire. She stated that she could stabilize him temporarily and that rare medicinal herbs were mandatory for a fun recovery. Hearing this, Li principal stood up abruptly and commanded that saving Tabak was Liki's top priority. He ordered people to find Li precious herbs immediately while also seeing to funeral arrangements for fallen soldiers and caring for wounded. Henchin quickly complied. Watching Tabak lying motionless, principal felt as if his heart were burning. He muttered a prayer for him to wake up soon, as humanity in this land could not afford to lose such a talented protector. His eyes fixed on glowing crimson sky, he swore determination that if key demonic alien tribes dared to see their faces again, they would perish here. No hope of escape. When Henchin entered Jiangzhou Martial Arts University infirmary to cheat on him, principal shook his head in frustration, reporting that Tabak's body seemed to be sealed by some mysterious power. When Henchin asked about Like's seal in astonishment, Li principal explained that it was possible Tabak's divine internal energy had locked itself to protect him, and Li Qian Lai way to release it was to use Iki ancient spirit marrow found in forbidden territory of myriad races. Li principal stroked his beard and thought, worried that leaky spirit marrow would be difficult to transport over long distances because its potency would diminish significantly once removed from its source. Yan Nian did not hesitate for a moment, asserting that she would personally take him into Waiki forbidden territory to seek treatment. Seeing this, Henchin also declared that he would give me my stand. Li principal held up his hand to stop them, with a worried look, warning that Li forbidden territory lay in the heart of Li myriad races men XT lair and that entering it would be no different from walking into a death trap. However, Yan Nian remained determined not to let him lie there forever. Hearing her resolute words, Li principal immediately took action by contacting Qi military to prepare Fuki deep journey into Liki forbidden zone to rescue Tabak. Henchin gently advised her that going alone would be very dangerous. She lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before nodding in agreement, thanking everyone for their care and help. As darkness shrouded leafy old trees, Yan Nian silently carried Tabak on her back, moving through Li deep, silent forest. YP nursed a warning that Tabak might never wake up, if not treated in time echoed in her mind. Yan Nian told herself she must do her utmost to xi her loved one, and she continued to carry him deeper into forbidden land. When EP night was well past its midpoint, Yan Nian built a small campfire and helped him sit on a flat RPC to rest. Any monsters lurking nearby were quickly defeated by her to ensure Tabak's safety. As they ventured deeper into Waidi forbidden zone, Yan Nian walked along, softly encouraging Tabak to hang on because their destination was very low now. At that very moment, a deep cave appeared before her eyes within Liki forbidden territory of Liki myriad races. She prayed incessantly, hoping that Tabak would wake up. Suddenly, Tiu Hong appeared from Qi void, startling Yan Nian, who asked why she was there. White little girl replied in a serious tone that there was an extremely dangerous threat ahead. A beam of Bilulai suddenly flashed in mid-air. Tiu Hong jumped in front of Bi's seat. Yan Nian could also feel Dalipi terrifying pressure of a giant leg manifesting in Li darkness, accompanied by a booming shout demanding to know who dared to intrude. A Wasculin appeared with a fierce appearance, its muscular body and sharp, pointed horn challenging lives of those who had just arrived. Yan Nian drew her sword, ready to fight with a determined face, and shouted Fu Wiki beast to step aside because her goal was Wiki spirit marrow. Before she could finish her sentence, Kimenin XT opened its mouth and fired a powerful blast of energy. She used all her strength to be LPTC the like attack, quote her sword and shouted that she would never allow anyone to harm him. Yan Nian gritted her teeth and braced herself to step to P blow, her face contorting from Li Qi immense pressure weighing down on her. Tiu Hong quickly transformed into a Fian each and charged in to intercept, determined not to let anyone touch her master. Wakfi Kulin swung its sharp claws, sweeping everything aside with brutal force and sending Tiu Hong flying. Yan Nian panicked and called a Walpi girl ape name in vain. Lug little girl struggled to push herself up, urging everyone to run away, because Ye Menin XT trait strength was too great, she would stay behind to hold it back. Tiu Hong steeled herself and lunged forward, unleashing an attack on Leak enemy while continuously taunting Ligamen XT tree. Quit just a powerful whip of its tail, beast caught Li Gi little girl and then turned to swing its claws toward Yan Nian, as if to eliminate them both. She was forced to raise her sword to defend herself from a position of weakness. Li Men and XT roared in a cold, deadly tone that those who set foot here had only one path, death. Yen Nian struggled to hold her sword, while silently thinking that they had reached a dead end. Yen Nian turned back to look at Tabak with a resolute gaze, vowing that if they had to die today, they would leave together. At that very moment, mysterious Ginwan streaks suddenly appeared on Tabak's face. They shone brilliantly, and shortly thereafter, his eyes slowly opened. Tabak's body began to glow, and he hovered in mid-air. Tiu Hong cheered in astonishment that her master had awakened, while Yen Nian called his name in joyful disbelief. His body convulsed relentlessly like a broken toy, Kiva them all. Xiao Hong looked back as sweat poured down. Things were not looking good at all. Her master was losing Sinon Tron, and that blinding lie was devouring I key space. Yen Nian realized in CC that it was that damn hidden divinity power again. Yen Nian asked tremulously upon seeing her loved one no longer himself, Tabak, what ID happening to Dayu? Regardless of everything, Taban Sao Ching charged forward, quit Li Qi speed of a lightning bolt. He swung his arm decisively, pushing Sao Ching toward Dalson Uk Fi Q lane, though struck Bi Mun on an XT Fei managed to raise its hands in time to beat Elsuet's attack. Xiao Hong also seized this chaotic opportunity to use her last bit of internal energy to escape. Lok Fi Kulin was thrown back quite a distance by Iki impact and led a howls of pain. Xiao Hong returned to merge Kut Tabak, who unleashed an intense surge of combined power directly onto Li Fif Kulin 8 Ark's hard head. Kiev Kulin braced itself, fighting back frantically against a terrible pressure weighing down on every CO. Yen Nian swung her sword to shatter a falling boulder and cried his name in anguish. Oh, Tabak, Tabak. Li Fi Kulin roared in fury and unleashed a world-shaking surge of power, sending rocks and debris flying directly at his location. Sweat poured down Yen Nian's forehead like rain as she screamed in panic, "Be careful!" She rushed forward, swinging her sword at rocks while calling out in vain, "Erdu possessed." "Wake up, Tabak! P. Lai, look at me!" Turning her head, Yen Nian saw a Eek's Kulin fleeing foe its life deeper into E cave, clutching its bleeding wound. Eat muttered, "I didn't expect this brat to injure me this badly." Li Beast stopped in Li P middle of Li Kiev cavern and let its arms hang loose, quit a look of smug satisfaction. Standing before Waglu gate, Eat spoke arrogantly, "As long as I stand here, I am invincible. What can do small fry possibly do to me?" Yen Nian cried in anxiety as she saw Tabach resisting frantically inside. "No one can imprison me." But when Giannoon's streaks of light appeared, she gasped in SPC, "ID this Iki floating cloud seal, are you okay, Tabach?" She held his face and whispered Liki's sweetest words of comfort, "Try to bear Yeet, I know you're fighting Li Seal." But behind her a deadly power was surging forward without her noticing. As E whined, tearing strike lunged toward them, Tabach pushed her aside forcefully, and Li E beam of Lei E managed to graze his armor. Yen Nian realized in SPC that something was wrong as his eyes turned blood, red and blue veins bulged on his face. He ignored all calls and charged deeper into Liki cave, making her warn him anxiously, "Don't go there! Yeet might be a trap!" Liki's Kulin pointed forward and sneered quite murderous intent, "No matter who you are, anyone who dares to intrude upon this forbidden land shall die a gruesome death." Tabak charged straight at his opponent like a madman, resembling an unguided missile. He swung his blade wildly, quit aggressive momentum. Seeing this, Yi Fi Kulin gave a cold smile. P-Seal has backfired. Li Hidden Divinity ID Awe of Feed and Tran. This Kidate Soul ID about to be devoured by Ki-Seal. Meanwhile, Tabak slashed at Iki Kulin 8 forearms relentlessly. But strangely, like wounds on its body healed themselves bizarrely as soon as they appeared. E countered quite incredible speed, its razor-sharp claws tearing through wire toward him. Yen Nian ran after them to observe Li battle and suddenly noticed something unusual. Yi Gate was constantly pumping energy into Li Kulin. Seeing Tabak focused on Li on attacking without any defense, her heart tightened quite worry as his wounds multiplied. Quite her face drenched in sweat from fear. Yen Nian thought, "This isn't going to end well. There must be a way to lift EP Seal on him." Gasi Kulin created a massive energy bend and laughed contemptuously, "Vanish from this world." Tabak also mustered all his strength to throw a punch while coughing up fresh blood. Key collision of Iki-2 powers created an earth-shattering explosion. Leash Gate cracked a bite and etched slightly amidst tremor. Yen Nian cried "Oh in joy."
Key Gate Idiki opening? This Idika once in a lifetime opportunity.
She took opportunity to pull Xubai away, saying,
"Xubai, let it go!"
"I will definitely take Dio to break this seal." Lai Xi Kulin roared in fury like a madman. "Don't even think about escaping." But before Yi could rush forward, Lai P stone door slammed shut in front of Eat. Like armor on Su-Bite body completely vanished, and he slumped to lie ground clutching his head. Yen Nian looked at him quite concerned and asked, "How are you feeling now?" Zubai struggled to stay conscious, clutching his eye as Eat gradually turned BLD. He wheezed, "Feel fee? Ki seal IDP gradually consuming me." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Yen Nian was overjoyed.
"Do you've regained your sanity?"
There must be a way to break Lee's seal on Diu here. She hugged his bloodied body, trying to take him faux treatment. Stay strong, I know Diu are in great pain, but never give up. However, as soon as they took a few steps, they bumped into a massive obstacle. What on earth ID this? She looked up and asked in total astonishment, why ID be there another Chulin here? Just then, his eyes turned pitch blue and Subai gradually by protective scales covering his body. He knelt down, clutching his head and groaning. Hawk energy surrounding him was terrifying. Yennian hurriedly knelt beside him, asking frantically, "Look, Subai, what ain't wrong? Stay strong, don't give up." Thick BLC streams of energy poured out of his body, transforming into invisible threads that connected tightly to Wee massive Kulin statue in Iki distance. Yennian noticed this anomaly, her eyes widening in specie. While watching Kulin statue in front of them gradually crack, she exclaimed, "P stone statue. The tape breaking, Eid also sucking all sealing walk energy ore of Subai." Yennian stood stunned before Li Kisitren's sight, her face fun of worry. This so doesn't seem lie anything get. Suddenly Eek area had exploded, creating a violent shockwave. She quickly hugged Subai to shield him.
Subai, be careful!
A radiant Gin Kilin appeared in mid-air and spoke calmly. Inheritor of divine essence, ceased top struggling in vain. Wak's sacred Chulin appeared majestically before them and declared, "Unlie, I can break your seal." Yennian held her sword in front of Subai, though trembling quote fear, she bravely defended him. "Who are Diu, and what ID your relationship quat Qwak Kulin are there?" Li's sacred Chulin looked at her calmly and replied slowly, "I am the ancient sacred Chulin, the guardian of the Ki forbidden land of all tribes. That the Ki Kulin I deep merely my own remnant body, corrupted by darkness." Recalling Ki Fi Kulin that had been guarding I door for years, he continued, "Its duty was to guard Ki entrance and prevent others from trespassing. Who would have thought it would have its mind clouded by darkness and become a puppet foe evil?" Leek's sacred Chulin approached and examined Subai, declaring, seal in your body ID suppressing your divine essence power." Subai stuttered, "Divine essence, power." Li's sacred beast explained, "Key darkness ID rioting, and Li key cracking seal ID leading to a backlash, eat ID devouring your mind causing due pain." Subai gritted his teeth to resist, forcing each quissy, "I need power. I must wipe all those who harm my loved ones." Leek's sacred Chulin created two images representing Li and darkness. Long ago Oki divine essence and Li key primal darkness were born together quote me. They are both opposing and mutually restraining. Currently, Ki two forces within Diu are fighting. Perhaps Diu can see and trend both and become like Li one capable of breaking this double seal. Yennian looked at him quote pleading eyes. She placed her hands or Vic her heart and begged, "Sacred Chulin, P Leek Sigasbai. I am willing to pay any price." Leek's sacred Chulin replied, "To see him he must awaken himself. And lie when he voluntarily accepts the darkness within his body are." Looking at Leeki, Afin Trangs by, he continued, "He must merge quit he power of Ki divine essence to break Leeki seal. Otherwise, he will be completely consumed by darkness and become a bloodthirsty menin XT. Li Lu Gate suddenly exploded and Li Diffening Sao shook Li entire space. Afi Kulin charged in aggressively and roared, "Sacred Chulin, do you dare to break you seal without authorization? Once darkness loses scene trend, both Li Ki forbidden land and Li human race will be destroyed. Then, both Du and I will be eternal sinners." Li Sacred Chulin, while drawing Ki energy from Subai into an orb in his hand, said, "Do you have been blinded by darkness foe too long? Do you have forgotten what our true purpose IDP? Eat ID not to imprison, but to lead darkness to coexist quit Li Ki divine essence to maintain balance in Li Ki world, not to blindly suppress eat." Zubai seemed to have regained a bit of clarity. He hesitated and spoke, "I want to fiend trend this power, to protect Yen Nian and everyone else." Seeing the determination in his eyes, Ki Sacred Chulin praised him very well, Inheritor. Focus your spirit, let go of your resistance, and accept darkness to merge quit divine essence. Remember this. Du are not a puppet of light darkness. Let me help Du unite them. Little Red, while providing energy, reassured him, "Master, we will see Du together. Du must keep your will strong." Multiple powerful streams of energy from all directions began to surround him. Yen Nian stood outside, anxiously cheering, "Subai, stay strong. I believe Diu will wake up and successfully merge he powers. We still have to protect human race, and we still have to go on." Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded in Li distance.
Yennian was startled, "Oh no!"
Aki's Kulin lunged forward, quote overwhelming killing intent. "If Diu insist on breaking IP seal to protect this human brat, then I will send all of Diu to Li afterlife." A massive source of energy was fired at dizzying speed, aimed directly at them. Yen Nian immediately spoke up and cried a situation to protect Tubak, while at Lei Ki same time, Tiu Hong and Lei Ki Holy Kulin simultaneously lunged forward to BLPCE attack. A massive explosion resounded and a terrifying shockwave erupted immediately after eye collision. Lei Ki Holy Kulin raised his shield and solemnly instructed before he finishes Wai Fiuk Sinate Pre X to break seal. Absolutely do not let Lei Ki Kulin take another step. Even if Du have to exhaust every ounce of strength, Du must hold Lai Ki line. Yen Nian stood behind him, Kuda resolute gazy. Du can rest assured. I swear I will not let CEC Kulin touch Tabak. Even if I have to sacrifice myself, I will protect him to EBN. Leekens Kulin flew into a rage, firing energy continuously on roaring Du pesky pests get lot. I must destroy him to prevent E-Seal from being broken. Lauki Holy Kulin while defending? Pleadic up. If Du continue to be so delusional, Du will be completely swallowed by darkness and vanish forever. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly dire, Yen Nian made a firm decision. In this situation, Ki Holy Kulin cannot hold on alone. Tu Baden and P others form P-Fiant barrier Tu Bak. Follow me forward. We must not let Eat touch I Ki Cocoon of Lai. Yen Nian launched herself to attack from above, but Li Xis Kulin had already noticed and mocked. Do you tiny ants, do you dare to ambush me? Eat lashed all quit its long tail quit terrifying force, causing Yen Nian to dodge. Oh no, this really isn't going well. Li giant tail swept toward her, and she managed to raise her hands to beep a CET, but Li force was so great that Yen Nian was thrown far away and slammed hard onto EE ground. Tabak was gradually feeling like transformation in Evervigzio. He braced himself, gritted his teeth, and focused on fusing like power. Lai Holy Kulin glided quickly to his side and urged, Successor, accelerate Leaky Fuse not dead now, we cannot hold on much longer. An N Lai when Du awaken will Du have Lai the ability to defeat the Ox Kulin and keep this forbidden land secure. Yen Nian struggled to stand up after Waiki impact. Do not give up, we must keep E contained. Li Si Kulin unleashed a barrage of energy beams aimed straight at Tabachate Cocoon. Let it see who can Sai do now. Yen Nian shouted loudly, ordering everyone,
Must top this attack together.
All of his spirit beasts joined forces. Quit Yen Nian to see read a solid shield against Ki Waxi Kulin. Even though she was coughing up blood due to her many injuries, she did not waver. The Si Kulin gathered destructive power in its palm. Eid immediately fired a surge of energy directly toward Lai Cocoon before leaky opponents could re-see. Immediately afterward, Eid lunged toward Lur Cocoon intending to flatten everything. Loxi Kulin hovered right above Lopi Cocoon, darkness spreading everywhere. Have you prepared yourselves to go to Wiki Underworld? Everyone seemed exhausted after EP fierce battle. EC Kulin seized the opportunity and lunged frantically. Let's see who can still stop me. Yen Nian tremblingly struggled to rise amidst heartbreaking pain. Even though her face was covered in blood, she and Enlai worried about him. Tabak, peak, Lai, wake up. Suddenly, Ki Holy Kulin walked slowly forward amidst the tense atmosphere. He spoke, since things have reached this point, this idea Enlai way. He held his head high and released all his remaining energy. Successor Tabak, I take my remaining soul as an offering, pouring all my power into your body to break Ki seal, fusing Li Ki divine soul, Leak origin of darkness, and E power of Li holy beast. In an instant, I Holy Kulin turned into a brilliant stream of pure energy. He merged into Li Cocoon and sent a message. Maintain Li forbidden land and protect those Du cherish. This was indeed an unexpected move. Walclean was astonished. Du actually chose to dissipate yourself. Like Holy Kulin had placed his faith and trust in Tabak. Quit his departure. Likey Kulin would also forever succumb to white darkness. Go, successor. Protect this world and do not let it be swallowed by darkness. Li Cocoon, having received Li power, became even more radiant. Tabach inside also began to exert his internal energy.
Shill, break Fumi.
Li Vix Kulin felt a massive surge of power rising. It hurriedly backed away and raised its hands to shield itself. Tabak eyes suddenly blazed quite majestic, murderous intent. Li veins on his face standing awe. He roared quite an earth, shattering Sao. Quatki harmony of Li Holy Kulin and Li T4 spirit beasts, Tiu Bat, Tiu Bak, Tiu Than, and Tiu Hong. Ki power inside his body exploded violently outward. Tabach seemed to have fully awakened. He was determined. Holy Kulin, then to your guidance, I will definitely not betray your trust. Lutux Kulin was trembling, quote rage, grinding its teeth. Impossible? This power idiki absurd? How could that person absorb a holy Kulinate energy? He slowly pointed his sword forward, quit a cold gaze and threatened. A sea Kulin, do whose mind ID clouded by darkness. Today I will suppress your remnants to wipe all darkness from this forbidden land. Lo Si Kulin tried to exert its internal power, squeezing a lucky last bit of its waning strength, hands poised before its chest.
Don't even think about 8.
I will absolutely not let Du break Ki seal. Even if Du have absorbed thy holy Kulinate power, I will still bury Du quote Ki darkness. Finishing quit a crazed look, Eat fired a surge of energy at Li's center of Li Ki to gigate to attack Tabak. He naturally did not stand by and immediately summoned Ki Holy Kulin to prepare Fopi confrontation. After accumulating fun power, Tabach launched a powerful counterattack E-collision Ki Si Kulin shaking the entire forbidden land. Lucky Si Kulin realized Dalby Tide was turning against Et and cried awe in extreme panic. What Li hell ID this? Instead of continuing to pressure its opponent as he did initially, Eat hurriedly raised a shield to beat Ki ellipse his attack. Just then, Little Red and I teammates rushed in to assist. Master,
We are here to reinforce Dio.
5 powerful streams of energy descended from Li Kai simultaneously, intertwining to form colorful ribbons of light. Unable to withstand terrifying pressure, Li Kulin fell backward, blood spraying from its mouth like a fountain. Zubai did not give Aid a moment to rest. He shifted into a stance to deliver a lethal blow. And in Li P blink of an eye, quick speed that rendered VXN useless, he unleashed countless slashes that engulfed creature. Quickly if Kulin 8 horn was broken, and Eat lay in a battered and exhausted state, howling in pain. Impossible! After delivering IP finite blows, Zubai landed gently, leaving a blast behind that shook YP entire space. Though riddled wounds and drained of energy, Li Kulin still could not stand, yet its spirit of resistance remained high. How can primal darkness accept a life of imprisonment?
Do all will pay a heave a price.
Yen Nian walked joyfully. Zubai do were amazing. Du finally broke Liki's seal and defeated 8. As his armor automatically retracted, he smiled and replied, "Then do so much." Yen Nian replied proudly, "I knew Du could do 8. Little Red chimed in happily from Lig's side, "Master, wait." No one noticed that wisps of lock energy were escaping from Li, a Kulin body, and curling into a pitch B Pelifri's orb. "Even if I am defeated,
Don't you dare think you'll have a peaceful day!
violent lock energy swirled within Likey orb and expanded incessantly. "Let darkness devour everything and leave you drowning in terror forever."
Wow.
Suddenly, orb swelled like a distorted spatial portal. Yen Nian startled and shouted, "What the hell ID that?" Zubai quickly felt that this energy signature was far more terrifying than before. Though seemingly dying, Wafi Kulin gathered its remaining strength to raise its hand and fire a stream of crimson blood forward. Little humans, become a sacrifice to eat primal darkness. Li blood filled evil intent, flew straight towards Zubai. Seeing this, Yen Nian immediately rushed forward to shield him. "Watch out!" Eerie liquid soaked into her back, causing her sharp pain. Zubai panicked and caught her. "Yen Nian, are you okay?" He hurriedly checked her body, seeing shimmering gas surrounding her, and noticed her voice trembling unusually. Leeks Kulin waved its hand, manipulating bizarre energy. "That I deep my blood sorrow flower. Let us sink into darkness together." Watching Ki1 do love disappear will be quite in T-rate 10. Yen Nian was pulled away by a demonic suction, helpless and losing Fiend Tren. She and Lai had time to reach and cry.
Zubai.
Yen Nian was in extreme panic and begged.
Zubai, Xai me!
He gripped her hand tightly.
Don't let go! I ain't let you be taken away!
However, Kulin quickly darted into Lakey's spatial portal. "Little humans, tremble. Lee gates of darkness have opened."
One of all races ID coming!
Edie vanished completely into Key void. Portal vortex grew increasingly violent as its void echoed back. "Udu cannot see her. Darkness IDP about to descend upon this world." Zubai roared in fury as he saw Lee's suction force becoming increasingly terrifying.
Damn it, this suction ID key getting stronger!
Their tightly interlaced fingers began to pull apart. Yen Nian screamed in despair. No. She was dragged inside but still tried to reach and hold on. Zubai intended to rush after her but was blocked by Ki's spirit beasts.
Let go of me now!
He disregarded everything and lunged toward portal, shouting her name in desperation.
Yen Nian!
By time Zubai reached 8, Ki portal had closed completely, and he and Lee grasped at empty air. Quite no other choice, Zubai landed on leaky ground, grinding his teeth in anger, clenching his fists as he hissed enemy name. Xi Kulin. Zubai lifted his head, quit determination. Yen Nian, even if I have to st to Lians of Lee darkness, I will definitely find Dio. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Yen Nian, I swear I will rescue Dio and bring Dio back. Little Red saw this and called anxiously, "Master." Rocks began to fall rapidly.
Zubai shouted, "This ID bad!"
Little Red also panicked, "Master, this place ID about to collapse!" Suddenly, Key sword floating before him vibrated slightly. Nei Ching slowly appeared from within Li P sword.
Zubai P temple ID about to collapse!
"Let go!" Zubai exclaimed in astonishment. "Leader Nai, didn't Dio vanish?" Nei Ching replied calmly, "That was Anlai my strength. Than to YB resonance Kwati Kulin sword I was able to reappear." His Tim had also just arrived at Li Pi's scene, calling off from afar,
Yen Nian, Zubai, get of here quickly!
Henchin rushed forward anxiously. "Old Su, we're here to help." Then Tu also hurried. "This place ID going to collapse. Run!" He ran to his side and shook him. "See tup spacing let it go." Li Principal looked around and asked, "Where ID ki Yen Nian?" Meanwhile Zubai was still calmly picking up Lup EC Kulinate horn to inspect ET, noting that a remnant of its energy still lingered on ET. He held Lipi horn up and explained calmly, "Principal, Yen Nian was sucked into Lapiwak's portal, but their IDP still a residual Ura here."
"I must go in and say her!"
The principal also realized irregularity residual Ura of the He portal. He immediately blocked him with a grave expression. "Don't be reckless. Eat ID unimaginably dangerous inside. Going in now ID no different from suicide. Let us discuss this thoroughly first." Tabak firmly expressed his unwavering resolve. Time was running out, and he had to Xi Yen Nian at all costs. Principal seemed speechless, not knowing how to persuade him. As today youth are as stubborn as rocks, Henshin, seeing Tabak so determined, could not bear to stand by, saying, "Fie, I will go quoot do." And Thanthu also did not need to think twice, adding, "Count me in as well to complete Li Tim." However, Tabak flatly refused their kindness. "There ID no need, you all should stay here, hold human defense line, guard against surprise attacks from outsiders, and exi yen nian later. I am enough to handle this alone." Lokhorn in his hand suddenly glowed brightly, and Iki's spatial gate behind him gradually widened. Key principal finally surrendered to Tabak 8 decision. "Do all better stop causing trouble, this place IDK about to collapse. Tabak, do must be careful. We will try our best to hold Iki line here. If things do not go well, return immediately, and we will plan something else." Before departing, his teammates did not forget their fine words. "Old two do must take care of yourself." He replied Kuta concise, "I will," then stepped inside. Tabach entered Kut burning determination in those parting words, "Yen Nian I'm coming." Just as Li T gate closed, Ike rocks behind 8 began to collapse continuously. Li scene that appeared before him left Tabach frozen for a few seconds. "What I deek this?" He brushed lackey dust up his shirt and exclaimed, "I never expected such a massive sky reaching tower to exist within this lock realm." And Enlai then did Tabach realize something was wrong. "What ID going on? Why can't I channel my origin power?" Tiu Hong quickly agreed, "We are in Lei Pi same situation." Nu Than began to secopy his extensive knowledge. "This Idiki not an ordinary plane but likey CK reaching tower of Lokwak realm, which operates on lock origin power. It suppresses all non-Wak key attribute powers, so it Idik understandable that you and your beasts are sealed." Tabak turned and asked, "Power suppression? Then how can we find Yen Nian?" He looked up at Igi top of Iki tower and explained, "Yen Ni Uri De a very tep floor." Countless images of terrifying monsters appeared in his mind, each floor of Lisa's Kai, reaching tower ID guarded by extremely fierce bosses, and then ally by defeating YP but of each floor will YP stone gate to next floor Ube much to Xai her. He must sweep through every floor and destroy everyone in his way. Tabach did not see any signs of wavering in Li Ki face of this arduous challenge. He loudly declared, "No matter how many floors there are or how strong Li Ki bosses are, I will push through them all." Yenin IDP still waiting for me. Suddenly, ET ground beneath his feet shook and cracked into long fissures. From deep underground a gigantic hand suddenly erupted. Another massive Menon XT appeared filled with pressure. Tuhong quickly warned Master be careful. Nuthanid demons here are corrupted by Wok origin power, so their combat strength ID terrifying. Tabak tensed his muscles and gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, even my sacred beast armor ID unusable now." Without hesitating for even a second, he lunged straight ahead. "No matter what you are, don't even think about blocking my path." Li Giant Bear immediately launched a fierce attack. Tabak nimbly dodged to Wee side. He swung his sword and charged Lai a flying arrow. "I don't believe I can't take Dew down." Tabak struck Blike massive foot quit all his might, but Blai P blade and Lai grazed it without piercing through. Like aggressive bear took wicked opportunity to counterattack quit a heaven-shaking blow. Tabach and his sword were sent flying in opposite directions. Luckily, he was still clear-headed enough to land safely. Tiu Hong rushed to her Master 8 side in a panic. She gave her commands seriously. "Let it transfer all our energy to Master." Lock flow of power entering his body made him glow. Tabak gripped his sword tightly and took a deep breath. "All right." He stood in a fighting stance and firmly commanded, "Tiu Hong, do you guys go back to Beast Space Fu now. Leave EP rest to me." Li Giant Bear roared and lunged, intending to crush him into a meal. Tabak managed to lift his sword in time to help see Li treacherous attack. Nuthan, standing nearby, quickly reminded him, "Tobak, its weak point I deep Iki abdomen." He shouted loudly, "Gut 8!" Tabach seized that rare opening and unleashed a bone, deep slash into its belly. He repeatedly danced his sword, creating sharp, lethal cuts all VV Men XT8 body. Leet Bear roared in pain and collapsed quite a thunderous crash. "Quaddy job done?" Tabach landed lightly and let a sigh of relief. Right behind him was a massive explosion. Peakseat Tem displayed a familiar notification. He glanced at Eat and reassured himself. "I can feel Eat now, my power ID slowly recovering a bit." Nuthang quickly analyzed his situation as it seems that destroying demons activates sacred Chulin power within Diu. Facing a monsters emerging from Lee ground, he did not waver. "Then Diu all will be my source of nourishment." He gathered his strength and lunged forward, quote everything he had. No matter what happened, nothing could stop him from rescuing Yen Nian. In an instant, 2 bears were defeated and lay on lake ground. Tabak nonchalantly pushed Aiki door Obale and stepped inside. As Li Ki door opened a crack, he was struck by Iki's sight of a group of other people. They looked as if they had been imprisoned in this place for a very long time. He asked in surprise, "What hell I did this?" Why are there humans locked up here too? Leaky silver-haired old man sat slumped on a cold ground, his haggard face etched with pain. As Than quietly warned him to be careful because these people exuded Awachi Ura, Tabak immediately lowered his center of gravity to observe and vigilantly asked, "Who are Diu, and why are Diu imprisoned in this hellish place?" Lee old man slowly held out his blood-stained hand, his voice raspy as if echoing from an abyss. "We have all become sacrifices to wide darkness." Witnessing that scene, Than frowned slightly. These individuals were once powerful human warriors who had ventured into Lokic realm, but now they had been eroded to a wretched state by Li Ki Fi power of Iki Heaven, reaching tower. Realizing Lai's trend condition of their bodies, he hurriedly warned loudly, "This ID not get, they have been completely controlled by Li Gok origin and turned into puppets." Tabak hesitated for a moment, thinking, "I don't want to hurt Diu. Don't drive me into a corner." Leaky old man at empty eyes suddenly flared with an eerie purple eye, his pupils completely swallowed by darkness, and he roared madly, "Feel key encroachment of darkness." Following the roar, old man lunged forward lion off feet and trend beast. Facing sudden strike, Tabak hurriedly raised his sword to be Lucy and exclaimed, "So hard!" Than immediately recognized Liki's severity of Liki's situation. His face turned grave as he explained, "They have been eroded deep into their marrow by Lukic origin. Their bodies have been completely altered so ordinary physical attacks are ineffective." Seeing two figures tut to faces rushing toward them, Thang commanded loudly, "Aim fo wokli mok between their brows, that ide likely en lie way to temporarily break like hian tren." Li fat man spat a stream of foul-smelling green fluid toward Tabak, while at Leaky same time, Li blonde woman lunged Li a predator claws tearing through Waki air, facing Ki jewel attack. Tabak calmly swung his sword to CP red a streak of crimson Li and shouted, "Feel the encroachment of darkness." He used momentum to spin in the Ki air, his sword tip bursting Gendani Li as he thrust directly at Makiani woman 8 forehead. However, after dodging Li green fluid, his movements were visibly slower. Tabak gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn neat, my strength hasn't fully recovered yet." Li blonde woman and Li hesitated for a fleeting moment before continuing to scream and lunge as if nothing had happened. Tabak exclaimed in astonishment, "Stren, why did that have no ice cakes?" Than immediately explained, "Their marks are directly connected to Gok origin of heaven, reaching tower, unless do defeat Li B but of this floor, there ID no way to completely remove i.e. Kinan Tren." Upon hearing this, Tabak's gaze sank. Tabak gripped his sword handle tightly, a brilliant Ginnan flame erupting to cove his entire body. He muttered, "I cannot back down, Yen Ni and ID still waiting for me." At that moment, several familiar beams of Li appeared. Little Hong, leading them, said, "Master, we are here to pit you. Even though our current state isn't great, we can still help." He nodded and replied, "Git." Seeing EP spirit beasts dash out, Tabak ordered, "Hold them EP for a moment, and let one come to me." Little Back roared and lunged forward to BLPC Luck burly man who was rushing toward them. Meanwhile, Little Than also quickly coiled tightly around by blonde woman. Tabak took a deep breath and held his greatsword in front of his chest. Ki Ginmun flame, carrying a divine Ura, radiated a blinding Li in Lucky gloomy space. He said in a low voice, "Since ID walks power, I will use Ive holy attribute of Lig holy Kulin." Lok holy sword tore through Gi air and slashed straight forward. Li blonde woman took fun force of Li Ki divine power to her face and halted immediately. Waikasu Ra on her body was violently provoked, and she threw her head back and screamed in pain. Tabak could not help but exclaim, "Cheat working." Tabak immediately stomped his feet and launched himself into Wii air, Li Pi sword in his hand emitting a brilliant Gen Li. At the same time, a massive halo of divine Li condensed behind him. Sensing Li's surging energy, Tabak turned to Li Pi spirit beasts and said, "Alright, do all retreat." Facing Li puppets rushing toward him, his gaze turned icy. A wave of sword energy cut through Waiki wind straight ahead. "Watch me clean you all up." Tabak tightened his grip on B's sword handle and whispered to himself, "Yen Ni and ID waiting, I absolutely cannot be imprisoned in this place." Than nodded in approval, "Very git, your strength has taken another step forward." Before they could rejoice, BLIC cracks began to spread across the ceiling, emitting an eerie purple demonic urar accompanied by a rumbling, oppressive sough. Then said in a low voice, "Key but of this floor has arrived." A high LV key of vigilance rose in Tabak's heart as he repeated, "Key, B, do you say?" Immediately after, from leaky cracks, energy of a foreign race surged out in a deep, contemptuous voice echoed, "How dared you insignificant humans act wantonly in my territory?" From within the chaotic energy, Li nine-headed bird gradually revealed itself. It flapped its wings violently and issued an arrogant threat, daring to harm my puppets and even dreaming of saving these sacrifices. Today I will let Diu perish here to serve as nourishment for my cultivation. I am Licky Loke of Leaky first floor of Likey Heaven, reaching tower.
He 9-headed bird!
Tabak showed no sign of fear. He soared into Iki air, spread his arms, and shouted powerfully, "No matter what kind of men and XT you are, Don't even think about stopping me. Its heads immediately counterattacked. B bluebird head spat a stream of intense freezing cold air, combining Coot another head to see red a solid defensive stone wall. Loki 9-headed bird immediately switched to an offensive stance and a shrill, furious roar erupted from Lee Men XT. D. Streams of fire and lightning intertwined and surged forward at terrifying speed, bombarding Tabak position and creating an explosive blast. He assessed in astonishment. Attribute attacks again and combined Coot multiple types at that. Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, 9-headed bird continued to unleash a more terrifying all attack. Its triumphant roar echoed. Let's see where Dew can hide this time. Tabak gritted his teeth, his pupils constricting in a key face of imminent danger. He gasped internally.
This ID bad.
In that split second, Little Bat unexpectedly lunged forward to shield Tabach. Eat was hit with such force that Eat coughed up blood. Tabak's expression shifted in horror as he screamed, Little Bat. However, Li's brutal attack of Li 9-headed bird showed no signs of stopping. Amidst white clouds of dust following Li's sequence of explosions, Tabak struggled to stand up, his face covered in dirt and his eyes burning Coot rage. He hurriedly ordered, Little Bat, return to like beast taming space and rest. Like 9-headed bird laughed arrogantly, were Dew blown to smithereens by me? A voice of indignant determination suddenly rang off.
Watch me sever your heads.
Tabach 8 silhouette dashed all of Li's smoke like a bolt of lightning, and a precise sword strike severed Lalbi red bird head. Tabach looked up at Leaky Wrething Men XT and declared, I will cut up every single one of your heads. Having one of its heads severed by Iki lethal blow, beast widened its eyes and screamed in terror, but Li's severed head suddenly twitched and immediately regenerated, growing back to its original length from Li's bleeding wound. Eat looked at Tabak with a malicious gaze and declared, very well.
Key time has come for Dew to pay a heavy price.
Loco 9-headed bird did not reveal a single opening and immediately launched an attack many times more violent. Eat roared Coot murderous intent.
This time I will turn Dew into ashes.
Seeing enemy wounds disappear, Tabach exclaimed in horror, how ID that possible? Its attributes complement each other, making Yate hard to defend against.
And Yate regenerates on top of that.
As Nu Than loudly tipped him Li P about a fatal flaw, telling him to focus on destroying that bird head quit Idiki milky, white eyeball, because Yate was cry Tita weakness causing all its techniques to weaken. He gritted his teeth, focused all his concentration on Ike to gate, and roared Quit determination that he understood. He nimbly dodged attacks while dashing forward Li lightning, simultaneously ordering a key remaining spirit beasts to coordinate, Little Hong, Little Than, Little Back.
Hurry and help me pin Eat down!
Upon receiving Leaky order, Little Hong appeared in mid-air and unleashed a palm strike carrying a burst of energy, and immediately after, Little Than lunged from below, firing a massive lightning bolt directly at Keyman XT Bird 8 massive body. Without missing a beat, Little Back leaped up from a key opposite side, swinging its sharp claws and tearing through Waiki air. Kuta strike charged Coot terrifying electrical voltage. He seized E-Key opportunity as E-Key flight path ahead became clearer than ever. Tabax channeled all his internal energy, turning into a blurred streak as he shot forward, closing in on Need to gate Quit precision before shouting Quit killing intent.
That damn bird head!
Tabak gritted his teeth, channeling all his remaining strength into his hands, and swung his sword down hard at Leak Ice Shield. Quit a roar of fury. D. Leak Ice layer gradually shattered, and Tabach used his strength to pierce through Wii Team XT8 head. Li T sudden pain caused he multi-headed creature to roar in anger due despicable, cowardly humans. Seeing this, Nu Than appeared to remind him that its weak point had been struck and its power was rapidly fading, making this EG9 opportunity to finish Sheet AP. He pivoted to unleash an attack accompanied by Fairy Fire, replying, very well, watch as I send DUP right now. After speaking, Tabach retracted his sword without bothering to glance at Lee falling heads, saying, those who dare to injure my spirit beasts must pay Quit their lives. Witnessing Api change, Little Hong chirped Quit excitement. Master look. He laughed gleefully as high-grade beast core was revealed. Tabach patted Li P Girl 8 head and said, Little Hong, do you eat first? Li Girl obediently followed her Master 8 command, while Little Than rushed to Veet from afar, looked at Li Ki nearby arm and asked, Master, what about those puppets? Li souls trapped within Li Ki puppets were freed, and they were all very grateful, saying, young man, Than Dew for saving us. To repay Dew, we will seep at Dew from behind. Hearing this, Tabach felt relieved. Than Dew, everyone. After Little Hong finished her meal, she happily exclaimed, Master, I feel like my spiritual power has increased a little. His eyes revealed clear concern as he looked ahead. Alright, let it hurry to E next floor. Yen Nian, I'm coming. P Li wait for me. Leaky door opened to reveal a desolate and ruined scene. What ID this place? Nu Than walked closely by his side, cautiously warning, Kate poisonous fog, watch your step. These mud puddles have strong corrosive properties. Breathing in too much will rot your mind, so use your power to BLPCET. My sword can also cleanse a small amount of poisonous fog. Quite a surge of power covering his entire body. Tabach cautiously stepped through white poisonous water. Very well. As he walked, he observed his surroundings. This poisonous fog ID truly dangerous. Just breathing it makes my chest feel tight and uncomfortable. I must quickly find a Gibet guarding E's second floor. Before he could finish his sentence, his ankles were tightly bound by vines. What IDK this? AX Rai of decisive sword strikes were unleashed, severing live bodies of toxic vines. Tabach leaped onto a log, and Nuthan provided information from behind. This swamp ID infested Kut vines gnawed on by Lax power. If do get wrapped up, they will continuously soam to attack Diu. At that moment, Lee Water churned as a highly venomous man-eating plant emerged and roared, "Do you tiny humans dare to trespass on my territory? Today, I will turn Diu into nutrients to dissolve into this swamp." Tabak immediately assumed a fighting stance, a highly venomous man-eating plant. "Whatever Diu are, don't even think about blocking my path." Lee venomous man-eating plant suddenly commanded its vines to launch a simultaneous attack. He nimbly dodged and slashed them to pieces, saying, "These pathetic vines unn't hold me back, I'll send Diu the P right now." A massive tree root slowly emerged from key ground. Eat lifted leaky gigantic root and roared, "Key vines couldn't hold Diu, then let my tree root do job." Late sudden attack caught him blippy guard.
Let me smash Diu into mincemeat.
Key tree root slammed down, sending water splashing everywhere. Tabak looked foe a chance to dodge key attack. "Watch as I slash your true form apart." A stream of acid suddenly flew toward him, and he quickly swung his sword to disperse ET. Immediately afterward, X Rai of acid sprays were continuously unleashed. I didn't expect E to be able to counterattack Kut acid. Seeing his strength quickly fading, he couldn't help but feel worried. P corrosion IDK very strong. If this continues, DP barrier will break soon. I must finish this quickly. Nuthan stepped forward to analyze. E weak point IDEBEC flower bud on top of E key tree. That ID key core of key darkness and poison, and also E key most fragile part. Dio and Lai need to destroy that flower bud to defeat Eat. Why extremely poisonous man? Eating tree roared in fury. Do you dare eye my core? Are you tired of living? Immediately Eat mobilized all its power to seal P its own network of tangled roots. Lee's sudden change stunned Subai. His divine treasure ability was still unusable. He gritted his teeth, gathered momentum, and charged. He had to go all this time. Like bizarre tree creature below roared defiantly.
Come down here and meet your death!
Dozens of bristling vines reached out to seize his limbs. What a nuisance. Lee Minx's T8 eyes were bloodshot and filled Kut madness. I will devour you without leaving a single scrap behind. Subai glared warningly at his opponent. Don't you dare think you can imprison me. A burst of power from Lee giant beast shattered Lee vines. He funneled all his might into his sword and stabbed straight into Lee's center. Explode. Leapy poisonous tree creature also frantically spat acid. How can a mere human defeat me? A deafening explosion rang out, sending water splashing in all directions. Subai stood amidst thick smoke and dust, wondering if he had Yi Ching immediately spoke up to warn him, don't celebrate too soon, Foe poison mist IDP still there. At same time Subai was shocked to discover that those fragments were automatically reassembling themselves. White tree creature quickly revived Kut a new body. Puny humans, I told Du that Du couldn't take me down. He'd swung its giant arm foe a decisive blow. D now. A key attack struck Kut terrifying power piercing through Lee protective shield.
You detestable human!
Seeing this, Sao Ba rushed to help. Master, we've come to protect Du. Sao Hong also quickly lent her strength. Take this chance to recover your spiritual power. Move, Subai said. Then do all so much. Li Girl and Sao Qing unleashed their techniques simultaneously. Let this rotten tree taste lightning and fire. Two beams of green and red Lai shot straight at Li opponent. Subai cheered while chewing on medicine. Xiao Hong and Sao Qing, great job. Meanwhile, Yi Qing observed closely and realized that although Wide Tree creature was heavily injured, Lai Wak's source had not vanished, it was still stealthily absorbing Li poison mist to recover. Must destroy its core quickly. Tree creature grew increasingly enraged. How dare these lowly beasts injure me? At this moment, Xiao Hong and Sao Qing were working together quite all their might. An idea flashed in Subai's mind, and he ordered. Understood. Just keep its vines held tight. Like spirit beasts grabbed like roots in unison. Master, we've got 8. Strike now? Right then, Subai regained his strength and aimed directly at Likey Wak's source. Sensing danger, he struggled violently.
Let go! Taking this opportunity, he stabbed hard into its chest. Shatter! Lytra creature screamed in pain. No! My core!
Its body began to vanish into leaky void. Why d my power disappearing lie this? Yi Qing cried awe and surprise. Heek's source ID destroyed. He sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this guy ID dealt quit. Wike pets joyfully embraced Subai. We did 8. He smiled and patted their heads. You've worked hard. After calming down, he said, this poison core IDE folk Sao Qing to increase her power. Now, go back to the Key Spirit Beast space and rest. Once Li Beasts disappeared, Subai headed toward Key Gate. Even tougher challenges lie ahead. Yen ran, wait Fumi, I will definitely find Du and bring Doom. Stepping through Wipey Gate, he looked around space. Pitch PTC lie a sealed jar again. E2 stood on the third floor of Li Kongshan Tower. Yi Qing walked beside him and said, "Key guardian of this floor must be a cursed demonic creature." Li, sounds of clanking chains and Li moans of the imprisoned echoed around them. Suddenly a wax shadow appeared. "Intruder! Another intruder!" Waiki 3, headed poison python glared Kut glowing red eyes and roared, "Do you dare enter my territory? I will turn dew into food for my venom, and dew shall never find peace." Leak's sight made them both freeze. He turned out this was he third floor beta 3 headed poison python Kut toxicity even stronger than a P previous tree creature. Furthermore, P chains around its body absorbed external force. They had to be extremely cautious. Su Bai quickly regained his fighting spirit. "No matter how strong dew are, I will take dew down," me poison python replied coldly, arrogant human. Just as he was about to strike, Nat Than called a warning. Those iron chains could drain his life force, so he shouldn't be foolish enough to let them touch him. He quickly grasped like weakness located right at its three eyes. IP3 headed venomous python roared in fury. "How dare a lowly human even dream of wounding me?" Following leaky instructions, Tabak acted immediately, but leaky attack he launched was blocked by keychains on its body. "Get ore of my sight." A powerful force sent Tabak flying back several meters. He breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at leapy venom on his hand. Fortunately, Tiu Than had consumed a Medeach core to increase poison resistance, otherwise things would have been dire. But current situation. Flames erupted brilliantly around his body. D-Do beasts, Tabach gained momentum and lunged powerfully into Wee air. P decisive leaped downward from above infuriated Eat.
"You bastard, I swear I'll devour you today!"
A blinding beam of Lie shot straight down from above, shattering Lipey's stubborn chains. Li 3, headed venomous python didn't even have time to let Aura cry. Key blow struck right in P middle of its head, yet Eat wasn't stunned.
"Damn Eat, I'll crush your body into pieces." Nathan, standing nearby, cheered excitedly. "Fantastic!"
Li cried. Isablo hit its Muckes Pressy key advantage and wipo every trace of its wax seeds. Tabak braced himself again and charged forward to deliver another decisive blow.
"Fai then."
After Y horrific collision, he stood gasping for air, waiting for Yike result. Was Eat finally RV? His strength was nearly exhausted when suddenly his eyes widened in alarm. What ID this? From Li Key very body of that three-headed venomous python, a swarm of pitch Beli sea snakes began crawling out. We massive MB of reptiles slithering everywhere. Seeing Leak's surging sea of snakes, Tabak was utterly astonished. How can there be so many? He softly summoned his beasts to appear. "It seems I'll need some backup." As soon as Tiu Hong appeared, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, when did you stumble into this giant snake pit?" Li Girl and EP other beasts quickly shifted into combat mode. "Master, these snakes are countless. They keep coming no matter how many we queue." Tabach took a chance to retreat. "Do guys hold them a bit longer while I figure a plan." Walk growing MMB of snakes made Tabak restless. At this rate, they would never clear of these demons. Continuing this battle of attrition would eventually exhaust them. He let a weary sigh. "I need a smarter solution." At that moment, Lipe beasts were also fighting Kud all their might. Tiu Bak swung its claws in a straight line, sweeping away a swarm of approaching snakes. On the other side, Tiu Bat manipulated Li Earth to rise up into a barrier while Tiu Hong continuously unleashed her skills, her strength fading. "Master, their numbers are overwhelming."
"We aren't be able to hold awful long!"
Terrifyingly, EP snakes showed no sign of thinning out. These reptiles were as persistent as leeches. No matter how they were killed, they kept regenerating. Tabak stood still, trying to recall information about Li 3, headed venomous python. Earlier, when its main body was shattered and split into thousands of small snakes, all those offspring carried like same lock origin. Hurrah. A spark of realization flashed in his mind. "I get 8. All these little snakes come from that python and share a single lock core." He peered sharply through Wee crowd. "If I can just destroy that loc, IP snakes will vanish."
You did right, V there.
Tabak shouted all clearly. "I've found a kite of wiping them all." Tiu Hong and Tiu Than, unleash all your area of I fakey skills to suppress likey snakes in front of me. Hearing Bot command, Tiu Bak and Tiu Bat quickly rushed into their combat positions. Tabak turned and signaled Lipi others quit his hand. Tiu Bak, Tiu Bat.
"Covis me as I checks!"
"I am going to destroy key source of this darkness once and for all." Then, he leaped onto Tiu Bak hate back. Tiu Bat, beside them, stomped its foot hard onto EP ground. Tiu Bak took a leap, using Lipi protruding rocks as footholds to lunge forward. P snakes then ceased all movement and simultaneously turned to stare in one direction. They quickly surged toward him like a flood. Taking advantage of the key moment Little White was busy dealing quick key snake, Tabach vaulted high into air. Swinging his flaming sword, he shouted, "Today, I will send you to your
interesting place."
Li powerful strike crashed directly into ET ground. Lipe statue behind EK Men XT took a fun brunt of Li attack. How annoying. Like some of snakes nearby immediately turned back to surround ET. A blinding green light flashed, and Tabak agilely jumped away. These creatures were nothing but riffraff anyway. Everything suddenly froze, causing Little White to pause in confusion. Little Bat let a sigh of relief. Finally, key job was done. Tabach returned to their side, saying, "You've all worked hard." La pet beasts clung to their master, and he complained of being so hungry that his limbs felt weak. Lying sprawled on lee ground enjoying their meal, Tabak smiled and said, "Just lie there and eat." Little Red excitedly asked, "I'd eat there any chicken thigh, master." Chewing while speaking, Tabak told everyone to nourish themselves to regain their strength, promising to treat them to a G-Ren feast once Lee job was finished. Nuthan praised him, saying he had grasped like secret to destroying like primordial essence and that his fighting spirit was becoming more courageous. Hearing this, Tabak felt warmed. Eat was fortunate to have Lipe little ones standing by his side. Leak area ahead suddenly became unusually empty. Nuthan sensed an ominous sign and warned, "Be careful, Tabak, there ID something very unsettling up ahead." A Waru rat ID approaching Koot, terrifying murderous intent, far exceeding that of poisonous python from earlier. Tabach exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible! Could Lee Finant bet guarding this third floor be revealing itself?" Colossal figure appeared looming tall, muttering, "Stranger crush sacrifice." Tabach immediately steeled his spirit. "No matter what you are, don't think you can see top me." You opponent smirked. In TP rate 10. A glaring red warning appeared, striking his eyes. Standing on key hand of EP venomous giant, key stranger declared, "It has been generations since a human dared to come this far." Tabach looked up on Rut his name, venomous giant. Nuthan reminded him, "This guy radiates a various trend killing Ura, do must be careful." He then asked, "Who are you?" Harris raised an eyebrow and said sarcastically, "A tiny human surviving all lie way to the key third floor, and even defeating Lee poisonous python. He truly surprises me." As he spoke, he flew into Waikiki air and said, "Do you all know what to do, right?" Giant roared fiercely, and Tabach readied his stance to fight. "Even if you are a judge, a god, don't do dare BLPC my path." Nuthan warned, "Tabach, be careful. It seems Harris ID real bot of this floor. That venomous giant ID merely his guardian, and he ID many times stronger than anyone faced before." Harris raised his voice, "Trespasser of key forbidden land, insulter of light darkness, do must suffer why punishment of soul sacrifice." Ligain immediately lunged Koot iron chains, and Tabach hurriedly called Little White Aw to assist. It appeared and let all a resounding roar. Little White quickly erected a protective M-teen wall. Standing behind, Little White looked worried. Light Giant roared and threw a punch, charging forward. Lee terrifying power shattered Lee's shield and Little Red screamed in a panic, "Master, Little White!" He drew his sword, gritting his teeth as he channeled all his chaotic internal energy into YP tip of Lie blade. Tabach swung his sword repeatedly and yelled, "Take this!" Lee Giant 8 fist slammed into Iggy ground, causing EP floor to crack wide beat. He was thrown back a long distance from Leak impact. Leak opponent 8's strength was truly formidable, and Cao Bai frantically called awe to its master in distress. Yi continued its assault, launching iron chains toward him at a wind-splitting speed. Seeing their master in danger, Li Beast Familiar immediately rushed in to intercept iron chains, and Cao Hong also charged forward, shouting, "Master, let us help you restrain ET." And Enlai then did Harriet speak up, struggling ID futile. "Under Li Ki Li Fi laws of this tower, your strength ID no different from that of mere ants." White toxic giant created a deadly energy orb right in front of its chest. Zhao Bai focused all his concentration, telling himself, "Yanran ID Ki still waiting for me, I absolutely cannot allow myself to fall here." He utilized Li elixirs he had taken to awaken Li pure power of Li Holy Kulin. He sneered, "To possess such pure ancient power ID quite impressive." A surging current of energy radiated through his body as Subai rose from Li ground. He commanded his familiars, "For great sacred beasts, come and assist me at once." Lapi's sacred beasts quickly merged Kutsubai, and he confidently declared, "Today I will shatter this judgment and cleanse IP darkness from this place." Harris finally turned serious. "If do you want to defy heavens that much, I will personally crush your Phi and Talos." But as soon as he finished speaking, he channeled more power into toxic giant. Nathan shouted in panic, "This ID bad, its power IDP increasing frantically." Kimen XT roared fiercely, raising a massive energy orb quit both hands. On the opposite side, Subai also raised his sword high, and Lai by breaking these walk chains could like divine treasury be fully released. Harris laughed mockingly, merely hopeless resistance of ants, as Subai swung his sword, launching an evil breaking slash directly at energy orb. Lee's C from Lee collision caused the surrounding space to shake violently. Harris smirked arrogantly, "Your momentum ID decent enough." He formed spell seals in front of his chest and spoke sarcastically, but this ID far from enough, as walk chains intricately intertwined before him. Subai put all his strength into shattering Lika orb, then aimed straight at like iron chains and shouted, "Break foe me." A horrific explosion erupted, blinding lay mixing thick dust and smoke everywhere. However, surprisingly, keychains remained intact, blocking Subai path. He exclaimed in frustration, "Can I really not pierce through his barrier?" Nu Than appeared and reminded him, "Runes on Li barrier are YP core of Li judgment power. Just aim fu those, and it will naturally shatter." Subai emitted a powerful ray and replied, "Runes, huh? Very well." Lakey toxic giant led Oa Seke shaking roar. Subai waved his hand and shouted, "For great sacred beasts, split up now." 4 streams of energy quit 4 different attributes tightly restrained Y men xt8 limbs. Harriet laughed quit delight. "Do you dare to try and fiend trend my pet? In TP rate tin, it seems I must personally deal quit do you now." Harriet channeled energy into Li chains on his body and said quit a smile, "I'll fee you quit do you a bit longer." As Li N and XT simultaneously launched an all-O attack. Subai maintained a calm composure, taking a defensive stance and replying, "Then come at me." Just as EP chains slammed heavily into Wii ground, he nimbly leaped high into Wii air to dodge E strike. Subai did not hesitate to unleash powerful blasts of energy shouting, "Break 8!" This unexpected move made Harriet exclaim in a "See what?" Looking at Likey chains on his body shatter, he couldn't help but marvel, not expecting a mediocre human to break Y judgment barrier he had created. Subai pointed at BLEC clouds and sneered, "Your lock tricks are nothing more than child 8 quai lie in my eyes." This drove Harris mad and he roared in fury, while two sides were still arguing. He giant venomous NXT lunged forward aggressively. White Guardian managed to BLPC powerful blasts of energy from Subai in time. Lay face of giant venomous NXT momentarily became distorted and hideous. Before vanishing into E-Void, he couldn't help but praise, "I must admit you are an exceptionally talented human," and immediately after Xiao Hong flew V in called a softly, "Master?" Harris suddenly became excited, gathering an energy band in his hand and saying, "I've changed my mind. I suddenly feel reluctant to send you to whack afterlife so soon." Subai was bewildered and didn't understand a thing, so he shouted back, "What Li hell are you talking about?" Yai Ching standing nearby quickly warned, "Yai akakak alta." Subai felt a terrifying magical force pulling him in and cried oh in discomfort. "This suction ID horrific." Xiao Hong being pulled along quit him, cried oh in panic, "Master." Subai immediately ordered his pets to quickly return to Leaky Beast taming space. Once they were all safe, he helplessly let a vortex sweep him away. "Damnate. I can't hold it any longer." Before his figure completely vanished, Harris laughed meaningfully, "Human, we will meet again sooner or later." A short while later, Subai slowly regained consciousness. He looked at Leaky picturesque landscape of rivers and mountains around him and thought to himself in confusion. "What it going on?" Subai muttered, clutching his head. "Where ID this place? Even my sword has vanished without a trace." Then he called, "Ah, Xiao Hong, come out quickly." She immediately appeared and replied, "Master." Subai ordered, "Chech where we are." He frowned slightly in worry. "I don't sense any trace of darkness here. Could it be that we've left Ike Heaven, reaching tower?" Xiao Hong observed for a moment and said, "This area looks a lot like IP territory of Lakey and Fichi race." Suddenly, a voice called all from E tree canopy questioning them, "Who are you?" He was startled for a moment and then introduced himself, "A really Idiki in Nfiexri. My name Idik Subai, a human beast tamer." Her eyes widened in surprise. "Human, how IDE that possible? How could that species set foot in this land?" Seeing like in ficate confusion, Subai asked, "Where exactly ID this place?" She replied immediately, "This Idiki 4th floor of a heaven-reaching tower." Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim in SC, "What? I've reached Leaky 4th floor in leapy blink of an eye." Subai glanced at Xiao Hong in confusion. "How did we end up straight on Leaky 4th floor?" She was also puzzled. Could Harris have secretly helped us? He was skeptical as well. Why would he do that? Lee and Fifi girl jumped down to Y ground and asked, "Are you that human beast tamer?" She muttered blankly, "Why did you appear on a key 4th floor? There has never been a trace of a human here before." Subai shrugged and explained, "I don't know either. I was sucked into a vortex by Ebok Inquisitor on a key 3rd floor, and when I woke up, I was here." Leaky and Fifi girl cried all in SSC, "Siki Inquisitor, do survived leaving Waiki 3rd floor and made 8 here. No way, no one has ever escaped his judgment before." Subai explained tensely, "I didn't exactly defeat him, but it seems he was Iki one who threw me up here." She stepped closer and stared, "Do you mean Harris personally let you go?" "How can I believe that? That Inquisitor ID famous foo never leaving anyone alive." Ikfi turned and ordered, "Follow me, I'll take you to see what Elder." Hearing this, Subai asked cautiously, "Ki Elder?" She just smiled gently and said, "Just follow me." Xiao Hong also whispered, "Master, this Infifi girl doesn't seem to have any ill intentions toward us." A while later, light group arrived before a giant ancient tree. Subai marveled in surprise. "This tree ID huge." Infi girl spoke up, "Elder ID waiting just ahead." Then she folded her hands and introduced him, "Elder, this human says he came from E3rd floor. He even defeated Li P3. Headed venomous serpent N was released by Harris himself. Wei Elder let Aura probing saw after hearing this. Young man, what ID your name? He bowed politely. I am Subai, greetings Elder. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Key power of Leaky divine hidden in Ike purification ability of like Holy Kulin? Why Elder looked amazed. To think that both of these rare powers converge within Diu at Leaky same time. Subai asked awkwardly, can Diu see through Wake's source of power in my body, Elder? Leaning on her staff, she stood up and explained, this ancient tree IDP sacred tree of Leaky elves eats senses all fluctuations of spiritual power. Your power ID varies Tren, possessing both like life force of Li divine hidden in Leaky purification ability of Holy Kulin. Pausing for a moment, she continued, and yet, there are lingering remnants of Lucky Luck source. Subai looked at his body in confusion. Source. IDP there's such a thing inside me. Like Elder approached and reminded him that a key seal in his body had not been completely removed, as Lykev energy and divine power were still locked in a deadly struggle within him. If not harmonized soon, he would soon be consumed by Likey darkness. Hearing this, Cao Hong anxiously asked if her master was in any danger. She immediately slammed her staff onto leaky ground, creating a loud K. A beam of light descended from Leaky ancient tree, leaving Tubai dazed. He closed his eyes, focusing on sensing Li flow of Leak sacred Chulin power, Pete divine storehouse, and AP4 great sacred beasts as they were gradually awakened. Adi Elder standing beside him explained that she was helping him restore order to Iki energy within him. She kindly cautioned that this was only a temporary solution, and to achieve perfect harmony, he would have to overcome every challenge on a key path ahead. Tubai scratched his head in confusion, sweating, and asked what those challenges were. Lead Elder did not hide Iki truth, revealing that Iki Nefi tribe had been trapped there for hundreds of years. En Lai way to activate Ki altar and Ub Eni Lay Ki 5th LV was to cross B Misty Forest and find D Spring of Life. Upon hearing this, Tubai excitedly replied that he would set a P immediately. Seeing her touch his forehead, Tubai asked in confusion what Eat was. She simply replied gently that Eat was Li Ki blessing of Lai Ki and Fifi tribe, and that she could only help him this much. Like Elder warned sternly that Lai P Misty Forest contained not en Lai fierce beasts, but also hidden fears from Li P depths of 1/8 soul, an en Lai by conquering them, would he be able to grasp true power. Tubai turned and walked away, Kuda polite than Diu, and Xiao Hong hurried to follow, promising to protect her master. Eek old woman smiled and wished him luck. A moment later, Tubai stopped, feeling frustrated by achy thick fog, and Lai P girl also warned him that she could feel countless eyes staring at them. Suddenly, he became tense and shouted for everyone to be careful because someone was approaching. Witnessing Lapi's ferocious pack of beasts charging toward them, Tubai immediately realized they were Wak demon wolves, and Cao Hong added that they were creatures corrupted by Laki energy. He coated his body in energy and ordered them to engage, complaining that his sword was broken. Mi girl quickly transformed into a fiend each, offering to hold Pa Pe wolves on Lai P left, while he took care of Lai P rest. Afterward, he began to exert his power to tate how effective Dai V and Fei Tree Tribate Blessing was. A lightning punch from Tubai struck Lai chest of a demon wolf, sending him flying backward from Lai recoil. He crashed into something creating a cloud of dust, but Li Wafi wolves still aggressively surrounded him. Tubai was satisfied to realize that his strength had recovered significantly, and this was a Gangon opportunity to tate repairing his sword. He raised his hand to Li Sky, calling Fo his sword to awaken and resonate, while Sa Hong anxiously reminded her master from above to be careful, as leaky beasts were charging. Tubai smiled calmly and said they had arrived just in time. Come here, sword. As soon as he finished, he swung his arm and slashed 3 Wak demon wolves in an instant, shouting, "Come on then." He grabbed Li's sword in his hand, excitedly unleashed 2 powerful slashes, and exclaimed that his old friend had returned. Cao Hong transformed back into human form and marveled at how much strength her master had recovered. He sat down to collect Li beast cores, muttering that these creatures were all corrupted by darkness, but these cores were an excellent source of energy to continue replenishing his own. Li girl nervously remarked that Li Ki Yu Ra here was much thicker than outside. Tubai, having just finished absorbing energy, agreed and guessed that Lai Ki Spring of Life must be located in Lai P deepest part of Ki Forest, which Cao Hong also confirmed must be case. As they moved, he reminded her to be careful because even IP trees here had been corrupted by Iki darkness. Suddenly, Tubai steps came to a halt. He launched himself high into Wee Ki air and shouted that Eat was a trap. Cao Hong was also startled to see AX Rai of poisonous vines rising to Biki LPC their path forward. He realized that Ra of these vines was no different from LP carnivorous plants on E2nd LVE as they were both manipulated by LP darkness. Tubai was troubled, explaining that because his sacred Chulin power was still suppressed, it was a difficult situation. But then, he resolved to go all O and see what would happen by utilizing his sacred Chulin skills. A stump of his foot caused key vines to recoil in terror, and Xiao Hong, standing in a pea distance, cheered happily that her master was simply amazing. He just let out a sigh of relief and suggested that they both continue pushing deeper inside. Before long, EP group ran into trouble again. Tabak grumbled irritably, "Not this damn swamp again." He squatted down to touch the muddy water and remarked, "Key killing intent in this area ID even more intense than an elite poison mist swamp on Lee Key's second floor." Suddenly, a men XTT pounced, making Tabak jump and shout, "Watch out!" Tiu Hong rushed and lie lightning to be LPCET, while he couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth I deek this thing? Heat ain't massive." Leak young girl jumped back in alarm and cried, "Ow. Its scales are as thick as iron armor." Tabach drew his sword and quickly devised a plan.
Aim for soft underbelly.
Use an explosive move to turn luck tide. Tiu Hong's eyes lit up as she replied, "Understood." She immediately unleashed a barrage of blazing fire at Leaky Mening's T8 feet. Seizing the opportunity to seek LU in on Ite Gate, Tabach reminded her, "Its belly IDP its weak point." A single sword strike swept across its belly, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. Tabach sneered, "Get out of my sight." Seeing Li Beast collapse, Tiu Hong cheered, "Master."
You're amazing.
Tabach held Beast Stone in his hand and assessed it. This beast core seems much higher quality than Niki previous ones. Panting quit exhaustion, EP girl complained, "Master, I'm completely out of energy." Affectionately patting Tiu Hong on an head, he replied, "You have worked hard. Go back and rest in beast space." She obediently complied. Tabach looked ahead and told himself, "I'll have to handle the rest of journey on my own." He jumped to several rocky outcrops, quit difficulty, and muttered, "Key spring of life must be just ahead." Unexpectedly, Tabach was stunned by Key's sight that met his eyes. He realized this was why ancient tree guarding like spring of life, and at its roots laylock legendary spring. Tabach looked at his reflection in Key water and was horrified to see Tate had been severely corrupted. No sooner had Thaw crossed his mind than a branch lashed at him, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The ancient tree roared, "Any intruder who dares enter this sacred land will face their certain doom." Tabach slid to side, narrowly dodging the blow. "Yeet looks lie, I have to purify this tree to get water." Woki ancient tree continued to scream threats. "Do tiny humans think you can purify me? I'll turn you into fertilizer." He swung his sword to BELPC lights the attack and taunted, "Do you think you can take me down? Quit just a few pathetic branches and leaves." Glancing at Leapy stream as 8 billowed Leaksy demonic energy, EP ancient tree commanded, "Olok spring, devour this intruder!" Light stream seemed to awaken and come to life, surging upward to attack Tabach and causing light ground to explode violently. Fortunately, he managed to run all of Likey way. Tabach looked at his opponent and asked, "Old Nuthan, are you still there? Its corrosive power ID terrifying." His spirit appeared unreplied. "I am too weak to stay for long right now." Libafi core ID located right at Leaky top of Leaky tree canopy. Nuthan pointed out, "If you destroy that core, Waiki ancient tree will be purified." Tabach 8 eyes immediately lit up. "So that 8 where 8 ID." He lunged forward and unleashed his technique. "Taste my core breaking strike." Lee ancient tree snapped back. "In your dreams." Tabach unleashed Iki powerful Azure Kulin break. Below, Leaky Men XT used its roots to form a barrier to BLPC him. He shouted, "Shatter!" Like sharp technique instantly sliced through Wyke roots and destroyed Like Huffy core. Lee ancient tree held in agony, "My Nucky essence. My power ID all gone." Tabach landed gently and said, "Finally, this tree has been purified." Exhausted and panting, he looked up. Complete success. Key spring of life has finally been restored. Ancient tree regained its vitality and said gratefully, "Then do you for helping me escape shackles of darkness." He dripped life water into a vial and instructed, "Take this back to Key and Fiexi race to activate Key altar. Gate to 5th floor will then etch." Leak ancient tree looked at him and said, "Go now, young man. Key future of Leaky and Fifi race now rests entirely upon your courage." Tabach turned and left, finally able to breathe Key air of freedom outside. Seeing him, Lipi and Fifi girl approached and asked if he had returned so soon. Her eyes widened as she looked at Lai bottle in Tabach 8 hand. "Did you really get water of life?" He smiled. Li Mi scene was a great success, and Key ancient tree had now been completely purified. She grabbed Tabach 8 hand and pulled him along. "Hurry up. Follow me to see Key elder right away." Upon arrival, old woman spoke, "Well done, human child. Your progress ID much faster than I imagined. Thank you for saving EP entire and Fee tribe." Tabach scratched his head and asked, "Elder, what should I do next?" She gestured for him to hand ETVE, "Give to me." As YE water of life was poured from Lai bottle, Lee Elder pointed toward Lee green tree and said, "Key sacred tree IDE altar. Simply merging Key water of life into Yate will be enough." Before she could even finish her sentence, green tree shook, and a brilliant pillar of life shot straight up into clouds. Everyone around cheered at Lee's sight. "Wonderful! Lee green tree has been revived." Winefee girl joyfully took his hand. Thank you so much. Tabach replied shyly. Tate nothing, no need faux formalities. Lai Elder said. Altar has been activated, and Li Key gate to YP 5th floor ID now OBH. Tabach was elated. That ain't perfect. Leak old woman reminded him in a grave tone. T 5th floor of E heaven. Reaching tower ID key real challenge. Key guardian their ID incredibly strong do must be mentally prepared. He clenched his fist determinedly. Than do fo key warning. No matter how strong they are, I will overcome heat and never back down an inch. Tabach dashed into Waikiki beam of lie soaring up to where eat late. 5th floor, here I come. Like scenery changed, Waikiki intense heat made lie ground crack. Tabach landed and exclaimed, E8 and none like 5th floor. But eat it already sweltering lie this. Surrounded by blazing volcanoes, he stood in IP heat and remarked, this truly ID hell on earth. Nuthan appeared and said, Tabach, Levy 5th floor ID a lava hell. Lee Guardian here possesses E-key power to fiend tran fire and magma. He gave careful instructions, you must be extremely cautious. Tabach replied then suddenly realized that Master Nuthan was growing weaker. He thought to himself, quit eat being this hat and I-key soul beasts not yet recovered, E-tate going to be tough, I can't summon them yet. Tabach stared resolutely at E-key volcano ahead. No matter how many obstacles there are, I must press on until Leaky in. Suddenly, Key volcano let or roar.
Intruder, do shall die!